In past battles, the Northern Territory, the Western Frontier, AO City, Lorraine. Weiss had played the role of a lone hero more than once, but he rarely fought numerous enemies entirely on his own, especially deep within the Norman Empire, far from the Federation. Even with the rush of adrenaline in his blood pumping, he always constrained his actions with rational thought. When the Norman soldiers retreated like an ebbing tide from the fallen regiment headquarters, he made no unnecessary moves and quickly retreated to a stairwell far from the main entrance and windows. Sure enough, the infuriated Normans threw grenades at the entrance and windows. A series of explosions left the building teetering on the brink of collapse, all the window glass was shattered, and the walls were riddled with holes. In this small town, no other building had likely endured such terrifying destruction. With a determination to destroy everything, the Normans had carried out extremely thorough fire preparation and likely felt victory was within their grasp. A dozen or so soldiers swarmed in through the main entrance, while a small number entered through windows and holes in the walls from other directions. In the deep night and pervasive dust, Weiss, looking like a grey shadow, used his flashy maneuvering and precise positioning to teach the enemy the combat technique of moving 1,000 pounds with 4 ounces. The Normans who entered the building didn't even catch a glimpse of his ghostly figure before they were taken out by grenades rolling at their feet, bullets fired from the shadows, or even silent rifle butts striking them down. In less than 15 minutes, the Norman soldiers were either dead or wounded, retreating in a pathetic state. After that, the Normans outside were clearly intimidated, the officers shouted, but dared not lead the soldiers in another charge. The soldiers fired blindly, wasting ammunition. This was the biggest difference between a first-class combat unit and an ordinary one. In reality, to withstand the Normans' repeated attacks, Weiss had used up more than half of the ammunition he had on hand. He was exhausted and had suffered some injuries in the explosions. If the enemy had pushed hard for just 1 or 2 more attacks, he might not have held out. They wasted some time like this, while the sound of gunfire on the outskirts of the town grew closer. Weiss knew that the Special Operations Unit had gradually gained control of the situation. He checked the time, everything was perfect. At this point, even if the Normans charged again, it would be futile. They had bombed their own regiment headquarters into such a state, what practical purpose would there be in taking it back? Through his special vision, Weiss saw his own Special Operations Unit advancing along several routes, rapidly closing in on the town. The enemies nearby became fewer and fewer. In the end, except for a few who were injured or slow to react, the rest had fled. Weiss finally let out a sigh of relief, but he wasn't completely relaxed yet. It had proven that dismantling the enemy's perimeter defense around the town was not difficult, the hard part was how to escort the target personnel away. The generals had been transferred, and the remaining personnel were basically of the same priority level, which simplified the work somewhat. For a moment, he had no extra thoughts, merely pondering how he would interact with his sister-in-law and niece and nephew, whom he had never met. War was a contest between soldiers, although civilians could not stay out of it, they should not be dragged in. Therefore, whether out of justice or personal feelings, they should not hold grudges against each other, but how things would actually turn out was often hard to predict. Finally, the soldiers of the Special Operations Unit arrived to provide support. Weiss greeted them as if nothing had happened and asked them to clear the battlefield. Even though they had experienced all kinds of battles, they were still awestruck by the spectacle Weiss had created single-handedly. Weiss had no time to bask in his comrades' admiration and asked directly, "Where is the colonel?" She took a detachment toward the lake shore. A sergeant answered the question. On the side facing the lake, there was an enemy hidden bunker, and its artillery fire could threaten ships on the water. If this hidden danger could be eliminated, personnel could be transferred by water. Water routes had their limitations, and land routes had their conveniences, neither had an absolute advantage. But if the two could be combined, the speed and efficiency of the transfer should be effectively improved, and they could even call in their own transport ship to land here. Thinking of this, Weiss hurriedly said, "Take me there quickly. There is an enemy bunker on that side, it is a very critical target." The sergeant hesitated for a moment. "I've heard them mention this. They went that way, likely to take care of that trouble." When discussing the combat plan with Octavie and the others earlier, the lakeside bunker had never been mentioned. Weiss had assumed no one knew about it, so after learning of it from an inside source, he had felt like there was a bone stuck in his throat. But now it seemed the Special Operations Unit was not only brave and skilled in battle but also thorough and steady in their actions. Regardless of whether they had known beforehand or learned of it on the fly, at least Weiss didn't need to worry about it anymore. He joined the comrades in clearing the battlefield and went to various residences to find the target personnel. However, this simple task was not easy to implement. Some people had been terrified by the gunshots and explosions outside and were hiding in concealed spots in their homes, afraid to come out. They couldn't open the doors, and it wasn't appropriate to use force, so they had to climb walls and windows, doing everything they could to coax the trembling residents out. Since most of the Special Operations Unit soldiers could not speak fluent Norman language, they had to carry notices written in Norman language before the operation. In the darkness and chaos, it was not easy to get the residents to calm down and read the notices. Even if they managed that step, some chose to cooperate, some resisted leaving, and others were hesitant. Furthermore, those who chose to leave took varying amounts of time to pack their belongings. These situations gave Weiss and the Special Operations Unit soldiers quite a headache. In the end, those preparing to leave gathered in the square, and a special 3-person team verified their identities. The data on these target personnel was top secret, and even Weiss had not had the clearance to view it before. Only at this moment did he approach to ask these mysterious bigwigs to help locate the family of the Sword Baron Skara. Skara. Oh, yes, here it is. One is Kemp Skara, 9 years old, one is Mansaskara, 6 years old. Their mother is Beverly Gladys, 33 years old. Are they here? Have they arrived? Weiss asked with concern. It seems not yet, the man replied. Seeing the enemy's inside source, the young woman he had met before standing nearby wearing a medic uniform, Weiss hurried over to ask if she had any impression of these names or if she knew where they lived. The young woman thought hard and gave Weiss a house number. Fearing he wouldn't find the location, she explained it to him in detail. Weiss took off running. He had only run a few steps when he heard a deafening roar coming from the direction of the lake. Relying on his extensive battlefield experience, he knew that such a sound was 9 times out of 10 caused by an ammunition depot explosion. The rising flames mixed with billowing black smoke lit up the sky, and this phenomenon could be seen even from tens of kilometers away. From now on, they had to prepare for the worst, which was that the enemy's troops in the vicinity would rush to reinforce the town at top speed. On one side was Ze's widow and the bloodline of the Klemper-Hessen family, on the other was his former instructor and comrade in arms. Weiss changed his direction almost without hesitation. When he arrived at the lakeshore, he found it in chaos, with soldiers of the Special Operations Unit busy moving back and forth. Some said they had seen her, but that was before the massive explosion. Weiss urged the soldiers to search carefully around the explosion site, and he also used his special skills to join the search. However, the battle at the enemy's regiment headquarters had exhausted too much of his energy, and he could not maintain his stamina, which affected the results. Furthermore, after the fierce battle and the violent explosion, the scene was truly a mess. He found a few of his own people in the ruins, but none of the ones he rescued were Octavie. If Octavie had been killed in action, he, as the second in command, would have to shoulder the heavy responsibility of commanding this operation. Although this had been the plan arranged before the operation, Weiss still felt the psychological burden was as heavy as a mountain. It was not because he lacked understanding of the overall plan or felt bleak about the prospects of the operation, but because he felt he could hardly handle the situation. Whether Weiss was willing or had confidence, before long, the officers of the Special Operations Unit spontaneously gathered around him. These people were veterans of many battles and could stabilize the troops' morale. For this outsider second in command, they also gave sufficient respect and support in terms of protocol. Regarding the direction of the operation, most agreed with Weiss's view: if possible, have the transport ship fly to the town, land on the road or the lake, and directly transport the target personnel and combat troops. However, when they contacted the transport ship commander via radio, the other party insisted on executing the original plan, arranging for the target personnel to move to the valley and board the transport ship there. Since going to the aviation unit to coordinate operational matters, Weiss had tried hard to get closer to these favored sons of heaven in order to maintain close coordination during the operation. Theoretically, this kind of disagreement could be resolved through coordination. Weiss sent a telegram to Major Halegs in his personal capacity, briefly explaining the reasons for their proposed adjustment and praising the aviation unit's fearless and death-defying combat spirit. Unfortunately, it was useless. The reply, while slightly more polite in tone, still insisted on the original plan. Moreover, it reminded the Special Operations Unit that the transport ship would wait in the valley until 5 a.m. at the latest. Once that time passed, for safety considerations, they had to take off. If the enemy dispatched combat vessels, they would have to return alone; if not, they could consider landing in the valley the following night to provide support. The operation had been exposed. How easy would it be to survive a full day on enemy territory? The telegrams went back and forth at a moderate pace. During the wait, Weiss took the time to talk to 2 captured Norman soldiers. These men didn't seem to have a strong will to resist, so they revealed a little of what they knew. For example, there were a few gunboats by the lake. They didn't actually have much firepower, but they could carry some personnel to the other side. Additionally, there were some kayaks and wooden boats by the lakeside, but they weren't very useful at this time. Across the lake, about 10 miles away, was another small village, while the rest was dense forest. Previously, Weiss and his team had also received some information from intelligence, and the 2 sources matched. If they wanted to transport personnel by both water and land, the efficiency of getting to the valley could be greatly improved. This water route could probably only transport half the personnel, and the other half would need to be transported by car. However, a burst of gunfire rang out from the north of the town. It didn't sound like intense resistance, but a few consecutive explosions gave Weiss a bad premonition. Before long, a soldier reported to him that the enemy's remnants had blown up the vehicles while retreating, wrecking several trucks and some cars, and 2 ambulances also seemed to have been destroyed. If these vehicles were gone, the efficiency of transporting personnel by land would be reduced to a terrible state. Relying on the water route alone couldn't solve all the problems. What should they do? Just as Weiss was feeling anxious, the missing Octavie finally appeared. Her hair was disheveled, and she was covered in wounds, even more disheveled than Weiss had been earlier, but fortunately, these were only superficial injuries. She had previously led a team to attack the enemy bunker, but had been stunned in the explosion and buried in the collapsed fortifications, nearly losing her life. Fortunately, that was all in the past. While receiving bandaging from a medic, she listened to Weiss and the officers explain the situation, her brows knitting tighter and tighter. After listening, she spoke firmly: arrange for a group to leave by water first. Have them rush to the valley at maximum speed, evacuate as many as we can. As for the rest, we will figure out a way. Chapter 121, Ze's Dying Wish. How are you? Do you feel okay? Why don't you take a break? Weiss noticed that Octavie kept pressing her temples during the discussion of military affairs. He knew her condition was poor, likely a lingering side effect from being stunned by the previous explosion. I'm fine, I can hold on. The stunningly beautiful, strong-willed woman gritted her teeth and said, we must race against time. So, Long Cromwell Hyson, take them and leave first. Save as many as you can. This is likely the final operation of this war, and we must win. You take them and leave, you are the primary commander of this operation, Weiss said. I will cover the retreat. Give me a small squad, that will be enough. No, I know your specialty. You are adept at spotting the enemy and seizing tactical opportunities, this is an extremely rare and valuable trait. Octavie said with a tone of certainty. It is more advantageous for you to take them and leave than to stay behind to cover the retreat. Given the current situation, whoever led the team out first would have a much greater chance of survival. While staying behind to cover the retreat wasn't a guaranteed death sentence, it was essentially a 9-to-1 chance of death. Weiss argued. Major Haylegs replied in the previous telegram that perhaps we could wait another day. By tomorrow evening, everyone could evacuate. I will stay behind, lead the rear guard to circle around the enemy as much as possible, and buy everyone that extra day. Leaving a day late, the chance of escaping safely is probably 1 in 10,000. We cannot risk it for such a slim chance. This is deep behind enemy lines. If the enemy realizes the severity of the situation, they will mobilize every force they can. Even if it's just a few warships, we won't be able to hold them off. Octavie said decisively, the operations of the Special Operations Unit must be calm, cautious, and rational. The outcome of this battle concerns not only the direction of the armistice negotiations and the future of Ulst, but also the reputation of our Special Operations Unit in this war. Before this, it could be said to be a toss-up, but this final battle must not be lost at any cost. Weiss certainly understood Octavie's thinking. He stood up and looked around. The soldiers of the Special Operations Unit were executing orders with the fastest speed and highest efficiency. The target personnel who were in position first had already started moving toward the lakeside, and the comrades were gathering the functional boats and docking them at the cruise ship pier on the shore. These boats could easily carry about 100 people. After crossing the lake, the passengers would only need to travel another 20 miles to reach the valley. If the people traveling by land were using vehicles and faced no obstruction, the time for both routes should be about the same, but the uncertainties of the land route were clearly much greater than the water route, which was why Weiss was so eager to establish this waterway. At this moment, a soldier from the Special Operations Unit came to inform Weiss that the person he was looking for had been found. Since Octavie was out of danger and could barely manage the overall situation, he turned his attention back to his personal affairs. A short while later, he followed the soldier to a house in the town. The girl who served as the inside contact was standing at the door, talking to someone inside. Weiss hurried over and asked softly, "How is the situation?" The girl replied that they didn't seem willing to leave because they didn't want to leave their country. Weiss gathered his emotions for a moment at the door and then walked inside. The room was lit, and the decorations and furniture looked quite nice, at least for this era. It was a comfortable condition enjoyed by the upper middle class. Standing in the room was a blonde young woman in a nightgown, holding 2 half-grown children, a boy and a girl. Due to psychological effects, Weiss felt an indescribable sense of intimacy toward these 2 children, but they were clearly afraid of this man wearing a military uniform and smelling of gunpowder, not even daring to glance at him. "Hello, madam. I am your husband's younger brother," Weiss said to the woman. "Your Baron Skulla, who is also my older brother, hoped that you could return to our country and live a stable life there." The woman stared at Weiss for a long while, likely feeling that his appearance did indeed resemble her husband's, and her mood softened slightly. She said in the Norman language, "No, that is your country, not mine. He promised me he was willing to stay in this country for me." Weiss wasn't sure if the woman had already received the news of Ze's death, so he didn't rashly mention it at first. But the conversation was stuck, and time was precious, so he made up his mind and said in a low, slow tone, "According to the news we received, he has died in battle. His final wish was for you to return to the place where he was born. There, his family will take good care of you." Upon hearing this news, the woman did not show extreme agitation, nor did she show signs of breaking down, but instead held the 2 children in her arms even tighter. She hesitated, wavered, and kept kissing the children's foreheads, tears welling up from her eyes and sliding down her fair cheeks. The children seemed to sense a feeling of impending separation and clung tightly to their mother, crying. If he were still alive, this country would accept him because of his abilities, and you could live well. However, he and his abilities have disappeared on the battlefield. The emperor and nobles of this country are no longer obligated to provide you with any guarantees. Under such circumstances, I think only by returning to his hometown can he rest in peace." Under Weiss's repeated persuasion, the woman seemed to have made up her mind. She looked at her brother-in-law, whom she was meeting for the first time, with teary eyes and said, "If we must go, you take them. I am a Norman, I have my family and family honor. To preserve this honor, and to let my family live more peacefully, I must stay. They are his bloodline. If you are willing, if you all are willing, you can take them back." "No, we aren't going," the 2 children said almost in unison. "We aren't going anywhere. Mother, we want to be with you." The older boy glared at Weiss with hateful eyes and shouted, "You leave. Don't bother us here. That is your country, it has nothing to do with us." These words made Weiss feel a sudden heartache, a pain even greater than when he heard the news of Ze's death. However, he had no way to control the fate of this family, and he wasn't sure what to do. So, he leaned close to the girl who served as the inside contact and whispered to her, asking if this family would be in danger if they didn't leave. The girl hesitated for a moment and replied that there shouldn't be any danger to their lives, but they, especially the two children, would likely live in an environment where they would be discriminated against or even bullied by those around them in the future. This was because their father might be branded a loser, and this ultimately depended on the attitude of the royal family and the military. Since that was the case, why stop struggling? He said to the mother, "Madam, I respect your wishes. If you want the two children to stay, please take good care of them and raise them. When the time is appropriate, I will do my best to provide you with some help. Of course, this place is too far from us, and my ability may not be enough to help. If you are willing to entrust them to me, I swear by my family's honor that I will treat them as my own children." Weiss's words were originally intended to give himself a logical exit, but the mother didn't take the hint. She appeared to be a woman with strong opinions and was not swayed by emotions. She kissed the boy's forehead firmly and said to him, "Go, Kemp. He is your uncle, go with him. Mansa and I will be fine. We will wait for you to come back and pick us up, bringing your father's talent and demeanor. Go. Child, you can learn more by their side." "No." The boy said through gritted teeth. "I want to stay and protect you. I will never let anyone bully you." The mother smiled through her tears and said to the boy, "Don't worry, we will definitely live well, but I cannot guarantee that you will receive the best education and grow into the most outstanding man. I believe that the family your father belonged to can achieve this, and they certainly will." Hearing this, Weiss was deeply moved and almost couldn't hold back his tears. He prepared to take the boy's hand, but the boy said, "If they had this ability, why did father come to this country? Father told me that he didn't receive enough respect in that country and had no opportunity to display his talents, which is why he came to our country. He hoped that I would receive the best education here, grow into the most outstanding soldier, and realize my dreams with sword and fire. My dream is to enter the best military academy in this country and become the most outstanding commander, just like father." Hearing this, Weiss was stunned. He suddenly felt that all words seemed incredibly pale and weak in the face of this child's innocent words. Back in the day, Ze was indeed unable to display his talents in Ulst, which was why he traveled thousands of miles to the Norman Empire, humbled himself to serve the enemy as a servant, and walked an incredibly arduous path. The woman, however, appeared very determined at this moment. She held the boy's cheeks and said earnestly, "Your father wanted you to go. He always felt indebted, regretful and sorry for the choice he made back then. Moreover, his unfulfilled dreams and wishes, he said your uncle has fulfilled them for him. He said that if one day he met with misfortune, if one day this war ended with the Norman Empire not winning, and if your uncle came to pick you up, he hoped you would go with him." Weiss was incomparably shocked upon hearing these words. He couldn't believe that Ze would say such things, and he couldn't believe that he had already anticipated that the war might reach the current situation, and had even guessed that he might appear here. If all this was within his anticipation, then his talent and strategy had indeed reached an unparalleled level. If the Normans could have given him true, sufficient trust and support, he could have shown even brighter, perhaps even becoming a hero who could sway this war, but he clearly did not receive such an opportunity. "Listen, Kemp, I swear, my older brother your father was an admirable soldier. I didn't want to defeat him, but I did defeat him with my own hands. If you want to defeat me to prove your father's excellence, then I will give you this opportunity. Go to Lorraine. Our family can give you the best education, the best conditions, and the best opportunities, because we are no longer that weak family, we have become strong just as your father expected." The mother's hopes, the father's expectations, and the uncle's provocation made the boy muster up his courage like a brave rooster. He wiped away his tears, kissed his sister and his mother, quickly ran back to his room, changed into his coat, and came out carrying a leather suitcase. The woman fastened the buckle of his cloak and said to him, "We will wait for your return, forever." Chapter 122, Roaring Artillery Fire. After Weiss finished dealing with his personal matters, the concentrated transfer of the target personnel had proceeded methodically to a certain stage. The Special Operations Unit had found 285 people who agreed to leave, which was close to the initial estimate, but the actual composition of the personnel had some unexpected changes. Of the originally estimated 300 people, the elderly, weak, women, and children accounted for 60%, but now among these 200+ people, there were very few elderly, mostly women and children, with adult males accounting for less than 20%. In other words, this group was more fragile than expected and had difficulty adapting to long-distance travel, but on the other hand, the increase in the proportion of children meant that the same transport capacity could carry more people. Under the direct command of Octavie, the soldiers of the Special Operations Unit utilized all available boats on the lakeshore, carrying over 150 people toward the south bank, expecting to reach the valley within 3 hours, which was much earlier than the time limit required by the transport ship commander. As for the other route, because some vehicles could still be found in the town, if the road was smooth, a truck could make 2 round trips within the time limit, which would be enough to transport everyone to the valley, but no one dared to conclude whether this optimistic situation could truly last until the end. In fact, shortly after midnight, gunfire rang out in the distance, which meant that the blocking force had already engaged with the nearest Norman army unit. The 1331st Jaeger Battalion of the Norman Empire. In the Norman army, a battalion is the most basic combat unit in the regular army sequence. Jaeger battalions are often inconspicuous, but this does not mean they lack combat effectiveness. In the Norman army, some Jaeger battalions are very formidable, especially those with a long history, formed in regions with a tough folk culture, and led by excellent commanders. Of course, these units fundamentally cannot be compared with the Marine Division of the Norman Empire, because the composition of the two is essentially different. Jaeger battalions are conventional units skilled in mountain and forest operations, while the Marine Division consists of the elite among the elite. Compared with the situation of the Federal Army, a Jaeger battalion is roughly equivalent to a reorganized assault battalion of the National Defense Division, while the Marine Division of the Norman Empire has a great advantage over the National Defense Division of the Federation Army in similar situations, sometimes even overwhelming. However, they cannot be lumped together with the Special Operations Unit of the Federation Army, because the Special Operations Unit has a smaller scale and more special combat missions, while the Marine Division of the Normans is the sharpest can opener on the frontal battlefield. The girl acting as the insider was also leaving the Norman Empire for freedom, so Weiss entrusted his little nephew to her, letting her take care of him temporarily. After a brief discussion with Octavie, Weiss got on the motorcycle he had arrived on and took the lead to scout for enemy activity, with the rifleman from the Special Operations Unit sitting on the back seat. They drove toward the place where the gunfire had sounded earlier. After leaving the town and traveling about 20 or 30 li, the gunfire gradually became clearer. Judging by the location, it was indeed the Special Operations Unit blocking the enemy's attack. How many enemies were there? The accompanying rifleman squinted and tried to look into the darkness, but clearly, his vision could not penetrate the night to find the exact situation of the enemy. Weiss squinted and looked. After this period of rest, his energy had recovered quite a bit, but he had to use this special ability with restraint. After all, no one could say what kind of challenges would come later. Even after boarding the transport ship, they might encounter various crises during the retreat. The enemy had about 130 or 140 people. Weiss made a rough estimate, and this answer surprised even himself. According to the organization of the Norman army, even an understrength battalion would not have fewer than 300 or 400 people in wartime. Did the enemy only send a portion of their troops to test their strength? This shouldn't be the case under these circumstances. Weiss thought calmly, not good, the enemy must be using one force to feign an attack to attract the opponent's attention, and the other force, which is their main force, has very likely bypassed them and headed to the town. The soldiers of the Special Operations Unit had very seasoned combat experience, but after all, they did not have night vision capabilities. Even if they could infer the enemy's troop deployment through the outcome of the battle, they could not make an accurate judgment like Weiss. Thinking of this, Weiss couldn't help but frown. He stood on a hillock and looked around, but for a moment he didn't find enemies in other directions. He got on the motorcycle and circled the area. Because the time was very tight and the situation was very tense, he did not expand the search range, because once he went the wrong way, the situation would be very dangerous. When he circled back, the first batch of motor vehicles from the town to the valley was passing through this area. This temporary mixed convoy consisted of 4 trucks, 3 sedans, and 7 or 8 motorcycles. Commanding the convoy was the most senior major under Octavie. The vehicles were carrying over 100 people, although it was very crowded and slow. A considerable portion of the personnel who needed to be transferred had finally been moved out. By this calculation, the last batch of personnel needing transfer, along with the soldiers of the Special Operations Unit, was less than 100 people. As long as the 4 trucks and 3 sedans made another trip, there was still hope of completing the task before 5 a.m. As Weiss was calculating, suddenly, a faint red dot streaked across the sky. At first, he thought his eyes were playing tricks on him and he had some hallucination, but a short and sharp whistling sound came, followed by the sound of an artillery shell landing and exploding. At this moment, Weiss's first reaction was shock. He never expected that the enemy would open fire on the convoy driving on the road at this time. Were they so sure that the attackers were trying to transfer all the people in the town, and that they were transferring them in this direction? This deep shock and mental impact made Weiss feel a sense of panic. If the enemy understood all of this, then even if they had a transport ship fast enough and a group of elite Special Operations Unit soldiers, they might not be able to escape the enemy's grasp. In a split second, Weiss calmed down. Even if the enemy really realized the truth, should they just surrender now? Of course, he was not willing to do that. Especially since he had promised to bring his brother's bloodline back to Lorraine, he would fulfill this promise no matter what. The determination added by this regret of blood kinship was sometimes even stronger than the simple desire to survive. After calming down and calculating the time, Weiss realized another possibility. Although the Special Operations Unit's operation was successful, they neither had enough troops nor enough time to wipe out all the garrison troops around the town. The Norman army definitely had survivors. As long as they got on motorcycles or cars, there was enough time for them to go to the friendly forces station for reinforcements, and a smart commander could easily make the right judgment. In that case, why the enemy's blocking action was so cunning made sense. That unit clearly had radio communication capabilities, so their judgment should have been reported to their superiors. As for whether their superiors would make the right decision at the right time, that was another matter. What was certain was that the situation was already more urgent than expected. The deadline given by the transport ship commander was 5 a.m. Now, the Special Operations Unit needed to reach the valley in the shortest possible time. The sooner the better. Although the explosion of the artillery shells was far from the road and would not threaten the vehicles on the road, such shelling made everyone panic. Weiss tried to infer the enemy's artillery position from the direction of the shells, but the information currently available was far from enough. This kind of shell felt like it came from an ordinary field gun, with a maximum range of over 20 li. As long as the firing position was placed in a hidden place like mountains or forests, Weiss could not observe it. However, how did they know the convoy had reached this position? To avoid being discovered by the enemy, these vehicles did not turn on their lights, only using the weaker lights of the motorcycles to guide them. Where exactly were the enemies observing? To figure out this fatal problem, Weiss focused his mind and raised the efficacy of his special ability to a near extreme state. This was very energy consuming, but there was no other way. Finally, he saw an enemy in the distance. This enemy was very strange. He had left the ground, yet he was an ordinary soldier, without vehicles like planes or ships. Damn it! That was the enemy's artillery observation balloon. They were actually using this vehicle for observation at night instead of sending all their troops to fight head-on. The enemy commander was really cunning. Weiss speculated, dealing with such an enemy was quite troublesome. Their long-range shelling accuracy was not high, even if it took dozens of rounds to hit one, it was enough for the Special Operations Unit and the target personnel. A moment later, another shell flew over, screeching as it fell and exploded. Weiss was even more certain that the shell came from the direction where the enemy soldier was observed floating. The distance was basically at the edge of the field gun's range. The landing point of the shell was still far from the road and did not threaten the vehicles on the road, but having suffered such an attack, the convoy could no longer travel normally. Out of instinctive safety precautions, the convoy stopped, and all personnel got off the vehicles to evacuate. In a hurry, Weiss rode his motorcycle and rushed toward the convoy. A few minutes later, he caught up with the convoy and shouted to the officers and soldiers of the Special Operations Unit, "Continue moving, don't stop, the enemy is still far from here. They found us, but they don't have enough power to stop us. We can't waste time here. Then what do you suggest? Should we just rush through the enemy's artillery fire like this?" the major asked Weiss anxiously. Weiss replied, "Give me 5 men and 5 motorcycles. We will go and interfere with the enemy's shelling." 5 men and 5 motorcycles. The major found it a bit incredible, but he looked left and right. The situation was critical, and he could not hesitate, so he quickly made up his mind and shouted, "Sachsen, take 4 men, each ride a motorcycle, follow our second in command, and obey his orders. In order to preserve the overall situation, don't worry about the cost, fight bravely." This decisive tone was as if he was seeing off the soldiers, but Weiss had no intention of fighting the enemy head-on. Before leaving, he told the major that the enemy was in the north-northeast direction, and their convoy had to avoid that area and go around. "Do you remember there is a small path on the map? Near the lakeshore?" "I remember," the major said, "I know that road, it is our backup plan. We will take that one. You must do your best to cover the convoy no matter what. Their safety now depends on you." The troops pointed out by the major were soon under Weiss's command. He led them speeding along the road, while the target personnel transferring by vehicle also reboarded under the call of the Special Operations Unit soldiers. Weiss saw his little nephew and that girl. Although he didn't have time to worry about so much, he still waved at his little nephew, "Young man of the Klemperhesen family, don't be afraid, we will definitely win." The boy stood next to the girl, watching his uncle ride away on a motorcycle like the wind. He didn't know what to say, and his eyes were very complex. Perhaps this back view reminded him of his father who had gone on a long journey. That was his last memory of that man. Artillery shells fell one after another, and Weiss's mood became anxious. However, he knew that the more this happened, the less his thoughts could be chaotic. He led the soldiers along the road for a while, then stopped and called everyone to his side. "The enemy is right in front. To interfere with the enemy's shooting, we have to risk doing something. Fighting the enemy is unrealistic, and there's no time. What we can do is make the enemy think we are the convoy. So, later we will continue to move forward, turn on the headlights, attract the enemy's artillery fire, and then turn east, making them think we have gone east." Weiss explained his plan to everyone. Doing this was very dangerous because the headlights were artillery targets in the eyes of the enemy observers. The soldiers were not afraid of danger. They turned on their headlights one after another, following Weiss to set up a decoy for the enemy. The enemy's artillery shells indeed fell following their tracks, and thus moved away from the convoy behind. In the following time, this small team of brave motorcyclists fully experienced the feeling of death following the wind. After leading the enemy's artillery fire away, the sense of urgency in Weiss's heart did not lift. He let the soldiers continue to lure the enemy, while he himself rode a motorcycle toward the town. His anxious mood made him a crazy racer, breaking the silence of the late night, and the roar of the engine was so loud. He returned to the town, found Octavie, who was still guarding there, and told her that this plan had a fatal flaw. They failed to eliminate all the guards, and they had very likely definitely passed the message to the surrounding Norman army. Therefore, the nearest Norman army unit deployed artillery to block the road. Their actions might not have a clear direction, but they had now discovered the intentions of the infiltrators. If the Special Operations Unit could not reach the valley in the shortest possible time, this operation would likely fail. Octavie seemed to have already thought of this point. She didn't show too much surprise, just frowned. Weiss was not just the person who raised the problem. On the way here, he had already thought of the only way out. In fact, it was also what he had strongly requested. If there are enough vehicles, we can solve the problem, but now there are not, and there are not enough boats. There is no other way. We must send a telegram to the major, telling him that the operation has been exposed, and it is meaningless for him and his transport ship to hide in the valley. They must risk flying over to pick us up, at the fastest speed. This way, we still have a chance of survival. Send the telegram. I have P-level authorization from the Supreme Military Council. Initiate the emergency plan immediately. Octavie gave instructions to the signalman in an extremely cold tone. That Octavie actually had such a backup plan did not surprise Weiss, nor did it make him angry. Rather, it left him feeling a bit fearful in hindsight. If she had unfortunately been killed in action just now, wouldn't this path have become impassable? Without this path, would the operation have failed? From this perspective, Octavie not telling him about this special order in advance seemed a bit too cautious. Of course, even if she hadn't told him, she might have instructed other officers of the Special Operations Unit, and the result would have been the same. However, Weiss saw one thing clearly: to them, he was ultimately an outsider, even with the title of second in command. That was fine, Weiss thought. If he became too close to them and they became brothers who had been through life and death together, it would be really difficult for him to handle if they strongly urged him to stay after the war ended. Now, he could leave after completing the mission, return to his hometown to pursue a career free of killing and bloodshed, and incidentally fulfill Ziyi's last wish, to raise that kid well and nurture him into a talented person. After relaying the message to the communications soldier, Octavie lowered her head and pondered for a while before explaining to Weiss, "This is a special order that cannot be used unless absolutely necessary. Now that it has been used, they will definitely carry it out. What we need to do is find a suitable rendezvous point and let the two teams that have already set off meet the transport ship there. If the situation permits, we will then have the transport ship come to the small town to evacuate the rest of the people. If the situation does not permit, we will let them leave first, and we will stay behind to find another way out." The speaker spoke with composure, but the listener was terrified. This was not a place near the front line. Although the comrades of the Special Operations Unit had much better combat skills than ordinary soldiers, they were not supernatural beings with 3 heads and 6 arms. How could they lead dozens of civilians through thousands of miles of the Norman Empire's hinterland and return to Ulst? This sounded like a plot that would only appear in movies. It was simply too exaggerated. Weiss thought this to himself but did not point it out, because he knew that Octavie must have a plan in mind. There is a river on the southeast shore of the lake, which is its source of fresh water. There is a bridge over the river, a beautiful stone bridge. We can set that as the rendezvous point. Those traveling by water should arrive in a little over half an hour, and those traveling by land, because of taking a detour to avoid enemy shelling, may need about an hour. The difference between the two won't be much. What do you think? Octavie replied quickly, "You think much like I do. I also think it's better to find a conspicuous location in that area. But the troublesome thing now is that neither of the two teams has a radio, so someone must be sent to notify them." Weiss understood her intention and hesitated for a moment. "If you let me stay, I would feel very honored and proud. An orderly can do this job." Octavie stared at him for a few seconds. "No, you go. You have more missions beyond the war." Speaking of missions, Octavie, being a member of the main branch of the *Man family, had very generous family conditions and development opportunities. Even if she was determined to develop in the military, her future would be much broader than that of an average person. That was the responsibility and mission concerning the nation. However, as her student and comrade, how could Weiss argue? Under the current situation, he did not drag his feet and stated decisively, "Then I will go, and I will try to race against time." "Are you really willing to leave?" Octavie asked this lightly, and Weiss was momentarily stunned. In terms of appearance, temperament, and character, how many people could easily say no to the person in front of him? However, he was very clear about what was reality and what was fantasy, so he deliberately avoided the question. "I really cannot bear to let a lady cover the rear, so I implore you again to let me stay. Go." A trace of a smile flashed across Octavie's face. "It was just a joke, don't mind it." Was this the time for jokes? Weiss sighed, silently got on his motorcycle, and chased in the direction the convoy had left. The wind whistled in his ears, and the sound of artillery in the distance was still faintly audible. He soon left the small town behind. His heart felt a bit empty, but in any case, there was no turning back. Thanks to the detailed reconnaissance during the day, he was very familiar with the roads in this area. The suspension of the Norman's motorcycle was average, but it was quite decent for traveling on relatively flat sandy roads. Weiss sped all the way, and by taking a few shortcuts, he arrived at the southeast shore of the lake before long. Some boats had already arrived, and others were still docking. The comrades were organizing people to assemble on the shore. According to the original plan, after landing, they would hike for an hour to the valley, and it would take another half an hour after entering the valley. The journey was a bit difficult, but at least they could arrive before the deadline. Weiss quickly found the Special Operations Unit officer in charge of the water route and relayed the new order. At this moment, a roar came from the direction of the valley. He squinted and looked. The transport ship had indeed taken off. Those camouflages fell off it like debris. With these careful disguises, if it hadn't been accidentally exposed, even if the Norman's airplanes and warships were coming and going nearby, they might not have discovered the behemoth hidden in the valley, but these were just assumptions. Once they discovered the evacuating team, it would not be difficult for the Normans to deduce the suspicious area from their direction of travel, and then conduct detailed searches and reconnaissance. By then, they would still discover the existence of the transport ship. Now, it was just a matter of holding the determination to burn the boats, bringing all actions forward. After settling the water route, Weiss hurried to find the group traveling by land on his motorcycle. Theoretically, the speed of trucks and cars should be faster than a motorcycle, but when traveling on this kind of sandy road, the motorcycle actually had an advantage. Weiss rode forward for about a quarter of an hour and finally found the convoy. They had avoided the shelling and were groping their way forward in the dark along the road. The speed was indeed not very fast. Weiss stopped the first vehicle and shouted to the comrades on the vehicle, "Follow me, speed up, keep up." In order to make the convoy speed up, Weiss turned on his motorcycle's headlight. He felt that at such a long distance, a single headlight should not attract the attention of the enemy. However, not long after they moved forward, that damned whistling sound chased after them again. Weiss estimated that this was the edge of the enemy's range, and the shooting accuracy would certainly not be high. To race against time, he had to cast all these trivial matters to the back of his mind. So, he waved to the back, "Keep up." Hurry up! Don't delay! Under his guidance, the convoy continued to move forward, one car and truck after another. After moving forward for 10 minutes or so, the enemy's shells could no longer keep up with their pace. At this time, the transport ship flew out of the valley. The personnel on the ship could naturally perceive the existence of the enemy artillery. They would be hesitant, doubtful, and even terrified, but that special order had a magical effect, causing them to cast aside their inner fear and move forward bravely. In Weiss's field of vision, the huge transport ship flew toward the scheduled target. Like an airborne assault operation, its landing posture was very decisive and rapid. After it landed, the various hatches opened quickly, and the soldiers of the Special Operations Unit hurriedly called the target personnel to board the ship. Weiss led the cars and trucks directly to the side of the transport ship, stopped the motorcycle, and turned around hurriedly to call everyone to get off the vehicles quickly. With the help of the comrades, this group of target personnel, mainly the elderly, weak, women, and children, got off the vehicles as quickly as possible, and then all boarded the transport ship in 5 or 6 minutes. The target personnel who arrived here all boarded the ship, and the Special Operations Unit soldiers who escorted them also followed onto the ship. Weiss did not have time to look after his little nephew. He flew to the command room of the transport ship and met Major Haylegs. He said in an unquestionable tone, "Hurry to the town as fast as possible, the colonel and the others are still waiting there." Major Haylegs did not look very well, but he did not refuse Weiss's request. The transport ship climbed to an altitude of about 200 or 300 feet above the ground, swept across the lake, and flew toward the small town located on the west shore of the lake. Even without full acceleration, this behemoth still flew toward the destination at several times the speed of vehicles. Not long after, Weiss saw the modeled small town in his field of vision, and he couldn't help but clench his fists. A quarter of an hour, at most a quarter of an hour, and the first half of this great expedition could be perfectly ended. High alert! Be vigilant against the enemy. Major Haylegs reminded his ship crew members again and again, making the atmosphere in the command room extra tense. Although Weiss was eager to rescue Octavie along with the remaining Special Operations Unit soldiers and target personnel, he knew the importance of considering the overall situation, so he kept looking toward the horizon on all sides. When this transport ship was about to fly across the lake, a red dashed frame suddenly popped up in his sight. After careful identification, it was a frigate-level Norman warship. It was still dozens of miles away. Given the artillery specifications of a frigate, it would take another 10 minutes or so to enter the range, not to mention that it was an old frigate with rather outdated performance. Weiss deliberated for a moment and said to Major Haylegs in a steady tone, "Watch the north, there seems to be an enemy aircraft." The major hurriedly raised his binoculars, and the ship crew members responsible for vigilance also turned their attention to that direction. After a long while, someone reported loudly, "Smoke trails discovered, it's an enemy airship." "Can you judge what type it is?" Major Haylegs asked Weiss. "It should be a light vessel." Weiss said, "Hurry up, we still have time." Major Haylegs put down the binoculars and looked at Weiss with a grave expression. "If we leave now, the probability of a successful escape is over 50%. If we choose to land, it may only be 20%. Regarding this multiple-choice question concerning hundreds of lives, Weiss did not let emotions dictate his thinking but tried to calculate and analyze from an objective and prudent perspective. Then, he observed the enemy ship through his special vision again and gave a responsible suggestion: "Land, stay for 2 minutes, then fly toward the center of the lake, accelerate, and then climb and turn. I guarantee that everyone can escape together." Under the command of first-class officers and the expert handling of first-class ship crew members, the Federation Army's most high-performance transport ship landed on solid ground with the agility of a cormorant catching fish. Weiss had originally thought this would be a race against time, a novel competition, but as soon as the transport ship touched down, an extremely unfriendly sound came from above, and a blinding light immediately bloomed in the deep night sky. For the Federation officers and soldiers, this sudden flare was like a thief accidentally triggering an alarm. While it didn't mean they were doomed or immediately trapped in a dead end, everyone couldn't help but feel nervous, panicked, and at a loss. Before the radiance of the flare had faded, a shell tore through the air. Although it was just a solitary, lightweight shell, the leaping flames and black smoke made Weiss's heart tremble. He hurriedly looked around and soon found the culprit on the lake, a small surface vessel, a patrol gunboat operating on the lake. When the transport ship flew over the lake, Weiss had focused all his attention on that enemy airship, so he had overlooked the potential threat on the lake surface. Logically, the Special Operations Unit had already cleared out the enemy's various forces when they swept the town and the lakeside pier. From the organization of the evacuation to the arrival of the transport ship, over an hour had passed. The surviving town garrison would have either fled or tried to commit sabotage. How could such cunning enemies have hidden so deeply? However, he thought again, there was indeed a logical possibility. This was a lake that was neither too big nor too small, and people lived on the opposite shore. Since this town was a special area, the garrison must have controlled the entire lake and conducted security patrols in a feasible way. This was very likely a gunboat that had left the town to perform patrol duties, thus escaping the surprise attack by the Federation Army's Special Operations Unit. The ship crew members either sensed that something was wrong or just happened to be returning, discovered the Federation Army's transport ship, and proceeded to use flares to investigate the enemy situation and launch an attack with their naval guns. At this point, Weiss did not trap himself in annoyance and self-reproach, but calmly assessed the situation. As far as the current situation was concerned, the biggest threat was not the enemy gunboat on the lake, nor the enemy frigate that was still far away, but the inner demon. He knew Major Haylegs had a heavy burden on his shoulders and was under great pressure. He also sensed his hesitation and uncertainty. At this moment, he had to use a mix of soft and hard tactics to force the major to remain calm. He drew his pistol, saying, "Don't worry, I'll deal with the enemy," while his body stood honestly in place, with the muzzle just needing a slight turn to aim at the major. The major looked at the gun in his hand, knowing that this thing was not just for dealing with the enemy. Although out of self-interest, he should do his best to ensure this transport ship could return. In the current situation, he had no way to protect only himself. So, he said to Weiss, "Fine, let's hope our luck isn't too bad. When two enemies meet on a narrow path, the brave one wins." Weiss encouraged, "We must fight bravely, and victory will surely belong to us." Not until Octavie arrived at the command room did Weiss rush to the gun emplacement on the side of the transport ship to join the battle with the ship crew members. With the development of aircraft technology, the threat of combat aircraft has surpassed that of traditional airships, so dedicated transport ships must also be equipped with weapons capable of dealing with enemy aircraft, including autocannons, machine guns, and some light rapid-fire guns. Before coming, Weiss had already learned the weapon configurations and technical parameters of these transport ships in detail. He was very clear about what he could utilize and what he could do now. In his special vision, the gunboat on the lake was not very powerful. Estimated by combat values, it was just one light artillery piece plus 2 or 3 autocannons and machine guns, with about a dozen combat personnel. Perhaps they had already returned before the transport ship arrived and discovered that the town had been occupied. With their limited combat power, they were no match for the attackers, so they chose to observe from the shadows. When they discovered the enemy transport ship had arrived and saw the posture was to rescue important personnel directly from here, they couldn't care about anything else. Weiss called out clear firing parameters. Although the ship crew members didn't know how he determined the target's bearing and distance in this pitch-black night, they still followed his instructions. The autocannons roared with a thumping sound, but after a round of firing, the enemy ship in his special vision showed no damage, which meant their shells had never scored a hit. This large-caliber autocannon, which used clip-fed ammunition, had a theoretical range of over 10,000 feet and was powerful enough to pierce any current aircraft or armored vehicle. Now it seemed that its combat performance had not reached its theoretical optimal level. After using flares to scout the enemy situation, the shells from that Norman gunboat kept coming at a rate of 2 to 3 rounds per minute. Because the distance was too far, their shooting had no accuracy to speak of, but the shells falling into the town became unadulterated murder weapons. Whether preparing to leave or deciding to stay, anyone targeted by these shells could lose their life at any moment. Regarding this, Weiss had no solution. He could only direct the ship crew members to fire while hoping that the remaining target personnel and Special Operations Unit officers and soldiers could board the ship as soon as possible. After a while, Octavie suddenly appeared beside him. "How is the situation?" "We are trying to control the situation," Weiss replied. "The enemy we are facing is not a formidable character, but we cannot afford any mistakes. It would be troublesome if the power or any other system had problems. I'm watching here, don't worry. We have to keep them calm and wait for everyone to board before taking off." Unknowingly, the evacuation operation was nearing its end. Non-combat personnel had all boarded the ship, and some Special Operations Unit officers and soldiers who were guarding the outskirts of the town were rushing in from all directions. The warship began to sway, indicating that its levitation system was running. Fortunately, it did not climb immediately, but left the ground at an extremely slow speed. During this process, the hatch remained open, and Special Operations Unit officers and soldiers kept arriving and boarding the warship. Although the enemy gunboat on the lake could not perform precise aiming and positioning, after firing so many times, it finally scored its first hit. A whistling shell struck the front of the transport ship. A shell of this power would not destroy the main structure of the transport ship, but it was enough to open a hole in the hull, subsequently causing internal equipment damage and casualties. This shell posed almost no threat to the gun emplacement where Weiss was located. He had no time to inspect the damage to their transport ship. With the ground personnel basically on board, the number one threat was the enemy gunboat on the lake, and the second threat was the enemy cruiser constantly approaching from the air. This transport ship soon left the ground and flew towards the other side of the lake according to the original plan. As a result, the distance between them and the enemy surface gunboat that had opened fire began to close. Weiss directed the ship crew members to lower the barrels of the autocannons, while calling out to the gunners of the other autocannons to fire at this target. The ship crew members also realized the target had moved closer and that they could finally beat the opponent up, so they all operated their weapons and fired at the location on the lake where the muzzle flashes were flickering. Before long, Weiss observed that the enemy gunboat began to show damage, and that hateful artillery fire ceased accordingly. Although this short battle did not delay the evacuation time, it caused a psychological shock to everyone here, making the atmosphere extremely tense. Before Weiss could breathe a sigh of relief, he heard the whistling of shells from the sky. He knew that their transport ship was about to enter the range of another enemy ship. That was a real airship, a threat not to be underestimated. Having resolved the threat from the lake, Weiss and Octavie returned to the command room. Major Halegs's expression seemed not very good. Could it be that he had just had some dispute with Octavie? Regardless of any differences in their positions, everyone was in the same boat now. They should work together and hope that no bad luck would occur. Seeing the two enter, Major Halegs stared at Weiss and said somewhat angrily, "The enemy ship arrived faster than we imagined. With your ability, you should have been able to judge that, right?" The answer was affirmative, but Weiss did not admit it. Instead, he defended himself. "I have never received formal training in air units. All my previous judgments were based on a soldier's observation and judgment, but people make mistakes, and I am no exception." The Major seemed very dissatisfied. However, every one of your judgments and decisions concerns the lives of hundreds of people here. Whether it is the target personnel you rescued at a great cost, or our own officers and soldiers, everything hinges on this. Weiss intentionally changed the subject. My eyesight is indeed better than the average person's, and I can see quite far, but the effect is definitely not as good as the best telescope. Regardless of whether that enemy airship is an old vessel or a new one, we will continue to fly forward according to the plan. Once we have gained enough speed and altitude, we will make a circle and fly north, so that the enemy cannot figure out our flight path. This suggestion was objective, but the Major displayed the pride and responsibility of a transport ship commander. All right, you don't need to worry about this. I will be responsible for the situation from now on. Weiss and Octavie looked at each other. What the other party said was reasonable. According to the original plan, once all personnel had boarded the transport ship, the matter should indeed be taken over by the transport ship's commander. However, they did not intend to leave the command room, but continued to stay there and wait and see. Before long, the night sky was illuminated again by the light of a flare, which was clearly fired from that Norman airship. When his naked eyes adapted to this dazzling light, Weiss suddenly discovered wisps of black smoke drifting outside the command room, which made one involuntarily tense up. Immediately following this, an officer came to report that an enemy shell had damaged the fuel tank on the front right side of the transport ship, subsequently causing a fire. The ship crew members were extinguishing the fire, and the problem should not be too serious. The airships of this era, like the surface ships of the industrial age in the history of Earth civilization as Weiss knew it, all belonged to the product of the big gun battleship doctrine. Except for the levitation power part, they were essentially the same. Airships needed to have omnidirectional firing capabilities, and also needed to consider defensive capabilities from all angles. Therefore, fuel tanks capable of exerting a certain defensive effect were also placed between the outer wall and the inner cabin. Fuel tanks being pierced and causing fires was one of the most common situations in battle. The problem could be big or small. In addition to the fire itself, the loss of the transport ship's fuel also posed a certain impact on flight routes and strategic decisions. Chapter 125, The Long Road Ahead. As expected, the fire caused by the hit to the fuel compartment was quickly brought under control, and the black smoke drifting from the bow became less and less. The Federation Army transport ship first flew at a relatively low altitude over the lake, quickly leaving the damaged but unignited enemy surface gunboat far behind. With the propulsion systems running at full capacity, the transport ship flew faster and faster, and the wind howled outside the hatch. As the speed increased, the flight altitude also gradually rose, eventually reaching the expected speed and altitude. According to the original plan, the operation had now entered the final sprint stage, which was also the stage with the greatest uncertainty. Theoretically, there were countless aerial routes back to the Free Federation. They could fly over the Monomolan Mountains, detour to the Frisia Kingdom in the north, or fly across the Edge Sea in the far south. From the perspectives of flight technology, military, and political factors, these routes each had their pros and cons. For example, the Edge Sea in the south had harsh weather, often experiencing storms and cold currents, and mechanical equipment was prone to failure in extreme low-temperature environments. Unless the situation was dire, that remote and distant route would generally not be chosen. Flying over the Monomolan Mountains was a very macroscopic concept. It stretched for thousands of miles from south to north, and at the maximum altitude of the airships, one could fly over this mountain range at any point. During this war, none of the countries surrounding the Monomolan Mountains remained uninvolved. Before a ceasefire agreement was reached, there was no issue of illegal border crossing. However, after those originally neutral countries joined the Norman Empire's war camp, their homeland defense strength had only increased. If the flight route approached these countries' major cities and military bases, interception was highly likely. It should be noted that these countries entered the war late and suffered little attrition on the front lines. Their core strength, especially their most scarce airships, had not suffered significant losses. As for the northern route, it was the path the transport ship had taken to get here. In that direction, it could receive strong support from the Federation Army, but it would require breaking radio silence to allow the Federation fleet to arrive at the precise location at the precise time to provide precise support. Based on all of the above, for the choice of route, both prudence and agility were indispensable. This was a major test for Major Halegs, as well as the ultimate examination of this operation. During the process of the Federation Army transport ship gradually accelerating and gaining altitude, the first enemy frigate to appear followed closely behind. Wherever it passed, it drew a clear smoke trail in the night sky, which meant that it was producing a large amount of smoke while operating at full speed. Judging from various factors, Weiss determined that it was an old-style frigate, likely with 2 or 3 smokestacks, using relatively outdated boilers and steam engines. However, according to conventional logic, star source stone was difficult to obtain, while machines were easy to manufacture. The Normans would not waste precious star source stone on excessively outdated machines. Therefore, old was only a relative concept. It was built either before or in the early stages of the war, so its performance would not be too bad. It just seemed decrepit compared to the new airships designed and built in the middle and late stages of the war, especially regarding some key performance metrics, where there existed an insurmountable technical gap. If the ship Weiss and his team encountered tonight had been a cutting-edge Norman frigate, it would have long since used its speed advantage to catch up, forcing them to land or destroying them directly. Instead, the Norman warship in their sight was not only not fast enough, but its forward firepower was not fierce enough either. It fired intermittently, and most of the shells fell far away, appearing to pose no significant threat. After reaching full speed, Major Halegs gave the order for the first turn. The transport ship traced a horizontal arc at an altitude of several thousand feet. It initially flew in a direction roughly opposite to the front line, and as the arc was completed, it returned to the correct flight path, heading toward the Federation. During this process, the Norman warship finally closed the distance a little, and while closing the distance, it adjusted the attitude of its hull. Finding a fleeting opportunity for less than a minute, it unleashed a dense barrage using its broadside artillery. The artillery fire came toward the transport ship, but it used contact fuses. As long as it did not hit the transport ship, the shells would not detonate in the air but would fall to the ground one after another. Looking at the ground from the transport ship's command room, those falling shells looked like fireworks blooming in the distance, dotting the pitch-black earth. The enemy quickly realized that the negative impact of this combat arrangement was too great, so they switched to time delay fuses, and the shells began to show their power in the air. Some fell behind the transport ship, turning into fireworks blooming in the sky, while others flew past the transport ship and exploded in front. These fireballs did not illuminate the path ahead for the transport ship. After they faded away, the front remained pitch black. During this process, Weiss and Octavie occasionally watched the battle through the portholes or even by walking onto the open observation deck, but they never offered any suggestions or opinions to Major Haylegs. This situation only changed when Weiss saw a second enemy airship through his special vision. After whispering with Octavie, he walked to the Major's side and said in a relatively warm tone, "Major, a new threat has appeared in the northeast. I think it might be another enemy frigate of the same specifications." "Are you sure?" The Major stared at Weiss with a peculiar look, as if saying, "Kid, you really were hiding something, unwilling to show your true talent and ability." Weiss didn't know how to explain, nor did he intend to, instead saying, "I can only speculate, not judge. Right now, all of our fates are tied to this. If we can't shake off the enemy ships, then no one can escape from this place. Perhaps you have some way to ensure you are taken care of, but the others probably won't be so lucky." The Major's words were pointed, and Weiss could certainly hear the subtext. A wave of anger immediately surged in his heart, but at this moment, he could only prioritize the big picture. He glared fiercely at the Major, lowered his head, restrained himself, and walked away silently. He walked expressionlessly through the corridor and arrived at the cabin where the target personnel were housed. He asked the comrades of the Special Operations Unit and soon found the girl acting as the inside contact and her little nephew. To carry out this special mission, the Federation Army had made some special modifications to this transport ship, adding beds and seats in the cargo hold, and facilities for food, water, hygiene, and medical care were all fully equipped. The little boy was placed on a secured cot, originally huddled in the blanket, but his eyes lit up the moment he saw Weiss. Although they were not close, he knew in his heart that his uncle was the only person among these hundreds of people who was related to him. He stared at Weiss, and as soon as Weiss crouched down in front of him, he scrambled up. "Don't be afraid, it's okay." Weiss tried to make his smile look as kind as possible. The little boy had certainly never seen such a scene, but he was not frightened out of his wits. Instead, he blinked and said, "I'm not afraid, just a little worried." Weiss patted his head. "Kemp, who gave you that name?" "It was my father. Who is your brother?" The little boy replied with an adult-like tone. "Oh, what is the meaning of this name?" "Dad told me it's the name of a very prestigious historical figure, an idol he worships." "What? You've never heard of him?" The memories Weiss had acquired from the original body were intermittent and incomplete. During his time at Baston Military Academy and his subsequent military career, he had crammed a lot of history knowledge. He knew that in the history of Ulst, there had been several famous people named Kemp, at least 2 were outstanding generals, as well as politicians and thinkers. He was not sure which one was Ze's idol, so he skipped the topic and looked at the boy's tender cheeks. "You really look a lot like him." The little boy immediately retorted, "No, I look more like Mom. Everyone says I look just like Mom did when she was little." "That's because they haven't seen what your father looked like when he was little." Although Weiss hadn't seen it either, he had seen those photos in Ze's room. The photos were from a long time ago, and the photography technology at that time wasn't very good, so they were already very blurry. He didn't say this with much confidence. To a certain extent, it was his own imagination and speculation, but the little boy clearly believed it. He asked eagerly, "Really? Do I really look like my father when he was little?" "When you see your grandfather and grandmother, they will tell you. They will take out photos of your father when he was little to show you. Life is so magical. Continuing from one generation to the next. Perhaps it was the instinct brought by blood, or perhaps the changes caused by the environment, but the little boy was no longer so resistant to Weiss. He leaned against Weiss, lowered his head, and said, "I miss Mom. Why didn't they come with us? Would you treat her badly?" This was something difficult to explain in a few words. Weiss said, "Everyone has a deep attachment to their parents, so your mother prefers to stay by her parents' side. But for you, she has higher expectations. She hopes you can become as excellent a person as your father, so she would rather temporarily sacrifice her feelings and let you follow me back to the place where your father was born. We will definitely not let her down. I believe that when you grow up a bit, we will return here. They will be here waiting for you, I believe that." The little boy was only 8 or 9 years old. Telling him too much was something he couldn't grasp for the moment, but after this conversation, he seemed to have some concept of his future. He asked if Weiss would stay by his side all the time. Weiss replied that once they returned to his father's hometown, he would accompany him as much as possible, along with other members of the family, of course. As for now, if there was nothing special, he could stay by his side and protect him at all times. At this point, the little boy showed a satisfied expression. If he could, Weiss wished he would wake up already inside Federation territory. In that case, this 1,000-mile expedition would have reached a perfect conclusion without any danger. Unfortunately, reality is always this cruel. He leaned against the camp bed where his little nephew was sleeping and dozed off. His sleep was light, and he heard the whistling of artillery fire and the roar of explosions from time to time. The transport ship was filled with the rumbling of machinery. Fortunately, the various machines and equipment on board did not fail despite continuous full-load operation. He didn't know how much time had passed when he suddenly heard a familiar roar. He quickly opened his eyes and looked out through the porthole. The sky was gradually brightening, and the world outside the porthole was so clear and bright. If it weren't for this fierce chase, Weiss's little nephew Kemp could have observed the world from this unique perspective. But now, the vicious Norman warship had not been shaken off, and now, hard-to-drive-away Norman warplanes had arrived as well. These biplanes flew and darted nearby. Their silhouettes were similar to the Federation Army's warplanes. They appeared to have wooden or steel frames, covered with cloth or metal skin, relying on the propulsion generated by engines driving propellers, and flying through aerodynamic principles. Early aircraft could not keep up with this transport ship at all. Under the stimulus of war, in just 2 short years, flight technology had made rapid progress. These biplanes could not only easily catch up but also launch attacks with ease. In the heartland of the Norman Empire, air defense pressure should theoretically not be high, because the Federation Army rarely launched bombing raids on targets within the Norman Empire, especially those far from the front lines. The primary reason was that they had always been struggling to compete for air superiority on the battlefield, having neither the energy nor the strength to attack targets deep in the enemy's rear. The second reason was that the development of air warfare doctrine had not yet correctly recognized the model and value of strategic bombing, and the vast majority of people did not realize what kind of effects strategic bombing could achieve. Before launching this special expedition, Weiss and his team had actually anticipated the possibility of encountering enemy warplanes within the Norman Empire. These aircraft came from the Norman Army's homeland garrison units, as well as those aviation training schools located on the mainland. Regardless of which type they were primarily focused on defense and interception, unlike the Federation Army's air units, which were highly aggressive. The sight of these Norman warplanes buzzing around like bees, yet failing to cause much trouble for this transport ship, confirmed this judgment. Although light airborne weapons could not pose a fatal threat to airships, as time passed, the enemy seemed to gradually find the knack for attacking. More and more bullets hit the outer wall of the transport ship. If it weren't for the fact that the military transport ship's hull was made of steel and thin armor steel was installed on important parts, it would have long since turned into a sieve under such attacks. However, bullets could still cause casualties and equipment damage in those open-air combat stations and non-critical areas. The cabin specifically used to accommodate personnel was protected by the double-layered steel plates of the fuel tank. Weiss and his little nephew were not directly threatened by enemy bullets, but if this transport ship went down, their fate would be no better. As Weiss was hesitating, the ship's broadcast sounded, a hurried voice, attention everyone, we are under enemy attack. There are casualties at the gun positions, and we need emergency support. Those who can operate machine guns and autocannons, please head to the gun positions immediately. The comrades of the Special Operations Unit were adept at handling all kinds of basic weapons and equipment, and machine guns and autocannons were naturally not a problem. Weiss looked at his little nephew, who had awakened from his short rest and was lying on the bed with his eyes open. This little boy had obviously never experienced combat and appeared very uneasy in this tense atmosphere. Weiss touched his forehead and said to him, "You stay here, don't go anywhere, I'll be back in a while." "Are you going to fight?" the little boy asked in his childish but clear voice. "Yes, we are under attack, and the enemy doesn't want us to leave," Weiss replied. "Why is the Norman Empire your enemy?" "I was born here, grew up eating the food here, and my mother is a Norman." When little Kemp said this, he didn't show obvious hostility, but a simple confusion. Weiss thought for a moment, every country has good people and bad people, and the Norman Empire is no exception. Good people raised you, while bad people want to conquer the world and enslave other countries and nations. This is wrong. The Federation's war against the Norman Empire is the struggle of those who do not wish to be conquered or enslaved. Can you understand? The little boy looked bewildered. "Don't worry. I am a good person, we are all good people. We won't intentionally kill innocent people, and we won't deprive others of the right to enjoy freedom. As soon as this war ends, I will leave the army, return to my hometown, and live a life without killing with you all. Believe that after the war stops, your mother and your sister will also live such a peaceful and harmonious life." After saying this, Weiss apologized to the girl who was acting as the insider and asked her to continue looking after his little nephew. The girl had not joined the Special Operations Unit or taken on a medical role, so she could continue to stay here and help. Weiss was somewhat curious about her presence, but now was clearly not the time to ask about it. Just as he was preparing to leave, the broadcast sounded again. This time, it was the voice of Octavie, which sounded as clear as crystal, yet possessed the hard texture of crystal as well. "All officers and soldiers of the Special Operations Unit, I am your commander, Colonel Grumman. Thank you for everything you have sacrificed for the country. Now, we have embarked on our return journey, but as you can see, trouble is endless. The enemy's aircraft are attacking us, and the battle is very difficult. I hope every one of you will join this crucial battle, head to various gun positions, or fight with the weapons in your hands." This tone sounded like a final battle mobilization. Weiss was concerned about the overall situation and worried that they might make the wrong decision, so he headed to the command room. When he was about to arrive, Octavie came towards him. Where are you going? Weiss spoke first. Octavie did not answer, but instead said, 3 enemy ships, dozens of enemy aircraft, the situation is very bad. Do you have any solutions? Weiss's special skill was not a lightning storm, and in a situation where the cards were almost on the table, besides fighting like an ordinary soldier, what else could he do? Seeing Weiss shake his head, Octavie seemed a little disappointed, but she also knew that Weiss would not intentionally shirk his duties in front of her due to certain emotions. Sorry, I left for a while to calm my emotions and incidentally took care of my little nephew, Weiss confessed truthfully, and then asked, what has happened in the last 2+ hours? Where are we flying? Which route have we chosen? Octavie briefly told him that the transport ship was preparing to fly over the Monomolan Mountains and head straight to Lorraine. At this time, it was still about 6 hours of flight time to the Monomolan Mountains, and they could fly over those rolling snowy mountains by noon. Given the current state, Octavie felt that it was unlikely for the enemy to pursue across the border. Even if they persistently chased across the Monomolan Mountains, the Federation Army, which held a military advantage on the Western Front, could teach them a lesson. I want you to go to the starboard side to command the battle, and I will go to the port side. The Major will personally command the battle above the deck, Octavie said. Good luck. Weiss said. Good luck. Octavie smiled at him. The two parted ways, each guarding one side. Weiss had previously witnessed the scene of Federation Army flight formations attacking a Norman warship. By comparison, the attacks of these Norman warplanes seemed disorganized. They had neither the superb flying skills of cormorants fishing nor the tacit understanding of wild geese flying in a flock. They fought on their own, like flies buzzing around, almost colliding with each other. They used machine guns as their main weapons to attack the transport ship, mostly flying level or at small angles, firing hastily as soon as their nose was aimed at the target, so their attack efficiency was mediocre. It was precisely because the enemy aircraft's attacks lacked method that the ship crew members on the transport ship and the officers and soldiers of the Special Operations Unit supporting them were able to hold on for so long with a small amount of defensive weapons. Under Octavie's command, the Special Operations Unit directly engaged in battle. The comrades fired at the enemy aircraft with their carried weapons. But this was different from the crazy and fearless act of shooting at a warship with a rifle. In fact, when dealing with enemy aircraft, especially when they were not fast enough, not structurally strong enough, and not fierce enough in firepower, soldiers could still use the machine guns, rifles, and even pistols in their hands to exert some lethality. This is also a major reason why aircraft are easily shot down on the battlefield, while the strategic deterrent power of airships has not rapidly declined with the decline in their status. Weiss's special skill did not actually have much effect on such a battle. Shooting at fast-moving targets with machine guns and autocannons tests one's judgment of the target's moving speed and trajectory, and the grasp of shooting state and timing. It has little to do with field of vision. Of course, thanks to the gunnery skills honed during his time at Baston Military Academy, Weiss's utility as a fire commander was still better than that of ordinary sergeants and soldiers. He went back and forth between several gun positions to check everyone's combat status and adjusted their observation, aiming, and firing rhythm. Some gun positions had their original ship crew members killed or injured, and were completely replaced by comrades from the Special Operations Unit, while others were still primarily manned by ship crew members. Regardless of the situation, no one was slack or cowardly, but instead, they threw their heart and soul into this fierce battle. As time passed, enemy aircraft came in waves and left in waves. A dozen or so were shot down, but they still came one after another, fearless. Their shooting accuracy and intensity were limited, but with the high number of attacks, the casualties and damage caused were continuously accumulating. On the starboard side where Weiss was, batches of combatants fell, and the consumption of ammunition was astonishing. After about an hour, a short gap in the battle finally appeared. Officers came to report one after another that not only had the carried ammunition been used up, but the ammunition stored on the transport ship was also running low. A comrade handed over a canteen. Only then did Weiss realize that his throat was already parched. He took 2 big gulps and poured a little on his face to wipe it, feeling much more clear-headed. The frenzy of battle had made him immerse himself in it for a while, unable to extricate himself. At this moment, he remembered that he shouldn't be limited to this kind of fighting but should consider the overall situation, judge the circumstances, and put forward suggestions. He told everyone to seize the time to treat the wounded, prepare ammunition, and get ready to continue fighting the enemy. He rushed to the transport ship's command room without hesitation. When he arrived, Octavie had just arrived as well. They looked at each other, and the latter proposed to the major, "Casualties are heavy, consumption is high, I don't know how long we can hold on. Should we continue on this path? Perhaps we should turn south, where the enemy's defensive forces are weaker. We can fly across the edge sea, taking a chance is better than being worn down to death by the enemy here, right?" The major replied, "We are about 5 hours away from the Monomolan Mountains. Most of the enemy's air power is deployed in the north, and some are deployed in the Monomolan Mountains. What we encountered before was likely the force deployed in the enemy's capital defense circle, and now we have left their defense range. If our luck isn't bad, we will encounter at most 2 to 3 more waves of enemy attacks." Octavie frowned and said, "That is under the condition of good luck. If we are unlucky, 4, 5, 6 waves, or even more, can we hold out? Even if we can ignore the consumption of ammunition, casualties, and the invisible and intangible luck, can this transport ship last until then?" Weiss did not rush to intervene in their dispute, but instead thought about why they were in such a difficult situation now. According to the original plan, this was almost the worst-case scenario, the worst result among all foreseeable situations. Was everything just a coincidence? Chapter 127, If you can't afford to provoke them, hide from them. Why must we pass through enemy airspace during the day? Weiss's voice interrupted the argument between Octavie and Major Haggrace, and they, along with several surrounding officers, immediately turned their gazes toward him. After thinking for a moment, although Weiss still had many unanswered questions, he had realized one thing: if they continued like this, no matter which route they took, they would be dragged down by the enemy until they were exhausted, eventually leading to failure. According to the original plan. No, that's exactly where the problem lies. There is a major issue with the original plan. We cannot continue to execute it. The Major had just started speaking when he was interrupted by Weiss in a very impolite manner. His face darkened, but because the matter was of great importance, he had to listen patiently to what Weiss had to say next. Flying in enemy territory during the day makes us too obvious a target. Enemy airships and planes can spot us from a great distance and then swarm us. If it were night, this situation would almost never happen. Weiss said concisely. If possible, we would of course prefer to cross enemy airspace at night, just like we did when we came. But the problem is, how can we do that now? The Major retorted urgently. Although the enemy planes had not arrived for the moment, the enemy airships were still following behind like shadows. This Federation Army transport ship did not have a clear advantage in absolute speed, making it difficult to completely shake off these pursuers. It's not entirely without a chance. Weiss led everyone to a large map hanging on the wall of the command room. This map focused on the geography of the Norman Empire, and a close inspection of the details revealed that it was not a standard print. In fact, this map originated from intelligence channels, and whether before or during the war, it was almost impossible to find a decent map of the Norman Empire within the Federation. Of course, the situation was likely the same in the Norman Empire. If people wanted to travel within their own country, the tourist guides obtained from bookstores or post offices were merely simplified route diagrams, which could not even fully reflect the geographical contours of any given place. Standing in front of the map, Weiss pointed to their destination, the Monomolan Mountains, which looked like a white wall, and said, "We are still 4 or 5 hours away from the Monomolan Mountains. That is enough time for the enemy to organize multiple aerial interceptions, especially in the areas near the mountains. The enemy's resistance will certainly be very fierce, and we may even be ambushed by enemy ground anti-aircraft fire. Given the structure and defensive capabilities of this transport ship, I think the chances of safely crossing this area are too slim. So, gentlemen, since the road ahead is difficult to pass, we must adapt. We need to find a place to hide during the day and wait until night to continue our journey." Undoubtedly, Weiss's suggestion was logically sound, but as Major Haggrace had just mentioned, how could they shake off the pursuers? Regarding this doubt, Weiss immediately explained, "My suggestion is to turn south, letting the enemy think we are heading to the Edge Sea, but in reality, we won't go that far. Here, this is the southern mountainous region of the Norman Empire, where the terrain is the most complex. We will lower our altitude and weave through the mountains, using the terrain to interfere with the tracker's line of sight. Then, we find a suitable place to make a sharp turn. Just twice, and we can shake off the enemy, then dive into the valleys to hide. Gentlemen, this area is vast. As long as the plan is properly executed and with the Major's command ability, hiding shouldn't be a problem. When night falls, we fly south for a distance, then head east, and then north. We can avoid the enemy's search and tracking, cross the Monomolan Mountains, and return to the Federation." "What you're describing is indeed a way out," Major Haggrace responded first. "Theoretically, it's almost perfect, but in reality, there are many uncertainties and even crises. Many details could lead to our total failure. For example, you are hoping that we can use the terrain to shake off the pursuers, but for our transport ship to maneuver through the mountains is inherently high difficulty and high risk. To ensure safety, we must reduce speed. However, if we reduce speed, it will be difficult to avoid the enemy's tracking, and we might even be caught up and destroyed by enemy fire. In other words, we must maneuver flexibly through these mountains like a skier, avoiding peaks and obstacles while making sure the enemy cannot keep up with our rhythm. How can that be easy? Finally, we also need to find a suitable hiding spot. But we have not conducted any prior reconnaissance of this area, nor do we have any reliable intelligence sources. I am worried that after we hide, we will be discovered by the enemy, and all our efforts will be in vain." Hearing the Major's analysis and concerns, Weiss nodded repeatedly. These were indeed points that needed to be considered. Being able to think of so much proved that this Air Force commander was indeed a capable hand. After he finished speaking, Weiss replied unhurriedly, "You are right, these are objective circumstances. However, there is really no better way at the moment. Besides, don't we still have an inside contact? Perhaps she knows something about these places." "Sorry, Long, I'm afraid that hope will be dashed," Octavie interjected. "Although that lady has provided us with a lot of help using her identity, her influence is limited to Gusty and the eastern part of the Norman Empire. As for the terrain and landforms in the south, I estimate she won't be able to help much." Due to the need for confidentiality, Octavie did not explain the girl's identity and background too clearly, but by this point, Weiss already understood what she meant and had to abandon this line of thought, looking for a way out from other aspects. As everyone was discussing, the ship crew member responsible for lookout duty suddenly shouted a warning that enemy planes had been spotted in the north, about 40 of them. "Prepare for combat." The Major ordered immediately. The enemy aircraft arrived one after another. In just over an hour, more than 200 had come, which far exceeded Weiss's initial estimation. Facts do not lie, the Normans were able to dispatch such a scale of combat aircraft in a short time, meaning their total inventory was likely 10, or even 15 to 20 times that. With such powerful air power, were it not for certain political reasons, they would still have the strength to continue fighting this war. Weiss's divergent thinking led him to ponder why the Normans would deploy such a massive air force in the hinterland, which was rarely threatened by the Federation army. Could it be that the internal strife of the enemy was not subsiding as the outside world speculated, but rather surging with undercurrents, forcing those in power to deploy reliable military forces at various vital points within the country to deter those who opposed them? For the Federation officers and soldiers on the front line, this meant the pressure of confronting the Norman army was reduced, but for the Special Operations Unit on a mission behind enemy lines and the crew on this transport ship, this was definitely not good news. In the next few hours, they would encounter even more enemies. Because of the incoming enemy planes, Weiss and Octavie returned to their respective combat posts. If these Norman fighters were equipped with aerial bombs, this transport ship would be destroyed in a few minutes. Fortunately, these swarming enemy fighters were still of the interception type, which meant that the current primary positioning of the Norman fighter force was still to deal with the Federation Army's combat aircraft, while the Federation Army's airships continued to be handled by the Norman fleet. This was a strategy similar to Tian's horse racing, and it was also a strategic deployment that conformed to the technical characteristics of both sides. In their line of sight, those dark-painted biplanes dived in distinct formations. They seemed more aggressive than their previous companions, and their flying skills appeared to be a notch higher. They locked onto the transport ship's main firepower output points, the anti-aircraft gun positions on both sides, and launched attacks. To aim more accurately, they got very close. Weiss could even see the young faces of those Norman pilots, and those vibrant faces in the cockpit reminded him of the first time he rode on a plane piloted by Nicola, the bumpy journey all the way from the military academy in Baston back to Lorraine. Thinking back, what a wonderful journey that was. The equally young Norman pilots flew past in their War Eagles. After each strafing run, they circled and regrouped in the air, looking for opportunities again. After repeated exchanges of fire, the ship crew member on this Federation transport ship and the comrades of the Special Operations Unit were also constantly accumulating and absorbing anti-aircraft combat experience. They were becoming more and more able to keep their cool, waiting until the enemy planes got close before firing in unison, thereby saving ammunition and improving combat efficiency. This intense engagement lasted about 20 minutes. 3 of the 40 enemy planes were shot down, and the rest flew away in groups just like they had come. The transport ship not only had hundreds more bullet holes, but also suffered dozens of casualties among the combat personnel, although the enemy's bullets still failed to penetrate the thick bulkheads of the transport ship and destroy important internal facilities. Just as this wave of air raids ended, not even 3 or 5 minutes later, a dozen more Norman planes arrived. These dozen were not here to throw their lives away. They swept over the transport ship, and Weiss clearly saw round, black bombs hanging under their bellies. This was not good. Judging from the destructive power of these bombs, just one could severely damage the transport ship. Once damaged, all plans and expectations would be reduced to zero. Those are enemy attack aircraft. We must do our best. Don't let them get close. Weiss loudly reminded the combat personnel. Because they were carrying bombs, the speed of these Norman planes was much slower than the previous fighters. When they circled in the air to adjust, their posture also appeared quite clumsy. Before they could launch their first official attack, one had already been hit by the fire from the transport ship and fell like a bird with a broken wing. However, the sudden death of their companion did not make the other Norman pilots give up the fight. They quickly dived down from directly in front or directly behind the transport ship for a slender airship. The most suitable way to drop bombs was to dive along its longitudinal axis and aim at a suitable position to drop the bomb. This not only ensured the probability of a hit but also allowed the potential energy to be converted into kinetic energy. Weiss hurriedly used the ship's communication phone to remind the major that they must implement aerial maneuvers to deal with these bomb-carrying enemy planes. The major coldly replied, "I know," and then cut off the communication. Almost at the same time, the transport ship tilted and vibrated slightly due to an emergency turn. Compared to a cruiser and a frigate, its maneuverability was not outstanding, but the all-out turn still allowed it to narrowly avoid the first bomb dropped by the enemy plane. That black object fell almost grazing the starboard side, and everyone who witnessed this scene broke out in a cold sweat. "Damn it, this is like the enemy's bombing practice," Weiss muttered. Besides continuing to direct the shooting, there was nothing else he could do. A moment later, the transport ship made a sharp reverse turn, moving in an S shape in the air. This increased the difficulty of the enemy's bombing accuracy, but at the same time, it also reduced the relative airspeed. The 3 enemy ships following behind took the opportunity to close the distance a bit more, making it increasingly difficult to shake them off. Having finally survived this wave of attacks, all the combat personnel finally waited for a lull in the fighting of unpredictable duration. Weiss and Octavie returned to the command room in unison. After the recent battle, Major Hagrace had clearly made up his mind. He looked at Weiss and said, "All right, Mr. Klemperhesen, we have no other way. We have no choice but to adjust according to your plan." Weiss did not give the major a hard time because of the previous unpleasantness. He tactfully offered a compliment so that this airship commander would muster up full fighting spirit. "Major, we believe that you can definitely lead us out of this desperate situation. You are, after all, the most outstanding transport ship commander in the Federation Army." Chapter 128, Overcoming Hardness with Softness. Since he had decided to adopt Weiss's suggestion, Major Hargreaves quickly put it into action. The transport ship turned south, leaving a long, grayish-black arc in the clouds. The coal-fired boilers, running at full capacity, produced a large amount of incompletely burned soot, which formed long-lasting suspended particles upon encountering the cold air. In this state, even if the transport ship had the chance to hide in the clouds, the enemy could still track its whereabouts through the long smoke trail. More than 10 minutes after the turn, swarms of enemy combat aircraft appeared on the horizon, but this time the situation was peculiar. They chased for a while, and just as they were about to catch up, they unexpectedly gave up halfway and withdrew on their own. Following normal logic, these aircraft should have come from a distant airfield. During their pursuit of the transport ship, they would have consumed more than half of their fuel, and if they forced an attack, the remaining fuel would not be enough to support their flight back to the departure airfield. However, this seemingly reasonable logic had a serious flaw. This was the Norman Empire's home territory. Even if the Normans' aircraft ran out of fuel, they could find a nearby airfield, or at the very least, find flat grass or roads to land on. The only thing that could explain this contradiction was that these combat aircraft could not land at other airfields or bases while executing their combat mission. If a misplacement occurred, it might trigger some kind of irreconcilable friction in Weiss's cognitive framework. The rivalry between the horse-leg and horse-dung factions of the Eastern Island nation, and the Goering disaster of the Third Reich were vivid examples, and they, just like the Norman Empire, were highly centralized military states. Regardless, the transport ship turned south and narrowly dodged a wave of attacks. The previous gloom seemed to dissipate along with it. In the next 2+ hours, they surprisingly only suffered 2 waves of air raids, and the enemy combat aircraft committed to the attacks did not exceed 30 each time. Under such circumstances, the combat personnel used the little ammunition they had left to arduously withstand the enemy's attacks, preventing the transport ship from sustaining further damage during the breakout. After entering the mountainous region in the south of the Norman Empire, the Normans' aircraft completely disappeared from view. Without the threat of enemy air raids, the comrades of the Special Operations Unit could take turns resting after helping move ammunition and tending to the wounded. There was no need for both Octavie and Weiss to stay in the command room. After discussing it, they decided that Octavie would rest first and return in an hour to relieve Weiss. The military deployment in the southern part of the Norman Empire was weaker than in the north, which had been anticipated beforehand. Not long after, one of the 3 pursuing enemy airships seemed to withdraw from the pursuit due to mechanical failure. With such benefits from turning south, the Major's attitude toward Weiss underwent some subtle changes. Taking advantage of Octavie's absence, he said with a half-smile that if Weiss could join the Air Force, he would become a rising star among the generals, because his skills were something others did not possess, and the composure, calmness, and first-class judgment he displayed on the battlefield were superior to many active-duty warship commanders. Weiss did not hold a grudge, but he did not give the other party a pleasant look either. He asked coldly, "Are you trying to poach me?" "No, of course not," the Major quickly defended himself. "I am just making a recommendation, out of public interest, feeling that you would be better able to showcase your talents in the Air Force, that is all. In fact, I intend to retire after the war ends and return to my hometown, Lorraine, to do something meaningful, rather than spending all day with these machines used for killing." Weiss frankly expressed his disgust for war machines. The Major seemed to understand his state of mind well. He said almost without hesitation, "Yes. After staying in the army for a long time, the brain is full of nothing but combat and training. It really is quite monotonous when you think about it. If one could live the life of an ordinary person, that would be a good choice too. Unfortunately, not everyone has that kind of courage and determination." Since this was a case of unrequited interest, there was no point in saying more, and the topic ended there. The Major continued to focus his main energy on flight command, which was indeed a job that tested technique and experience. It wasn't just the officers and ship crew member in the command room. Personnel from the external observation deck and the bow observation room also joined in, cooperating and working together like brain cells. During this time, Weiss, who remained in the command room, was a competent helper. He studied the marked data representing terrain and topography in front of the large map in the command room, identifying theoretically feasible areas for reference by the Major and his professional aviation officers, who would then make judgments and adjustments based on the observed situation. Finally, they selected a mountain peak with an altitude of nearly 10,000 feet as the first tactical turning point to shake off their pursuers. This towering mountain did not exist in isolation. It was surrounded by a host of other peaks, forming an irregular lotus shape. Under the Major's command, the transport ship flew at full speed toward the mountain that soared into the clouds. Its course cut almost directly across the ridge, and once it had flown past the shadow of the mountains, it suddenly turned, disappearing from the enemy's line of sight in the blink of an eye. This move, of course, was not enough to shake off the enemy's pursuit. Next, the transport ship quickly reduced its flight altitude and entered the mountains surrounding the peak. The Major continuously issued commands to turn or adjust flight altitude, and this Federation Army transport ship became like a well-trained falcon, repeatedly flying past the precipitous mountainsides, grazing them. After flying through twists and turns for a distance, a deep and wide river valley appeared ahead. The Major made a prompt decision, ordering the transport ship to continue descending and hide its figure within this valley, and also ordered all boilers to stop adding coal, switching instead to diesel engines to power the levitation equipment and horizontal thrusters. As a result, the transport ship's speed dropped sharply, which differed from the full-speed advance Weiss and his team had originally planned, but considering the surrounding terrain, Weiss knew this was an adjustment the Major had made relying on his excellent command skills. The transport ship's speed became slower and slower. Once it slowed to a certain degree, its flight attitude stabilized again. At this point, the smoke emitted from the chimneys was only about 1/10 of what it was when the boilers were running at full capacity. which was very helpful for avoiding the enemy's view. Flying along the river valley for about 20 li, the transport ship turned into another narrower river valley at a fork. During the turn, the hull almost touched the earthen cliff on the right, but the major remained as steady as ever. The transport ship flew lower and lower, almost skimming the surface of the river. This state meant high concealment, but it was also a huge risk. If the enemy saw through its hiding route and pursued directly from high altitude, they could use their ship guns to launch a ruthless attack on the transport ship flying close to the ground, and the accuracy of direct cannon fire was not something that could be compared to aerial bombs dropped by rookie pilots. After flying along the second river valley for more than 10 li, the major commanded the transport ship to leap out of the low-lying river valley and pass between several steep mountain peaks. During this time, Weiss specifically went to the open-air observation deck above the command room. The two enemy warships had completely disappeared from sight. Clearly, the enemy had lacked expectations for this transport ship's bold route. At first, the towering mountains blocked their view, and after bypassing the mountains, they found the target had already burrowed into the mountain range. Of course, the Normans would not foolishly follow the Federation Army transport ship into the valley, as that would actually make it very easy to lose the target. Under normal circumstances, they only needed to maintain their original course and altitude and wait for an opportunity in the air. Once the target reappeared, even if the distance had been increased, they could continue to follow behind, use the radio to report its position to friendly forces, and have higher-ranking commanders adjust deployment accordingly as long as it was still within the Norman Empire. It could not escape the fate of a rat in a cage or a turtle in a jar. When the transport ship left this giant forest of overlapping mountains, Weiss looked back again. With the naked eye, the traces of the enemy warships could no longer be seen, but in his special vision, the two Norman frigates were clearly identifiable, which meant they had not been completely shaken off. Compared to the combat aircraft, whose tactics were not yet mature enough, the Normans were much more seasoned in the use of airships. One of these two Norman warships guarded a commanding height of nearly 20,000 feet, overlooking this mountainous and water-filled area, while one cruised at an altitude of about 3,000 feet above the ground. Moreover, the lateral positions of the two warships were intentionally staggered. As long as the target was still there, it wouldn't be long before they locked onto it again. Having ascertained the enemy versus us situation, Weiss quickly returned to the command room and suggested to the major that the transport ship continue to fly at low speed powered by diesel engines to avoid attracting the enemy's attention due to the smoke generated by the boilers running. But the major told him with a depressed face that he had already issued the command to advance at full speed according to the previous plan, and the stokers had long since shoveled new coal into the boilers. There was no way to reverse this process at this moment. Upon hearing this, Weiss hurried back to the open-air observation deck above the command room. Sure enough, thick smoke was spewing from the transport ship's chimneys. Looking at the enemy frigates in the distance, the two enemy ships did not change at first, but a few minutes later, the one occupying the commanding height adjusted its course first, and immediately after, the one at the lower flight altitude also turned to a state consistent with the transport ship's withdrawal direction. The two hateful hounds had begun their pursuit of the prey again. What a pity! Weiss punched the railing. Although he had previously considered shaking off the enemy through 2 rounds of hide and seek, a chance to deliver the final blow had been wasted just like that. Not long after, Octavie came to relieve Weiss's shift. Although Weiss did not like to complain, in order to avoid repeating the same mistake, he still vented to this heroine who was both a teacher and a friend. You have already done very well, Octavie comforted him. Because of this small oversight, we did indeed consume some extra time and fuel, but as long as the final result is as we wish, what does it matter if we pay this small price? Weiss nodded. Continuous work had left him feeling exhausted, and combined with some worry that his little nephew would feel anxious and uneasy in an unfamiliar environment, he said no more and went straight back to the previous cabin, seeing the little boy listening intently to the young woman. He observed secretly for a while. She seemed to be telling him some kind of story, gesturing with her hands from time to time. The little boy was listening almost the entire time, only occasionally asking a question or two. He looked very well behaved. In a moment, Weiss walked over unhurriedly. What are you two chatting about? The little boy put away the ignorant and cute expression he had just had and faced his newly recognized uncle with an expression like a little adult. Ancient legends, the young woman replied. In a certain special era, people did not distinguish by race or class, they were equal to each other, helped each other, and fought together against all kinds of terrifying creatures. That was a dangerous era, but also a beautiful one. Perhaps in a few thousand years, people will welcome an age without race or class distinctions again. Oh, you, telling him these things. Weiss shook his head, the implication being, how could a child understand such profound topics? The young woman asked in return, shouldn't the tenets of peace and love be cultivated from a young age? Weiss was taken aback for a moment and revealed an awkward smile. Out of curiosity, he asked, are you a teacher? A philosophy teacher, the young woman answered very seriously. Upon hearing this profession, the way Weiss looked at this young woman immediately became respectful. In his view, philosophy was even more profound than ancient legends, or perhaps brain-burning. There was a joking saying that those who could learn philosophy well were either geniuses or crazy, and he didn't know which category this hidden gem of a young woman before him fell into. Chapter 129, The Road Home. Ah, are you hurt? The girl asked, pointing to Weiss's shoulder. For an officer like Weiss, who was constantly on the front lines of battle, getting injured was practically a daily occurrence. He couldn't even remember how many scars he had accumulated since the war began. While the girl was surprised, he thought nothing of it. There was a tear in the shoulder of his military uniform where a bullet had grazed him. Because it was stained with blood, it looked painful, but in reality, the bullet had only broken the skin, and in this kind of weather, it would heal on its own even without treatment. It's nothing, really. Just a scratch. But you promised that this mission would only be carried out when there was absolute certainty of success. I believed you could do it. Regardless of the current situation, please ensure the safety of everyone here. There was a hint of complaint in the girl's words, making Weiss feel quite awkward. Most combat operation plans were flawless on paper, but upon execution, various unexpected situations would arise, and the projected circumstances would prove to be far from reality. Therefore, most plans ended up riddled with loopholes, and victory or defeat depended on which side made fewer mistakes. Objectively speaking, this operation led by the Special Operations Unit was full of imagination and was relatively reliable during execution. At the very least, up to this point, they had kept the operation moving along the main objective through constant course corrections. Everything looked bad, yet everything wasn't too bad. After gathering his thoughts, Weiss explained in a somewhat literary way that he wasn't accustomed to. War is like a boxing match, it is precisely because of its many unpredictabilities that it is full of charm, causing many people to become addicted to it, unable to extricate themselves. For those who love peace and crave peace, the uncertainty of war is like a beast hidden in the jungle, unless absolutely necessary, they would stay far away from it. The girl could understand these words, but the little boy looked completely confused. Weiss gently pinched his pudding-soft cheek. Don't worry, it'll be fine. In a couple of days, it'll be better. After tonight, we'll be home, and we'll be able to live a peaceful and happy life. The little boy scrambled up and gave up the cot he had been sleeping on. I've rested enough, you lie down for a while. This childish yet sensible voice allowed Weiss's once ice-cold heart to find a glimmer of comfort. Although it was only a glimmer, it felt like life had gained a splash of color. This feeling had not appeared for a long time, ever since he had suddenly parted from his sister and traveled alone to this era. Here, whether it was the friendship with Nicola, the affection for the Lord and Lady and his sister Bella, or even the complex relationship with Zee, it was qualitatively different from this current feeling. Weiss had wanted to give the bed to the girl, but the two of them were snuggled together, sitting to one side, and they looked quite harmonious. So, he lay down and turned to the little boy. I make strange noises when I sleep, so don't make fun of me. Like my dad snoring when he sleeps. The little boy asked innocently. Ah, there are similarities and differences, after all, everyone is a unique individual. Our philosophy teacher here should be able to explain that to you in detail. The girl looked at Weiss, using silence to express her attitude toward this suggestion. In just a moment, Weiss drifted off to sleep. In his dream, he seemed to hear Zee saying to him, seeing him is like seeing me, he is my continuation in this world. Please take good care of him for me, let him grow up without worries, and don't let him have too many burdens or desires. That goes without saying. Weiss replied in his dream. War has already made us lose so much, only by forgetting the desires in our hearts can we better enjoy the beauty of life. In the dream, he talked to Zee a lot, but in a flash, these things were erased from his memory, and nothing remained. He lingered in his sleep for a long time, wanting to wake up several times, but was pulled back by a deep sense of fatigue. By the time he finally woke up, he noticed that the light around him was a bit different. The girl was still there, and the little boy was too, but outside the porthole, it was pitch black. Is it dark? Weiss asked in surprise. Yes, you slept for a long time, the girl replied. Snore, snore, snoring when you sleep, it's so funny, the little boy imitated vividly. It was actually dark. Weiss sighed inwardly. Dark meant that this transport ship had passed the most dangerous period. The enemy's attempts to surround and intercept during the day had been ineffective, and at night, with Weiss's special abilities, avoiding enemy searches would be much easier. The probability of successfully escaping the enemy's encirclement and interception jumped from 20 to 30% during the day to 70 to 80%, or even higher. Having slept for most of the afternoon, Weiss felt that his energy and spirit had recovered quite a bit. Although he hadn't reached his best state, it should be enough to handle what was coming next. He climbed up, stretched his limbs, and patted the little boy's head, asking, Are you hungry? We already had dinner while you were sleeping. The little boy looked up at him and counted seriously. We had 2 biscuits, a sausage, and a cup of sugar water. Such a well-behaved appearance really melted one's heart. Are you full? Weiss smiled involuntarily. I'm full, but it's not as good as the food Mom makes, the little boy said with a serious face. But that's okay, I'm a man, I can overcome all difficulties. You're amazing. Weiss praised. Immediately after, he apologized to the girl. I have to leave for a while, I'm going to trouble you to look after him again. It's fine, the girl said. I can't go anywhere anyway, and I have nothing else to do. Being with him is very pleasant. When Weiss returned to the command room, Octavie and the Major were both there. The Major seemed tireless. In fact, when the Special Operations Unit was scouting the enemy situation, finally occupying the town, and rescuing the target personnel, he and his ship crew member were not hiding in the valley sleeping, but were just as tensely maintaining vigilance. Octavie certainly didn't blame Weiss for sleeping for several hours straight and forgetting about the 1-hour shift rotation. She joked, we were just about to have dinner, and you arrived, you're just in time. For lunch that day, Weiss had made do with the others at the gun position, eating biscuits, sausage, and hot tea. The dinner in the command room added canned meat and vegetable soup to the lunch menu. Sufficient meat could provide soldiers with enough energy to keep them energetic, while the civilian characters attempting to leave the Norman Empire did not need to engage in combat, so their in-flight meal was much simpler. Sorry, I was too tired and accidentally overslept, Weiss explained solemnly. Octavie curled the corner of her mouth, a rare smile appearing since the operation began. Yes, I know that every time you selflessly throw yourself into battle, the consumption of energy and physical strength is always greater than the average person. Resting longer and replenishing more physical strength is not a bad thing. If possible, I wish you would take such rest more often. Weiss modestly stated that his eyesight was just better than the average person's, and he had nothing special in other aspects, but deep down, he could proudly shout, "The night is my home turf, from here on out, leave it to me." After quickly finishing dinner, he climbed up to the observation deck to observe. Just as planned, they had shaken off the pursuing Normans. This was the southern frontier of the Norman Empire, almost at the edge. On this moonless and starless night, it was no easy task for the enemy to find a transport ship deliberately hiding in the vast mountains. Weiss returned to the command room and asked the major about the remaining fuel of the transport ship. He learned that although the existing fuel would not allow them to return to the Federation at full speed, it was more than enough for normal cruising speed or low-speed cruising driven by the diesel engine. Now, they were staying in the valley to replenish some fresh water for boiler cooling, and they could set off again once the replenishment was completed. Based on various considerations, Weiss's suggestion was to fly at the normal cruising speed driven by the boiler if there were no enemy airships around, and switch to low-speed cruising driven by the diesel engine if there were enemy activities nearby. To ensure concealment as much as possible, he believed they should fly at a low altitude, which would make it easier to avoid enemy searches. But tonight is a good cloudy night. The major offered a different opinion. We can quietly pass through the clouds. The night clouds can just cover the smoke we leave behind. Even if we are discovered by the enemy, we can dive into the clouds. If this kind of weather had come earlier, during the day, we wouldn't even have needed to run around in circles with the enemy so much. When observing the environment just now, Weiss had indeed noticed the change in weather. Thick clouds obscured the night moonlight, and the natural visibility was pitch black. This was indeed a good opportunity to escape the Norman Empire. If they couldn't seize it, it would be a bit unjustifiable. In the field of aviation tactics, the major was an expert. The layman's opinion contradicted his own ideas. Normally, he could have completely ignored it, but he didn't do that, instead pacing back and forth in the command room. Both flight methods had their pros and cons. It could be said that neither could completely defeat the other. It was necessary to choose one or combine both according to different situations. After thinking for a while, the major stopped and stared at Weiss seriously. If we fly at low altitude, we will inevitably fly near villages and towns, which seems more likely to alert the enemy. Normally, when flying at night, ordinary Normans cannot distinguish between friend and foe at all, and it is unlikely they will notice that something is wrong. Of course, unless the enemy notifies all towns, villages, and station troops that an enemy transport ship is roaming in the south of the empire. Given the current political and military situation of the Norman Empire, I don't think this will happen. They will definitely try their best to block the news to avoid causing riots and panic, so we don't need to worry about this. Weiss explained, and then he analyzed, although the clouds tonight are very thick and are good cover, the area we have to pass through is too vast. Once the enemy waits for us in a place without clouds, we are very likely to be detected by the enemy because we lack preparation, and it will be difficult to hide then. Yes, what you said makes a lot of sense. We can't just see the clouds in front of us and take it for granted that there will be cloud cover from here to the Monomolan Mountains. This is indeed something we cannot predict. The major seemed to have finally made up his mind, and he muttered to himself, in that case, we will first adopt the low-altitude flight method. If any abnormal situation occurs, we will climb into the clouds. Not long after, the water replenishment work was completed, and the transport ship left the ground and flew east. The drinking water used by the ship crew member and passengers was stored in a special fresh water tank. This temporarily replenished fresh water was mainly used for machine cooling, so there was no need to verify its safety, as long as it was not corrosive. Chapter 130, Skill Bestows Courage. The latest chapter of Iron Soul of Steel, updated as quickly as possible. Poets say the longest road is not the road home, but the road of the heart. But to Weiss, the journey from rescuing the target personnel to returning to the Federation was the longest road in the world. Along the way, they encountered various accidents, twists and turns, were besieged by enemies, and had to fly in a juggler-like manner, struggling through mountains, river valleys, and forests. Such difficulty could not be completed by an ordinary commander. On this night with thick cumulus clouds, the visibility was pitch black. Weiss and the others did not look at the night scenery outside with interest as they did on the way here. No matter how rich the enemy's land was, or how dangerous the enemy's mountains were, they were all the enemy's resources and wealth. According to Weiss's strategy, the transport ship flew at a low altitude close to the ground, skimming over the forests and avoiding towns and villages with lights as much as possible. They were like fish at the bottom of the marine food chain, swimming as quietly as possible, but how could fat prey escape the keen sense of smell of predators? As they crossed those barren lands, they did not know that there were eyes watching them on the ground. In the Norman Empire, intelligence systems were far more complex than in the Federation. In addition to monitoring the words and deeds of the people, these systems could be quickly converted to military use when necessary. These people were called dark guards, night demons, and other unpleasant names by the Normans. Simply put, these people with special duties wandered around in various towns, and even some larger villages, alert to any possible resistance forces. When the order was conveyed, on this night, they gave up rest and used their focused eyes and sensitive ears to pay attention to any movement in the night sky. If Weiss and the others' transport ship were traveling through the clouds, These people might not have been able to spot the flying objects at high altitude, but they chose to fly at low altitude. Before midnight, their whereabouts had already been discovered by these sharp guys, and the information was reported layer by layer to their intelligence department. Approaching midnight, there was only a little bit of the journey left to the mountains located at the border between the two countries. Perhaps in another half an hour, they would be able to cross the border. Everyone was looking forward to the end of this arduous journey. But what he didn't expect was that the night sky was suddenly illuminated by bright searchlights. These were searchlights, some from the ground, some from the air. The quantity was so large that it was like a grand festival celebration. Weiss was a little confused. Out of instinct, he looked up at the sky for the first time, but very unfortunately, in the area near the border, the night sky was bright, and the thin clouds could not provide them with emergency shelter. This tired fish had finally reached the time to face the fishing net. The enemy is signaling us, it is the internationally accepted code. What do they want to say? The major stood in front of the porthole and said while observing. Weiss did not answer, but waited quietly. He could not read the light codes used in aviation, but the many professional soldiers in the command room should not misread the light signals or miss any important details. A moment later, the major looked at Weiss with a depressed face. The Normans are demanding our surrender. They guarantee the safety of everyone here. They warn us that we are already under their absolute control here. No matter which side we flee to, no matter how high or how far we fly, we will be shot down by them. The only way out is to surrender to them. Weiss was not surprised by the enemy's request, but at this moment he could not help but feel some annoyance and self-reproach. If he had not thought of this last leg of the journey so simply, he should have tied himself to the highest point of the mast. He should have observed with his special vision every few minutes. Even if he could not jump out of this terrible encirclement, he could have issued a warning as early as possible. But he did not do that, and only expected everything to go smoothly. It was my negligence, he said to the major. I should have done better. No, it is not your responsibility, it is that the enemy is more difficult to deal with than we imagined. The major showed the responsibility of a commander. While they were talking, the first commander of this operation, who was already a mentor and friend, a partner, Colonel Octavie Grumman of the Special Operations Unit, had been keeping a straight face without speaking, seemingly considering something. After the two finished speaking, she brought them new hope in a calm tone. The border is very close, and our patrol unit is on the other side of the mountains. If they can arrive in time to relieve us, we can still break through the encirclement. Weiss observed that the searchlight formation the enemy set up was large, and it really felt like an iron cage, but in fact, the enemy's invested forces were mainly ground troops. In the air, they deployed 4 airships, 3 of which were lightweight frigates, and 1 was a transport ship, which meant there were no capital ships here, and 1 was just making up the numbers. The enemy was bluffing, wanting them to give up on their own. As Octavie said, as long as they could find a way to contact the police patrol unit on the other side of the border, even if there were only 2 or 3 airships, they would have a chance to break the siege themselves. Since she said so, there must be some way. Weiss did not ask, the major said first, the method you mentioned is indeed a method, but how can we hold on for a while under the enemy's encirclement and wait for our patrol to arrive? The situation is not as bad as it looks. At night, the enemy's shooting accuracy is far worse than during the day. As long as we circle around with them here and carefully avoid their ground anti-aircraft fire, it shouldn't be difficult to hold on until the patrol arrives. Tonight they know that we are likely to return, so they have deployed vigilance along the entire line, and all available airships have been deployed to patrol lines and vigilance points, right? Octavie's last question was a near affirmative way of asking. Weiss turned his gaze to the major. The major did not deny it, but turned his head and said to the communications officer, send a coded telegram, report our coordinates, orientation, and request emergency support. After saying that, he turned his head to the other side and said to the first mate, all boilers, operate at full capacity, increase horsepower, we are going to have a fierce chase with the enemy. After issuing 2 orders in succession, the major paused for a while, and asked Octavie for her opinion. Now I will notify everyone to be prepared. Octavie nodded, indicating agreement. The major had the adjutant turn on the broadcast microphone. This was a wired broadcast system used inside the warship, which was the kind of sound Weiss heard in the cabin before. The major cleared his throat. Attention everyone, I am your captain. We are now 1 step away from the Federation border. The enemy is trying to block our path, but I believe that no force can stop us from running towards freedom. Our fleet is about to arrive. In the next period of time, we must do our best to deal with the enemy. The flight will be bumpy, there will be vibrations, and there may be some danger. Please stay calm, try to find fixed objects to maintain balance, and avoid collisions. Finally, good luck to us all. After speaking, the major decisively turned off the broadcast system and thumped his forehead with his fist. Just then, another officer reminded, the enemy gives us 5 minutes to consider. After 5 minutes, if we don't surrender, they will open fire. At the critical moment, Weiss had to speak. He said, the enemy is bluffing. They only have 3 frigates and 1 transport ship. Although they blocked our forward direction, we have enough space to circle around with them. The real threat is indeed the ground anti-aircraft unit. If we cross the border zone, we will definitely be subjected to very fierce anti-aircraft fire. The weather here is not as ideal as imagined. Even if our fleet arrives, the last step still needs to be taken bravely by ourselves. Hearing Weiss say this, the major looked at him with a strange look, as if saying, are you sure? Why are you so sure? How on earth did you do it? But the previous events, including the extraordinary observation ability Weiss showed during some collaborative training before the operation started, made him have to be convinced. We still have 5 minutes to prepare. The major loudly mobilized all officers and soldiers. Next, he reminded every position in detail, from the chief stoker to the chief engineer, from the first mate to the communications officer. Everyone was like the gears of a precision machine, running at full speed under his drive. 5 minutes passed in a flash. Under normal circumstances, it is impossible for a transport ship to reach full speed from startup in 15 minutes. These 5 minutes were a bit short, and the major did his best to schedule. When the time limit given by the enemy ended, the transport ship had already increased its speed and turned in front of the enemy. During the flight, they continuously increased their altitude, and the enemy was obviously not caught off guard at all. They had prepared for a long time, so when the time limit ended, the artillery fire sounded from all directions, some from the air, and some from the ground. The sound of guns rumbled, resounding through the sky. If they were not battle-hardened soldiers, they would feel very nervous and panicked when hearing this sound. For Weiss and the others who were used to life and death on the battlefield, the sound of guns did not mean death. On the contrary, they had to find the enemy's position from the sound of guns, judge the current form, and thus find a way to victory in the battle. After listening for a while, Weiss said to the major, "The enemy's threat in the air is not great, they are all small-caliber artillery. The ground enemy has heavy anti-aircraft guns. We must not approach their anti-aircraft positions, not just the border area. I am worried that in other places, the enemy has hidden anti-aircraft positions that have not turned on searchlights. Once approached, it will be like being bitten by a beast, and the situation will be very dangerous." "I know," the major said. "Now I will take over the situation. Please use your keen insight to provide us with some useful information." "Thank you very much." This chase started just like this. Not long after, exciting good news came from the communications officer. They received a telegram from the Federation Army Aviation Unit. The Federation Army's air patrol was on its way and could arrive at their current coordinates within about an hour. Although the telegram did not mention the strength of the patrol team, they had reason to believe that as long as they dared to come, the strength would definitely not be bad. Moreover, the enemy's deployment in this area was objectively relatively weak. It would take a long time for them to temporarily transfer warships from the distant north. In the past 2 years, Weiss spent a year and a half in Lorraine fighting guerrilla warfare with the enemy. He had long understood the essence of guerrilla warfare. Now, watching the major command the main ship to avoid enemy attacks, it seemed that he was also using guerrilla warfare tactics. Wherever the enemy was strong, he would go in the opposite direction. If the enemy suppressed from a high place, he would dive to a low place. After avoiding the enemy's edge, he would climb again to accumulate potential energy. If the enemy bypassed from the side, he would not fight with them, but climb quickly and descend quickly. When the enemy focused on his flight altitude, he would seize the opportunity to make a quick horizontal turn and pass through from an angle that the enemy could not take care of. In this way, during the fierce chase, the transport ship always maintained a sufficient distance from the enemy. In this way, although the enemy's warships had continuous artillery fire, they never formed an effective threat. While dodging left and right, the transport ship also tried its best to keep a close distance to the border, and was not driven to the hinterland as the enemy wished. With Weiss's warning in advance, the major commanded the transport ship to deliberately avoid areas where enemy ground anti-aircraft units might be deployed. Even if there were sporadic lights on the ground, he would avoid them from a distance. In the southeastern border of the Norman Empire, gem-like lakes were almost everywhere. On the night when the clouds dispersed, the moonlight covered the earth. When the transport ship flew rapidly over these lakes, its shadow formed a large black fish passing through quickly in the calm ripples. This large black fish sometimes traveled under the lake, sometimes escaped into the forest, and sometimes slid on the mountain ridge. Due to continuous high-speed operation, these airships dragged long and thick smoke trails, leaving intertwined lines in the clean night sky. The enemy's 3 frigates have all been left behind by us. The one blocking the front right is the enemy's transport ship. Don't be afraid of it, rush over directly. Weiss hurried down from the observation deck and reported the situation he observed to the major for the first time. This was a rare opportunity, and also a fleeting opportunity. The major aimed at the weakest position of the enemy's encirclement without hesitation and rushed over. Although the enemy's transport ship was not a combat ship, it was also equipped with certain self-defensive weapons. When Weiss and the others' transport ship flew past quickly, this clumsy big fish desperately approached like crazy, opening fire on this side with those weapons that were not powerful. Even if it was just some machine guns and cannons, when the distance was closest, its firepower was still heavily projected onto Weiss and the others' transport ship. The outer wall of the transport ship could withstand the machine gun bullets of ordinary planes, but it could not block the firepower of the cannon. If the power pipeline or line was cut off, it would likely affect the flight speed. If the cabin where the target personnel was located was also penetrated, it would cause additional casualties. This was a situation Weiss and the others absolutely did not want to see. Everyone had their hearts in their throats. Fortunately, the time left for the enemy to shoot fiercely was very short. Under the major's calm command, the transport ship dashed through the dangerous area and left the enemy's transport ship far behind. The enemy's 3 frigates rushed to catch up, but their absolute speed had no advantage. As a result, the Federation Army transport ship was like making a beautiful 1v4 pass on the football field, firmly grasping the favorable situation in its own hands. Having shaken off 4 enemy ships, Halaguz commanded the transport ship to fly at full speed toward the border, where the screen-like silhouette of the Monomolan Mountains loomed on the distant horizon. In fact, after crossing the border of the Norman Empire, they still needed to fly for some distance within the Basel Kingdom. Nowadays, this weak country still stood in the camp of the Normans, so as long as no armistice agreement was signed, the Federation Army's operations within its territory would not be branded as illegal border crossings, but rather as legitimate combat actions. The threat from the sky had been left behind, but the threat from the ground remained ubiquitous. To avoid enemy ground anti-aircraft fire as much as possible, the Major raised the transport ship's flight altitude to nearly 20,000 feet. Without pressurization equipment or sealed settings, this was nearing the altitude limit for airships. Since the highest peak on Orin's planet was only 16,000 feet, before the utility of the star source stone was discovered, the intelligent creatures on Orin's planet had never reached such altitudes. In their cognition, this incomparably pure airspace was the exclusive domain of the gods, but when the star source stone, refined by industrial metallurgical technology, generated powerful levitation force under the drive of direct current, carrying human machines along with their bodies and souls to this altitude, the awe of theocracy was shaken. In some nations, people liberated their nature and advocated for freedom, while in others, royal power replaced the position of theocracy, displaying more aggressive ambition in a more centralized manner. This was the core thread of Orin's planet's modern history. In the night sky, drifting clouds sped past the portholes. This beautiful scene, however, changed into something else as ground anti-aircraft fire erupted. Those artillery shells using time fuses illuminated the night sky like brilliant fireworks, resembling colorful poisons. Most of them exploded below the transport ship, posing no direct threat to the transport ship itself, but the blast airflow made it feel as if it had encountered a storm. The hull constantly trembled and shook, and no one could feel comfortable in such a state. Looking down at the enemy's ground anti-aircraft positions from the air, when those anti-aircraft guns fired densely, the flames looked like someone lighting a match in the darkness. When the artillery fire fell silent, that area returned to darkness once again. Realizing that the explosion position of the shells was too low, the enemy quickly adjusted the fuse settings, and this Federation Army transport ship subsequently suffered the direct threat of those brilliant fireworks. Blinding flashes of light began to appear directly in front and on both sides, with some shells exploding just 100 feet away. Even through the portholes and bulkheads, the people in the command room could clearly feel the terrifying power of the explosions, and even experienced individuals could not help but feel tinnitus, palpitations, and dizziness. Faced with this situation, the Major did not sit and wait for death. He assessed the situation and commanded the transport ship to combine wave-like longitudinal maneuvers with S-shaped lateral maneuvers, evading the enemy's artillery fire to the best of their ability. The silhouette of the Monomolan Mountains was getting closer and closer. If this Federation Army transport ship could rush through the enemy area and cross the mountains into the Federation Army-controlled area, then it wouldn't matter whether their own patrol fleet came or not. But things were not that simple. Weiss, acting as a human early warning radar, suddenly discovered a dozen enemy fighter planes appearing in the airspace belonging to the Basel Kingdom, but they were not necessarily the armed forces of the Basel Kingdom. After this neutral country announced its participation in the war, the Norman army quickly moved in, nominally sharing its local defense pressure, but in reality, it controlled the country's military and political order, driving its army and people to serve the strategic decisions of the Norman Empire. In this era, flight technology was still relatively primitive, and flight tactics were also relatively simple, but this could not stop the brave pilots from flying their planes into the sky at night. Although they lacked advanced equipment like radar, they quickly locked onto targets under the guidance of ground and aerial searchlights. At this time, Weiss and the others wished there was a large layer of clouds overhead. As long as they could hide in the clouds, it would be difficult for enemy planes to accurately capture their tracks. Now, they had to confront these stubborn interceptors. During the day, the continuous attrition had already caused more than half of the ship crew members to leave their combat posts and report to the infirmary. The accompanying Special Operations Unit comrades once again filled the combat posts, using their few remaining weapons and limited ammunition to counter the threat of enemy aircraft. After locking onto the attack target, the enemy pilots launched their attack, but they were obviously not that skilled, or one could even say they were unfamiliar with nighttime aerial combat. In the process of searching for an attack position, two enemy planes actually collided because they couldn't dodge in time. In a high-speed flight state, this collision meant an instant game over, and they plummeted from the sky like birds with broken wings. However, this scene didn't let the Federation officers and soldiers be happy for long before an enemy plane collided head-on with the transport ship. No one knew whether this enemy pilot had made an operational error or if the plane had suddenly lost control. This collision seemed to have a huge disparity in size and weight, but the relative speed made the damage caused by this collision quite severe. The people in the command room could only watch helplessly as a large chunk of the transport ship's bow was smashed open. The collision just now was a matter of an instant, and the visual impact was not as shocking as a Hollywood blockbuster, let alone having slow-motion replays for appreciation. A moment later, the wreckage of the enemy plane, fragments of the damaged hull, various debris flew about, and under the effect of inertia, they scattered and flew toward the stern of the ship. This kind of collision was not enough to cause the transport ship to crash immediately, but it severely affected its flight stability and balance. The experienced colonel had to order the transport ship to slow down, and although it was only a one-third reduction in speed, it still allowed the enemy ships behind to close the distance. During this period, the remaining enemy fighters continued to surround and attack, repeatedly strafing the officers and soldiers on the ship with machine gun bullets, while they stubbornly resisted just as they had during the day. The battle lasted for more than 10 minutes, and only because they ran out of ammunition did those enemy planes reluctantly leave. On the observation deck, Weiss carefully dodged the strafing of the enemy fighters while vigilantly observing the enemy's airships. Those frigates that had been shaken off were like sharks that had smelled blood, rushing over with extra excitement. the distance between the two sides was constantly closing, and this Federation Army transport ship began to descend after a period of stable flight. Weiss was a bit worried, so he returned to the command room, only to see the Major standing there with furrowed brows, and Octavie was also standing silently to the side. The enemy ships behind are catching up. If we maintain our current speed, they will definitely catch up to us before we fly over the Monomolan Mountains. We must prepare in advance. Regarding Weiss's reminder, the Major did not give a positive response but was preoccupied with considering something. Just as Weiss was trying to get an answer from Octavie, an officer came to report that the ruptured hatch and bulkhead of cabin 1 had been blocked, but the temperature in the cabin had dropped a lot, and personnel must be transferred to cabin 2. Previously, the transport ship was flying at an altitude of nearly 20,000 feet, where the air temperature was 20 or 30 degrees lower than on the ground. The rupture in the bow caused a large amount of cold air to rush into the cabin at high speed, causing the cabin temperature to drop rapidly. Humans on Oren's planet were relatively cold tolerant, but this did not mean they were fearless of severe cold. After a long time, whether it was the ship crew member or those civilians, everyone had to face this new enemy of low temperature and severe cold, which naturally included Weiss's little nephew. Therefore, this news made his mood sink all of a sudden. At this moment, he finally knew why the Major had been so worried just now. Following normal logic, the transport ship had to either maintain its flight altitude to avoid enemy ground artillery fire, or lower its flight altitude to delay the drop in cabin temperature. It was difficult to take both into account. Now, the transport ship's descent was obviously the choice the Major had made. Weiss did not say much more. He walked to the porthole and silently observed the enemy's ground anti-aircraft positions. For dangerous areas where enemy troops were relatively concentrated, he could distinguish them in his special vision and thus issue early warnings, but this method was extremely physically exhausting, especially since he had been working continuously for some time, and his brain was already on the verge of hypoxia. For the safety of the hundreds of people on the ship, he could only grit his teeth and persevere. The transport ship's flight altitude dropped to about 1,000 feet, a dangerous position that even ordinary bullets could reach. After the flight state regained stability, the Major ordered the power system to run at full power. Thereafter, unless Weiss issued an important warning, he only made micro-adjustments to the transport ship's flight direction. This flight posture, which was almost a straight-line sprint, was like charging at the enemy with an open chest, but in nighttime anti-aircraft combat, low-altitude, high-speed targets were often more difficult to capture and deal with than mid- to high-altitude targets. Although there was no way to completely get rid of the enemy's searchlight tracking, due to the low-altitude sprint leaving less shooting angle and reaction time for the enemy's ground anti-aircraft artillery, the probability of this Federation Army transport ship being covered by the enemy's ground anti-aircraft fire was significantly reduced. During this process, almost everyone in the command room gritted their teeth and clenched their fists, fearing that they would be hit by enemy artillery fire in the next second. Fortunately, although the transport ship was constantly subjected to the impact of explosions and swept by quite a few shrapnel, and personnel in open-air seats suffered casualties, overall, they still stubbornly persisted. As time passed, hope gradually turned from slim to bright. A green virtual frame finally appeared in his special vision. At this moment, Weiss's eyes welled up with tears, and he almost burst into tears on the spot. In his line of sight, this Federation Army fleet had 1 cruiser and 2 frigates, although it was 3 against 3, whether in terms of quality or momentum, they formed an overwhelming advantage over the enemy. Having received the definitive news from Weiss, the Major let out a long sigh. He judged the distance between the two sides and ordered the transport ship to maintain its flight altitude, performing horizontal maneuvers under his personal command, avoiding enemy artillery fire while also ensuring that the pursuers behind would not find it too easy to capture its trajectory. Having survived this most arduous moment, after the Federation Army fleet entered range, the situation finally underwent a fundamental reversal. They quickly repelled the enemy ships behind them and suppressed the enemy's ground anti-aircraft units, covering the transport ship as it flew across the border. The continuous snow-capped mountains of the Monomolan Mountains finally appeared below the portholes of the transport ship. Leaving the military to return to civilian life did not mean chaos or lack of purpose. From the moment the transport ship escaped the enemy's pursuit and flew over the Monomolan Mountains, Weiss had already begun to look forward to and plan his future life. After struggles both on and off the field, the Ulster Free Federation and the Norman Empire finally reached an armistice agreement. For the Federal Army, which had reached its peak, what followed was large-scale demobilization. After careful consideration, Weiss gave up the opportunity to continue his studies at the Delphig Senior Staff Academy and submitted his retirement application at the earliest opportunity. The war was over. Officers who could remain in service were either the elite of the elite or possessed unique advantages in some aspect. Officers like him, who were almost civilian-born and specialized in guerrilla warfare, became standard chicken ribs, so his application was quickly approved. Except for Octavie, no one came forward to ask him to stay. In fact, whether it was Minister Maloon or General Pound, at that time they were all considering their own affairs. No one could look after anyone else. After completing the retirement procedures, Weiss took young Kemp back to Krumbeheisen Castle in the mountains of Samsonas. Although the Lord and Lady had suffered a lot during the war, had aged significantly, and were not as healthy as before, this did not hinder their appreciation and love for a peaceful life. Before Weiss returned, they not only renovated the castle but also warmly took in several relatives and friends who had lost their support due to the war. Some of these people were elderly with grandchildren, some were orphans and widows, and others were men who had lost their ability to work. They lived in the castle, and especially the children of all ages made the large castle full of life again. Nowadays, Bella is still studying in Liberty City, the capital of the Federation. At her age, it is suitable for her to see and walk around in the outside world more. The arrival of young Kemp undoubtedly filled the biggest emotional void for the Lord and Lady. Although he could not speak the Ulster language at first, with the help of Weiss, he was soon able to communicate simply with everyone and could play with his peers in the castle. Adapting to life here was not a big problem for him. The warmth of the Klemper-Heisen family allowed Weiss's heart, which had been tempered in the war, to quickly return to peace. However, the small Samsonas was clearly unable to hide his heroic aura that soared to the sky. During the war, he fought repeatedly despite repeated setbacks. He struggled against powerful enemies in Lorraine for more than a year and established extensive contacts with resistance organization units across Lorraine. Especially during the most glorious period of the Lorraine guerrilla fighters, a considerable part of the weapons and equipment used by the Lorraine resistance organization was provided by the organization Weiss led. In the days of fighting the common enemy, they were an alliance of resistors. In peacetime, that kind of shared hatred against the enemy and even the relationship of sharing life and death made them gather together again like natural magnets, striving for a common ambition. Hearing that Weiss had returned, many former partners such as Lieutenant Colonel of Guerrillas Lor Wadestein, Major of Guerrillas Grenson Tottenbull, and the hot-tempered man Major of Guerrillas Morton Parrish either came to visit or invited him to be a guest. While reminiscing, many people mentioned a common vision, to abandon the old pattern of past competition and loose development, and under the bond of guerrilla comradeship, form a powerful regional Lorraine industrialists alliance, formulate fair and just industry rules for mutual help, and achieve a new pattern of huddling together for warmth and seeking common development. Revitalizing the Klemper-Heisen family was the lifelong wish of the Lord, and Weiss had also worked hard and struggled for it. But after the baptism of war, his vision and mind were no longer limited to this. Nowadays, while leaving the army and returning to a peaceful life, being able to reflect his own value in practical work to build the country, and relying on the development of the family, was also something he was happy to do. Therefore, he sent invitations for an old comrades gathering to partners all over Lorraine, hoping to use this opportunity to talk about life with everyone. A total of 90 invitations were sent out, and nearly 600 people actually came on the appointed day. In addition to the family members brought by the invitees, there were many old comrades who could not be contacted at first, as well as partners who supported the guerrilla operations in various ways back then. The ability to handle changes tempered on the battlefield allowed Weiss to handle guest reception and accommodation work with ease. Moreover, seeing that everyone was unenthusiastic about the business cooperation matters, he simply took the opportunity of this old comrades gathering to hold a preparatory meeting for the Lorraine Industrialists Alliance Congress in the limited time. He combined his advanced vision, pioneering thinking, and the development trend of Lorraine extended from the planning of the Klemper-Heisen family to conceptually propose the positioning and direction of this industrialist alliance. Although in the eyes of the older generation of industrialists represented by the Lord, the future outlook of this industrialist alliance was like a castle in the air, too ambitious, and even divorced from reality, due to the superior leadership, creativity, and tenacious will and character Weiss showed in this war. The Lord resolutely handed over the family's economic dominance to him, letting him play freely. And the many comrades and partners who had fought side by side and shared life and death, with past doubts and misunderstandings answered and clarified by time, also cast their votes of trust to this wise and brave guerrilla leader. During the gathering, heroes from all walks of life expressed their opinions, and 100 flowers bloomed, but in terms of integrity, macroscopicity, and feasibility, they were all inferior to Weiss's strategic plan. In the end, everyone unanimously chose Weiss's plan as the blueprint to build the framework and rules of the Lorraine Industrialists Alliance, and agreed to hold the first Lorraine Industrialists Alliance Congress in Mason, the capital of Lorraine, 1 month later. Undoubtedly, initiating the establishment of the Lorraine Industrialists Alliance was not only not in conflict with Weiss taking over the economic leadership of the Klemper-Heisen family from the Lord, but on the contrary, it was an opportunity to promote each other. During the war, the Krumble-Hessen factory was once occupied by the Normans. Its direct members E. Klemper-Heisen used the pseudonym Skala to serve as the military governor sent by the Norman Empire to Lorraine, helping the Normans plunder and extract the wealth and resources of Lorraine. However, he had left the family years ago by completely disappearing, and after that until he reappeared during the war, he had no contact with the Klemper-Heisen family. The rest of the Klemper-Heisen family members were either under house arrest by the enemy during the war or fled to the rear of the Federation. There was also a guerrilla commander like Weiss who bravely resisted the enemy. The facts were clear and could not be reversed. After review, the Lorraine Provisional Government not only returned the Krumble-Hessen factory to the Klemper-Heisen family but also applied for national compensation from the federal government for the materials and equipment they consumed in supporting guerrilla operations during the war. Although the federal government only allocated a symbolic sum in the end, it confirmed the positive contribution of the Klemper-Heisen family during the war in the form of honorary awards and specially approved the Krumble-Hessen factory to enjoy the best tax exemption policy for the next 3 years. Military industry was the traditional industry that the Klemper-Heisen family had continued for more than 200 years. The war had just ended, and it was unrealistic to count on large orders from the military. Weiss's strategy was to use existing resources to carry out restorative reconstruction of military production. In the short term, this field would focus on equipment maintenance, modification, and technology digestion, with the remaining energy and manpower and material resources invested in new industries in the early and middle stages of the war. The Krumble-Hessen factory provided the Federation Army with various weapons including water-cooled heavy machine guns, semi-automatic rifles, and mortars. The federal government adopted an installment payment method, and when the Normans occupied Lorraine, the federal government stopped paying the Krumble-Hessen factory. After the war, the federal government, after verification, agreed to continue paying the previous arrears. Although the payment span was very long, this provided a stable cash inflow for the Krumble-Hessen factory, creating the possibility for them to borrow heavily to develop new businesses. As one of the main conveners of the Lorraine Industrialists Alliance Congress, Weiss turned on the mode of forgetting to eat and sleep, conducting detailed and in-depth research on the economic, industrial, and social situation of the entire Federation. Because the Normans were overwhelming in the early stages of the war, the federal industrial system had to carry out a major strategic relocation. The high concentration of industry improved production efficiency, but at the same time, it also had a negative effect on resource supply. In the eastern region, the limitations of resource output caused the prices of industrial raw materials to remain high during the war. When the war ended and the federal industry needed to return from a wartime state to a peacetime state, the balance of supply and demand was still in an imbalanced state, causing the prices of various raw materials to remain high. As one of the main mining areas of the Federation, Lorraine's metal mineral resources once accounted for more than 1/4 of the entire Federation. The balance of the market made the economy urgently need the stable output of Lorraine's mineral resources. At the old comrades' gathering, everyone had a strong consensus on resuming mineral production in various places as soon as possible, but there was a big disagreement on mineral transportation. Before the war, minerals were mainly transported by river and air. Specifically, the mineral resources produced in the mountainous areas were initially smelted or screened locally, and then transported by river to the railway hub in eastern Lorraine, or transported directly by flying ships. After the consumption of the war, air transport had basically been interrupted. The star source stone resources were already concentrated in the hands of the military. Valuable transport ship resources needed to be used for deploying troops, allocating materials, and serving special groups, and it was difficult to convert them back to civilian use in a short time. River transport was the most traditional way of transport in Lorraine, adapted to local conditions and with low freight costs, but it also had the disadvantages of small volume, long time, and low efficiency. After flying ship technology became mature, river transport gradually retreated to a secondary position, and the booming machinery manufacturing industry made railway transport rise rapidly, gradually replacing air and water transport in the plains to become the most important industrial transport capacity. However, in Lorraine, because the terrain was too rugged, especially the west high and east low terrain, the cost of laying railways was too high, and even regional industrial centers like Samsonas were slow to have trains. At the old comrades' gathering, many people proposed to concentrate manpower and material resources to build a railway line running from the southeast to the northwest through the whole of Lorraine. Then, branch lines extending from this railway line would connect various important mining areas. On Oren's planet, most people were accustomed to simple and crude ways of thinking. In Weiss's view, building a railway required large investment and long time. By the time the railway was built, the resources in some mining areas might have been mined out, and people would turn to look for new mineral resources. Railway laying might never catch up with mineral mining. Therefore, he tended to expand river transport. Of course, this suggestion was not spoken casually, but required detailed research, analysis, and calculation, just like the battle plan on the battlefield. Weiss carried out detailed information collection, data analysis, and plan writing, even accurate to how much transport capacity each terminal could achieve after expansion, and how many ships needed to be purchased and how many jobs needed to be provided for the entire system to run. While expanding river transport, it was also necessary to build short-distance railway tracks from the mining area to the terminal area, using small steam locomotives or internal combustion locomotives to tow mine cars, which could enable fast and convenient transportation. Once this system was officially put into operation, mineral resources would be able to be transported out of Lorraine continuously. The plan to expand river transport was highly technically feasible, but it still required a lot of money to implement. After the baptism of war, most factories had suffered losses, and it was good enough to retain some machinery and equipment. Where would there be surplus funds for large-scale reconstruction? The war had just ended, and it was unrealistic to count on strong support from the federal government. Even if the government participated too much, this river transport system would become state-owned, thereby compressing the interests of private entrepreneurs. To solve the problem of funds, Weiss played his role again. With the vision and thinking of a latecomer, he knew that capital leverage played a crucial role in the development of industry. The transformation of the Klemper-Hessen family, the foundation of the Lorraine Industrialists Alliance, the expansion of the Lorraine Canal, and the series of opportunities brought about by this were like a huge battle plan, becoming a new challenge placed in front of Weiss. Chapter 2 Moneybag. The latest chapters of Iron Soul of Steel are updated fastest. After half a month of repeated thinking, deliberation, investigation, consultation, and calculation, Weiss's first grand operational plan after retirement had basically taken shape, but all plans relied on one necessary factor, capital. Without the support of capital, all projects were just empty talk. During this period, he sought advice from old friends, seniors, and professionals in the capital industry to understand the current prevailing financing conditions and interest rates, both to calculate the comprehensive costs of implementing relevant projects and to do his homework for advancing his financing business. On the second day after holding the ribbon-cutting ceremony for the reopening of the Krumbelhessen factory, Weiss left Samsonas and headed to AO City to seek the generosity of banks, financial institutions, and commercial consortiums. For this trip, he did not take a carriage and then transfer to a train like he did the first time he went to AO City. Instead, he set off by boat from Samsonas, first sailing southward along the Samsonas River for over 100 miles, then turning into the Mason River at the Three River Junction, and sailing downstream to reach Mason, the capital of Lorraine, surveying the river transport conditions along the way once again. After arriving in Mason, he stayed for several days, conducting in-depth communication with several old acquaintances from the Lorraine Provisional Government regarding the conditions and procedures for investment projects and land use. He also took time to meet with a local financial institution in Lorraine, the Western Mining Bank, which has a history of over 600 years, to discuss the financing conditions, scale, and interest rates with the Crumblehazen factory as the main entity, reaching a preliminary intention of cooperation. Afterward, he took a train from Mason to AO City. AO City was the birthplace of the Grumman Group and also the location of the Baston Military Academy. Because it was close to the two major mining areas of Lorraine and Neuchâtel, and had the advantages of developed transportation, flat terrain, and a large population, it remained an ideal place for developing heavy industry even after being severely devastated by the war. After the war ended, many enterprises that had moved away gradually moved back, and the entire city thus became a large construction site, with cranes and factory areas and buildings under construction everywhere. Upon arriving in AO City, Weiss first visited the branch of the Federal Free Bank there to learn about the policies and conditions of this top federal bank. During a post-meal chat, he learned that the person currently serving as the CEO of the Grumman Consortium was actually an old acquaintance of his, that fat middle-aged man who had once been squeezed out and suppressed within the Grumman family, who appeared honest but was actually seasoned and cunning. Prior to this, Weiss had only roughly heard about the changes in the Grumman Group over the past few years. The second son, Ruofu, had defected to the enemy during the war, the old president had been forced out of office by the directors working together, and the Grumman family had experienced a bloody struggle for power and profit. Now, after inquiring in detail, he learned that the scheming fat vice president, Rudolf Grumman, although unable to win the job in the competition, had successfully become the CEO of the Grumman Consortium by relying on his good relationship with the military and steady operations during the war. This consortium was the second largest industry under the Grumman family, second only to the Grumman Group. However, in the Ulster Free Federation, the vast majority of people had a shallow and biased understanding of capital operations. There was a popular saying that lenders equals vampires, and business owners and operators in various industries mostly tended to develop naturally and accumulate continuously. Therefore, although major banks and consortiums held an astonishing amount of capital, the scale and efficiency of capital operations were not high. Apart from buying government bonds from the federal government, their routine business consisted of direct investment, acquisitions, mergers, and entrusted operation management. Because of these reasons, serving as the CEO of the Grumman Consortium, his social popularity and influence were far less than that of the president of the Grumman Group. Personal sentiment is personal sentiment, and business is business. Having dealt with that shrewd fat man many times, Weiss was very clear about this point, so he did not expect the other party to offer favorable cooperation conditions on their own. Instead, he spent 2 days collecting relevant information to be well prepared. Afterward, he found the office building of the Grumman Consortium to pay a visit, but unfortunately, the CEO was away on business and was not expected to return to AO City for a few days. Weiss left the address and room number of the hotel where he was staying in AO City, and unhurriedly continued to visit other financial institutions and consortiums, studying the current market conditions and the operational characteristics of different banks and consortiums, quickly accumulating his vision and knowledge in the capital field. The next meeting with the fat vice president, Rudolf Grumman, was on an afternoon with light rain, at the temporary office building of the Grumman Consortium located in the urban area of AO City. It was a 3-story Western-style building with a sense of age, with sturdy stone exterior walls and a square outline, which evoked Weiss's past memories during the most tragic stage of the Battle of AO City. He and his comrades persisted in fighting in the ruined city, sometimes hiding in the dark and damp sewers, and sometimes returning to the surface to search for supplies, perhaps even having stayed in this building. Of course, the AO City full of ruins had become a memory, and it wouldn't be long before the city would be full of high-rise buildings again. Hello, Dragon Nephew. Long time no see. I heard you've done a great job in Lorraine. Look at you, I'm proud of you. The fat vice president, now the CEO of the Grumman Consortium, was all smiles as before, presenting himself to Weiss with a friendly demeanor. I have left the army now, Weiss said to him, following in your footsteps, so to speak. Ha! I was eliminated by the army, while you left voluntarily. They are two different things. This increasingly wealthy-looking middle-aged uncle responded in a nonchalant tone. After shaking hands with Weiss, he returned to the large leather chair behind the desk, and Weiss sat down on the wooden chair in front of the desk. Sitting across this desk, the feeling was that they were discussing business and feelings or such were just slightly touched upon. Tell me, what are your plans after leaving the army? Rudolf had just returned from out of town, and heard from his secretary that he seemed to have attended some high-level gathering. With his current status and position, he obviously didn't need to try every means to win over and use a little person like Weiss as before, so this question also sounded a bit like polite small talk. Weiss calmly examined the other party. The smile on Rudolf's face seemed to come more from inner pride and self-confidence, rather than the hypocritical and serpentine attitude of the past. I have returned to Lorraine, currently mainly managing the business affairs of the Klemper-Heisen family, and additionally collaborating with some old comrades, hoping to make Lorraine develop better. Not bad, not bad. What I admire most about the members of your family is this point: everyone has ambitious goals. Speaking up to this point, Rudolf's tone changed, and he took the initiative. You came to see me today, you should be hoping to get some financial help, right? Weiss answered neither humbly nor arrogantly. Because of the needs of business development, we are preparing to raise funds from various banks and consortiums, and we have already negotiated quite a bit. The banks and consortiums I have discussed with these days are very positive about our conditions, and in this process, I have heard a lot of praise about you. Everyone says that under your management, the Grumman Consortium is already one of the most influential consortiums in the Federation today. I think for such business, if I don't come to ask for your advice, I will inevitably feel a bit uneasy. After listening, Rudolph was slightly stunned for a moment, and then laughed loudly. He opened an exquisite wooden box on the table, which contained a row of brown thin cigars. There was no such plant as tobacco on Oren's planet. What people relied on to soothe their emotions and calm their minds was a kind of herb with a mental sedative effect, which was relatively rare because it could not be completely artificially cultivated. Weiss first learned about this thing because of Nicola. At that time, she was in the contradiction between ideals and reality, and her words and deeds were just like those rebellious rich kids. Fortunately, it did not have the terrible dependence like drugs on Earth, instead, it was a tool for showing off wealth in high society. Warm reminder, the website is about to be revised, which may cause the loss of reading progress. Please save your bookshelf and reading records in time, it is recommended to take screenshots. We apologize for any inconvenience caused. Rudolph invited Weiss to have one, but Weiss smilingly declined, so he lit one for himself, and while smoking, said, "Dragon nephew, you always bring me surprises, and this time is no exception. If things are indeed as you said, then the project you are operating must be a very good one. You know, those shrewd guys are extremely picky about project reviews. My business has 3 advantages that they can hardly refuse. First, the federal government repays the arrears for weapons and equipment purchased during the war to the Krumblhesen factory every year with principal and interest, which is expected to last for 10 years. Second, the Klemperhesen family still has a very long-standing good reputation in Lorraine and even the western part of the Federation. Third, I provide a guarantee for the loan project in my personal name." After stating these 3 advantages, Weiss immediately added, "The project I am operating has good development prospects and considerable potential value. If you are interested, I can tell you about it. In the offices I have been to, no one has held a negative opinion of my plan." Rudolph waved his hand. "Do we still need to hear these given our relationship? Tell me, Dragon nephew, how much are you planning to borrow this time?" Weiss was no longer a newcomer to the business world. He knew that the other party saying this was nothing more than placing himself in a position of psychological advantage, thereby mastering the initiative in the negotiation. If he really reported the number directly, this guy might jump off his chair. "It's like this, I have always felt that risks should be dispersed and not concentrated in one place, which is the same principle as putting all eggs in one basket. If possible, I hope to obtain a loan quota from you that can be withdrawn under appropriate conditions, so that I can comprehensively compare the conditions of various banks and consortiums at different times, then decide where to withdraw funds, and after obtaining operating benefits, where to repay first." Hearing Weiss say this, Rudolph finally became serious. He stared at this young junior he hadn't seen for a long time for a while, and nodded, "You have indeed matured, Dragon nephew. What you said is actually a very objective and calm operation in financing. However, what I want to say is that in business cooperation, not only must rules be followed, but more often, it is about friendship and mutual benefit. You let me make money, I help you make money, only in this way can cooperation be long-lasting, and it is possible to transcend some secular clauses, you know." Weiss laughed, and he said to Rudolph, "Since that's the case, why not chat about the big plan I envisioned while drinking tea? After hearing it, you can decide how much loan quota to give me. If you can provide a loan here that is enough to cover the entire project, I can consider handling it with you first, and wait until there are other needs in the future to discuss cooperation with others." "Good." Rudolph replied immediately, "I'm all ears." On this afternoon with drizzling rain, Weiss spent about a quarter of an hour introducing his entire plan to Rudolph with a detailed, clear, and well-structured presentation. This tycoon in the capital world closed his eyes and thought for a while, then asked, "Regarding this plan, I have 2 questions. First, how to determine that the kind of mineral resources you mentioned represents the future? Second, how do you determine that the machinery you are preparing to invest heavily in has such a considerable market demand, and is a combination of military and civilian use, and will never be outdated?" A formidable veteran can always see the key to the problem. The reason why Weiss's plan has huge potential is based on both historical judgment and realistic feasibility. Aluminum had already been discovered and used on Oren's planet, but it had not yet reached the level of popularization and commercialization. So far, it was still a relatively rare experimental product. As for the mechanical power that represents the future development needs of war, that is a trend that conforms to the logic of war and will not change because of new raw stones and flying warships. This logic had been fully verified in the war that had just ended. With the development of flight technology, dozens of fighter planes could severely damage a powerful flying warship, and the cost of dozens of fighter planes might be less than 1% of a flying warship, which is the comparison between technology and technology. As for ground combat, there is no doubt that when both sides are fighting fiercely in the air, ground combat still needs to be solved by ground forces. Therefore, tanks, self-propelled anti-aircraft guns, self-propelled artillery, and motorized units all have realistic value and also represent the trend of future military development. In front of Rudolph, Weiss certainly didn't need to reveal all his cards. He smiled and said, "Any business has risks, just like combat operations in war. How a commander judges the enemy's movements and deployments on the battlefield, so in the business world, we also need to use our own judgment to make some choices. The 2 questions you raised are judgments I made personally based on various information and development trends. I believe they are correct, so I dare to bet my entire net worth. If you agree, you can leave this business to me. If you feel there are doubts, or hold opposing opinions, then I suggest you share this risk with other banking institutions and consortiums. Weiss's words were very reasonable. Rudolph did not boast as he did just now. He lowered his head and pondered for a long time, then asked, "Does your plan have a written proposal that I can study in detail, and I will give you an answer in a few days?" Weiss took a folder out of his briefcase and pulled out a piece of paper and placed it in front of Rudolph. This fat middle-aged man was a bit surprised. He picked up the paper and looked at it. The content on it was even simpler than what had just been said. "The proposal you mentioned, I do have a detailed one, but this is my operational plan, which is an absolute business secret, don't you think?" Weiss smiled. Rudolph gave a few awkward dry laughs and nodded, "All right, Dragon Nephew. I have to admit that although your rationality makes me a bit unhappy, you are indeed a trustworthy partner in the business world. How about this? Today I won't give you an accurate answer, but I can be sure that I will definitely participate in at least one share of this business, and, if nothing unexpected happens, it should be the largest one. As my support for you, we will give you the most favorable conditions." Weiss stood up and took the initiative to reach out his hand. "I hope we have a happy cooperation, as always." Rudolph stood up solemnly to shake hands with him. "That's right, as always." Chapter 3, Technical Support. In view of the upcoming First Assembly of the Lorraine Industrialists Alliance, after finalizing business in AO City, Weiss returned to Mason with all possible speed. Here, several of the initiators jointly rented a hotel located in the city center. Based on the previous gathering of old comrades in arms, they had sent out over 400 invitations, and later, at the request of their partners, they issued over 300 more. However, the actual number of attendees was still much higher than the invitations sent, so much so that the hotel's hall, which could accommodate 800 people, was packed to the brim with participants. At this scale, it was naturally impossible to express opinions freely like a round-table meeting. Instead, discussions and voting were conducted according to parliamentary rules. After several days of heated discussion, everyone sought common ground while reserving differences to list the organizational structure and operating rules of this industrialist alliance. The participants voted to elect 19 members of the alliance committee, with the 7 who received the most votes serving as directors, and Weiss was elected as chairman as everyone expected. Under the organization of the alliance committee, the assembly decided on the 33 rules of the Lorraine Industrialists Alliance by voting. In essence, this was a non-governmental organization with the nature of a chamber of commerce, only more closely knit because of the bond of being comrades in arms. After the alliance's structure and rules were determined, the final agenda of this assembly was to finalize the future development direction. The focus of the discussion once again centered on whether Lorraine's mineral mining and processing should rely on railways or river transport. After thorough and meticulous preparation, Weiss's river transport expansion plan gained an overwhelming advantage with sufficient data, accurate calculations, and reasonable and well-founded inferences. Most participants agreed with this canal expansion plan, but as Weiss had expected, although the alliance members exceeded 1,000, the funds they could raise were far from enough to support such a huge plan. Moreover, a considerable number of people held a cautious attitude towards the river transport expansion plan, especially the construction of a series of canals. In many people's established concepts, such a massive project should be promoted by the government, not relied upon by a non-governmental organization. In fact, before this assembly was held, Weiss had already received a clear statement from the Lorraine interim government that they could not allocate funds to build public facilities other than basic livelihood infrastructure within 3 to 5 years. Limited funds had to be used to ensure the food, clothing, and medical needs of the general public. After the first assembly of the Lorraine Industrialists Alliance successfully concluded, Weiss traveled non-stop by train to the capital, Liberty City. There, he met briefly with his sister Bella, and then headed straight to the Ulster Institute of Technology. This university was equivalent to the Baston Military Academy in the military world, holding a pivotal position in the federal science and engineering academic community. Moreover, it not only taught and educated people but also housed multiple first-class federal science and engineering research institutions. In addition to the transportation issues plaguing the Lorraine Industrialists Alliance, Weiss also formulated a one main line, two threads transformation strategy for the Klemper-Heessen family. The main line was the manufacturing of dual-use military and civilian machinery. In peacetime, this leg mainly focused on mining and agricultural equipment lines, producing excavators, tractors, motorcycles, and agricultural aircraft. Once entering the armament period, it could quickly convert to producing various types of military vehicles and combat aircraft. The two threads were, first, the smelting and synthesis of new metal materials, especially light metal materials with very high economic and military value in the late Second Industrial Revolution aluminum alloys, and second, the research, development, and production of power engines, focusing on diesel engines for vehicles and lightweight aviation engines. Regarding technical accumulation, Weiss set a two-legged path. One was to seek cooperation with universities and research institutions to gradually master core technology, and the other was to cooperate with local Lorraine enterprises, such as the Lawrence Automobile Manufacturing Factory, striving to form basic productivity in the short term. The Ulster Institute of Technology was located in the northern suburbs of Liberty City, a comprehensive science and engineering university with a scale comparable to a small city. It was composed of 9 top-tier colleges and several research institutions. In the Federation, when people spoke of this university, almost everyone knew it. The reason why federal industry was strong was largely due to its first-class technological level, and that first-class technological level benefited from the batches of elite talent cultivated by the Ulster Institute of Technology. Weiss came here because of its reputation, not hoping for a miraculous encounter where he would find it without looking for it, but rather with the mindset of sincerely seeking true knowledge and the patience of 3 visits to the thatched cottage to plan for the world. This university had no towering walls or barbed wire, but was a completely open campus. Walking on the tree-lined paths here, he had a sense of déjà vu, but it was completely different from the Baston Military Academy. It evoked even more distant memories of school for Weiss. Although he came with a clear goal, being a newcomer, he still set aside his burdens and took a casual look around the campus. There were many buildings with unique exteriors, exquisitely trimmed flower beds, open-air lecture venues, and numerous teaching venues with a scholarly atmosphere. Vigorous students came and went, looking as if they were completely unaffected by the war and the post-war depression. Strolling through this beautiful campus, Weiss felt a bit moved. If it weren't for those thrilling experiences and those stirring battles, he would have been content to be an ordinary person, striving to come to this institution of higher learning for further study. However, all of this had become impossible after that war. That powerful heart was destined to accomplish great things. After wandering around this university for half a day, Weiss found the office building of the School of Geography and Geology. Outside this office building were stones of various shapes and textures, as well as miniature landscapes of mountains and rivers. Entering the office building, there were no secretaries blocking his way, nor any guards checking him. He just walked, looked, and asked, soon arriving in front of an ordinary door. He knocked on the door and heard a low voice, "Come in." Weiss pushed the door open and entered the room on his own. A white-haired old man with his hair combed very neatly was sitting behind a huge desk piled with books and draft paper, holding a pencil and a magnifying glass, studying a map. "Hello, Professor Yang." Weiss greeted him in a polite tone. Behind the desk, the old man looked up at him, saw a stranger, and lowered his head again. "Wait a moment." After more than 10 minutes, he finally finished writing and drawing on the map, and only then did he raise his head again. "Oh, sorry, sir, what were you saying just now?" Weiss had been standing in place, his soldier's training allowed him to remain motionless for a longer time. He smiled. "I should be the one apologizing. You must be Professor Alfred Yang." "Yes, that's me." The old man rubbed his hands and walked from behind the desk to in front of Weiss. "My name is Long Cromwell Hyson, from Lorraine. The reason I've come here presumptuously today is that I have a mutually beneficial cooperation that I hope to get your support for. Specifically, I am prepared to sponsor your research, and at the same time, ask for your help with some exploration and design," Weiss said straight to the point. Hearing that there was sponsorship, the old man did not show any joy, but there was no look of disgust either. He tilted his head, looking at Weiss over his reading glasses. The expression was neither disgust nor questioning, but pure scrutiny. "Klemper," he said. "Oh. I remember now. We have heard of your deeds, the brave Lorraine guerrilla fighters. Leading the people of Lorraine to fight against the enemy unremittingly. Is it you?" This last question mark was probably because he was somewhat surprised that Weiss had left the army so quickly. "That's right, it's me. I just returned to Lorraine after being demobilized from the army. I want to take my family and my old comrades in arms to do some real things for Lorraine for our federation. Of course, these things are beneficial both publicly and privately, so I came presumptuously to seek technical support." The old man nodded. "Is it mining ore, and you need us to help with exploration?" Weiss smiled. "You only got half of it right. We not only want to mine ore, but also prepare to build canals to make cargo transport more convenient. Mining ore is not just about mining ordinary iron and coal mines, we want to discover some new things, such as aluminum, to be used for manufacturing aluminum alloys. Besides that, we also prepare to use this efficient transport and better materials to accomplish something in machinery manufacturing." Weiss introduced his vision concisely, but the focus was different from what he had said to Uncle Rudolph. The old man was obviously very interested in this statement. After all, he was tired of hearing those clichés before. He led Weiss to a small tea table beside the desk, where there were only 2 small rattan chairs. Before coming, Weiss had also inquired that this Professor Alfred Yang was the top and most talented professor at the Ulster Institute of Technology and had served as the Dean of the School of Geography and Geology for more than 10 years. Among experts of this level, his temper was considered relatively mild, but people in the ivory tower were mostly straightforward and had clear likes and dislikes. If the topic was not agreeable, then no matter what the visitor's status was, he would not invite you to sit, but would simply finish the official business and send the visitor to his assistants to handle. The fact that Weiss was able to sit down on the rattan chair showed that the old man was at least not psychologically repulsed by him. As for whether it was the role of a guerrilla hero that added points or his image as an aspiring young man, or both, he didn't need to delve into it too much. The old man didn't pour him tea, and the two just sat there chatting. "Lorraine, I stayed there for a long time many years ago. There were several mines that I explored with students when I was a teaching assistant back then. Of course, that was many years ago. Later, commercial exploration showed higher efficiency, and slowly, people preferred to hire those specialized exploration companies. If I were you, I would also hire those professional exploration companies. By comparison, their costs would not be much higher than the sponsorship given to us, and they are easier to deal with, unlike us who are often too concerned with some academic things." The old man's straightforwardness made Weiss feel that this was an interesting person. It is often said that good-looking skins are 1 in 1,000, but interesting souls are 1 in a million. He said with great interest, "If what we were planning was just some short-term commercial behavior, and we just wanted to be rich mine owners, then we could go and cooperate with those commercial exploration companies. My comrades in arms and I with ideals have formed a commercial organization called the Lorraine Industrialists Alliance. We hope to use our efforts to change our lives and also change the lives of the people of Lorraine. Therefore, I came here, hoping to invite you and your proud students to conduct a more comprehensive and objective survey of Lorraine, to see which mines can be mined on the premise of not destroying the geographical environment as much as possible. Also, for the canals we are trying to transform, which ones will bring as much benefit as possible to the local people, and which ones may lead to long-term destruction. These are all things we hope to consider properly. Furthermore, in the eyes of those commercial exploration companies, Lorraine has long been a place without much development potential. Only in the eyes of true technical experts is there no wasteland. After hearing Weiss's statement, the old man laughed loudly. You are really an interesting person. This is the first time I've heard someone look at environmental issues with a comprehensive perspective. I really want to know how much budget you have prepared to be able to take the ecological environment of Lorraine or most of the Lorraine region into account. However, if you tell me that this is just a plan of a few thousand gold crowns, and all you want is to build 3 or 5 canals and find 7 or 8 new mines, then what you said is off topic. Weiss said very seriously, you don't need to worry about the source of funds. We have basically finalized a large scale of tens of thousands of gold crowns, which is enough to support us in making a relatively direct and systematic transformation of the river transport system in central, eastern, southern, and southeastern Lorraine. Of course, this is done in steps. We will use one of the canals as a trial to correct and improve our plan. As for the mines, we don't want to dig everywhere, but want to conduct centralized exploration on a certain area based on academic research results, and build tracks from new mining areas to the nearest rivers to realize the connection between mining and transportation. In this way, these projects can have true sustainability, rather than just going wherever we go. The old man again had that expression of tilting his head and looking at Weiss over his glasses. After watching for a while, perhaps feeling that Weiss's expression did not have the exaggeration of a layman, nor the arrogance of someone with high standards but low ability, he said to Weiss with a serious expression, in that case, I can tell you clearly that our cooperation can proceed, and the sponsorship can also be paid in badges. I can deploy the best assistants and the best students to help you, because I think your plan is a brand new one, with great promotion significance, and conforms to the laws of development. You pay attention to comprehensiveness, integration, and ecology, unlike those in the past who only saw economy. I feel very honored to receive your approval, Weiss replied sincerely. How about this? Come here again at this time tomorrow, and I will introduce the selected lead professor to you. If everything goes well, they can set off next month, or, depending on your schedule. Of course, the sooner the better, Weiss said with a smile. No matter how fast, it must conform to our working rules, the old man said seriously, even if you give more sponsorship fees, I cannot let any student suddenly interrupt their studies to participate in your project. Teaching and field research must be combined. Understand? Yes, of course, Weiss responded earnestly and calmly, all our actions, whether commercial operations or technical research, must respect and follow scientific laws, proceeding step by step, from the surface to the inside, and most importantly, unity of knowledge and action. The old man tilted his head and looked at Weiss over his glasses for the third time. This phrase was not only a familiar ancient saying in Weiss's previous world, but also the guiding spirit for all undertakings in the entire country to seek practical results. Although translating it into Ulster language might not be as vivid as the original words, it was enough to make this old scholar secretly marvel in his heart. Chapter 4, Appearance and Talent. Fastest update for the latest chapters of Iron Soul of Steel. Emerging from Professor Alfred Yang's office, Weiss felt incredibly relaxed. Having secured this path, his plan would no longer face too many obstacles at the technical level. Since he had come to the best Ulster Institute of Technology in the Federation, there were actually many treasures here to be unearthed, such as the School of Mechanical Engineering, the School of Metallurgy, the School of Engineering, the School of Chemical Engineering, and so on. Before coming, he had inquired extensively about the situation. Academic research and practical R&D in mechanics and metallurgy were not tightly integrated. You could count on professors from the School of Geography and Geology to take students on mineral and geological exploration research, but it was hard to count on professors and students from the School of Mechanical Engineering to help you design a machine with significant market value. They studied mechanical principles, theories that allowed them to build traditional machinery or improve upon existing machine designs. In their spare time from daily studies, students from the School of Geography and Geology could go to various places for exploration and surveying, while students from the School of Mechanical Engineering usually went to the university's affiliated factories for practical training, mainly operating and maintaining common machines, which counted as work study. In the field of mechanical technology with real commercial value, high-end patents were often held by a few manufacturing giants. The Grumman Group only held a certain advantage in military manufacturing. In the field of civilian manufacturing, especially in aviation, they had absolutely no competitiveness and could only act as secondary parts suppliers, playing a minor, supporting role. For these reasons, Weiss did not expect to gain immediate combat power from the School of Mechanical Engineering, but rather intended to plan ahead regarding technical talent. The Ulster Institute of Technology School of Mechanical Engineering had its office building and teaching building adjacent to each other. There was nothing unique about their appearance, and no eye-catching mechanical equipment was displayed. A large plaque in front of the office building bore the name of the School of Mechanical Engineering. Weiss walked in swaggeringly to ask, but the dean was not there, and those professors had absolutely no interest in paying attention to him. After walking around, he had to leave dejectedly. Walking on the tree-lined path in the campus, with his myriad thoughts set aside, his mood completely relaxed, he appreciated the various scenery. As he was walking, a beautiful woman with black hair walked quickly past him. Weiss only glanced at her profile. Although she did not give him that stunning feeling, she was still a beautiful woman with a pretty nose, cherry lips, and skin as white as snow. Seen from behind, her figure was well proportioned, her curves graceful, and her gait brisk. At this moment, Weiss couldn't help but think of Octavie. She was also this hurried, but the person before him clearly lacked the heroic beauty full of military spirit. For beautiful things, whether people or scenery, people always hope to take a few more looks. However, having experienced the life and death in war, Weiss took many things in life much more lightly. He did not speed up, nor did he have any intention of going up to strike up a conversation. Instead, he walked his own path slowly, and that pretty figure gradually drifted away and disappeared. Fate is something no one can clearly explain or describe. At noon, Weiss casually found a restaurant on campus, ordered a very ordinary set meal and hot tea, and found an inconspicuous corner. As he was eating, he suddenly saw that beautiful figure appear in his line of sight again, and she sat down at a table diagonally opposite, carrying a tray. When her gaze inadvertently drifted toward his side, Weiss summoned all his composure and slightly raised the corners of his mouth to make himself appear friendly. That beautiful woman only glanced at him and gave no reaction. In Weiss's own eyes, having been baptized by war, the originally very ordinary physical condition of Long Cromwell Hyson had gained the support of military bearing and steady qualities, reaching an above-average level among his peers, and he should still have some attraction to the opposite sex. It was just that in this youthful campus, there were many sunny and handsome boys. At first glance, he was still the type who blended into the crowd, so it was not surprising that he didn't attract her attention. Facing such a feast for the eyes, Weiss calmly savored the sight. This beauty had a waterfall of black hair. Her appearance belonged neither to the traditional Eastern style nor the typical Western style, but combined the angular, three-dimensional contours of the Western style with the skin tone and lip shape of an Oriental. When she was lost in thought, her expression really resembled Octavie's quite a bit, and she also had that cold as ice, keep strangers at a distance feeling. However, by comparison, Octavie had higher beauty, and her hardcore military temperament was something ordinary people did not possess. Yet it was precisely the slight inferiority that made this beauty before him different from Octavie's world-class beauty that seemed to have descended from the heavens, giving her more of a grounded, human touch. Some beauties give people the feeling of being a fleeting glimpse but are not worth looking at for long. Some look plain and unremarkable at first sight, but the more you look, the more flavor they have, and some are the type that look very good at first sight and remain pleasing to the eye even after a long time. Weiss swept clean the food on his plate, leisurely drank his mediocre hot tea, and appreciated the unique scenery before him. Not long after, another familiar face came into the restaurant: Professor Alfred Yang, the Dean of the School of Geography and Geology. He walked in somewhat aimlessly, seemingly still pondering some problem. Many people greeted him, and he responded nonchalantly until he spotted this black-haired beauty. He instantly revealed a smile inconsistent with his temperament, walked straight to her table, and without greeting her, sat down beside her in a casual, uninhibited manner. Toward Professor Old Yang, this beauty seemed neither disgusted nor happy. Her faint expression felt like she was accustomed to it. Professor Old Yang spoke a few words to her, his face full of smiles, when he suddenly saw Weiss and hurriedly waved, saying, "Ha, Mr. Klemper-Hyson, what a coincidence, come sit with us." This was exactly what Weiss had been hoping for. He carried his teacup and sat over. The black-haired beauty seemed to have noticed just now that Weiss had been observing her, appearing somewhat displeased, but in front of Professor Yang, she did not make this emotion too obvious. The old man said to the beauty, "This is a coincidence. Didn't you say you planned to take students for field exploration? Now the opportunity has come. This Mr. Klemper-Hyson will provide a sponsorship to us, hoping to establish a new, long-term cooperative relationship with us." Hearing this, the black-haired beauty's attitude toward Weiss improved slightly, but she did not immediately smile, instead nodding politely, "Nice to meet you, Mr. Klemper-Hyson." The old man introduced her to Weiss. "This is my capable assistant, and also the youngest first-class professor in our School of Geography and Geology, Aisha Yang." Upon hearing this name, Weiss couldn't help but widen his eyes. "Ah, you." The old man and the black-haired beauty exchanged glances. With such tacit understanding, plus the surname they shared, what else was there to ask? It's hard to imagine that there would be such a stunningly beautiful lady delving into such a dull subject as geography and geology. Weiss regretted saying this as soon as he finished, because such words seemed to imply a disparagement of geography and geological research. Sure enough, the black-haired beauty did not like such remarks and asked tit for tat, "Is there something wrong with that? Who stipulated that geography and geology can only be studied by boys? It was my rudeness. Actually, I just feel that geography and geology are not as interesting as history or art, and field exploration and surveying are very hard work, so it might be more convenient for men to do it." Weiss hurriedly explained. This made sense, so the beauty didn't retort him again, but instead snorted at the old man, "If you want to blame someone, blame him for cultivating my strong interest in geography and geology since I was a child. Some things, after being influenced for too many years, become a habit. Asking me to come into contact with other disciplines, I really can't muster any interest. So that's how it is." Weiss nodded to show his understanding. Professor Alfred Yang said to his daughter, "This Mr. Klemper-Hyson, I have heard about him. During the period when Lorraine was occupied by the enemy, he persisted in leading the local Federation military and civilians to resist the enemy's occupation. It seems he was even captured by the enemy, then escaped, and subsequently led troops back to Lorraine until the enemy was driven away. Is that right?" In front of the black-haired beauty, Weiss intentionally restrained his emotions and introduced the story of his guerrilla warfare in Lorraine in a humble, low-key manner and with relatively concise language, concluding that the guerrilla war in Lorraine should be credited to the tenacious and unyielding Federation military and civilians, and he had only played the role of threading the needle. Regarding heroes, Professor Aisha Yang was not disrespectful, but she was not very interested in his topic. Instead, she got to the bottom of what her father had just said. What exactly is the new, long-term cooperative model you were talking about? Oh, about this matter, I think it would be more appropriate for Mr. Klemperhiesen to explain. Professor Old Yang kicked the ball to Weiss. By this time, the beautiful Professor Aisha Yang had finished her meal. Taking advantage of the opportunity while Professor Old Yang was buried in his meal, Weiss explained his plan to the black-haired beauty in a more detailed manner. These topics, which were not that attractive to ladies originally, were listened to very seriously by this black-haired beauty. When Weiss finished, she changed her previous indifference and said very positively, "This is a very good idea. All mineral extraction and water conservancy projects should have complete, long-term planning, especially paying attention to the protection of the ecological environment. It's a pity that there are too few people with this correct vision." "I knew it, this would suit your taste," Professor Old Yang interjected. "But I have to take little sweet fruit with me," Professor Aisha Yang said to him. Weiss was initially wondering whether this little sweet fruit was a stuffed toy or a small pet, but then he heard Professor Old Yang say, "She is only 4 years old. Going to such a far place with you, can you take care of her all by yourself? Otherwise what? You can't take care of her either," Professor Aisha Yang retorted at a speed comparable to a machine gun. Weiss listened from the side, heart pounding. This black-haired beauty was so young, yet she already had a 4-year-old child. This fact was truly a bit caught him off guard. Professor Old Yang pursed his lips. "That's true, if she cries at night, I won't be able to handle her." After they had discussed it briefly, the black-haired beauty asked Weiss symbolically, "You shouldn't mind, should you?" "No, how could I?" Weiss hurriedly responded, "I have an 8-year-old nephew, very cute and also very naughty. His father, who is my older brother, died in the war. His mother stayed in their hometown with her little daughter, and he lives with us in Lorraine alone. My parents take care of him, and there are several very good servants. When you go to Lorraine, you can rest assured and let her stay with us." Sometimes, saying too much is not necessarily a good thing. Weiss's hurried way of explaining made it feel like he was trying to traffic people, and this trafficking involved one big and one small. Not only the black-haired beauty, but even the old man looked at him with a hint of vigilance. "Then when can you take the students to Lorraine? Do you need me to prepay your travel expenses?" Weiss hurriedly changed the subject. "Regarding expenses, there will be no direct contact between you and me. You will provide the sponsorship fee to the school, and the school will arrange the necessary expenses and subsidies for our trip. You only need to prepare the equipment for exploration and surveying according to the list I provide, and be responsible for our food, accommodation, and transportation in Lorraine," the black-haired beauty said in a business-like tone. "We will bring some equipment ourselves, but heavy equipment is not easy to carry, and the school does not have extra preparations besides those for teaching. If it is convenient, please come to the school in 2 days to get the specific equipment list, or leave an address for me, and I will mail it to you." This sounded simple, but Weiss also knew that the equipment and materials involved in geological exploration and surveying were not few. If later extraction, trial operation, and adjustment were added, the investment would be quite huge. Without the financial support and maintenance of banks and consortiums, even if the Klemperhiesen family's foundation were hollowed out, it would be difficult to realize. On the other hand, the funds from banks and consortiums were not given for free but required bearing a certain interest. Although they appropriately lowered the interest rate for such large projects, there must be real operational returns to have the ability to repay the principal and interest. Returns, on one hand, came from the project itself, and on the other hand, depended on management level and operational efficiency, which was the same principle as organizing and implementing combat operations during wartime. Chapter 5, Canal. Fastest update to the latest chapters of Iron Soul of Steel. It was a beautiful summer day when the groundbreaking ceremony for the Free Lorraine Canal began at a construction site about 20 li southeast of Soms-Onnes. This canal was the first major project agreed upon between the Lorraine Industrialists Alliance and the Lorraine Provisional Government. Mr. Blinders, the acting governor of the Lorraine Provisional Government, attended the ribbon-cutting ceremony on behalf of the government. In the Ulster Free Federation, which was still in the early stages of post-war recovery, and particularly in Lorraine, which had suffered the most from the ravages of war, the construction of this canal filled people with optimism for the recovery of the post-war economy and society. The most immediate benefit of the canal project was providing over 4,000 members of the Lorraine populace with stable 3-month jobs, allowing them to tide over this difficult, lean period. Thanks to the traditional reputation of the Klemperhiesen family, the heroic prestige Weiss had earned during the war, the development plan of one main line, 2 threads, and a stable source of funding, financiers were happy to provide them with a commercial loan totaling 500,000 gold crowns. Due to the destruction caused by the war, the federal economic system had nearly collapsed in the later stages, the krona paper currency circulating before the war had depreciated severely, and gold crowns, which had a clear gold content, became the only reliable currency within the federation. The purchasing power of 1 gold krona was equivalent to nearly 800 to 1,000 pre-war kronas. Converting this, the loan was equivalent to 500 million kronas. It is worth noting that the total assets on the balance sheet of the military-industrial giant Grumman Group in the year the war broke out were only 1.4 billion kronas. Having secured the massive financing, Weiss couldn't wait for the technical team from the Ulster Institute of Technology to arrive in Lorraine. He sent the canal construction plan directly to Professor Yang and Professor Stephen Zhou, asking them to conduct a technical verification. The two professors, impressed by the overall plan, invited professors from related departments for a joint review, ultimately proposing 17 practical suggestions for modification and improvement. Afterward, Weiss submitted the plan to the Lorraine Provisional Government for deliberation and personally attended 5 review meetings, successfully persuading government officials and experts to approve the 10-Li Canal project, which was intended to run from the south of Soms-Onus to the neighboring town of Mason. This canal was a purely commercial project. Its uniqueness lay in the fact that the Lorraine Provisional Government did not need to provide a single krona in funding. Furthermore, the builders and operators promised that once the canal was built, they would not charge any fees to navigators or those using it for farmland irrigation. The condition was that the Lorraine Provisional Government would transfer state-owned land on both sides of the canal to relevant members of the Lorraine Industrialists Alliance at a flat rate for industrial and commercial use, and allow them to purchase land from local farmers for centralized agriculture, industry, or commerce. This long-term operational mindset was quite rare, not just in the Federation, but across the entire Orange sphere. Building a canal feels like a massive undertaking. Whether it's the Grand Canal in China or the Suez and Panama Canals abroad, these were super projects in history that required extreme investment. The construction of these canals not only brought considerable economic benefits but also had immeasurable political and military value. The cost of a canal cannot be generalized. Different geographical environments, technical processes, and various external factors can lead to huge differences in costs. For example, the Suez Canal, built in the mid-19th century, was 190 kilometers long and cost £18.6 million, which translates to about £97,800 per kilometer. The Corinth Canal, completed at the end of the 19th century, was 6.3 kilometers long and cost $600 million, translating to about $95.23 million per kilometer. The Panama Canal, built in the early 20th century, was 65 kilometers long and cost over $300 million, translating to about $4.61 million per kilometer. Weiss's canal was built on the foundation of an existing artificial irrigation channel. It was only 10.5 li long, with a preset width and depth of 50 feet and 20 feet, respectively. It was located in relatively flat hilly terrain without hard rock. Under a model dominated by manual labor supplemented by machinery, the construction period was expected to be 99 days, with an estimated total cost of 8,000 gold crowns, equivalent to 4.5 to 5.2 million pre-war kronas. Once open to navigation, it would allow ships traveling between Soms-Onus and Mason to save over 200 li. The Lorraine Provisional Government quickly approved this plan, which seemed somewhat bizarre to the officials. For them, not needing to provide any government funds while allowing thousands of residents to gain at least 3 months of employment, and creating a brand new industrial zone in the desolate area south of Soms-Onus near the Mason River, was simply a political achievement handed to them on a silver platter. In addition, the Lorraine Provisional Government would also gain a significant amount of government revenue by selling land along the canal, alleviating some of their current fiscal pressure. For the members of the Lorraine Industrialists Alliance, the construction of this canal marked their emergence to the world with a brand new image. This non-official industrial and commercial organization, based on the mutual trust of old comrades in arms, had evolved from initial information exchange into a community of shared interests where they prospered or suffered together. After the canal construction began, Alliance members could purchase land along the canal at relatively low prices to build factories, conduct trade, or develop modern, new-style agriculture. Currently, this was just land with low economic value, consisting only of some farmland, pastures, and sparse trees. Once the canal was built, its geographical and transportation advantages would emerge, thereby increasing the value of the land and the commercial and industrial potential. After the ribbon-cutting ceremony, Acting Governor Blinders drove with Weiss to Soms-Onus to attend the celebration banquet held that evening. In addition to some officials and celebrities from Mason, the attendees were mainly members of the Lorraine Industrialists Alliance and deacons and elders from the villages around Soms-Onus. During the occupation by the Norman army, many of these guests had been staunch resistors. Now, they were the pioneers of post-war reconstruction. In such an occasion, Mr. Blinders clearly attended with respect. On the way, he said to Weiss, "If this canal is successfully completed and the surrounding land is successfully developed, I think the federal government would be very happy to see someone capable and energetic like you play an important role in the management system of Lorraine. Moreover, I believe that all sectors of Lorraine and the vast majority of the public also hope for such a result." "You flatter me." Weiss responded modestly. "I am just an unsuccessful guerrilla warfare commander. Nowadays, we old comrades have gathered together merely because we hope to do something for the industry of Lorraine. Of course, it is also because of our change in roles, we hope to transform from resistance fighters into industrialists. As for politics, we have neither much interest nor the capacity." Blinders laughed heartily. He said, "Although I am a local of Lorraine, my age and my physical condition make it very difficult for me to take on the role of a long-term administrator. Therefore, I sincerely hope that among you juniors, someone with real prestige and ability can be chosen to take on this great responsibility. Parliamentary elections are already in intense preparation. I believe that with your influence, it won't be difficult to win some parliamentary seats. Afterward, whether you seek greater influence or push for an assembly speaker and governor you deem suitable, it is all a matter of advancing or retreating. From my personal experience, you have reason to consider this properly. I think you people who are dedicated to industry are actually more popular than those who are obsessed with power and talk big about the economy." Weiss had not failed to consider this topic. In fact, everyone had discussed it during the first gathering of old comrades. But considering all factors, they decided to start with industry, do the work solidly, and then consider political possibilities. After all, with their capabilities, they were not suitable for fully engaging in political competition, that would be equivalent to building castles in the air. Conversely, if they did their current work solidly and achieved some results, even if they didn't achieve anything in the first post-war parliamentary election, there would always be opportunities in the second or third. What Blinders said was, after all, just his personal opinion, or rather, advice. Weiss humbly accepted the instruction, and he did not continue the topic. As the car arrived in Samsonas and passed through the downtown area where reconstruction was nearing its end, Blinders asked curiously, why did you choose to expand the canal in such a place relatively far from the population centers? Honestly, from my years of experience, this is a project with high investment and slow returns, perhaps it will take a decade or even 2 or 3 generations to see results. After all, large enterprises like Grumman or Nebula were accumulated slowly over many generations. Your Klemper-Heisen family is the same. What makes you so determined to do something you believe will show results so quickly? The times have changed, Weiss said firmly. Economic development, technological progress, and even the evolution of philosophical theories, the speed of everything is accelerating. Of course, military reform is the same. We hope that Lorraine can become a Lorraine with the strength to defend freedom, rather than being easily occupied by enemies like in the previous 2 wars, with people using their own blood to resist the enemy's aggression. One day, the enemy will return. At that time, Lorraine will no longer be a Lorraine they can trample at will. Yes. The times have changed, Blinders sighed meaningfully. Then, he rambled on to Weiss, saying that many years ago, he had also devoted himself to industry. Because of the previous Great War, he turned to politics and had held many different positions over the past 20+ years. Now, serving as the acting governor of the Lorraine Provisional Government appointed by the federal government, it was not the highest position in his long political career, but at his age, it was very likely the last position with real significance. Blinders hinted that the reconstruction of Lorraine's political order after the war was the last major task he was striving for. So far, he was satisfied with the changes in Lorraine, but just like other areas that had been occupied by the Norman army, many people who compromised with the enemy during the occupation period had not been punished. This required sufficient evidence. Therefore, the qualifications of many people preparing to participate in the local parliamentary elections in Lorraine were questioned by various circles. But these people had strong economic power. Under a free and equal democratic system, drawbacks still existed. The rich were always more advantageous than those from poor backgrounds. For example, those factory owners could easily use various means to get workers to vote for them before the election. And there were those who, although harsh in management, presented themselves as philanthropists in society, which was also very advantageous in such elections. In the past, Weiss did not like to be nagged, but this nagging from Blinders was clearly sharing his experience and insights with a junior he favored. Therefore, he was a competent listener, taking every word and every phrasing from the other party into his ears. Although everyone's style of doing things was different and some views were inevitably biased, this rambling still gave Weiss a lot of inspiration. Before long, the car arrived at Krumbehesen Castle. The large lawn that had been used by the Normans as a makeshift airfield was the venue for today's luncheon. With the sky as the roof and the earth as the seat, it was truly grand. Members of the Klemper-Heisen family and their friends were busy. Tables were covered with snow-white tablecloths, and as the breeze blew, the corners of the cloths fluttered. Plates filled with delicious food were served one after another, and the dishes looked particularly tempting in the sunlight. The partners who participated in the canal groundbreaking ceremony were still behind. Lord Klemper-Heisen and the temporary officials of Samsonas did not go to the ceremony site but were waiting here for the arrival of Blinders and his party. As an industrial town in central Lorraine, the population of Samsonas in peacetime was over 40,000, and the municipal and security officials added up to less than 40 people. This configuration was common in the Federation. The social order of towns and villages was often maintained by local celebrities and labor unions assisting local officials. Under normal circumstances, its stability was not inferior to that of centralized countries using strict laws, while the administrative cost was much lower. Now, in the post-war transition period, the temporary officials of Samsonas, along with security personnel, numbered only 20-something. Even if more than half of them were standing here, it didn't look crowded. After getting out of the car and exchanging pleasantries with Lord Klemper-Heisen and the others, Blinders joked to Weiss, for such a large-scale celebration, you didn't invite 1 or 2 stars. I heard that to build momentum, someone has already spent money to invite a big star. In a while, Mason will be bustling. Weiss smiled and said, how could big stars come to our small place? Besides, we are doing practical work, and every krona must be used on the cutting edge. Compared to Weiss's dismissal, Lord Klemper-Heisen appeared more sophisticated. Mr. Blinders is right. Building a canal is a good thing that benefits the country and the people. Proper publicity can attract more sponsors and reduce the pressure on funding. Blinders' words focused on the election, not the present, so he said to Lord Klemper-Heisen, having stars' support is just a form, don't take it too seriously. As for introducing sponsors, there are advantages and disadvantages, it mainly depends on the judgment of the decision-makers. In the period just after the war ended, Weiss, as the acting person in charge of military affairs, had worked with officials of the provisional government for a period of time. Judging from the contact, the temporary officials of the provisional government represented by Blinders were diligent, pragmatic, and unconstrained by minor details. If officials could reach their level, that would be quite good. However, precisely because they were temporary, the core personnel were directly transferred by the federal government, and the auxiliary personnel came from all walks of life, including many technical experts. Some had sufficient public management experience and were fair and capable in handling affairs, others had broad horizons, agile thinking, and were focused. Furthermore, although things in the post-war transition period were complex, they could be summarized into a few types. As long as one grasped the general principles and avoided mixing personal interests, it was not difficult to handle them properly. Unfortunately, most of the elites among these temporary officials would return to federal government departments or educational and medical institutions after the transition period. And those who served as the Lorraine Assembly Speaker or Governor through democratic election procedures, regardless of their ability, could not do much harm under the federal constitution and the system of checks and balances. But their management and decision-making were directly related to the local economic and social development of Lorraine and the quality of life of the people. Whether this group of people was excellent or mediocre, just or greedy, in the long run, still had a great influence. Chapter 6, The Dilemma of Lawrence. The latest chapters of Iron Soul of Steel are updated fastest. The 7-member Council of the Lorraine Industrialists Alliance was the daily decision-making body for this commercial alliance, acting as the central brain of the human body. In the first General Assembly vote, the 7 members with the highest support were elected as directors, and they were jokingly called the Big Seven by their old comrades in arms. This council was, in principle, to meet at least once a quarter. After the first major project jointly invested in by the alliance members, the Free Lorraine Canal, began construction, the council had to meet once or twice a month due to the large number of affairs that needed to be discussed, and the focus naturally centered on the development of this canal and the land on both sides. Under an intensive industrial model, combined with modern technology, equipment, and concepts, industrial efficiency could be greatly improved. However, the construction of industrial zones was not a free-for-all, it required scientific division and design to maximize operational and transport efficiency. With the start of the canal project, more than 2/3 of the factory locations had been determined, including metallurgical, steel-making, plants, foundries, pipe manufacturing plants, machine tool plants, chemical plants, and so on. Outside of traditional heavy manufacturing, although factory sites had been planned for mechanical manufacturing, it remained at zero in terms of actual implementation. In Mason, the capital of Lorraine, the Lorraine Industrialists Alliance rented a street-facing Western-style house in the south of the city to serve as the temporary headquarters for the alliance. The first and second floors were used for offices, the third floor was set up as a conference room, and the fourth floor semi-open terrace was a lounge area. On a slightly sultry evening, the Big Seven gathered here, drinking herbal tea and catching the cool breeze, as they discussed the matters that needed to be resolved during this period. The topic finally fell on the Lawrence Automobile Manufacturing Plant. The 7 directors led by Weiss included, Lord Wadestein, guerrilla lieutenant colonel and commander of the Knights of Slean. This middle-aged man with a limp was nicknamed the Hunter. During the war, he was appointed as the commander of the 2nd Guerrilla Column of Lorraine, and after the war, he was relieved of his duties and transferred to become the chairman of the Slean National Mobilization Committee. Glenson Tottenberg, guerrilla major, brother of the late commander of the 3rd Guerrilla Column of Lorraine, Haas Tottenberg, was a spirited one-armed youth nicknamed the Phoenix. Morton Parrish, guerrilla major, commander of the 7th Guerrilla Column of Lorraine, the Auenmar Miners Brotherhood, was an upright bald man nicknamed the Judge. During the war, he took out many Norman officers, including some unlucky fellows captured by the guerrilla forces. Alex Notikmuk, guerrilla major, son of the late commander of the 9th Guerrilla Column of Lorraine, Ryan Notikmuk, was a dropout from the Federal Institute of Engineering and an explosives expert in the resistance organization. He now followed in his father's footsteps, operating one of the largest chemical enterprises in Lorraine. Michael Heiss, a veteran industrialist from Valence, ostensibly complied with the control of the Normans during the war while secretly passing information and providing supplies to the resistance organization. When Weiss led the guerrilla vanguard to fight in northern Lorraine in the later stages, he received support from this old gentleman. His economic strength and business connections were the most robust among the 7 directors. Rosen Pabuchter, chairman of the Cormison Union and a heroic resistance fighter, had been arrested and imprisoned by the Normans 3 times, nearly losing his life at the hands of the enemy, and only survived due to the mediation of local figures. He did not regain his freedom until the last time he was arrested when the Normans retreated. When it came to the Lawrence Automobile Manufacturing Plant, Pabuchter undoubtedly had the most say. He had worked at the Lawrence Automobile Manufacturing Plant for a long time and was very familiar with both the founder, Maxon Lawrence, and the technical core, Dr. Pace. He had previously revealed the various changes that had occurred at the Lawrence Automobile Manufacturing Plant during and after the war to everyone, and had acted as a bridge for Weiss and others to discuss cooperation with Mr. Lawrence. However, the problem now was no longer a choice of whether Lawrence was willing to cooperate or how to cooperate, but rather that the internal conflicts within the Lawrence Automobile Manufacturing Plant had intensified. Lawrence had funded the establishment of the automobile manufacturing plant, while Dr. Pace had injected the technical soul into it. The two had been friends since childhood and had been inseparable partners throughout the growth of the Lawrence Automobile Manufacturing Plant. Before the outbreak of the war, Lawrence held 80% of the factory's shares, and the other 20% had been transferred to Dr. Pace's name as a reward for his long-term outstanding contributions. During the war, when the fall of Lorraine became inevitable, Lawrence instructed Dr. Pace to take the technical staff and some equipment and relocate to the rear, while he himself remained in Lorraine because his parents were old and difficult to move. During the occupation by the Norman army, Lawrence always adhered to the principle of not resisting, not compromising, and not cooperating, refusing various threats and inducements from the Normans, but he maintained a certain connection with the officials appointed by the Normans. This also created conditions for him to help Pabukter and other arrested personnel escape. During this period, Dr. Pace led the relocated personnel to overcome numerous difficulties, rebuild the factory, and restore production, making positive contributions to the Federation Army's turning of the tide. During the war, the performance of both was beyond reproach, but the seeds of conflict had already been sown. After the war, Mr. Lawrence advocated moving the factory back to Lorraine, and most of the technical staff and skilled workers also hoped to return to their homeland. However, Dr. Pace believed that Lorraine was constrained by innate conditions, the development pattern was too small, and considering the cost of relocation, he felt it was appropriate to move the factory to AO City and develop in cooperation with the Grumman Group. Since then, neither could convince the other. The factory relocation went ahead, and more than half of the technical staff and most of the skilled workers returned to Lorraine, while Dr. Pace arrived in AO City with some personnel and all the production equipment and refused to move further, withholding various subsidies and compensation provided by the government to the Lawrence automobile manufacturing plant. Recently, it was said that he had already reached an agreement with the Grumman Group, with the Grumman Group coming forward to acquire Lawrence's equity, while he would still be fully responsible for the production and operation of the factory. After finishing discussing these frustrating matters that even an honest official would find hard to judge, Pabukter analyzed, Grumman definitely has its eye on the good reputation and huge value of the Wild Horse armored combat vehicle. Moreover, it can just happen to make up for their technical shortcomings in combat vehicles, becoming the strongest military enterprise that dominates land combat equipment. With their influence, they can completely incite the army to purchase more wild horses to build ground rapid combat units. Speaking of wild horse, in the early stages of the guerrilla war, we used this equipment to give the Norman army a good thrashing. Thinking back on those battles, it really was gratifying. Wise side, it's a pity that the Lawrence automobile manufacturing plant only contributed this one classic piece of equipment during the war. By the middle and late stages of the war, they put most of their energy into maintaining production, lacking new capital and technical investment, and as a result, they were gradually caught up by competitors in the same industry. Despite this, the balance, practicality, and ease of manufacturing of the Wild Horse still won the favor of the military, and it remained the combat vehicle with the highest output until the end of the war. So, you are right just now, the brand value alone is a considerable fortune. Then our original plan. Pabukter left the rest unsaid, but anyone with a discerning eye would understand, with the current strength of the Lorraine Industrialists Alliance, it was impossible to wrestle with a true giant like the Grumman Group. Since they were powerless to stop the Lawrence automobile manufacturing plant from being acquired, the previously conceived cooperation plan lost its feasibility. It would be better to give up rationally and make other plans early. Weiss analyzed calmly, your Lawrence automobile manufacturing plant still has a very valuable asset, which is its skilled workers. As long as these people are still there, combined with new production technology and equipment, operations will soon recover. Moreover, as long as there is no intense friction between us and the Norman Empire within the next few years, armaments will not suddenly accelerate. The Grumman Group is betting on armored vehicle manufacturers, while we will focus on civilian vehicles, especially agricultural vehicles. We should promote relatively low-cost family cars and agricultural vehicles, while keeping in mind the dual-use nature for military and civilian purposes during the process. In that case, I will act as the intermediary and arrange another in-depth discussion with Mr. Lawrence. What does everyone think? Pabukter offered a proactive suggestion. Apart from him, the other council members were not that interested in the cooperation with the Lawrence automobile manufacturing plant. To put it bluntly, power machinery manufacturing was a major development path chosen by the Klemper-Heisen family and had no necessary connection to the other members of the alliance. Those who wanted to join could join, and those who wanted to wait and see need not have any psychological burden. Then I'll trouble you to arrange it as soon as possible. Weiss said, given the current situation, the sooner, the better. If possible, take Pamela with you when you go, Hunter Lorweidstein responded, let him follow along to gain some experience. I am entrusting this cooperation entirely to him, which can also be considered a test for him. Old Weidstein's son, Pamela Weidstein, was a sturdy, black-haired young man who had performed exceptionally bravely on the guerrilla battlefields against the Normans, earning him the nickname Gladiator in the resistance camp. Old Weidstein had mobility issues and truly needed to let this young man shoulder more responsibilities. Everyone, the geological research team I invited from the Ulster Institute of Technology will arrive in Lorraine next week. For this exploration and survey, we should try to keep a low profile and not attract excessive outside attention. At the same time, once a commercially viable mineral deposit is discovered, we must complete the registration procedures for the new mine as quickly as possible. The distribution rules and transfer prices will remain as we previously agreed. Phoenix and Judge will be responsible for mining, Hunter will manage transportation, and Alex and Sir Weiss will be responsible for smelting and processing. I will not intervene in the production of conventional mineral resources, but if specific new minerals are discovered, I will handle all downstream processes from smelting onwards. Does anyone have any objections? For this exploration and survey, the preliminary work was all handled by Weiss, and the others only needed to cooperate during the process, basically reaping the benefits without sowing, so what objections could they have? The only thing they were curious about was just how much potential value the new mineral that Weiss was looking forward to had, to make him so persistent about it. 2 days later, Pabukter sent a telegram stating that Mr. Lawrence was willing to formally discuss cooperation with the Lorraine Industrialists Alliance. Thus, Weiss called Gladiator Pamela Weidstein and drove to Commission. It had been barely a month since he last met Lawrence, and this industrialist, who had just passed 50, now looked exceptionally haggard. Nevertheless, he still welcomed and thanked Weiss and his party for coming in times of trouble. Whether one could help was one thing, but whether one was willing to help was another. After sitting down, Weiss chatted briefly with Lawrence about the current situation, then got straight to the point and explained his thoughts. The war had just ended, and mechanical technology had shifted from the rapid advancements of the war period to a period of digestion and development. While the Wild Horse was certainly a meritorious piece of equipment during the war, and judging by the continuous additional orders from the military, it seemed to always be in short supply. With the end of the war, the Federation Army's focus had shifted to downsizing troops and integrating equipment. The primary issue for the federal government was to properly handle the huge debts left over from the war period and guide the social and economic order back to the right track. From a medium to long-term development perspective, the Lawrence automobile manufacturing plant and the Wild Horse armored vehicle were still very good investment and business targets. However, in the short term, if it could not successfully transform, it would struggle in the quagmire for the next few years. Relying on the big tree that was the Grumman Group could greatly disperse and transfer risks. Furthermore, the Lawrence automobile manufacturing plant had reached a relatively stable equilibrium of technical accumulation at its current level of development. If it lost a technical core like Dr. Pace, it would have to rely on a large influx of capital to transform quickly or make substantial progress in its original field, something Lawrence could not solve. As the saying goes, the bystander sees clearly while the person involved is confused. Weiss's analysis was both objective and rational, but at this special juncture, if it hadn't been for their previous contact and the fact that they had stated their intentions as soon as they arrived, Mr. Lawrence might have kicked them out, mistaking them for lobbyists for the Grumman Group. To dispel Lawrence's doubts, Weiss stated that the Crumble-Hessen factory could invest first to clarify the reconstruction method and scale of the new Lawrence factory in Lorraine. After the funds were in place, Lawrence could then formally sign a sale agreement with the Grumman Group. In this way, Lawrence not only retained his passion for vehicle mechanical manufacturing but also gained a good opportunity to start fresh and rebuild his glory. After considering it for the noon, Mr. Lawrence agreed in principle to Weiss's proposal and agreed to cooperate with the Crumble-Hessen factory and the Lorraine Industrialists Alliance. Both sides would first sign a preliminary cooperation intention agreement, with Weiss preparing and allocating funds, and Lawrence responsible for mobilizing the original factory's technical personnel. He stated that although the development opportunities in AO City were better and he was willing to offer generous treatment, at least half of the engineers and technical personnel preferred to stay in their hometown rather than go out to strike gold. After reaching the cooperation intention, Weiss and Lawrence further discussed the future development direction. The two sides would jointly fund the establishment of the Klemper-Hessen and Lawrence Machinery Company, build an automobile factory based on the original Komissen plant, focusing on engine manufacturing and automobile assembly, and establish a mechanical R&D institution and an agricultural machinery factory on the north bank of the Free Lorraine Canal, focusing on technical R&D and agricultural machinery production. The two factories and the R&D institution would share and exchange personnel and technology. Lawrence highly approved of this plan but also reminded Weiss that all previous technical research had been conducted under the leadership of Dr. Pace, and he only had business management experience and no professional technical ability. Weiss comforted him, saying that under heavy rewards there must be brave men. This principle was unobstructed across all walks of life. The Lorraine Industrialists Alliance would send a comprehensive team to the capital to recruit outstanding talent, and if Lawrence was willing, he could entrust the recruitment of professional technical personnel entirely to him. Lawrence did not object, but said meaningfully, objectively speaking, the Klemper-Hessen family uniting everyone together can indeed avoid internal friction and form a combined force, but in the long run, whether or not the profit distribution problem during the cooperative operation process can be handled well is the biggest test for the leader. I hope the Klemper-Hessen family brings us benign development, not short-term prosperity. This was indeed the primary difficulty for the survival and development of the Lorraine Industrialists Alliance. That Lawrence could see this and pointed out to his face made Weiss look at him with higher regard. He smiled and said that during the war, they had entrusted their lives to each other. Now, they cherished peace and friendship, and on this basis, they were banding together to seek development. How to reasonably distribute profits and avoid internal friction and infighting was a principle that was heavily considered when designing the cooperation framework from the beginning. On this basis, everyone jointly agreed on 33 rules. As long as they were earnestly followed and perfected, he believed that the Lorraine Free Alliance would become a phenomenal business community. Chapter 7, Competition and Cooperation. Weiss had walked the road from the AO City train station to the Baston Military Academy in the northern suburbs 26 times in total. Today was the 27th. During the Battle of Aokeng, the Federation Army and the Norman Army had engaged in fierce fighting in this area. Nowadays, most of the craters on the ground have been filled, and the small bridges along the way have been repaired or rebuilt. However, if one observes carefully along the way, one can still find traces of the battle from the broken tree stumps, mottled ruined walls, and abandoned trenches on the hills. As the car moved forward and the scenery receded, those cruel scenes of war would suddenly appear before his eyes, then vanish just as quickly. Riding in a car arranged by the Grumman Group, Weiss and his party arrived at an estate about 50 li away from the Baston Military Academy. It belonged to the current president of the Grumman Group, Edwig Grumman, the eldest son of the old president. This meeting with the senior management of the Grumman Group had nothing to do with the Lawrence automobile manufacturing factory, but rather with old matters between the Klemper-Hessen family and the Grumman family. When Lord Cromer-Hassen was in charge of family affairs, the expansion of the Grumman Group's commercial territory reached its peak. Faced with this powerful competitor, the Crumble-Hessen factory faced a life-or-death choice. The Lord had no choice but to accept the terms offered by the Grumman family and joined the Grumman Group in the form of a joint venture. This type of joint venture did not involve changes in equity, but rather formed a unified management and scheduling relationship for production and operations through a contract. In addition, the Grumman Group provided the Klemper-Heessen family with a certain joint venture bonus every year. The joint venture contract signed back then had a term of 50 years and had not yet expired. However, there was a force majeure termination clause in the contract, and war was one of the categories included. During the war, the Grumman Group neither implemented production and operation management for the Krumbelhessen factory nor continued to pay the joint venture bonus. Citing this clause, it could be considered an automatic abandonment of the joint venture relationship. To resolve such legacy issues, the Grumman Group issued meeting invitations to numerous joint venture enterprises, including the Klemper-Heessen family. Before coming, Weiss had asked a lawyer to repeatedly study the joint venture contract signed back then. Both sides could declare that the contract had become void during the war, or they could negotiate to retain the contract's validity, or sign a supplementary contract on this basis. After Weiss and his party arrived at the estate, although the current helmsman of the Grumman Group did not come out to welcome them, he appeared immediately. This was not the first time Weiss had met Edwig Grumman. Long before the war broke out, when he was with the intelligence department investigating the training ammunition explosion accident at the Baston Military Academy, he had met him once at the Grumman Group's Legend City factory. In his impression, this was a business talent with independent thinking, a broad vision, and great vitality and ability. For many people at the time, it seemed natural for him to take over the position of the old president. However, after experiencing the twists and turns of the war and the betrayal of the second son, Ruofu, this succession process encountered quite a few setbacks. Perhaps precisely because of these reasons, as the new president, Edwig was working very hard to prove himself to the shareholders and competitors. He worked day and night, attending to every detail, and under his efforts, in just half a year, the Grumman Group's industrial layout, which had been nearly scattered during the war, was brought back together along the axis of AO City, Legend City, Liberty City. After meeting, Edwig was not in a hurry to start the negotiation session, but instead invited Weiss to take a walk in his back garden. This kind of private chat arranged before official talks usually provides a channel to express personal views and ideas. Generally, no resolutions are made, but under certain specific conditions, it can also be more decisive than official talks. On this slightly sweltering afternoon, Edwig and Weiss walked and talked. They discussed the origins and current situation of the two families, as well as the status and trends of post-war industrial development. In the end, the core was the hope that both sides could reach an agreement on cooperation. Edwig gave him two options: first, come to the Grumman Group to take on a senior management position, with excellent compensation, and he also promised to grant him authority, meaning management rights over a certain factory or a certain area, which was already considered a regional governor within the group. Second, the Grumman Group would inject capital into the Krumbelhessen factory, with or without a controlling stake. In principle, the Klemper-Heessen family would continue to be responsible for the factory's production and operations, while the Grumman Group would be responsible for providing the capital, technology, and manpower needed for the factory's development. Moreover, they could agree that the profits for the next several years would be prioritized for equipment upgrades rather than dividends to shareholders. Undoubtedly, both of these choices were quite attractive to an operator without too much ambition. If Weiss only wanted to maintain the status quo, then the first path could be said to be a sure win, and he would be able to live a generous life. If he chose the revival and development of the family, the second path was also a shortcut that would achieve twice the result with half the effort. Weiss listened silently. Before this, he had not had in-depth communication with this relatively young new president, nor had he had a heart-to-heart talk with him, so he did not know much about his character, conduct, vision, and ability. However, he felt that for such a behemoth as the Grumman Group to quickly integrate resources and return to the right track of development after the war was enough to prove that this person's vision, courage, and methods were quite formidable. After thinking for a moment, he tentatively asked, "If you were me, would you choose one of the two paths?" "If I were you, I think I would," Edwig answered quickly, but that wasn't all. He paused and added with an arrogant posture, "If I were me, I wouldn't." This remark made Weiss feel uncomfortable, but the current Klemper-Heessen family was like an ordinary cargo ship, while the Grumman Group was a giant oil tanker. The gap between the two was huge, and Edwig could choose to consider the other party's feelings, or he could choose not to hide anything. Before coming, Weiss had already thought it through very clearly. From the perspective of short-term benefits, the cooperation between the Krumbelhessen factory and the Grumman Group would indeed have a mutually beneficial effect. However, from the perspective of long-term development, reliance on the Grumman Group would greatly restrict the autonomy of the Krumbelhessen factory, making it difficult for it to break through traditional cumulative development and quickly become a truly first-class enterprise. Now that there was the Lorraine Industrialists Alliance, the canal expansion plan, and the one main line, two veins strategy, faced with the inducements of the Grumman Group, Weiss's choice determined that he would rather be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix in the future. Therefore, he said sorry to Edwig, but before he could state his reason, the other party interrupted him. "Don't be in a hurry to apologize. After all, people are different. Unless you are prepared to overcome all difficulties and open up an era, otherwise, I advise you to consider it carefully." In this private chat, Weiss did not yield. Edwig did not show any disappointment, on the contrary, he finally told Weiss that if a few words could persuade him, then he would feel that the successor of the Klemper-Heessen family was nothing special. But then again, the business world is like a battlefield. Fighting alone certainly offers a chance to break through, but the probability of failure is not small. As the Ulster Free Federation is the #1 industrial power on the Orange planet, if this war had not had the Northern Wessex Kingdom to share the pressure, it would likely have been difficult to survive until the strategic turning point. This view sounds reasonable, but looking at the whole war, the overall role of the Wessex Kingdom was probably a negative value. They gave the Norman Empire an excuse to start the war, and then quickly collapsed after the war began, ceding most of their territory along with abundant resources to the Norman Empire, which lacked strategic depth and resource reserves. Only during the stalemate period of the war did the Wessex royal family and the military and civilians who persisted in resisting the enemy hold back part of the enemy's forces. However, in the later stages of the war, they served up their heads again, nearly causing the Federation army to be overturned in a favorable situation. After the garden chat, Edwig formally welcomed Weiss and his party with a high-profile dinner. Since the end of the war, Weiss had never seen such a sumptuous feast, and the ultra-luxurious decoration of this private estate was even more astonishing. Whether this dinner was to express sincerity or to show off financial resources, it failed to make Weiss change his mind in the slightest. The next day, both sides sat down at the negotiating table. The lawyer provided a legal interpretation of the original contract terms between the two sides, stating that both sides could indeed terminate the joint venture cooperation and become independent commercial entities in the future. However, because the two sides had conducted deep cooperation in production and business operations during the existence of the joint venture relationship, in the future, when the Crumblehesen factory negotiates cooperation with the Grumman Group's competitors, the Grumman Group would still have priority under equal conditions. The Grumman Group's competitors included almost all the powerful industrial entities in the Federation, but did not include the Grumman Consortium as well as various financial institutions and other consortiums. After completing these formal procedures, Karen, the chief operating officer representing the Grumman Group in the negotiations, began his performance. This eloquent middle-aged man first expressed his gratitude with moving words for the Klemper-Heesen family's years of support for the development of the Grumman Group, and then solemnly apologized for the Grumman Group's failure to fully fulfill various contracts during the war, interspersing his speech with various explanations and emotional appeals, almost turning the meeting into a brilliant lecture. Afterward, on behalf of the Grumman Group, he proposed to Weiss and his party to provide compensation for the fulfillment of the contract and to upgrade the original contract, offering quite generous terms as long as the Klemper-Heesen family continued this cooperation agreement. The Grumman Group would increase the previous annual joint operation reward of 300,000 krona to 1,200 gold crowns, which is more than 3 times the original amount. In addition, they were prepared to inject 10,000 gold crowns into the Crumblehesen factory, specifically for purchasing new equipment and establishing a higher standard firearms and ammunition research center, and would also bear 60% of the Crumblehesen factory's special research and development expenses in the future. When Karen read out these terms on behalf of the Grumman Group, Weiss kept his head held high. Compared to the conditions for the Grumman Group's acquisition of the Lawrence automobile manufacturing factory, the treatment placed before him was clearly more generous and attractive. He advised Mr. Lawrence to accept the Grumman Group's acquisition offer because Mr. Lawrence possessed neither the ambition to achieve great things nor a visionary, scientific, and reasonable long-term development plan. Rather, he was in a state of having enough to maintain the status quo but insufficient drive to forge ahead, so trading with the Grumman Group allowed him to continue his industrial path in a different way, whereas for Weiss and the Klemper-Heesen family, their dreams had only just begun, and once a deal was reached with the Grumman Group, these dreams would have to yield to the Grumman Group's strategic blueprint. Out of regard for the Klemper-Heesen family, or rather the reorganization of the Lorraine industrial sector they led, although the Grumman Group's president, Edwig, did not attend in person, 2 older generation board members were present at the negotiation, one of whom was Octavie's father Henry Grumman, who was once hailed as the most handsome director. If the Klemper-Heesen family were still headed by Lord Cromer-Hasen, they would certainly feel very honored to receive such courtesy, but now, the more the Grumman Group valued them, the more firm Weiss became in his own judgment. It must be known that having operated for so many years, the Grumman Group's judgment on commercial development should be quite objective and accurate. It was precisely because they recognized that what the Klemper-Heesen family and the Lorraine Industrialists Alliance were doing had high investment value that they were so eager to bring the Crumblehesen factory back into their commercial territory. When Karen finished his statement, Weiss followed protocol and led the applause, but when it was his turn to speak, he began with a series of apologies and regrets. He stated that while the war had indeed brought endless suffering to this country, it had also made people stronger through that suffering. During the war, having lost the support and help of the Grumman Group, and even suffering from the encroachment and control of the Normans, the Crumblehesen factory did not collapse, but rather continued to survive through the unyielding fighting spirit of the Klemper-Heesen family and the people of Soms-Onas. These profound lessons made them realize that the people of Lorraine must be self-reliant and must rely on their own strength to develop industry and commerce, so Weiss gathered together with his old comrades from the war and jointly established the Lorraine Industrialists Alliance. The Klemper-Heesen family was determined to join the members of the alliance in dedicating themselves to industry and creating a future together. In view of this, the Klemper-Heesen family could not continue the original joint operation contract, and regretted that they could not accept the Grumman Group's capital injection. Besides that, they were very willing to cooperate with the Grumman Group and were happy to establish a strategic cooperative relationship based on mutual respect and mutual benefit. After being rejected, Karen put away his previous friendliness and said in a questioning tone that he had studied the current situation of the Lorraine Industrialists Alliance and the canal expansion plan they were pushing. If this plan could be successfully completed, it would indeed be a remarkable achievement, but such a massive plan relied on 3 important explicit factors and 1 crucial implicit factor. The explicit factors were capital, technology, and management, while the implicit factor was the distribution of benefits. The difficulties of the explicit factors could be solved through effort, whereas the implicit factor was a persistent problem that many consortia, joint operations, and alliances found difficult to resolve during their development. For the Klemper-Heisen family to bet all their 200 years of accumulation on a plan with many participants, taking a path accompanied by high returns and high risks, was a risky, unconventional choice rather than a rational and sensible development strategy. If the Klemper-Heisen family continued to be attached to the Grumman Group, or if its capital, technology, and management were controlled by the Grumman Group, Weiss would indeed need to obtain the support of Karen and a host of directors and even shareholders to accomplish this great task, but at this moment, Weiss had enough confidence to remind this operating officer that the lawyer had already explained at the beginning that due to the force majeure of the war, the joint operation relationship had essentially been dissolved during the war. The Grumman Group did not have to bear any compensation or indemnity liability for this, and at the same time, the Klemper-Heisen family was no longer bound by the Grumman Group. In other words, Karen could comment on their plan and could request to join, but he had no right to interfere, let alone oppose it. Weiss's firm expression made Karen feel that he had lost face, and his complexion turned very ugly. At this moment, Henry Grumman, wearing a military uniform without insignia, spoke with the demeanor of an elder. The Klemper-Heisen family from Lorraine and the Grumman family, which originated in Malalu, are both ancient families that have survived for more than 2 centuries, and both have experienced the rise and fall and the test of war. Having reached today, each has its own honor and its own creed. Regarding the joint operation, legally, no one owes anyone anything. Come as brothers, leave as friends. In times of peace, we can cooperate amicably and compete healthily, and in times of war, we will certainly fight side by side and face the enemy together. For these fair words, Weiss took the lead in standing up to pay his respects. Receiving sincere praise from a negotiation opponent is usually a good thing, but in a situation where the negotiations were deadlocked, making a statement favorable to the other side felt a bit too selfless. Therefore, facing the respect of Weiss and his party, this man, whose handsomeness had not diminished and whose demeanor was even better than in the past, maintained an indifferent expression on his face. After the other party sat down again, he said unhurriedly, as the new helmsman of the Klemper-Heisen family, maintaining the true temperament of a soldier is certainly good, but the operation and management of a family or a business is somewhat different from commanding a battle, requiring more rationality and technique. Regarding what was discussed today, I suggest our guerrilla colonel think carefully and consider it cautiously. Do not do things you will regret for the sake of momentary impulse. Weiss stood up alone and responded with full vigor, Officer, thank you for your reminder. I believe, just as you said, no matter what the relationship between the Klemper-Heisen family and the Grumman Group is, the friendship accumulated by generations should continue. Although the war has ended, greed and violence have not died out. Perhaps in our lifetime, we will still have to fight side by side on the battlefield to defend our homes and country. Although old Henry Grumman was not a real soldier, as a high-ranking honorary officer who had considered himself a soldier for many years, he had condensed that majestic temperament and resolute pride. He nodded slightly and said no more, and his statement was undoubtedly the turning point in the atmosphere and process of this negotiation. After that, Karen's sharp attitude clearly softened a lot, and both sides talked calmly for several rounds, finally ending with a peaceful separation. Unlike the grand banquet of the previous night, there were few attendees at the lunch after the talks ended. However, Henry Grumman, who had not appeared the previous night, happened to attend this farewell lunch. During the meal, he expressed his admiration for Weiss's unyielding will to fight repeatedly despite repeated setbacks during the war, and at the same time, as a father, he expressed his gratitude for his repeated protection of Octavie. As for the future path of the Klemper-Heisen family and the Lorraine Industrialists Alliance, he neither talked much about it nor revealed any intention to help or cooperate, but merely maintained an attitude of a gentleman's friendship that is as light as water. Chapter 8, The Curious Miss. The fastest updates for Iron Soul of Steel. On the platform of Mason Station, Weiss and his group, several people in total, were dressed neatly and waiting expectantly. The train slowly pulled into the station, and the crowd was thick and bustling. The figure of Professor Elsa Yang finally appeared in view. This talented and beautiful lady was dressed in a capable outfit, a beige plaid shirt on top, brown riding breeches on the bottom, and a pair of dark red ankle boots on her feet. In one hand, she carried a black briefcase, and with the other, she held the hand of a little girl with an apple-shaped face. This mother and daughter pair wore ladies' hats of similar styles and dressed in outfits of matching color tones. After they walked closer, Weiss discovered that they both actually had short hair cut above their ears. Ah, welcome, Professor Yang, welcome to Lorraine. Weiss greeted the beautiful lady very enthusiastically. Then, he crouched down, intending to pinch the little beauty's apple-like cheeks, but he didn't expect her to throw herself directly into his arms, catching this battle-hardened man, who had seen all sorts of situations, off guard. Fortunately, he had taken care of his own younger sister in the past and had recently been looking after young Kemp, so he wasn't at a loss when it came to children, especially since this was such an adorable little girl. So, he picked her up and grinned at Professor Yang, who looked embarrassed, signaling that it didn't matter. A kind smile has the magical effect of dissolving all embarrassment. Subsequently, Professor Yang introduced the students accompanying her to Weiss. There were 9 of these youths who still had childish features on their faces, 8 males and 1 female. The only girl in the student group also had a very short, boyish haircut like Professor Yang, which seemed to be a thorough preparation for field exploration and surveying. Nearly half of the students brought by Professor Yang were advanced research students, equivalent to master's degree candidates, and the rest were senior undergraduate students nearing graduation. Being able to enter the Ulster Institute of Technology, the potential of these talented youths was indisputable, but they were currently still noobs lacking practical experience. What Weiss truly valued was a first-class scholar in the industry like Professor Yang. Under the personal teaching and careful cultivation of Professor Old Yang, This attractive female scholar was already considered a top academic expert in the field of geology and geography in the Federation. With her on the job, focusing wholeheartedly on exploration and surveying for a few months, as long as luck wasn't too bad, it shouldn't be difficult to recreate the excellent mining achievements of Professor Old Yang from back in the day. After introducing the students, Professor Yang naturally handed a luggage consignment note to Weiss. The students carried their own luggage, while some commonly used exploration and surveying equipment, as well as books and materials, were shipped by train. It was only natural for Weiss to arrange for personnel to be responsible for picking up and transporting the goods. Outside the train station, Weiss had already arranged for cars in advance. The industries of the Lorraine Industrialists Alliance and the Klemper-Heisen family were already booming, and means of transportation were indispensable. After the war, luxury cars were hard to buy, but ordinary vehicles were readily available. Weiss purchased 3 second-hand cars and 15 second-hand trucks for the Krumbel-Hessen factory, and reorganized the fleet and maintenance station. The Lorraine Industrialists Alliance was also purchasing ships and vehicles, actively preparing to establish a joint transportation company. After getting into the car, Weiss continued to hold the apple-faced little girl, with Professor Yang sitting beside him. After confirming the cooperation matters with the School of Geology and Geography at the Ulster Institute of Technology, Weiss made some inquiries. Professor Elsa Yang's husband was an officer who was killed in action shortly after the war broke out. Regardless of whether she had any intention of remarrying, at least up to now, she had been insisting on teaching while raising her daughter, little Candy. Professor Old Yang was widowed in middle age and was now all alone. The father and daughter helped each other out, and they just got by like that. More than 2 years had passed. At little Candy's age, the impression of her father would fade, but the longing for fatherly love would not. Perhaps Weiss's image had some similarities to her vague memory of her father, making her unwilling to let go, as if they were reuniting after a long separation. The topic of little Candy's father was obviously not convenient to discuss at this moment. Weiss took the initiative to change the subject. We've been waiting day and night, and we've finally been able to welcome you here. Thank goodness. We arranged the procedures and itinerary for the field study as quickly as possible. How is the situation on your end? Professor Yang said. The Free Lorraine Canal has already started construction, and progress is going very smoothly now. This is thanks to your help. Just as Weiss finished speaking, the apple-faced little girl asked in her childish voice, what is a canal? Is it a river used to transport things? Ha! A canal is a river dug by humans. It's a bit different from a natural river. Relatively speaking, its channel is straighter, the water flow is a bit slower, and it's mainly used for ships to sail on, Weiss explained simply. Is the canal very beautiful? Is it more beautiful than an ordinary river? The apple-faced little girl asked again. They each have their own characteristics. Weiss replied. Our curious miss here has countless questions every day, Professor Yang said to Weiss with a bit of helplessness. If you can't satisfy her, she will keep pestering you. That's very normal. Weiss said to her with a smile. Every one of us had a period like this when we were young, especially liking to ask questions. This is a kind of instinctive thirst for knowledge, right? What is a thirst for knowledge? The apple-faced little girl sprung a new question. A thirst for knowledge means being very interested in everything in this world and wanting to know the reasons for everything. At your age, it's one of the times when the thirst for knowledge is most vigorous, Weiss explained patiently. That's a good thing, and it should be praised, right? The little girl asked again. Weiss laughed heartily. Yes, it should be praised. The more you know, the faster you grow. Later on, you will become someone as knowledgeable as your mother, someone who is admired, and someone respected in school. But I think Grandpa is even more amazing. He knows more things, and Mommy can't compare to him, the apple-faced little girl said innocently. Grandpa is older, has read more books, and has experienced more things. Mommy is younger, and relatively speaking, she knows a little less, but with the accumulation of experience, Mommy will definitely catch up and surpass Grandpa, Weiss explained kindly. Oh, then what is your name? With one question finished, the little girl sent out a new one without pause. Long. You can just call me Uncle Long. Weiss made an exaggerated, weird expression, imitating a dragon with bared fangs and brandished claws. Long? Did you hatch from a dragon egg? The apple-faced little girl followed up. Weiss leaned close to her ear. SHH, this is a secret. Very few people know. Are there really dragon eggs? The apple-faced little girl asked in a very low voice. From a philosophical point of view, everything is possible. Having said this, Weiss looked at Professor Yang, but this was obviously not her area of expertise, so she shrugged, indicating that she was speechless. Then, Uncle Long, are you willing to be my daddy? The apple-faced little girl suddenly threw out a question with ultimate lethality, and without any build-up or foreshadowing. Weiss didn't know how to answer and laughed awkwardly. There is a little brother who also hopes I can be his father, but I told him that I am his uncle, and I can only be his uncle, but I will treat him as well as a father would. This way of answering was quite appropriate, and the topic was shifted away. The apple-faced little girl said, will that little brother play with me? How old is he? Is he good-looking? Weiss answered these questions one by one. After chatting for a while, Professor Yang finally put on a straight face and said to the apple-faced little girl, all right, you've asked enough questions for today. Save them for tomorrow, okay? But I think Uncle Long is very interesting, and he is willing to answer these questions, the apple-faced little girl retorted playfully. I think he is even better than Daddy. The principle of life is hard, Don't break it was obviously something the little girl couldn't understand at her age, and Professor Yang could only endure the pain of being poked, turning her head to look at the street scene outside the car window. They arrived at the office premises of the Lorraine Industrialists Alliance from Mason Station, settled down there for a bit, had lunch, and then continued driving to Samsona's. At the dining table, the apple-faced little girl seemed like a different person, eating quietly and independently, neither scattering food crumbs nor picking and choosing from the food on her plate, showing good upbringing. AI model, Gemini 3.0 Flash. On the way back from Mason to Samsona's, the group stopped briefly at the canal construction site. Weiss introduced the implementation of the Free Lorraine Canal to Professor Little Yang and her students. Although engineering was not their specialty, the project's rapid start was inseparable from the geological analysis they had previously conducted. Their contribution was a part of its success. It was already evening when the group arrived at Krumbeheisen Castle, and the daytime heat was gradually dissipating. The children were playing happily on the grass. Exhausted from the journey, the apple-faced little girl had fallen asleep in Weiss's arms in the afternoon, her snoring little face quite endearing. After arriving at the castle, she saw a group of children playing and walked over timidly, blending into their group before long. After settling Professor Little Yang and her students in their quarters, Weiss walked over to the grass and called Little Kemp over. As if giving a mission to a soldier, he solemnly instructed him, "Little Candy is a younger sister from far away and will be staying here for a while. You are the older brother, so you must take good care of her." "Oh, is she your daughter?" the little boy asked with a serious face. Weiss almost coughed up a mouthful of blood. He smiled awkwardly and said, "No, no, no. Her mother is my friend, well, a professor we invited to help. Her mother is helping us, so please help her mother take care of her, okay?" Among his peers, Little Kemp was the well-behaved and sensible type, and he immediately agreed, "Leave it to me, no problem." Just as Weiss had Little Kemp take Little Candy to play, Professor Little Yang arrived. She stood beside Weiss, watching the playing children. "I really couldn't tell that you are such a meticulous and exceptionally patient person. Do I not look like it?" Weiss laughed. "I have a younger sister who followed me since she was little, so I have quite a bit of experience in this regard. When we first met, I thought you were someone with brains and vision, someone meant for great things. Generally, such people don't pay much attention to small matters," Professor Little Yang said candidly. "A child's feelings are very intuitive. She thinks you are better than her father, objectively speaking, at least your temper is indeed better than his." Once certain topics were brought up, the atmosphere inevitably became somewhat heavy. Weiss quickly said, "Although I have left the army, during the war, I spent most of my time on the front lines and know how hard we fought this battle. Those who sacrificed themselves exchanged their precious lives for the peace of this country. Therefore, we who are alive have an obligation to do what we can for them." Professor Little Yang lowered her head and said nothing. Weiss looked up at the sky reddened by the setting sun, feeling infinite emotions in his heart, expressing them through an ancient poem. "Vast is the parting sorrow as the sun declines, the whip points east to the end of the world. Fallen flowers are not heartless things, they turn into spring soil to protect the flowers more." When this ancient poem was spoken in the Ulster language, Weiss thought Professor Little Yang might not necessarily understand it. Seeing her remain silent for a long while, he looked down and saw that she was already in tears. In such a situation, how could a warm handkerchief be missing? Ever since his time studying at the Baston Military Academy, Weiss had developed the habit of carrying a clean handkerchief. It wasn't primarily for wiping sweat or blowing his nose, but for wilderness survival and medical emergencies. Purely out of gentlemanly grace, he took out the handkerchief and handed it to Professor Little Yang. She took it, turned her head to wipe away her tears, and then gave Weiss an unnatural smile, occasionally sentimental. "It won't affect my work mood, don't worry. A widow and her child are most deserving of pity, not to mention a young mother like Professor Little Yang, who possesses both beauty and talent." The breeze blew the scent of her hair, making a long-time single dog like Weiss, who had never been married, inevitably have some flights of fancy. At dinner, besides Weiss, 3 of the 7 giants of the Lorraine Industrialists Alliance were also present: Alex Noddymick, Glenson Tottenber and Morton Parrish. Tottenber and Parrish, whose main business was mining and who were the primary founders of the United Mining Company, were a professional match for Professor Little Yang and had come specifically to welcome her. Although Alex Noddymick was only a dropout from the Federal Engineering University, he was still a high-end talent. Crucially, he was very knowledgeable about engineering and could find real experts. The engineering consultant hired by the Lorraine Industrialists Alliance was a senior of his. The construction plan for the Free Lorraine Canal was his senior's work, and he would also be involved in the canal project throughout, ensuring the construction quality of this large project from a technical level. For dinner in the castle, separate small tables and plates were prepared for the children. These children played together during the day and ate together at night, giving full vent to their nature without too many constraints. As the little host, Kemp took good care of Little Candy. The apple-faced little girl did not get carried away. While eating, she returned to that quiet, serious, and dignified state, which actually led the other children to emulate her. At the large table, the guests' conversation that day revolved around geographical and geological exploration and surveying, with an unprecedentedly thick academic atmosphere. Lorraine is a place with many mountains and mines, and mining has a long history. It is said that people were mining as far back as ancient times, first smelting copper, and later successively discovering coal, iron, and lead mines, all of which are very basic industrial raw materials for the Industrial Revolution era. Everyone discussed the mineral deposits that might be discovered in Lorraine, which naturally included the bauxite Weiss was particularly looking forward to. On Oren's planet, Bauxite seemed much less common than on Earth, but in the laboratory, aluminum was already a relatively common refined metal substance. Due to industrial technology and uses, there was no large-scale commercialization yet. In fact, besides the star source stone, various known minerals existed in Lorraine, it was just that some met the conditions for commercial mining, while others could not be commercially mined under current conditions. Speaking of the peculiar substance known as star source stone, Professor Little Yang stated that this mineral was likely not produced on Orin's planet but was brought from elsewhere by space visitors like meteorites. This was because several mysterious elements composing the star source stone could not be placed in the existing sequence of elements, and from a mineralogical perspective, the discovered star source stone deposits were all divergent, significantly different from the vein patterns of other mineral deposits. If the formation of star source stone mines has no necessary connection with topographical and geological conditions, then the view that Lorraine does not produce star source stone mines is no longer valid, Tottenberg said leisurely. Maybe we can break this zero record this time. If that's really the case, I'll personally give Professor Yang a solid gold plaque engraved with Light of Lorraine. Parrish had drunk a few glasses of sweet wine, and in his slightly tipsy state, he couldn't help but gesticulate as he spoke. Why write Light of Lorraine? It feels a bit awkward. Better to write Goddess of Exploration, or First Goddess of Ulster Tech, ha ha ha. Naughty Mick joked along. Tottenberg said, the titles you guys come up with lack creativity and academic flavor. If you ask me, carve 3 lines on that solid gold plaque, one saying Tribute from the Lorraine Industrialists Alliance, one saying Discoverer of Lorraine's first star source stone mine, and the last line saying Professor Aisha Yang of Ulster Institute of Technology. Oh, and use the most beautiful patterns for the plaque to complement our Professor Yang's talent and beauty. When men drink and chat together, the reason isn't important, nor is the situation, as long as the topic is about the opposite sex, they are always exceptionally excited. Weiss quietly observed Professor Little Yang. Regarding such teasing, she didn't show any obvious rejection, but she didn't join in either, instead calmly acting as a spectator, as if what they were saying had nothing to do with her. Inadvertently, Weiss turned his head to look at the children's table. Little Candy had finished her meal and was talking to Kemp like a little fangirl, presumably asking many more questions. Kemp was more than 4 years older than her, and his self-care abilities and knowledge were clearly a level or 2 higher. From his calm demeanor, handling this curious little miss might not be difficult. However, at his age, not only was he living in a strange place away from his mother, but he also had to take care of a little girl who had appeared out of nowhere. His small shoulders seemed to have taken on a man's burden early, which couldn't help but make one feel deeply moved. Chapter 9, Unexpected, yet reasonably expected. The fastest update of Iron Soul of Steel. Before arriving in Lorraine, the research internship team led by Professor Yang had already formulated an exploration and survey plan based on Lorraine's geographical and geological characteristics and existing mineral distribution. They intended to use the 4 months before winter arrived to conduct targeted mineral exploration and geological surveys. They divided into 2 groups. The mineral exploration group analyzed and deduced from surface morphology, soil, and gravel composition to select suitable locations for drilling, and then conducted physical and chemical tests on the extracted samples to further determine the underground mineral situation, a repetitive process where, with bad luck, one might not find a commercially viable deposit in 100 tries, but with good luck, it could be settled in just a few. The Geological Survey Group conducted geological surveys for the planned canal to assist in improving the canal expansion plan. Once the Mineral Exploration Group identified a vein, they would also immediately carry out targeted geological surveys in the surrounding area to design reasonable canal routes and assist in formulating engineering plans. Since the technical support team had arrived, the Lorraine Industrialists Alliance naturally cooperated fully. On the Mineral Exploration Group's side, Morton Parrish, a senior miner and mining investor, served as the team leader, with the United Mining Company providing manpower and equipment support. For the Geological Survey Group, Pamela Wadestein, daughter of Lord Wadestein, served as the team leader, with the United Shipping Company providing manpower and equipment support. After exploration and surveying began, both groups adopted an order from north to south, west to east, and near to far. Though specific areas and routes differed, they started close together but gradually moved apart. Professor Yang's greatest area of expertise was mineral analysis, and she spent more than half her time following the Mineral Exploration Group's activities. At the beginning, she would bring a pile of ore back to Somsonas every 3 to 5 days or a week, staying for a day or 2, discussing business with Weiss and others during the day, and accompanying her little Candy at night, which managed to balance both sides. Later on, as the exploration and survey locations became increasingly distant, she returned once every week or 2. Little Candy showed strong adaptability, following Kemp like a shadow during the day and sleeping in the same room with the girls at night, never fussing or crying, only occasionally pestering Weiss to answer her whys. The short summer gradually faded away under the blowing autumn wind. After entering autumn, not only was the temperature pleasant, but the frequent heavy rains also decreased. Coupled with continuous improvements in management, the canal's construction efficiency reached its peak, and the project progress was far ahead of the scheduled timetable. On such an autumn afternoon, Weiss was called back from the canal construction site to Krumbeheisen Castle. As soon as he entered, he saw Professor Yang beaming with bright eyes and couldn't help but mutter to himself, "What's going on? Could it be that they found a big gold mine? You won't believe it, look at what we found." Professor Yang pointed to the seemingly unremarkable ores on the table. "What is this?" Weiss asked. Before Professor Yang could answer, old Parrich's voice came from the next room, "Don't be impatient, the answer will be revealed immediately." Looking toward the sound, he saw the old miner wearing leather gloves, walking over with an electrical wire end in each hand. Although Krumbeheisen Castle was built in the last century, it had been connected to electricity more than a decade ago. The thermal power plant in Valence provided electricity for daily life and industry in most of Lorraine's towns. During the war, many lines were damaged, but they had been successively repaired in recent months. Under the gaze of Weiss, Nadimek, and several other members of the Lorraine Industrialists Alliance, old Parrish connected the two wires to the ends of one of the oars, and this light grey stone actually began to shake. My God! Nadimek exclaimed immediately, is this a star source stone mine? Besides star source stone, what else would exhibit such a strange situation under the influence of electric current? Everyone was jubilant, except for Weiss, who appeared exceptionally calm. Before this large-scale exploration and survey, the Lorraine Industrialists Alliance had already registered and established the United Mining Company, and in the company's name, handled legal exploration and survey procedures at the Lorraine Provisional Government's Mining Management Department, paying the full deposit. Once a mineral deposit was found, they could apply for a formal commercial mining license based on the estimated reserves and extractable amount of the deposit, prepay the corresponding taxes, and meet the statutory technical and security conditions to carry out commercial mining. However, star source stone mines and precious metal mines were related to national strategy. Citing the Federal Defense Act and the Federal Strategic Resource Management Regulations, after the mineral deposit was discovered, it had to unconditionally accept the management and control of the Mining Management Department. After verifying the situation, the government could choose to monopolize mineral supply or forcibly buy back the mining rights. For the discoverer of the mineral deposit, having the government monopolize the purchase of ore or buy back the mining rights certainly could not maximize profits, but it was still more substantial than the returns from exploring ordinary minerals. If all the proceeds were attributed to one person, it would be equivalent to hitting a super jackpot. Now that the Lorraine Industrialists Alliance was conducting exploration and mining in the name of the United Mining Company, having such a discovery could be described as opening for business and eating for 3 years. Federal laws and regulations had clear provisions. Once explorers discovered star source stone, they must report it to the government in a timely manner, and the government would coordinate subsequent mining matters. What Weiss worried about was that after this news was released, it would soon attract a wave of gold rush. More investors coming to Lorraine to explore and mine was not a bad thing for the regional economy, but if they followed the extensive route as in the past, it would not only impact the order of the mining industry but also damage the ecological environment, which ran counter to their original intention of building and developing Lorraine. Of course, concealing or delaying the report was unrealistic. Not to mention the people gathered here to discuss, there were so many mouths at the exploration site, even if they forcibly blocked the news, it would spread before long. As the saying goes, soldiers come, generals block, water comes, earth covers. Weiss analyzed and judged with a commander's mindset, facing this kind of sudden situation, which was not essentially a bad thing. What needed to be done now was to guide and promote it in a proper way, and the fulcrum lay in the Lorraine Provisional Government. This was a tough battle, not too difficult, but he feared that a slight negligence could eventually lead to an irredeemable situation. After a night of consideration, the next morning, he dragged old Parrish and Nadimek out of bed. The three of them used breakfast time to discuss the current situation and a rational response plan. After reaching a consensus, Weiss and old Parrish took ore samples and rushed to Mason, and had people send telegrams to other alliance directors, asking them to rush to Mason to attend an emergency board meeting. Lorraine's roads extended in all directions, but there were few highways suitable for fast driving. The road from Sommes-Onus to Mason was mainly mountain roads, taking 7 or 8 hours by carriage, and slightly faster by car, taking 5 or 6 hours. After all, if the speed was too fast, the car couldn't take it, and people couldn't take it even more. After the canal was built, ships sailing from Sommes-Onus to Mason took at least half a day. Precisely because of the backwardness of transportation efficiency, Weiss focused on the commercial transportation sector in the Lorraine Industrialists Alliance plan, and the medium to long-term plan was to rely on the local machinery manufacturing industry to establish a civil aviation transport network. In terms of aviation technology during the war, it was essentially sufficient, but stability, safety, and comfort still needed development and improvement. This journey was hurried, and it was already afternoon when they arrived in Mason. Weiss and old Parrish acted separately. One went to find the acting governor Blinders, and the other went to find the head of the mining management department. Old Parrish's task was to go through legal procedures at the mining management department to lock the exploration and mining rights of the Star Source Stone mine to the United Mining Company, and to try his best to win the support of the relevant person in charge of the mining management department. The decision-making power to choose between forcibly buying back mining rights or monopolizing ore purchases lay with the federal government, but at the Lorraine Provisional Government level, the mining management department still had the initial right of recommendation, and this right of recommendation usually had a first-come, first-served effect, and it was rare for it to be overturned by higher-level departments. Weiss's task was to do ideological work on Blinders, trying his best to persuade him to issue temporary decrees or administrative regulations in the name of the Lorraine Provisional Government, clarifying that companies entering Lorraine for mineral exploration and mining in the future must use equipment and technology with a certain grade, and allocate special funds for ecological protection and ecological restoration during exploration and mining. This could prevent some speculators from coming to explore blindly and play an active role in protecting Lorraine's social and economic order and natural environment. Their suggestion was legal, compliant, reasonable, and an advanced management method that met the development trend, which was beneficial and harmless to the reputation of the Lorraine Provisional Government and the current officials, but the operation was relatively cumbersome, requiring sufficient preparation and fulfillment of legal procedures. Acting Governor Blinders expressed approval of Weiss's proposal and requested the mining management department to arrange it immediately. Weiss indicated that they could provide some manpower support for free. After all, the Lorraine Provisional Government's existing staff was relatively small, and now a considerable amount of energy was diverted to organizing the parliamentary election. At first, Blinders felt it was not appropriate for non-governmental organizations and corporate personnel to intervene in government affairs, but after hearing Weiss say that they had invited top professors and excellent students from the School of Geography and Geology of the Ulster Institute of Technology, these scholars not only had outstanding professional abilities but also worked rigorously and had relatively neutral positions, only then did he feel that the matter was feasible and agreed to let the Lorraine Industrialists Alliance provide professional help. That night, the directors of the Lorraine Industrialists Alliance arrived. Regarding the newly discovered Star Source stone mine, the seasoned industrialists believed that the potential revenue was at least equivalent to 3 free Lorraine canals. As long as the procedures handled by Old Parrish were completed, these foreseeable future revenues would be locked into the United Mining Company. After discussion, everyone unanimously agreed to use the United Mining Company as the main body to conduct a comprehensive exploration of the newly discovered Star Source stone mine. Except for paying costs and expenses, half of the government funds obtained from this business would be used for the United Mining Company to purchase additional equipment, introduce technology, and recruit talent, and the other half would be allocated to the United Mining Fund to subsidize alliance units in business difficulties, assist distressed miners, and cope with other various emergencies. This was the first time since the establishment of the Lorraine Industrialists Alliance that everyone had reached a resolution on the issue of profit distribution. Everyone expressed their opinions and displayed their strengths, and finally reached a consensus tacitly, forming an effective joint force, just like their performance when resisting the Norman invasion, which undoubtedly made people feel very gratified. Just as the other party mentioned when negotiating at the Grumman Group, under the situation of joint operation, the most difficult problem to solve was benefit distribution. Traditional cooperation could overcome some difficulties, but when truly facing attractive interests, only ensuring one's own interests was the first priority. Firm comradeship was difficult to continue across generations and would eventually be defeated by time, but at least for now, in the era when the Big Seven jointly managed the overall situation of the alliance, the struggle was just in time. Chapter 10, Hello, Big Star. The fastest update of the latest chapters of Iron Soul of Steel. The curtain of Lorraine's first post-war parliamentary election finally slowly pulled open as the autumn atmosphere grew thick. In the first autumn after the war, the people of Lorraine welcomed a bountiful harvest in agriculture and animal husbandry, and would also witness the completion of the Free Lorraine Canal and the mining of the first Star Source stone deposit in Lorraine's history. Thanks to the implementation and operation of these two major projects, the Lorraine Industrialists Alliance successfully made a name for itself, quickly becoming the renowned League of Heroes in Lorraine. Returning to the current focus, the local parliamentary elections. The Federation's parliamentary system consists of two houses at the national level, the Federal House and the Citizens' House, while each federal state implements a unicameral system, the state parliament. According to the federal constitution, citizens automatically gain the right to vote upon reaching adulthood. Those with no criminal record, a certain educational background, and the ability to pay a candidacy deposit can register for the parliamentary election and become candidates. A temporary screening condition was added for this election: there must be no suspicion of defecting to the enemy during the war. One cannot participate in the election until the facts are clarified and official certification is obtained. In the history of the Klemper-Heessen family, many family leaders served as state parliament members, and the Lord's grandfather even served as the deputy speaker of the state parliament. Generally speaking, however, this family's inclination toward politics was not strong. More often than not, their participation in parliamentary elections was merely to cash in on the family's prestige and to actively fight for the family's legitimate rights when necessary. Although Weiss was not entirely without political ambition, he knew very well that personal development was like building a house: there must be a solid foundation to build up layer by layer. Moving forward steadily was the only way to avoid stumbling. For this parliamentary election, the members of the Lorraine Industrialists Alliance basically maintained a Buddhist-like mentality of "it's the taking part that counts," so they didn't engage in massive publicity campaigns like those politicians who were determined to win. The most popular candidates for the positions of Speaker and Governor declared their strength and abilities in various ways. Some proposed a series of policies to improve social livelihoods, printed them on leaflets, and distributed them all over the streets. Others had already begun investing in healthcare and recently provided a lot of free medical services to gain public favor. Still others advocated for developing industry to strengthen the nation, placing the reduction of the unemployment rate at the top of their administrative program. In addition to various conventional publicity methods, stars who were rarely seen on ordinary days also appeared in Lorraine to cheer for the election activities. Against this backdrop, in the Lorraine capital of Mason, Weiss met an old friend again, Guinevere Grumman. During the war, especially during the most difficult times, she used her sweet singing voice to provide immense spiritual comfort to the officers and soldiers at the front and the civilians in the rear. After the war, she not only maintained her popularity but continued to be sought after by the public, becoming the most popular entertainment star in the Free Federation. In this beautiful season, amidst the promotion of parliamentary election posters and leaflets in every street and alley, the posters for the performance of the big star Guinevere Grumman were like a splash of red among green leaves, giving people a completely different and refreshing feeling. In front of the floor-to-ceiling window of a street-side restaurant, Weiss sat at a table. Before him was both a large poster of Guinevere and Guinevere herself, which was indeed a very strange feeling. As the host, he had very good reasons to warmly receive Octavie's younger sister and Bella's vocal teacher. This big star, who was adored by the whole nation, did not put on any airs at all. She came as soon as she was invited, without a crowd of followers, without an assistant carrying her bag, and without heavy makeup. Except for her hat and sunglasses, everything was the same as before. In the middle and late stages of the war, Guinevere was the favorite female singer of the Federation officers and soldiers, and her song Gazing at the Stars brought countless men to tears. After the war, her popularity remained undiminished. At various celebratory, commemorative, and gathering events, her appearance always managed to bring the atmosphere to a climax. Coming to Lorraine this time, she was to stay for a week, 4 days of which were at the invitation of Mr. Glenn, a popular figure in the parliamentary election and a metallurgy giant, to perform 4 shows in Mason and 3 surrounding towns. Guinevere had been a vocal teacher in Lorraine for 3 years and had many friends and students here. The other 3 days were used to visit old friends and students. If Bella were here, she would definitely go to Crumbayheason Castle as a guest, but since Bella was far away in the capital, Liberty City, Guinevere politely declined both Weiss's invitation to visit and his suggestion to act as a guide. Her reason was also sufficient. She had heard on the way about the canal and mining ventures led by Weiss and knew he had been very busy lately. The public order in post-war Lorraine was good, and she was accompanied by many friends, so there was no need to trouble him to take extra time to arrange these trivial matters. Looking at this beautiful woman who was both a stranger and an old friend, Weiss's thoughts flew and he was filled with mixed emotions. Their first meeting on the rooftop garden of the Grumman Group building seemed like a very distant memory, yet in their conversation, listening to that pleasant voice, it felt as if they had just met yesterday. This sense of trance made one temporarily forget the various hardships and sorrows experienced during this time and temporarily smoothed it over those scars and pains in the heart. He still remembered that distant first meeting. Weiss had a very good impression of Guinevere. Perhaps it was a kind of teenage infatuation, but their lives and experiences rarely intersected, like 2 straight lines extending in different directions. Looking back now, there were only sighs and nostalgia, with no way to pick up the past. It was with this calm state of mind that Weiss freely chatted with her about many topics, including, of course, those concerning Octavie. Guinevere said that there was never a lack of suitors around her sister, but she had never taken an interest in any of them, only looking at Weiss differently. If a partner had to be found for Octavie, she felt that, given the current situation, Weiss's chances should be the greatest. As for whether it would work out, it would naturally depend on personal sincerity and effort. Hearing these words, although Weiss felt a little bit of excitement, he did not lose his inherent rationality. He did not know how Octavie planned her emotional life, but it was certain that her feelings for him were merely the goodwill toward a student and a comrade in arms. Perhaps because of their relationship of fighting side by side and facing life and death together, this goodwill was greater than that for an ordinary person, but if they were forced together, no one would be truly happy. Rather than that, it would be better for each to be well on their own. In front of Guinevere, Weiss didn't need to reveal his full analysis. After all, this was just his own thought, perhaps Octavie's situation wasn't like that at all. Therefore, he didn't talk about romance or poetry, only about those unforgettable days of battle. Seeing Weiss evading the subject, Guinevere said somewhat indignantly, "Sometimes I really don't understand you officers who performed exceptionally well on the battlefield. Is your emotional world really a blank? All your energy is focused on military matters. But you're not an officer anymore, can those ventures really replace everything?" This question did not trouble Weiss. Instead, he smiled and asked back, "In that case, it seems you, teacher, have already given your heart to someone." As a public figure, she should have loathed such a question, but Guinevere pursed her lips and laughed, her eyes crinkling into crescent moons. Friendly reminder, the website will be revised soon, which may cause the loss of reading progress. Please save your bookshelf and reading record. Screenshots are recommended, in a timely manner. We apologize for any inconvenience caused. Ha! Do I know that lucky fellow? Weiss teased from the perspective of an old friend. Guinevere sighed instead, "To be honest, I once fell in love with someone and dreamed of living with him, but heaven played a big joke on me. His identity is someone I can never be with." Weiss reacted immediately and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Back at Crumbayheason Castle, at the birthday party held for Bella, Guinevere had indeed shown affection for Nicola. This story of love at first sight should have had a perfect ending, but Nicola's female identity had indeed played a huge joke on Guinevere. However, the fact that she could talk about it calmly now showed that she had long since let it go. Looking back, what else could she do but let it go? After being laughed at by Weiss, Guinevere counterattacked, saying, "Looking at your attitude just now, you seem indifferent to Octavie's favor. If you're not a woman, this can only mean one thing, you've already found your own sweetheart. Who is it? Do I know her?" This question made Weiss scratch his head. He hadn't thought about it seriously, but speaking of it, he felt that since coming to this time and space, there were indeed some people who made his heart flutter, though it might still be a bit short of falling in love. "So," he said gloomily, "the ancients said that one should establish a career before starting a family. Over the years, I have indeed put most of my energy into serious matters. Although I have met some people worth liking, it hasn't fermented into love even once. I think perhaps the true destiny hasn't arrived yet. Spring goes and spring comes, there will always be a year that is your spring," Guinevere said with a smile. This seemed to be a common saying in the Federation, serving as both encouragement and expectation for Weiss, and perhaps for herself as well. Weiss nodded. "I hope so. I don't want to always live alone in loneliness. If it really doesn't work out, should we consider each other?" Seeing Weiss's joking expression, Guinevere quipped, "But we have no common interests. Even if we were together, it would be very dull. If you really feel lonely, why not seriously consider my sister with her unparalleled beauty? Although it's very, very difficult. I always feel that you still have a glimmer of hope. The next day was Guinevere's performance in Mason. Unfortunately, because he had to discuss matters such as the formal operation of the Free Lorraine Canal, the development of industrial zones along the canal, and the formal mining of the star source stone with officials from the Lorraine Provisional Government, Weiss was unable to attend the show. Interestingly, the meeting location was not far from the performance venue, and the singing from the loudspeakers drifted through the window into the conference room. We rowed our oars with all our might, going against the waves, only to be swept back to our past. We are gazing at the stars, oh tiny people with dreams so far away, no matter how sad, we must move forward. The beautiful melody of gazing at the stars always managed to immerse people, relaxing their bodies and minds. Hearing the singing, the people in the conference room stopped talking in unison and listened quietly. After the song ended, everyone tacitly skipped the brief pause and continued their discussion. Previously, with the active support and promotion of acting Governor Blinders, the confirmation of mining rights and the mining procedures for Lorraine's first star source stone mine were successfully completed. The United Mining Company obtained the mining rights for the star source stone mine. The federal government appointed a special inspector to be stationed at the mine and dispatched a team from the Lorraine garrison troops to be responsible for mine security. These were all standard procedures. This discussion was about follow-up matters. The industrial department of the federal government had clarified progressive tasks for the mine's output. Weiss and his partners, after calculation, believed that they must purchase more equipment and hire more miners to achieve the tasks, which required approval from the Lorraine Provisional Government. In addition, the trial operation of the Free Lorraine Canal had been successfully completed, and a written document from the Lorraine Provisional Government was needed to give it legal effect. Furthermore, some of the land on the south bank of the Free Lorraine Canal was owned by local residents. In the Ulster Free Federation, the acquisition of land by enterprises from residents is a civil act, but the law stipulates that when the acquisition area of an entity in a single region reaches a certain figure, it must be reported to the state government for consent. After conducting operational discussions on these matters, Blinders once again affirmed the active efforts of the Industrialists Alliance. If all entrepreneurs in Lorraine could be like them, possessing both spontaneity and self-discipline, as well as foresight, and could proceed from the overall situation of social development to promote projects that were both profitable and for the public good, then he believed the post-war development of Lorraine would be very optimistic. Weiss said with pride, "It was the war that tempered our will, sharpened our minds, and expanded our hearts, allowing us to face all difficulties calmly and accomplish things that ordinary people find unimaginable or even impossible. We bravely faced the enemy, and we also bravely face difficulties. Many years from now, when we grow old and frail and no longer have the strength to strive, only able to sit in rocking chairs, when we are gazing at the stars in that brilliant sky, we can say to our descendants, our life was full of legends. Our life was with a clear conscience." Chapter 11, Refining Metal, Refining the Heart. The fastest update for the latest chapters of Iron Soul of Steel. As one of the federal states completely occupied by the Norman army during the war, Lorraine's first local parliamentary elections after the war received widespread attention. Although Weiss registered to run in this election, he did not truly invest his energy from start to finish, instead focusing his attention on the development plans for the Lorraine Industrialists Alliance and the Crumble-Hessen factory. During this time, a survey and exploration team led by Professor Little Yang found 2 bauxite mines suitable for commercial mining in northwestern Lorraine, as well as several coal and limestone mines of ordinary quality. Additionally, some mineral deposits unsuitable or currently unsuitable for commercial mining were also registered. With exploitable bauxite resources, Weiss decisively invested heavily, founding a new metal materials manufacturing factory with Tottenberg, Parrish, Heiss, and others, purchasing the most advanced mineral distillation, roasting, and electrolysis equipment available, and establishing a new metal materials laboratory. While actively recruiting high-end talent, they also organized existing forces for technical research and deduction. At that time, news was received that the federal mining giant Longmire Group had successfully developed commercial aluminum refining technology and produced the first batch of industrial aluminum. To investigate the aluminum refining model they used, and thus judge its commercial prospects and potential ways of cooperation, Weiss decided to set out personally, while also escorting Professor Little Yang and her students back to the Ulster Institute of Technology. After 4 months of spending time together day and night, Little Candy hugged Kemp and cried uncontrollably when saying goodbye. The train ride from Mason to Liberty City took over 20 hours. Aside from eating, drinking, and using the restroom, she spent the rest of the time essentially clinging to Weiss's arms. This prompted Professor Little Yang's students to tease her, suggesting she might as well just become Weiss's daughter. Despite the matchmaking efforts of these meddling youngsters and Little Candy's sensible, cute, and adorable nature, Weiss still only felt appreciation for Professor Little Yang, with no intention of pursuit. It wasn't that he minded anything, but rather that over the past half-year, the time they actually spent interacting and being together was very limited. Lacking sufficient communication and understanding, how could he make a judgment for the next step? Matters of the heart are more about fate. If the timing isn't right, no amount of effort will help, it might even have the opposite effect. Therefore, many powerful individuals at the top of the pyramid are devoted to their careers and are unwilling to spend time and thought on such ambiguous and unpredictable things. Speaking of careers, over these 4 months, Professor Little Yang and her students had delivered results that exceeded expectations. If the schedule for practical learning couldn't be changed and winter wasn't unsuitable for field operations, Weiss really wished they could stay a bit longer. Traveling to Liberty City with them this time, besides initiating tentative contact with the Longmire Group, Weiss's other important task was to solidify the long-term partnership between the Lorraine Industrialists Alliance and the Ulster Institute of Technology, extending their cooperation model with the School of Geography and Geology, which provided internship research opportunities and direct high-salary recruitment for graduates, to various fields such as metallurgy, chemical engineering, and machinery. Weiss's escort led all the way into the campus of the Ulster Institute of Technology. Although he stated he was there to visit Professor Old Yang and take the opportunity to discuss cooperation with the university, the students continued to tease him. Professor Little Yang seemed indifferent, but her eyes were intentionally avoiding Weiss, making him feel quite awkward. Those who achieve great things do not sweat the small stuff. After completing the escort mission, he focused entirely on his business. After several requests, he finally persuaded Professor Old Yang to recommend his cooperation plan to the university. 4 days later, the Professor Committee and the Joint Dean's meeting of the Ulster Institute of Technology gave Weiss the opportunity to present his plan. The top scholars asked many difficult questions that required a lot of explanation, but fortunately, he eventually passed the review of these two major deliberative bodies, gaining the same cooperation status as industrial giants like the Grumman Group, the Starry Sky Group, and the Longmire Group. During the era of the Industrial Revolution, society's awareness of knowledge and technology had greatly improved. Graduates from first-class higher education institutions like the Ulster Institute of Technology had no trouble finding jobs, but providing high salaries, relocation subsidies, and other generous benefits for graduates lacking work experience was still quite rare in this era, especially during the post-war transition period. Although the Lorraine Industrialists Alliance was far less famous than those giants, it still possessed the competitiveness to attract talent. To express his personal gratitude to the two professors Yang, Weiss specially invited them out for a fine meal and gave little Candy an exquisite doll. The apple-faced little girl stayed at the nursery during the day and followed her mother like a little tail the rest of the time. Having not seen him for a few days, she was like someone who had been trapped in darkness for a long time and finally saw the sunlight, throwing herself recklessly into Weiss's arms. She hugged his neck, touched his stubble, and giggled, with tears in her laughter. This scene would move even someone with a heart as cold as iron, let alone someone as consistently delicate-minded as Weiss. Poor little girl, you really do lack fatherly love. During the meal, Weiss not only moonlighted as a babysitter but also discussed business with the two professors Yang. For the second group from the School of Geography and Geology to go to Lorraine for internship research, he hoped Professor Little Yang would still lead the team, and the sooner the better. Professor Old Yang stated that according to the school's curriculum and tradition, the earliest they could go out for internship research would be late spring or early summer. As for the personnel arrangements, he respected the professor's opinions. Weiss originally thought Professor Little Yang would readily accept the invitation, but to his surprise, she chose to remain silent. Weiss didn't feel right pressing her, so he turned the conversation to the commercial mining, refining, and application of aluminum. Professor Old Yang's research scope only covered the front end, the formation and distribution of bauxite, but he was also very interested in back-end technical matters and recommended that Weiss seek out Professor Migris from the School of Metallurgy. He introduced the old gentleman as an honorary consultant for the Longmire Group, who had collaborated with them for many years in metal smelting and was a top metallurgy expert ranked in the top 5 in the entire federation. Professor Old Yang felt that if Weiss and his associates had the capability to establish a first-class metallurgy laboratory in Lorraine, given Lorraine's rich mineral resources, Professor Migris might agree to list it as a partner laboratory and send outstanding professors and students for regular collaborative exchanges. After the meal, little Candy was reluctant to leave, repeatedly asking Weiss if he would come to see her again the next day. Professor Little Yang took an envelope out of her bag, saying it was a handmade gift she and little Candy had made together, and told Weiss to open it after he got back. It had been a long time since he received a gift from the opposite sex, so Weiss really felt a bit of anticipation. Returning to his hotel, he washed up and sat under the desk lamp to open the envelope. Inside was a handmade card full of childlike charm, featuring a beautiful black-haired mother and daughter and a large bird descending from the sky. Although this large bird didn't have a human face or body, it was inextricably linked to Weiss. For example, it carried a black leather bag, wore black leather boots, and its smile, especially the eyes, was drawn exactly like Weiss's. This card's crude cutting was clearly the work of little Candy, but the delicate lines must have been drawn by Professor Little Yang. Could it be that what was in the heart was expressed by the pen, using the paintbrush to convey her feelings? Looking at the card over and over again, the image of little Candy's adorable apple face would occasionally float before Weiss's eyes, and he would remember scenes of Professor Little Yang combing her hair and telling her stories. In the previous era of gender imbalance, with Professor Little Yang's qualities, even a buy one get one free deal would have been quite popular in the market. In fact, Weiss had never cared much about others' opinions. With little Kemp around, the Lord and Lady didn't have time to urge him into early marriage and childbearing. What played the decisive role was his own inner thoughts. During the turbulent war years, he didn't dare and had no time to think much. Now, a ceasefire agreement was far from enough to eliminate the danger of war returning. Whether the Norman Empire would re-choose an expansionist strategy after completing its power restructuring, and how long this temporary peace could last, no one could say for sure. Against such a background, choosing to cherish the time or to mind one's own business both had sufficient reasons and were beyond reproach. Over the next few days, Weiss continued to stay in Liberty City. He went to the Longmire Group headquarters and had a business meeting with the managers responsible for operations, learning through indirect inquiries that the commercial aluminum refining model they currently used still suffered from low output and high costs. However, they had already realized that aluminum was a new type of aviation material with advantages in weight and structure, and it also had potential in the machinery manufacturing industry. In view of this, Weiss still decided to start from the research level. He visited Professor Migris of the School of Metallurgy at the Ulster Institute of Technology. Not only did he show great reverence, but he also described the efforts and development plans of the Lorraine Industrialists Alliance from the perspectives of technical research and practical promotion, offering cooperation conditions on PAR with those of the Longmire Group. Unlike an old academic like Professor Alfred Yang, this Professor Migris was much more pragmatic. After understanding Weiss's purpose and strength, he clearly stated what could and could not be done. The Longmire Group's commercial aluminum refining technology was already patented, and his own hard work was part of it, so any shortcut to get something for nothing was impossible with him. At the same time, he not only didn't reject the idea of obtaining other commercialized aluminum smelting technologies through research but could also provide technical guidance without reservation, on the condition that he would get a share of any new patents. Additionally, Professor Migris listed conditions such as providing research funding to the School of Metallurgy, internship opportunities for students, and preferred positions for graduates. Weiss accepted all the reasonable conditions. Once the cooperation terms were settled, Professor Migris didn't waste a single second. He asked Weiss to show him the list of existing and to be purchased equipment for the new metal materials factory. Then, while reviewing it, they talked. From a technical perspective, he provided systematic suggestions for the factory's equipment configuration, especially for the R&D department. He even gave Weiss an overview of where certain equipment could be purchased and what price range was reasonable. With this information, Weiss could undoubtedly better compare products, select the best configurations, and achieve twice the result with half the effort. Coming out of the School of Metallurgy, it was still early, so Weiss asked a passerby for the location of the campus nursery. It wasn't far, so he strolled over leisurely. As he walked, he organized his views on choosing a partner, but after thinking it over, he still hadn't reached a clear conclusion. Outside the nursery, he watched the children playing from a distance and soon spotted little Candy. She had her hair in little pigtails, wore a small apron, and held a doll in her arms, the gift Weiss had given her the night before. Whether playing in the yard or following the nursery teacher back to the classroom, she held that doll tightly. Such a lovable little appearance was enough to melt any ice and caused Weiss to hesitate for a long while before finally leaving. Chapter 12, Why Is It You Again? The fastest update of the latest chapters of Iron Soul of Steel. In the heart of winter, when ice seals the land for 1,000 miles and snow dances across 10,000 more, economic and industrial production across the entire Federation and most regions of Orin's planet naturally enters a low period. Even under the intense stimulation of war, this seasonal fluctuation persists and even conversely affects the progress of the war. In times of peace, no one can change this pattern. Not only do rivers freeze, but icy roads make it difficult for people and vehicles to travel, food hard to bring in, and ore hard to transport out. Most mines stop extraction, and similarly, factory production slows down, with some simply taking seasonal shutdown measures, only retaining basic living wages for workers. When the world slowed down, Weiss and his partners did not waste time idling in front of the fireplace. Instead, they traveled everywhere, engaging in various negotiations and social engagements, discussing, selecting, and bargaining for the industrial equipment needed for development. They then transported the equipment and materials back to Lorraine via railway. Some that could not be transported to the factory area in time were stored in warehouses around the Mason railway station, waiting for the weather to warm up before further shipment. On a day when snowflakes filled the sky, Weiss returned to Mason by train from AO City. Before even getting off, he noticed something was wrong with the atmosphere since the Normans withdrew from Lorraine. This was the first time the authorities had imposed martial law at the Mason railway station. At the ticket gate and even on the platform, everyone preparing to leave was subjected to strict inspection. Those arriving, like Weiss, were also questioned by the sentries upon exiting the station. After checking his name and identity, the sentry's expression immediately became alert, and he was promptly led to a nearby duty room. Inside the duty room sat two men in full uniform. The style of the uniform was similar to the army's, but the accessories and emblems were different from any branch Weiss knew. The two verified Weiss's identity again and then said to him, "Sorry, Mr. Long Cromwell Hyson, I'm afraid we'll have to take up some of your time. We are inspectors from the Federal Security Inspection Department, ordered to investigate the case of fraud in the Lorraine local council elections. Since you obtained the status of a councillor in the previous council elections, we need you to cooperate unconditionally with our investigation. Fraud in the local council elections." Hearing this statement, Weiss was greatly shocked. In this Lorraine local council election, a total of 15 members of the Lorraine Industrialists Alliance were elected as councillors. During the election period, they neither canvassed for votes nor engaged in hype, they only published an announcement of their candidacy within the alliance. Relying on the support of their fellow townsmen and numerous employees, they obtained about 1/7 of the 101 council seats, which was a normal result. One must know that given the proportion of industry in Lorraine's socio-economics, if they had used legal and compliant means to the extreme, it would have been entirely possible to take 30% or even more of the seats. Next, the two did not question Weiss on the spot but took him back to the council building in a special vehicle. At this time, the floors, along with the courtyard outside, were already occupied by these inspectors in new uniforms with officers and soldiers of the Federation Army on guard duty around the perimeter. In an office in the council building, two other inspectors began a series of inquiries with Weiss. Just as he had chatted with Blinders earlier, his initial intention for participating in the local council election was mainly a continuation of family tradition, and his status as a councillor was more or less useful for his industrial and commercial operations, nothing more. He had no intention of getting too involved in politics or using it to amass wealth, nor did he engage in any illegal acts during the election. He told all of this truthfully to the two inspectors opposite him. After recording the contents of the inquiry, the two inspectors asked seemingly unrelated questions. Weiss told them everything he knew and truthfully reported what he didn't. Finally, one of the inspectors nodded to Weiss. Thank you for your cooperation, warrior of the Bastion Student Corps. Mr. Klemperhesen. If the other party had used the title Lorraine Guerrilla Hero, Weiss wouldn't have found it strange. After all, this part of his experience had been published in the mainstream newspapers of the Federation, making him something of a national hero during that special period, and many people knew about it. However, the Bastion Student Corps did not last long, and its main combat experience was the dismal Northern Border Campaign. To be addressed with such a title, the person must have been an allied comrade who fought alongside him during that phase. Weiss identified him carefully and tried hard to remember, but he still couldn't recognize the person. The inspector didn't seem to mind. He smiled slightly. It seems you don't remember me, but that's okay, as long as I remember you. You are a remarkable fighter. I truly hope that wherever you go, you uphold that heroic and fearless demeanor and do not fall due to the drive for power and wealth. Weiss could hear the sincerity in these words. He nodded solemnly. Rest assured, I will always be myself, my original heart unchanged. The other inspector gave Weiss the record of the inquiry to sign and confirm, then told him he could leave. However, until the case was closed, he was not allowed to leave Lorraine and had to be available on call. Just then, another inspector came in from outside. After confirming the identity of the person being questioned, he said to Weiss, please come with me. Someone wants to see you. Another acquaintance? Weiss muttered to himself. The man led him through a long corridor, up the stairs, and to a large room with double doors, knocking before entering. Weiss looked closely and was instantly speechless. What do you call an ill-fated connection? This is it. In this life, he really had an inextricable link with this person. He had to run into him for every bad or embarrassing thing. That's right, the person in front of him was Mr. Brooks. In the early years, the Bastion Military Academy training shell explosion case and the subsequent investigation of the Monomolan Mountains incident were both handled by him with Weiss cooperating in the investigation. During the war, while Weiss was fighting as a guerrilla in Lorraine, this fellow also came to Lorraine to be in charge of the intelligence network, ostensibly to assist in operations but secretly involved in monitoring and inspection. To his surprise, after the war ended, this fellow transformed again and became an official in the Security Inspection Department, and it seemed his position was not low. After the war, I left the army. My new job is first-class inspector of the Federal Security Inspection Department. After closing the door, this guy triumphantly introduced his new identity to Weiss. Heavens! You are everywhere. Weiss said with a wry smile. Don't be nervous, don't worry. We've known each other for so long and collaborated many times, I still have confidence in your character. I asked you to come over just for an old friend's chat. From the information we've gathered from various parties so far, your energy is mainly focused on business, and you have no urgent desire for political status. Therefore, I have preliminarily ruled out your suspicion of involvement in the council election fraud. Brooks' proactive stance eased the atmosphere of their conversation considerably. However, Weiss would not let his guard down just because of this guy's seemingly comical behavior. Someone who could mess around in the military intelligence department for years and then transfer to the Federal Security Inspection Department as a minor chief was definitely not a simple character. Reminder, the website will be revised soon, which may cause loss of reading progress. Please save your bookshelf and reading records in time, screenshots are recommended. Sorry for the inconvenience. Since it was a gathering of old friends, a sofa and tea were indispensable. Taking his first sip of hot tea after getting off the train, Weiss said slowly, I personally feel very regretful and surprised that such a thing happened in Lorraine. During the council election process, we just followed the normal registration process and didn't even print campaign leaflets. I think most of the votes I received were cast by the people of Samsonas. In addition, we formed the Lorraine Industrialists Alliance. In this commercial organization, members voting for each other shouldn't be against the rules, right? Brooks replied with a smile, no, of course not. After I qualified as a counselor, people started praising other counselors in my ear. I don't know if this was intentional or unintentional, but in my mind, a speaker should have breadth of mind, wisdom, and character. Some of those being praised are indeed like that, but some have bad rumors and various gossip about them. We couldn't possibly spend effort to distinguish these things, so I cast my vote for one of our companions, but he was not elected speaker. That shouldn't be against the rules, right? Brooks shook his head, indicating this was normal. That's all I have to say. Weiss spread his hands. Actually, he had already said this to the inspectors once. Brooks probably didn't call him here just to hear it again himself. Brooks stopped beating around the bush and said, actually, I asked you here because I also wanted to talk about some things unrelated to this case, such as your Lorraine Industrialists Alliance, the canals and mines you operate, and especially that newly discovered Star Source stone mine. It is currently operating normally. The mining department has sent special supervisors, and the military has also sent troops. If you feel uneasy, you can send more people. All we can do is ensure that every piece of ore is eventually handed over to the federal government, to be refined by the agency specifically managing such minerals, so that every bit of Star Source stone can be used for national defense. As veterans, we can still guarantee that, Weiss said calmly. Brooks said, the problem is not with you. These Star Source stones have special strategic significance. Whether in wartime or peacetime, there are always many people eyeing them. In the Federation, some people specialize in smuggling Star Source stones, selling them to foreigners, of course. They have many methods, such as inciting miners to carry them out by offering high prices, or bribing, threatening, or coercing mine managers, and so on. I feel obligated to give you a reminder to be careful of those people. Speaking of which, it would have been better if you had handed over the mining rights of this mine to the government. Although the benefits would be reduced, it would save a lot of unnecessary trouble. After hearing this, Weiss indeed felt a bit of regret. When they made that initial decision, they hadn't considered this level. Instead, they started from the overall situation of commercial development. The United Mining Company exactly needed such an opportunity to build its brand and solidify its foundation, so everyone unanimously agreed to strive for the mining rights, with the government having a monopoly on purchasing. This way, not only would personnel and equipment have operational efficiency, but the price difference could also allow them to continue operating and developing. Now, it wasn't impossible to reverse the initial choice, but from the perspective of various impacts, the losses would outweigh the gains. Since they had started, they could only bite the bullet and continue, formulating more complete management systems, reasonably allocating internal permissions, and correspondingly forming checks and balances to prevent certain individuals from being influenced by external forces as Brooks had described. After considering for a moment, Weiss asked Brooks if, like during the war, the relevant departments of the Federation could dispatch intelligence officers to set up an intelligence network and provide early warnings when abnormal situations occurred. Brooks laughed. That's a good idea. I will ask my superiors for instructions. If there are enough people, we can send a team. You just need to know about this, no one else must know. The fewer people who know about such things, the better, Weiss said tentatively. I don't need to know who the intelligence officers are. After all, judging from the situation during the war, I'm not absolutely reliable either. Some things and some emotions can create fetters for my judgment. You see, if the enemy captured my family and coerced me into secretly providing Star Source Stone ore every month, what could I do? I might end up doing the wrong thing, too. Brooks laughed even more heartily. He told Weiss that sending intelligence personnel was purely a joke. The intelligence department is neither infinite in manpower nor omnipresent. Since the federal government has already strictly controlled every Star Source Stone mine and even requested military stationing, there is no need for the intelligence department to intervene. The line of defense of the Federal Security Inspection Department is even further back than that of the Intelligence Department, usually intervening only after someone has done something bad. Immediately after, he turned the topic to the formation and operation of the Lorraine Industrialists Alliance. The Lorraine Industrialists Alliance you spearheaded is implementing a massive canal expansion plan. Through this plan, the efficiency of river transport in Lorraine can be improved significantly. In addition, by establishing a canal industrial zone, scattered industries can be integrated and gathered together to form economies of scale and improve technical levels. In the short term, the investment is large and the effort is great, and it may not show results so quickly, but in just 3 to 5 years, this process of yours will definitely be quite competitive. Weiss stated that the above was true. Then, analyzing from a rigorous perspective, there will be deeper conjectures about your intentions. Are you doing this purely for commercial interests, or are there some hidden political demands? For example, making Lorraine stronger and more independent? For example, using certain opportunities to strive for more autonomy for Lorraine. Weiss understood his meaning. This was a thought-provoking way of thinking. He was not nervous or panicked, but there was indeed a chill down his spine. He thought for a while and replied, the spirit of freedom of our alliance is not that a certain region or a certain group of people should enjoy special freedom, but that everyone is equal. You know very well that during the war, the Normans incited the Lorraine people to establish an independent country, but most Lorraine people resisted with practical actions, preventing them from succeeding. Since there was no independence then, why would anyone pursue unrealistic so-called independence and autonomy in the peaceful era after the war? We are on the same ship. This ship is rusted in some places and its power is not very strong. Is that a reason for us to tear the ship apart and make small boats to row away alone? You said it very well. The true spirit of freedom has nothing to do with politics. With your vision and breadth of mind, it's unlikely you would pursue unrealistic regional independence, but not everyone thinks this way. Take the matter of Lorraine's independence. During the war, we spent a lot of effort tracking clues and collecting evidence. Some people, out of dissatisfaction with certain flaws in the Federation's political system or to seek more political and economic benefits for themselves, promoted Lorraine's independence by cooperating with the Normans. Most of these people received their due punishment after the war, but some are hidden deeper, having destroyed the evidence against them. They remain factors threatening the stability of Lorraine. When Brooks said this, Weiss suddenly realized, although his actions were positive and bright, they might enable Lorraine to contend with the federal government several years later, inadvertently making him someone the federal government needed to focus on. Having figured this out, he smiled bitterly. All right, I understand what you mean. I need to cooperate with your focus, and at the same time, I need to supervise myself whether mentally, ideologically, or behaviorally. I cannot have any relaxation. Right. Brooks didn't seem surprised by Weiss's reaction at all. A satisfied smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. It's good that you understand. I am currently in charge of security inspection affairs in Lorraine. In the coming period, we will still deal with each other frequently. I hope we can always be like today, understanding and recognizing each other. Weiss naturally said yes, but in his heart, he muttered, sometimes it's better to miss someone than to meet them, and sometimes it's better not to meet again than to see each other again. Mr. Brooks, can we not see each other again? Chapter 13, Starry Sky Dynamics. The fastest update for the latest chapters of Iron Soul of Steel. Fraud in the local council elections, involving numerous voters and specific candidates, required investigation into multiple stages such as ballot collection, verification, counting, and statistics. It also necessitated setting aside the influence of intricate interest groups. Its wide scope, heavy workload, and strict procedures meant it was certainly not something that could be resolved in just 3 to 5 days or even 3 to 5 weeks. After the Federal Security Inspection Department intervened, martial law and control measures were implemented at stations, docks, and checkpoints, and the personal freedom of relevant personnel was restricted. The social order of Lorraine seemed to have returned to a wartime state. However, this special situation did not trigger social panic. Instead, it gave Lorrainers an opportunity to punish evil and uphold justice. The special mailbox of the Security Inspection Department in Lorraine was often stuffed with various whistleblower letters. The straightforward Lorrainers not only provided many leads for investigators but also exposed many instances of fraud or criminal behavior in other fields and events, leading to a regional Removing the Malignant Tumor campaign. Every achievement gained in this campaign was a victory that the people were delighted to see and celebrate. Soon, the Security Inspection Department announced that Blinders, the acting governor of the Lorraine Provisional Government, was found to have no illegal acts, violations of regulations, or other misconduct during the review. Although he bore some responsibility for oversight failures in the local council elections, he had proactively reported the issues and cooperated with the investigation to prevent the situation from worsening. After deliberation and approval by the federal government, he would continue to serve as the acting governor of the Lorraine federal state until a new governor was decided through a legal election. With Blinders' return, the Lorraine Provisional Government took back some management authority from the Security Inspection Department and the Army. However, the officials of the Provisional Government were not all as diligent and flawless as this acting governor. Many were sent to court due to both new and old offenses. The Provisional Government was already short-staffed, and now the vacancy was even more severe. Coupled with the backlog of previous affairs, Blinders was overwhelmed but had no authority to recruit formal staff, so he had to hire help under the guise of consultants and interns. Since most local talents and capable individuals were under investigation, he could only turn to experts, scholars, and students from institutions of higher learning this time. During this special period, Professor Aisha Yang came to Lorraine again, this time as a specially appointed geographical and geological consultant for the Lorraine Provisional Government. With the former head of the Mining Management Department and some technical backbone unable to perform their duties, she and 2 other professors formed a consultant group responsible for providing administrative management advice. Blinders would then directly sign authorization permits, allowing mining exploration and new mine extraction in the Lorraine region to continue. Although the younger Professor Yang had changed her role this time, she couldn't hide the little tail behind her. After arriving in Mason, she had someone deliver a letter to Weiss, briefly explaining the reason for her arrival and her current situation. She mentioned that her work in Lorraine was quite busy and she didn't have much time to look after little Candy, and the girl really wanted to go to Krumbeheisen Castle to find her friends. If convenient, she hoped to deposit her there for a period of time. Regarding this young, beautiful woman with high intelligence and education, Weiss indeed felt a sense of attraction. This attraction stemmed from love, but not the romantic love between a man and a woman, rather, it was compassion for a soldier's widow and affection for her daughter, little Candy. If sparks could fly between them and they had the conviction to support each other, Weiss had the courage to overcome various objective obstacles, though it was far too early to speak of such things now. Of course, even just as a friend, he wouldn't hesitate to help her with this favor. Anyway, public schools were on holiday during the winter, and the lord and lady had hired a very good tutor for the children in the castle. The children, big and small, could study and play without missing a beat, so letting little Candy stay for a while wouldn't delay the preschool education of a high-intelligence family. Thus, Weiss paid a visit and spoke openly with Professor Yang about little Candy, stating clearly that she shouldn't have any psychological burden about it, especially no concerns regarding her work. The mother and daughter were accustomed to short separations. The mother silently prepared her daughter's luggage, while the daughter was full of anticipation for reuniting with her little partners. After personally escorting the apple-faced little girl to Samsona's, Weiss stayed for 2 days, giving her selfless care just as he did for Kemp, providing her with another form of compensation for the missing fatherly love. In this cold winter season, the Free Lorraine Canal was completely closed to navigation due to freezing, but the canal industrial zone did not lose its vitality because of it. Especially in those factories that had introduced and assembled equipment early, technicians and workers were in full swing conducting product trial production and testing, and subsequently adjusting the parameter configurations of equipment and molds. On days with clear weather, these factories used trucks to bring in ore and raw materials and transport out semi-finished and finished products to meet market needs. Because they had personally experienced the devastation and hardships of war, Weiss and his comrades cherished the times of peace even more, throwing themselves into work with an attitude of seizing every moment. This very winter, the Klemper-Heisen-Lawrence automobile manufacturing plant successfully completed its reconstruction in Comison. The first production line began producing 4-cylinder gasoline engines for use in light trucks and agricultural machinery. The Klemper-Heisen-Lawrence Forestry and Agricultural Machinery Plant and the Machinery Research Institute, located on the north bank of the Free Lorraine Canal, had also completed their site planning and were currently undergoing factory design and facility procurement. After settling little Candy, Weiss returned to Mason, but due to Professor Yang's current status, he did not have much contact with her. Instead, he met several times with Brooks, whom he wasn't keen on seeing, and through persistent persuasion, managed to get a special pass from him to leave Lorraine. He then set off for the southeast of the Federation to a city named McCarthy. This city was to Starry Sky Group what AO City was to Grumman. It was their main production area and also the Federation's flight industry base. During the war, more than half of the combat aircraft were shipped to the front lines from the production lines here. Additionally, it housed the Federation Army's best aircraft testing grounds and flight training fields. Weiss came here both to discuss business and to visit his closest friend. This person was his close buddy from their time at the Baston Military Academy, a legendary Federation Army flying ace during the war, and also the daughter of President Leopold, Nikolai Leopold. After the war ended, she retired from active duty as her father wished, but she did not leave her beloved aviation career. She now served as the Chief Technical Director at the Starry Sky Group's aircraft manufacturing plant and concurrently held the position of Commander of the 1st Reserve Flight Regiment of the Federation Army's flight units. Since the end of the war, Nikolai Leopold had been in McCarthy and wrote to Weiss every month. After much urging, she finally saw him arrive and was naturally overjoyed. After a round of unscrupulous and bantering pleasantries, Nikolai Leopold complained to Weiss that it wasn't as free here as imagined. Although President Leopold had no right to interfere in the normal management affairs of the enterprise, he used his personal connections to have the Starry Sky Group management issue verbal instructions. Prototype test flights, new aircraft testing, simulated dogfighting, any projects with inherent danger were forbidden for the technical director herself to undertake. She only had a few training flights each month. However, as boring as it was, at least she could be in contact with airplanes every day and integrate her talent and ideas into the development of the Federation's aviation industry, which was much more meaningful than those high-pay, low-work, close-to-home jobs. We also want to establish an aircraft production line. The first stage of development is relatively simple and lightweight, mainly for agricultural aircraft used for sowing seeds and spraying pesticides. This modern method is very beneficial for improving agriculture. The second stage of development is the civil aviation transport industry, namely passenger transport, fast freight, and some high-level charter flights, Weiss introduced to this well-deserved technical director. I'm truly tired of the drive from Samsonas to Mason. The roads are rugged and difficult to travel. When in a hurry, one feels like they're falling apart after a single trip. Nikolai Leopold listened intently, and after Weiss finished, she smiled faintly. The third stage of development is having the capability to switch to a dual-use system at any time, right? Weiss laughed. That depends on whether our technology is up to par. If technological development lags behind, what's the use of having ideas? We can't use old and slow planes to fight a war. Friendly reminder, the website will be revised soon, which may cause the loss of reading progress. Please save your bookshelf and reading records in time, screenshots are recommended. Sorry for the inconvenience. What you've mentioned happens to be my specialty, Nikolai Leopold said, beaming with excitement. Hand the project over to me. I'll be your chief designer and technical director, and I'll only charge a symbolic salary. How much funding have you prepared? Do you plan to buy an existing production line or raise funds to build your own? In Weiss's view, this old friend was the Federation's top pilot and a pioneer who participated in aircraft research and design early on. She was impeccable in terms of technology, but whether she was skilled in the construction and operation of a factory was another matter. It was like generals on a battlefield, some were good at leading charges, some at strategic planning, and some at preparing logistics. Each had their own characteristics and strengths. To clarify this, he asked tentatively, how much money does it take to set up an aircraft production line? Before the war broke out, the production lines we set up could produce about 10 planes a month. I remember the cost of such a line back then was only 40,000 to 50,000 krona, which works out to about 600 gold crowns. With current prices, if you double or triple that, it shouldn't exceed 2,000 gold crowns. Then again, your industrial alliance has metallurgy, casting, and power industries, many things are already available. In reality, you only need an assembly line with piping production capability. To meet the requirements of the first stage you mentioned, another 1,000 gold crowns should be enough. Oh, by the way, we have an old production line sitting idle. Since it doesn't have much value for upgrades, it might be sold. I'll ask around for you. At this point, business was set aside for the moment, and the two chatted about everything under the sun until dinner. After a hearty meal, Nikolai Leopold took him for a tour around the factory area and then to the military flight training field next door. Here, row upon row of beautiful and clean airplanes were parked in the shed-style hangars by the runway. Most were of biplane configuration, though there were also some triplanes and monoplanes. Judging by the airframe materials, they all had fabric skins. Although metal skins were superior to fabric in terms of sturdiness and physical stress, their usability was not high before the major problem of weight could be solved. Thinking of this, Weiss asked Nikolai Leopold, have you noticed a new metal material, aluminum? I know about that stuff, Nikolai Leopold responded without hesitation. I heard that the Longmire Group has mastered the commercial aluminum smelting process. This material is much lighter than steel, has better toughness, and its hardness isn't bad either. If it can be applied to aircraft manufacturing, it could significantly enhance the performance of existing planes. Weiss had originally wanted to play hard to get and show off a bit, but it seemed Nikolai Leopold was indeed at the forefront of the Federation's aviation industry technology. Asking for her help meant there would be no mistakes, at least technically. When the war ended, we had about a 2-year advantage over the Norman Empire in terms of aircraft and flight technology, which was also our greatest technical and tactical advantage on the battlefield. Regardless of whether the Norman Empire stirs up war again in the future, they will certainly do their best to close this gap. At the same time, they'll find ways to maintain their lead in warship technology thanks to those Wessex people who were more of a hindrance than a help. The Normans control 60% of the global Star Source stone production, while we have less than 40%. Weiss roughly knew of these concerns, but he didn't have such detailed data as Nikolai Leopold. Hearing this comparative analysis, he felt more and more that vigorously developing the aviation industry with aircraft technology at its core was the inevitable way for the Federation to deter its powerful enemies. This also increasingly highlighted the importance of aluminum alloy technology. Nikolai Leopold led Weiss to a hangar with a sliding door and introduced it to him. After the war ended, we finalized another new fighter plane. Look, how elegant its lines are. When it's stationary, it's an exquisite piece of art. When it flies into the blue sky, it's a screaming eagle. Since the end of the war, Weiss hadn't used his special vision for a long time. It was now appropriate to use it to evaluate the Federation Army's new Warhawk. From a normal perspective, many of its fuselage parts used metal materials, and with the circular cowling on the nose, it appeared to have more modern elements. From the combat readings, it was indeed superior to previous fighter planes, but it hadn't yet reached the level of a multifold improvement. After observing for a while, Weiss said, "Power and protection have been enhanced, but there's no change in the firepower configuration." Nikolai Leopold shrugged. "You've indeed hit the nail on the head. Weaponry is where we are most conflicted. If we switch machine guns for autocannons, the ammunition is less and accuracy decreases. If we increase the number of machine guns, although the firepower intensity increases, it adds a lot of weight, and reliability decreases accordingly." Weiss stood to her left, resting his right elbow on her left shoulder, a posture very suitable for their respective heights and relationship. He said unhurriedly, "Under current technical conditions, being able to reach this level is already very impressive. To solve these technical problems, it ultimately depends on the development of technology, especially metal materials and engine technology. I have a hunch that within the next 3 to 5 years, there will be major breakthroughs in both these areas. Speaking of which, I should help you get some sponsorship so you can speed up your research and development in materials and power, right?" Nikolai Leopold said half-jokingly. Weiss smiled and said, "For us, funding isn't the issue right now. The main problem is that our foundation is too weak. Many projects are starting from zero, and it will inevitably take a long time to accumulate before we can enter the first-class ranks. Currently, the ones truly leading the development of these two technologies are large groups like Longmire and Starry Sky. In other words, the key is actually here with you, not in the remote and secluded Lorraine." Chapter 14, Novice on the Road. The fastest update for the latest chapters of Iron Soul of Steel. A night of casual conversation passed without incident. The next morning, Nicola invited an operations executive from the Starry Sky Group over. This was a serious-looking middle-aged man with a fierce air between his brows, not someone who seemed easy to talk to. In front of Nicola, he appeared very kind, but when speaking to Weiss, his expression and tone turned much colder. He told Weiss that the factory's old production line was indeed being considered for transfer, and several potential buyers had already been in contact, with initial negotiations pricing it around 2,000 gold crowns. If the entire production line were taken home as a package, it could fully meet the needs for ordinary agricultural aircraft and short to medium-range postal cargo planes. Carrying a small number of passengers or using it for short-distance sightseeing would also be feasible. 2,000 gold crowns was not much different from Nicola's estimate, but her estimate was based on building a new production line, not a worn-out, depreciated second-hand one. It felt like they were hiking up the price. Stepping back, even if the price could be negotiated, such a second-hand production line with no room for improvement was like a double-edged sword. The advantage was that it allowed workers to quickly master aircraft production technology, but the disadvantage was that it would inevitably become a bottleneck restricting the rapid development of the enterprise. Was it necessary to bargain hard? After reviewing the technical data provided, Weiss pondered for a moment and held up 3 fingers. "I'm sorry, for a production line like this, I'll offer 300 gold crowns at most. As for other potential buyers, what price they are willing to pay is their business and has nothing to do with me." Such decisive ruthlessness left the operations executive stunned. Nicola was a bit dazed at first, but then she started to chuckle secretly. It was unclear whether she was laughing at Weiss's reckless bargaining or found his current haggling mannerisms hilarious. Regardless, as the technical director, business matters didn't have much to do with her. The operations executive, who looked about 10 years older than Weiss, soon recovered from his shock. He shook his head and said, "Sir, we aren't the military disposing of surplus materials, selling them for next to nothing to support society's economic recovery. We've assessed the value of this production line, with 10 years of normal use and an annual output of 200 to 300 aircraft, calculated at a 20 to 30% cost-profit margin, its commercial value is over 4,000 gold crowns. If management and operations are good, future profits could be even higher. Therefore, our reasonable valuation for it is between 1,600 and 1,800 gold crowns. As you said, what others bid is their business. Since Director Leopold invited me here today, I won't beat around the bush. For this production line transfer to pass the management committee and the board of directors, the minimum cannot be less than 1,500. You're talking about the income approach, but using the cost approach, its value is only around 100 gold crowns. Considering relevant taxes and a reasonable profit margin, I'll offer 300 at most. If you insist on 1,500 or 1,600, then it's simple, I'll spend the winter building a new, more advanced production line for about 600 to 800 gold crowns. We can afford to wait a few months." The operations executive stared at Weiss in astonishment. After a moment's thought, he said reluctantly, "Fine. I'll go back and communicate with our chief operating officer to see what he thinks. The higher UPS might consider it from different perspectives, but those are things I can't predict." Weiss smiled and expressed his understanding. After the operations executive left, Nicola asked mysteriously, do you really know about the income approach and cost approach? Are you kidding? Haven't you heard that after 3 days of absence, one should be viewed with new eyes? Weiss said solemnly. In truth, he had taken an elective course in basic economics at university. The content of that course hadn't been particularly attractive, but the lecturer was an extremely humorous old man who taught the basics of economic operations in a vivid and lively way. Many of those points remained firmly etched in Weiss's mind to this day. Hey, if the price can be agreed upon, do you really plan to buy this second-hand production line? Nicola asked again. Weiss caught the underlying meaning and quickly urged Nicola that this was a normal business transaction, there was no need to owe favors for such a small matter. Some favors are part of normal social interaction, while others can bring endless trouble. With the realistic lesson of the Lorraine local council election fraud case before them, it was better to be cautious in all things. Speaking of which, Weiss couldn't help but tease that Brooks, that haunting fellow, seemed to have been pitted against Lorraine these past few years. Whenever something big happened, his presence could always be seen. After saying this, he returned to the topic of Nicola's steel. Weiss stated that as long as the price was right, buying this production line which had been used for less than 3 years and using it normally for another 5 or 6 years wouldn't be a problem. Once they absorbed the technology and trained the workers, they could build a better production line themselves. Wouldn't that be wonderful? This analysis made sense, and Nicola couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Nicely done. Weiss continued, saying that if the price couldn't be agreed upon, then as he had said before, they would spend a few months setting up a new production line. Although this would take time and money, the biggest advantage was that they could break free from the shackles of old thinking and start from a new technological point from the very beginning. In the long run, it would actually be more meaningful than buying a second-hand production line. If you really want to set up a new production line, I can find you a few reliable helpers, the kind that don't cost any favors. Nicola said seriously. I'll lead the team myself. Is this a part-time job or a career change? How much salary should I pay you? Weiss joked. Didn't I say? If you want to poach me to help, just give me a symbolic amount. Nicola gave him a playful look. That won't do. Weiss said half-jokingly. It has to be a higher salary to be called poaching. That way, you'll have an explanation for your father. Him. Nicola curled her lip and said with a face full of displeasure, he doesn't care about that. If I switched to a job that didn't involve flying, even if the salary was only enough to support myself, he would happily accept it. He just doesn't want me flying in the sky, he always thinks the danger is too high. If this topic continued, it would inevitably mention the sad matter of Nicola's brother being killed in action. Weiss quickly changed the subject. In the first stage, we're just producing ordinary, sturdy, and durable aircraft. We don't need an ace pilot like you. If you really want to help, just introduce a few people with decent flying skills, reliable character, and a willingness to go to Lorraine. Are you annoyed by me? Nicola pulled a long face. Isn't it good to be able to see me every day? Weiss scratched his head. This was a life-or-death question, how should he answer? It's good, but I'm always a bit worried. Worried about what? Nicola pressed further. Worried that after spending too much time with an outstanding young man like me, your standards will get too high, and you won't like anyone else later. What then? Weiss's way of shamelessly praising himself immediately made Nicola laugh. Since they were talking about fate, how could they not mention that funny story about Guinevere? After hearing Weiss's teasing, Nicola sighed. I didn't think she was anything special before, but since hearing her sing gazing at the stars, I really regret not being born a man. This time it was Weiss's turn to have a good laugh. Seeing him laughing uncontrollably, Nicola didn't get angry and went to turn on the gramophone. After listening to Gazing at the Stars, she suddenly asked Weiss, don't you like her? I do. Weiss replied without thinking. Last time in Mason, I picked the best and most expensive restaurant to treat her to dinner. Nicola rolled her eyes at him. This micro-expression of disdain was commonplace during their time at Baston Military Academy, but now it seemed like a very long time ago. If you manage to woo her and marry her, I guarantee I'll stay in Lorraine for a long time. The salary doesn't matter, as long as I can hear her sing often. After saying that, Nicola added, really? If she knew you liked her so much, she'd probably be very happy. But besides being happy, she'd inevitably feel sad. Weiss shook his head with a sigh. This is what they call the tricks of fate. Is there any chance of this happening? Nicola pressed. Weiss glanced at her, less chance than buying that aircraft production line for 300 gold crowns. She never took an interest in me, and my liking for her is just the appreciative kind. How could we possibly end up together? Nicola nodded thoughtfully and stopped pressing. Instead, she said, as for the production line, it might take a few days for them to get back to us. If you're not in a hurry, why not wait for news here with me? I can stay until tomorrow afternoon at the latest, Weiss answered frankly. Mr. Brooks, the first-class inspector from the Safety Inspection Department, only gave me a week. It takes 2 days each way, leaving 3 days in the middle, and I've spent all of them here with you. That guy. Nicola bit her lip. She thought for a moment but ultimately let it go. There's still a day and a night left. How about brushing me up on aircraft technology and flying skills? Weiss suggested. Nicola patted her chest and said, don't worry. Although time is limited, teaching you the most basic flying skills won't be a problem. As for aircraft technology, I can give you some private materials for you to take back and study. Nicely done. Weiss gave her a thumbs up. When they graduated from Baston Military Academy, although Weiss's overall grades weren't as good as Nicola's, if the poorly performing first-year coursework was excluded and only the second and third years were considered, the two were almost evenly matched. In some subjects, such as gunnery and combat command, Weiss's performance was even superior. Now, with Nicola acting as the teacher to impart flying skills, Weiss, the student, threw himself into it wholeheartedly. Theory first, then practice, learning while operating. In just a short day and night, he mastered all the essentials of takeoff, landing, and routine aerial maneuvers, and successfully performed a completely independent flight. Nicola only played the role of a safety officer in the back seat. However, mastering the basic essentials was not the same as having gotten the flying skill. Nicola repeatedly urged Weiss that it wasn't enough to know the operating essentials by heart, he had to continuously accumulate flying experience to truly become proficient. Chapter 15, Those with Love. The fastest updates for Iron Soul of Steel's latest chapters. Mediocre ability, nothing to write home about, unremarkable, a total waste of space. Early spring, with the drizzling plum rain. In the office of the chairman of the Lorraine Industrialists Alliance in Mason, Weiss flipped through 2 large stacks of job application forms. At first glance, it seemed like a sea of talent, but those who actually caught his eye were few and far between. What was even more frustrating was that these had already been screened and submitted by the HR team. This couldn't help but lead to some wild speculation. Was this HR team born blind, filtering out the good candidates and leaving only the dregs? Adhering to the principle of no investigation, no right to speak, Weiss asked for the rejected application forms, thinking he might find a few fish that slipped through the net. However, after flipping through them, he found these were even worse. Some were illegible and unintelligible, some gave irrelevant and bizarre answers, others simply filled in basic personal information, leaving skills, specialties, experience, and ideas completely blank. He massaged his temples with his fist as he read. To avoid missing technicians or skilled workers who had the expertise and experience but were poor at writing or illiterate, Weiss had specifically instructed the recruitment team to provide free ghostwriting services when collecting information. Furthermore, they were not to use speech or expression as the primary criteria for evaluating candidates. Despite this, the situation of recruiting troops and buying horses over the past few months was still unsatisfactory. Having reviewed the latest batch of recruitment materials and flipped through the most recent financial report, Weiss couldn't help but feel a sense of having strength but nowhere to apply it. Running an industry had similarities to commanding troops in battle. One had to scout the enemy, formulate strategies, boost morale, and arrange supplies. More importantly, one had to focus on daily accumulation, the quality of the troops, the role of the sergeants, the ability of the officers, as well as the unit's coordination and resilience all depended on the level of training and integration. Yet, there was also a fundamental difference. As a military commander, one usually didn't have to worry about troop replenishment or the source of baggage. At most, one managed the supply configuration and transport within their jurisdiction. Running an industry required decision-making at every stage from start to finish. While he didn't necessarily have to do everything himself, he had to understand and master every detail. Before the operational system was on track, setting rules and finalizing processes required meticulous attention. Currently, although financial institutions and consortiums were providing a steady stream of capital, this was ultimately money with a price and a cost. In an era where the concept of debt-to-equity swaps didn't yet exist, borrowed money would eventually have to be repaid with interest. As early as the transition from autumn to winter, led by several major member enterprises such as the Krumm-Beheisen factory and Heiss Industries, the Lorraine Industrialists Alliance had already launched a large-scale talent recruitment drive. To achieve a wide-scope, practical operation and fine screening, the manpower and funds required were not small. Coupled with the fact that they were attracting top talent with generous income conditions, the investment in the entire talent project could even be compared to the canal project. If such a large expenditure were to be distributed among the various old brothers of the Lorraine Industrialists Alliance, even if most could grit their teeth and endure it, it would inevitably have an incalculable negative side effect on the overall cooperative development, which was still in its infancy. Therefore, aside from the personnel costs extracted from the membership fees paid by Alliance members, the deficit was advanced by the Krumm-Beheisen factory. Later, the allocation amount would be determined based on the actual number of talents recruited by each member enterprise. Those in good condition would pay in full at once, while those with limited conditions were allowed to pay in installments. After being cooped up in the office for most of the day, he finally managed to read through all the reports and materials. Although he didn't feel like vomiting, the continuous mental exertion made him feel an urgent need to go out and cool down. Outside the window, the rain was still pattering. But what did that matter? He washed up, groomed himself, straightened his clothes, put on his coat, took a long umbrella, and went out to the street alone to get some fresh air. Mason is the capital of the Lorraine federal state, with a large population and a prosperous economy. As a town, it has a history of over 1,000 years, but as a city, it is still a newcomer. Its industry is not as developed as Valence in the north, its military value is inferior to Slin in the southwest, and its cultural heritage cannot be compared with Ulster, the 1,000-year-old royal capital of ancient Lorraine. If it weren't for the fact that the main railway artery crossing the Federation from east to west started here, and its population and economy entered a period of explosion in the era of heavy industry, how could the state capital have fallen to it? It was also thanks to the massive economic and social role of the main railway line that this city came from behind, taking only half a century to develop into a major city with a population of 200,000, unprecedented in Lorraine's history. During the previous Great War, the flames of war razed the original state capital to the ground. After the war ended, the people of Lorraine simply moved the capital to Mason. Since then, it has firmly established its position as the political and economic center of Lorraine, as well as the core transportation hub and the place where medical and educational resources are most concentrated. Here, the wide streets, orderly buildings, and clean city appearance all showcase the vigorous vitality of the industrial age. Strolling in the rain is suitable for relaxation and also for reflecting on life. Starting a business is a long process, but it has the advantage of having clear goals and plans. One only needs to walk forward unswervingly, making adjustments based on the situation along the way. Barring accidents, one can always reach the shore of success. Feelings, however, are like something from another dimension. So-called goals and plans cannot withstand the concept of fate. It has been over 2 years since Mr. Long Cromwell Hyson graduated from Baston Military Academy. His experiences of rolling through the mud and surviving narrow escapes on the battlefield go without saying, and he has seen the various aspects of the world and the fickleness of human nature. Only when it comes to the feelings between men and women, from his past life to the present, is he still a blank slate. Those he likes, he has no fate with; those he has no fate with, he does not force. To the point where he sometimes can't help but ask himself, could it be that this is the legendary loner star fate? As he walked, Weiss noticed many men under the eaves of the street wearing worn-out coats and tattered hats. They were in groups of 2 or 3, or standing alone, some chatting, others staring blankly. This kind of scene was relatively rare before and during the war. In Weiss's view, after the war, the economic and social development of the Ulster Free Federation had entered a period of downturn that followed historical patterns. The military had cut spending and disbanded troops on a large scale, leading to a sharp drop in orders for the military industrial and related industries. A large number of workers lost their job opportunities, and social instability increased. Almost all enterprises that had shifted to a wartime system had to find a new positioning, whether to return to their old trades and follow the rules, or to take the opportunity to transition and seek breakthroughs. Those who were unemployed or on the verge of unemployment longed for a stable new job, while mid to high-end talents with relatively stable jobs, managers, engineers, technicians, and so on, would rather not change or move unless there was a reliable opportunity to jump ship. Only a few dared to actively seek new opportunities during this special period, and among them were people with ability, ambition, and character. However, it was not easy to select and identify these elite talents from the vast sea of people. These idle men on the street were likely unemployed due to factory layoffs, production halts, or even bankruptcies. They were passing time here, hoping for a bit of luck to see if anyone would come to hire temporary workers. It was hard to say that there were definitely no excellent talents among them. Perhaps some of them had already gone to the Lorraine Industrialists Alliance to fill out job application forms and were skipped over because they lacked the corresponding skills, experience, or ability. The vast city of Mason also had unions, metallurgical unions, textile unions, processing unions, transport unions, and some larger factory unions. These union organizations were independent, some were highly efficient and played a significant role, while others were loosely managed and better than nothing. In addition, the Mason Union Joint Meeting played the role of a general union, fighting for the legal and reasonable rights of local workers year-round and having organized large-scale activities such as strikes and marches in history. However, in this kind of widespread post-war depression, their various efforts yielded little results. As he passed an alley entrance, Weiss saw a group of children dressed in old, simple clothes, chirping and skipping into the alley. He stopped to watch and suddenly spotted a familiar figure. Wasn't that the little Professor Yang? At the opposite alley entrance, she was holding a large paper bag, leaning over to hand things out to the children. Most of these children were thin and had sallow complexions, while she had a smile on her face as she handed out cooked food like baked cakes and dried curds to every child. Weiss crossed the alley and walked over. It wasn't until he got close that Professor Yang noticed him. Reminder, the website will be updated soon, which may cause loss of reading progress. Please save your bookshelf and reading records in time, screenshots are recommended. Sorry for the inconvenience. You truly are a loving mother, Weiss said with a smile. I see the light of great maternal radiance. Professor Yang had just finished distributing the food. She casually folded the empty paper bag and explained in a soft voice, I've been so busy with work lately. I just take a walk around here after work. I saw how pitiful they were, so I bring them something to eat every day. Weiss noticed a few children who had arrived late and didn't get any food, looking at them expectantly. So he took out his wallet from his pocket and gave each of them a 100 krona banknote. Before the war, this would have been a huge sum, but now it was just enough for an ordinary family's food for 2 days. You will surely be a loving father in the future, Professor Yang looked at him with a beaming smile. Before this, the most Weiss had seen from her was a polite smile. This was the first time he had seen her smile as beautifully as a blooming flower. It had to be admitted that a smile could make a person more beautiful. In this special environment and atmosphere, he actually found himself looking at her somewhat entranced. Professor Yang quietly watched him give money to the children who hadn't received food. Once the last child had walked away satisfied, she exchanged pleasantries. How have you been lately? Not bad, just a bit busy, Weiss replied. He checked his watch, it was almost dinner time, so he extended an invitation to Professor Yang for dinner. Professor Yang hesitated for a moment and said noncommittally, the investigation into the parliamentary elections seems to be coming to an end. More and more people are being allowed to return to their original posts. Maybe in another half-month, we can leave, and go do our own things. The last sentence was undoubtedly an opening. Weiss considered it and said, if you are still leading the internship research for the School of Geography and Geology in Lorraine this year, if it's convenient, we would feel much more secure and at ease. After all, During this period, we've put a lot of effort into recruiting talent, but the situation hasn't been ideal. Our most urgent need is still for top experts and scholars like you to come and help. Professor Yang glanced at him. Although she didn't accept the dinner invitation, she still walked side by side with him. I heard about it. You signed a total of 9 graduates from our university this graduation season. 4 are from the School of Geography and Geology, and there are some from the Metallurgy, Mechanical, and Chemical Engineering schools as well. Too few, we feel it's still too few, Weiss said. Your graduates are the most popular supplementary force in the industry. Out of over 400 graduates, we only signed 3%. This ratio is truly pitiful. Professor Yang said unhurriedly, I remember the Longmire group came to the University of Technology to recruit about 20 years ago. Although they made quite a scene and the benefits were reportedly good, they weren't very famous back then, so very few students were willing to sign with them. Later, at the 20th anniversary graduation reunion, those who went to the Longmire group and stayed there have basically all entered the group's management. Their career development is not at all inferior to their classmates who went to established companies like Seengkong, Volson, or Grumman back then. The first job after graduation is an important step in life, and everyone is very cautious. Signing 9 graduates is already a very good start. As long as you persist for 3 to 5 years, you will surely have ideal results. Haste makes waste, I understand that principle, Weiss said calmly. Most things in this world need to be done step by step, you can't rush them even if you want to. But life is short, especially at our age, we always feel that time waits for no one. We hope many things can be faster, and even faster. Some things, as long as you find the right opportunity and use the appropriate method, it's still possible to break through the routine. Weiss was speaking purely on the matter at hand, but it seemed he spoke unintentionally while the listener took it to heart. Professor Yang was silent for a while, then suddenly gently took Weiss's arm. Although men and women who aren't very familiar with each other might link arms like this when attending formal dinners or balls, and it's not strange for ordinary friends of the opposite sex to link arms out of politeness while walking on the street, it felt a bit abrupt at this moment. At first, Professor Yang kept her head down, and Weiss didn't know what to say. The two walked for a while like this, then Professor Yang suddenly looked up and said to him with a smile as sweet as honey, I haven't been to see little Candy for 2 weeks. Come with me this weekend. Out of work necessity, as long as he wasn't traveling, Weiss would return to Samsonas every few days, sometimes staying for just 1 night, sometimes for 2 or 3. Now that the Free Lorraine Canal was operational, it was convenient to go by either car or boat. Having agreed to this, why did he suddenly have the feeling of taking a girlfriend back home to meet the family? Chapter 16, One-Stop Production, Sales, and Management. The fastest update for the latest chapters of Iron Soul of Steel. The ferry route from Mason to Samsonas used to be a day-long journey, departing in the morning and arriving in the evening. Since the Free Lorraine Canal opened for navigation, the travel time has been cut by nearly half. Now, setting off early in the morning, one can arrive just after lunch. In this vibrant spring season, sitting on a steady ferry and feeling the warm, gentle breeze though missing a delicious hot pot was quite pleasant with a young lady of impeccable looks, figure, and knowledge for company. Whether reading, chatting, or simply daydreaming, one could follow their heart's desire with a smile. Putting aside those tedious worldly affairs to appreciate the spring, the scenery, and the person was truly delightful. At their first meeting, Professor Yang Jr.'s long black hair had stunned Weiss. When she first arrived in Lorraine, her short hair displayed the shrewd, capable, and decisive side of an intellectual woman. After a few months, her hair was ear-length, and with light makeup and simple accessories, she presented another kind of sophisticated beauty. Her hairstyle alone brought a fresh sense of variety, and her clothing was simple and modest yet far from plain. Having interacted with her so many times, Weiss had never seen her dressed haphazardly or in a disorganized fashion. Whether in a skirt or trousers, ladylike or professional, she was always graceful and appropriately dressed, carrying herself with poise without being overly flamboyant. She gave off the impression of a refined, confident, and self-respecting lady. For this trip to Samsonas, she chose a brown ensemble, a deep chestnut cloche hat adorned with a beautiful bow that complemented her elegant temperament, a coffee-colored woolen coat, open-fronted with double-breasted buttons, which perfectly showcased her slender figure, and brownish-red leather boots with rounded toes and low heels, which were both high-class and practical for movement. Unwittingly, the ferry reached the Free Lorraine Canal. After 2 seasons of construction and operation through autumn and winter, the new industrial zones on both banks of the canal had gradually taken shape. Tall chimneys belched hot smoke day and night, and the constant roar of machinery echoed from the factory buildings. Various types of trucks moved to and fro within the factory grounds, while ships entered and exited the canal docks amidst the busy hum of cranes. Raw ore was transported from upstream, smelted into iron blocks and steel ingots in brand new metallurgical plants, and then sent to casting factories to be die-cast into industrial components or shipped directly downstream. Timber followed a similar process, being processed into various semi-finished products or furniture in the factory areas. Chemical production went the other way. Most raw materials were transported from outside Lorraine to Mason, reached the factory areas via river transport, and were synthesized into industrial, agricultural, or household chemicals by brand new production equipment before being sent to various towns in Lorraine by river and land. All of this was certainly the result of the collective efforts of the many members of the Lorraine Industrialists Alliance, but without Weiss's overall planning, bold advancement, and financing concepts, this place would surely still be a desolate wilderness. Professor Yang Jr. leaned against the railing, gazing at the busy scene on the north bank of the canal, and suddenly asked, "Is your Crumble Hessen factory the largest one here?" To this question, Weiss could confidently give an affirmative answer, but it wasn't enough to give him a sense of nouveau-riche superiority. If a liquidation were conducted at this very moment, not only would these brand new factories and equipment be wiped out, but even the old factories in Krumbeheisen Castle would have to be surrendered to those financial institutions and consortiums as compensation. From this perspective, Weiss was currently a thorough negative millionaire. His future depended on hard work. He couldn't compare to the stable and fulfilling life of the two professors Yang. There's a saying, the pavilion closest to the water enjoys the moonlight first. The Krumbeheisen factory took the lead in promoting the Canal Industrial Zone project, so we did gain a bit of an advantage in land acquisition and factory construction. Currently, there are 4 branch plants. The munitions factory and the agriculture and forestry machinery factory have completed their first phase of construction and are in operation. The metal materials factory and the power plant are under construction and are expected to start operations within the year. If all goes well, by summer, I'll be able to fly you and little Candy around in a crop duster. Professor Yang Jr. didn't seem interested in the aerial travel Weiss described. She rested her chin on her right hand, curiously studying the retired officer, and asked, "You often say sentences I've never heard before but find very reasonable. Are they all said by foreign scholars or historical figures?" Weiss laughed. "Some were said by others, and I remembered them because I thought they were interesting. Others are just things I made up. Don't mind them. How could I mind such apt and vivid sentences?" As she spoke, Professor Yang Jr. actually looked at him with the eyes of a little fangirl. Seeing this, Weiss couldn't help but think of those time-traveling to ancient times scripts where protagonists used the poems of Li Bai and Du Fu to pick up girls. Was this what they called standing on the shoulders of giants? Speaking of standing on the shoulders of giants, Weiss's ability to achieve today's results in industry was also thanks to the ancestors of the Krumbeheisen family. Even though the Krumbeheisen factory was nothing but a pile of scrap metal after the war, the name Krumbeheisen was a gold standard brand in Lorraine. When rebuilding the factories after the war, the old lord and better-off members of the family donated generously. When planning the Free Lorraine Canal and the Canal Industrial Zone, local residents, upon hearing it was a major project led by the Krumbeheisen family, cooperated actively with both land and labor. From approval to commencement and advancement, the project wasn't delayed a single day by external factors. A significant portion of the financing secured from various financial institutions and consortiums also stemmed from the excellent commercial reputation accumulated by the Krumbeheisen family over generations. This combination of favorable timing, location, and people meant Weiss didn't have many worries and could focus his main energy on industrial layout and promotion. Since military orders were extremely sluggish after the war, the rebuilt firearm production lines at the Krumbeheisen factory were only using a third of their capacity, producing exquisite commemorative firearms and various civilian firearms. Its subsidiary Firearm R&D department, in response to the military's strategic adjustments, focused on developing lightweight and automated firearms. Local skilled workers were fully capable of meeting the labor demands for these two areas, so there was no need for large-scale recruitment in the short term. The focus was mainly on attracting and training mid to high-end talent. Cooperation with the Lawrence family was already well underway. Traditional automobile assembly and engine production remained in Mr. Lawrence's hometown, Comison, while the new agriculture and forestry machinery manufacturing plant and the technology R&D department were established in the industrial zone on the north bank of the Free Lorraine Canal. After several months of trial operation and adjustment, the factory's first newly built agriculture and forestry machinery production line had entered normal operation. Currently, it could produce and assemble 3 specifications of agricultural tractors, with a maximum monthly output of 180 units. The subsidiary production lines were used to manufacture various matching farming tools and trailers, including flatbed trailers that could be used for short-distance timber transport. The second agriculture and forestry machinery production line, still in the preparatory stage, would be used to manufacture and assemble tracked agriculture and forestry vehicles, with plans to promote 2 products, tracked bulldozers and tracked tractors. In the mountainous and forested Lorraine region, tracked vehicles were more practical than traditional wheeled tractors and haulers, finding use in land reclamation, logging, exploration, and more. Of course, the metallic texture easily brought military uses to mind. In fact, by the end of the war, both warring parties had simultaneously begun using tracked combat vehicles with stronger breakthrough capabilities. However, differences in tactical concepts led the Norman Army and the Federation Army to choose different emphases. The Normans continued to emphasize rapid mobility in ground combat, primarily manufacturing and equipping fast, light armored tracked combat vehicles. Their structure was like putting tracks on an armored car. The Federation Army's ground tactics emphasized steady progress. They chose heavy breakthrough-type tracked combat vehicles, whose structure was equivalent to a heavy tracked bulldozer equipped with a cannon. Regardless of the practicality of these tracked combat vehicles in different battlefields and situations, the Federation Army had issued technical specifications and production orders to multiple factories during the war. Therefore, after the war, the Krumbeheisen factory was able to smoothly introduce the corresponding equipment and technology. Additionally, when Weiss was recruiting talent in this field, he deliberately looked for engineers who had served the military or military-industrial enterprises. Such talent usually didn't flow into the market, but there were exceptions. Some had been away for many years and, especially after experiencing the war, hoped to return to their roots and develop in their hometowns. Others felt unappreciated and hoped for better pay and development opportunities, thus considering a change of employer. With production gradually getting on track, sales performance was the key to profitability. Lorraine was a traditional mining and forestry region, with agriculture and animal husbandry being relatively scattered. Taking Somme zonas as an example, the open areas in the north were suitable for farming or livestock. People always have a psychological adjustment period for anything new. Recognizing this pattern, Weiss did not adopt traditional sales and promotion methods. Instead, he mobilized the members of the Lorraine Industrialists Alliance, allowing them to participate in the promotion of agricultural machinery in various forms. For example, they could lease or act as agents for agricultural tractors from the agriculture and forestry machinery manufacturing plant, selecting a certain village or a dense farmland area. When the spring plowing season arrived, they would provide these agricultural tractors to farm owners and households for a certain fee. If it was a lease, the income beyond the rent was pure profit. If it was an agency, the agriculture and forestry machinery manufacturing plant would give a certain commission based on usage. These two methods were more flexible than direct purchase. Even those who were penniless and had no capital could participate. In Lorraine, land suitable for cultivation was often scattered across river valleys, depressions, and lake areas, where one or two pieces of agricultural machinery could just cover an area. Compared to traditional animal and human labor, the efficiency of agricultural machinery was undoubtedly higher. The time saved allowed farmers to reclaim more land or devote their energy to other profitable production activities, such as breeding, picking, logging, and so on. Therefore, after the agricultural machinery strategy using credit sales, leasing, and agency as breakthroughs was launched, it quickly demonstrated the powerful vitality of flexible strategies. Once the commercial plan was announced, in just over 2 weeks, the agricultural machinery already produced was completely leased out or taken by agents. Since the total agricultural land in Lorraine was still relatively small, Weiss had long since set his sights on the neighboring Neuchâtel federal state, which had large tracts of land suitable for cultivation. Agricultural machinery had already begun to be produced and used there over a decade ago, but the new models being promoted through leasing and agency were still rare. In southern Neuchâtel, some farm owners leased 10 agricultural tractors at once, and there was no shortage of agents who lacked capital. Having the machines alone was not enough. In the winter, dozens of young people were recruited in advance for agricultural machinery operation and maintenance training, and they were arranged to work on the production lines for a period of time to help them understand the structure of these machines and master basic maintenance skills. After various agricultural machines were leased or distributed through agents, these people quickly went to various promotion points to teach usage methods and maintenance skills, forming a one-stop, high-quality production sales management business model. Chapter 17, May I ask if you are jealous? The fastest updates for the latest chapters of Iron Soul of Steel. In the countryside of Samsonas, Weiss drove a guerrilla civilian car newly produced by the Klemper-Hessen Lawrence automobile manufacturing plant, taking Little Kemp and Professor Little Yang and her daughter on an enjoyable spring outing. They camped by scenic mountain lakes, fishing, gathering firewood, and building campfires. They hiked into primeval forests, picking flowers, climbing mountains, and taking photos. Undoubtedly, children loved these outdoor activities most. During the day, their faces overflowed with innocent smiles, and at night, they would even laugh in their sleep. Professor Little Yang's profession dictated that she was a woman who could be both quiet and active, bold yet meticulous. Whether it was pitching a tent, foraging for wild vegetables, or navigating by the stars, she was not inferior to a man with a military background like Weiss. In the eyes of a modern person, she was simply a model of the new era woman, capable in the parlor, skilled in the kitchen, able to kill Trojans, climb over walls, drive cars, buy villas, fight off mistresses, and beat up thugs. Although the holiday was brief, after such close contact, Weiss was completely won over by Professor Little Yang's refined character and generous manner. Truth be told, aside from dragging along a super cute little tail and not being very fond of socializing, she was nearly impeccable in most aspects. However, Weiss and her did not take a step further, not because of insurmountable concerns, but because it always felt like something was missing. Perhaps it was the feeling of hearts being perfectly in sync, perhaps the emotional heat hadn't reached the right temperature, or perhaps the catalyst that would make them reach a decision had not yet appeared. Holidays are like the cash in one's pocket, they are incredibly pleasant while being enjoyed, but once spent, one can only reminisce while looking forward to the next. Saying goodbye to Little Kemp and Little Candy, Weiss and Professor Little Yang returned to Mason by ferry as before. Since they were traveling downstream, this trip took less time than the arrival, but it still consumed half a day. Between the coming and going, an entire day was spent on the road. Doing this occasionally allowed for enjoying the journey, but doing it frequently became a burden. The day after the two returned to Mason, the city was plastered with public notices, and the radio repeatedly broadcasted an announcement: metallurgical businessman Short Glenn, mining businessman Alva Madu, and others had used means such as on-site vote buying and ballot swapping during the parliamentary elections to gain extra seats for their faction. Furthermore, during the election of the speaker, they used high-priced vote buying, coercion, and bribery to get elected as speaker and deputy speaker. The facts of the fraud were clear and the evidence sufficient. According to the Constitution and relevant laws and decrees, Glenn, Madu, and 54 of their accomplices were found guilty. The main culprits were sentenced to life imprisonment, and the accomplices to 2 to 20 years. Simultaneously, due to the serious fraud in the local parliamentary elections, the results were declared invalid, and the local election process would be restarted in half a month. The new round of elections followed the legal procedures, but the Federal Security Inspection Department intervened throughout the process. Each polling station was maintained by the Security Inspection Department and the military to ensure citizens could legally exercise their right to vote. The vote counting was assisted by a team of faculty and students from the School of Mathematics and Physics at the Ulster Institute of Technology. With the previously highly competitive candidates now behind bars, this was an unexpected opportunity for others, and various parties began to gear up. At the suggestion of several directors and committee members, the Lorraine Industrialists Alliance held an extraordinary committee meeting to discuss the local parliamentary elections. At the meeting, Sir Weiss, one of the Big Seven, clearly proposed that since its establishment just over half a year ago, the Lorraine Industrialists Alliance had achieved remarkable results, including the construction of the Free Lorraine Canal and its industrial zone, the discovery and mining of star source stone deposits, and the operational launch of new and old industrial and mining enterprises across the region. The influence of this non-governmental industrial and commercial organization in Lorraine was at its peak. Based on the coverage of the alliance members and their industries alone, if they went all out to campaign and solicit votes legally and reasonably, they had a chance to win a quarter or even a third of the parliamentary seats, thereby becoming a highly influential political force in Lorraine. The fundamental goal of occupying these seats was not to seek high positions like Speaker, Deputy Speaker, or Secretary General, nor to use it as a springboard for higher political status or to provide political welfare for core members. Instead, it was to strive through legal political means for local policies favorable to industrial and mining enterprises, transitioning Lorraine from a pre-war spontaneous growth economy into a virtuous cycle of focused industrial development. The Weiss family, to which Sir Weiss belonged, had a long history similar to the Klemper-Hessen family. In the era of monarchy, they were prominent hereditary nobles. In the era of the Free Federation, although they no longer enjoyed special privileges, they relied on the accumulation of their ancestors to benefit the world when successful and live in wealthy comfort when retired. In everyone's eyes, Sir Weiss was not only of reliable character and steady demeanor but also possessed political vision and wisdom beyond the ordinary. In this regard, no one within the Lorraine Industrialists Alliance could compare to him. His proposal and accompanying analysis were profound and incisive, drawing enthusiastic support from the attendees. Regarding the pursuit of political interests, Weiss always maintained a calm heart, neither placing high hopes nor ignoring them. According to Sir Weiss, as a non-partisan non-governmental industrial and commercial organization, the Lorraine Industrialists Alliance's pursuit of more local parliamentary seats was primarily to promote the industrial development of Lorraine in a legal and reasonable manner, besides enhancing the social status of the alliance and its core members. After objective reflection and cool-headed weighing of the options, Weiss not only cast a vote in favor but also proposed that Sir Weiss take the lead according to the election procedures. They first had to obtain as many local parliamentary seats as possible, then strive to push their spokesperson into the position of Speaker or Deputy Speaker, and finally use appropriate opportunities to promote corresponding bills. Once the Alliance Board and Committee made the resolution, the entire Lorraine Industrialists Alliance was quickly mobilized. They not only printed flyers and organized speeches but also clearly put forward the campaign slogan "Industry Benefits Lorraine." Of course, although their publicity and organizational methods were within legal bounds, their actions were still subject to inquiry and supervision by the Federal Security Inspection Department due to the influence they exerted. Half a month flew by, and on the polling day for the local parliamentary re-election, the Security Inspection Department and the military stood ready, deploying control forces at every polling station. This time, the voting was orderly. Given the large workload of manual counting and the need for strict double-checking, the election results were set to be announced 10 days later. For those full of anticipation, waiting was the longest torment. Weiss, maintaining a mindset of letting things take their natural course, buried himself in scientific research in Samsonas from the day of the vote, working with several newly hired consultants and experts at the New Metal Materials Factory Research Institute to study commercial aluminum smelting models. As an engineering man, Weiss originally had some knowledge in this area, but knowledge did not mean professional expertise, nor was it so detailed that every operational step was memorized. He provided some clues and suggestions to the experts based on his impressions. Under these circumstances, the research team tirelessly conducted dozens of experiments and repeated calculations. Hard work paid off, and they gradually figured out several aluminum smelting models with commercial feasibility. The next step was to consider how to choose the most reliable process and cost-effective method for mass production. Aluminum smelting was only one core of new metal materials. From a practical perspective, pure aluminum has low density, good ductility, corrosion resistance, and is easy to process, but it has low hardness and a low melting point. Its pros and cons are too prominent. To meet industrial and military needs, it mostly needs to be processed into aluminum alloys. From bauxite ore to aluminum and aluminum alloys, the highest value and best benefit lay in forming such aluminum alloy castings. During this period, Nicola sent several telegrams providing important information. For strategic considerations, the federal government encouraged domestic enterprises to develop new metal materials and had formulated corresponding R&D subsidy and reward policies. Anyone conducting technical research in this area could apply for financial subsidies. Additionally, Nicola mentioned in the telegram that the pilots and repair technicians needed for developing agricultural aircraft had been basically finalized, and in a while, she would personally lead the team to Lorraine. For the agricultural and forestry machinery industry that Weiss was actively promoting, this was undoubtedly great news. On the other hand, Professor Little Yang and other experts and scholars had completed the work entrusted to them by the Lorraine Provisional Government. However, she did not come to Samsonas to pick up little Candy. Instead, she returned directly to her school to prepare for leading a team to Lorraine for the second phase of internship research. It was expected that she would bring her students in 6 to 7 weeks, so she asked Weiss to look after little Candy during this time. When Weiss saw this telegram, he was at Krumbeheisen Castle, and little Candy was right by his side. When he was busy, the little girl would read or doodle by herself, and when he was free, she would pester him to tell stories. Although she was sometimes clingy and occasionally threw tantrums or acted spoiled and needed coaxing, generally speaking, she was much more well-behaved and obedient than the other children around. Since her arrival, little Kemp had also become more cheerful, seemingly projecting his longing for his sister onto little Candy. One day more than 3 weeks later, Weiss was gazing at the sky on the large lawn outside Krumbeheisen Castle. He was waiting for none other than Ms. Nikolai Leopold, who didn't like to take the usual path. This big shot had sent a telegram 2 days ago, informing him that she would be flying her private plane to Lorraine herself. If Weiss and the others hadn't turned the grass next to Krumbeheisen Castle into a forest, they should prepare blue and white cloth strips to make ground markings. In this era, flying was undoubtedly the fastest way to travel. From McCarthy to AO City, and then from AO City to Samsonas, including time for refueling and equipment maintenance, it only took a day's work, whereas taking a train and transferring to a car wouldn't be settled in less than 2 days and 2 nights combined. The appointed time was approaching, and a plane decisively appeared on the horizon. Weiss squinted to take a look. It should be a disarmed military aircraft, powerful and sturdily built. The children had already helped lay out conspicuous markings on the grass, and since there was only this one castle around Samsonas, as long as she flew to this area, Nicola would surely find the landing spot easily. However, the plane did not fly straight over to land but circled Samsonas once before finally landing steadily on this piece of grass that had once been used as a field airfield by the Normans. After Nicola landed, Weiss gave her a big hug and then asked what she had seen in the air. This big shot happily said that she saw a brand new, vibrant Samsonas city, especially the canal industrial zone in the southeast, which was very well planned and could be seen as a work of art of the industrial age. Of course, this industrial zone has been infused with my wisdom and hard work. Weiss said with a smile. On Oren's planet, Nicola was the only partner he was willing to share his heart with, except for romantic feelings. Other topics could be discussed unscrupulously. Very good, very good. Lorraine's geographical location and topographical features are very suitable for serving as a strategic stronghold for national defense. It is very close to the border, and when dealing with enemies from the west, as long as it is used properly, it can play a role in delaying the enemy's advance and can even become a solid giant fortress. From a strategic perspective, strengthening Lorraine's industrial construction so that it has the ability to be self-sufficient in wartime is very meaningful. However, there is also a new theory of war now, which believes that the next war is likely to be a quick blitzkrieg. Specifically, one side concentrates all its advantages to launch an attack, thereby achieving a decisive victory. For example, if the Federation is attacked by the Norman Empire again, the advantage of the Federal Army lies in its flight units. Then, as long as enough aviation units with long-range flight capabilities are prepared, once the war starts, a large-scale bombing of the enemy's depth will be carried out first to significantly weaken the enemy's industrial capacity. In this way, before the battle is even fought, more than half of the enemy's war potential will be weakened. Although she had left the army, when speaking of military affairs, Nicola still had the tone and perspective of a soldier. Friendly reminder, the website is about to be revised, which may cause the loss of reading progress. Please save your bookshelf and reading record, screenshot recommended, in time. We apologize for any inconvenience. After Weiss finished listening, he couldn't help but praise, the person who proposed the blitzkrieg theory must be a talent. Nicola laughed loudly upon hearing this. This person is a professor at the De La Figue Senior Staff College and also a military advisor to the General Staff Headquarters. If you had applied to return to school to continue your classes back then, perhaps he would have been your teacher, and you could have made a lot of progress following him. Now you've chosen to produce tractors and seeders in a place like this instead, what can I say? The two had been familiar for too long, even if the words sounded sarcastic, the other could understand the true meaning. Weiss laughed heartlessly. Fine. Look at the two of us, the stars of Bastion who were originally expected to achieve great things, and now we've both left the army. Actually, staying in the army for development might not necessarily be a good thing. Thinking will be limited, and style will become solidified. More importantly, there are some unspoken rules that we can't stand, and we can't exactly use personal strength to forcibly resist them, only to end up with a bleak exit. Rather than that, it's better to leave early and tactfully. Nicola's background allowed her to take many fewer detours than ordinary people, whether in the military or politics. On the other hand, regarding those dark corners, she only knew more and deeper than ordinary people, rather than turning a blind eye or pretending not to know. After chatting for a while, they returned to the castle for a meal. The pilots and mechanics Nicola helped recruit were all willing to seek a long-term livelihood in Lorraine. Some brought their families, while others were single, and they were still arriving by train one after another. Nicola's luggage was piled in the back seat of her plane. Flying alone from thousands of miles away was indeed her consistent style. During dinner, little Candy threw herself into Weiss's arms while calling him daddy, which left Nicola dumbfounded. Weiss quickly explained the reason to her and specifically emphasized that Professor Little Yang was the widow of an officer, and as veterans, they had reason to give whatever care they could. Nicola leaned down and pinched little Candy's cheek. What a little beauty. Her mother must be a great beauty too. Yes, Mommy is a great beauty. Little Candy said in a milky voice, Mommy is the #1 beauty of the Institute of Technology. Such innocent words made Weiss laugh heartily, and Nicola laughed along, then turned her head and asked Weiss with a serious face, she's already calling you daddy, when do you plan to propose to her mother? Weiss subconsciously scratched his head and said, I can't help it either. I told her to call me uncle, and she agreed nicely, but then she turned around and called me daddy again. Speaking of which, it's indeed inconvenient for a widow and her child in life. Those of us who survived the war should help out as much as we can. Regarding the reason Weiss repeatedly emphasized, Nicola was dismissive. She teased, if her mother doesn't come, this little girl will become your daughter, hey. Weiss spread his hands helplessly, my nephew Kemp is almost being raised as a son, adding one more daughter wouldn't be too many. Look, I've taken in a pair of children without even getting married, how great. If I really got married myself, from the moment the child is born, changing diapers, feeding, teaching them to walk and talk, it would be a lot of trouble. Nicola seemed to have many feelings about this. True, my family always thinks I should get married early. I actually don't want to get married at all. I feel like getting married means having children, and having children means being troubled by these trivial matters. It's too terrifying. So, you're a non-marriage believer? Weiss asked cautiously. This was a topic they had never seriously discussed. Nicola did not answer immediately but looked Weiss straight in the eye. You hope I'm a non-marriage believer so that you can boldly pursue this little girl's beautiful mother, is that it? Weiss almost said, I treat you as a brother, but you want to hit on me, but Nicola was a girl after all, and jokes had to have limits. So, he changed his approach and said with a smile, fine, we're too familiar with each other. Thinking about it, I always feel it's not quite right to make a move, so. Nicola was too embarrassed to continue looking Weiss in the eye and instead nodded thoughtfully, you're right, we are too familiar with each other. If we were to lie in the same bed, it would be psychologically difficult to get past, just thinking about it is too strange. The topic ended there. When old friends reunite, it's inevitable to talk about everything over fine wine, reminiscing about the past and digging up old stories. Weiss told her about the most difficult and arduous times of the Battle of AO City and the Lorraine guerrilla war, saying how he watched the Red Warhawk she piloted galloping through the sky from the ground, seeing it kill in all directions, feeling both envious and worried. Nicola spoke of the various hardships in the development and operation of the flight units, saying that when she wasn't in contact with the enemy, she felt like a free cloud, dancing in the air, able to forget all her troubles and blend into the environment. When fighting the enemy, she would forget everything, even herself. In the intervals between battles, she would also miss her old friends and hope to support them with her own strength. When the wine was at its peak, the two put their arms around each other's shoulders and sang an out-of-tune gazing at the stars, unaware of the tears falling from the corners of their eyes. Chapter 18, The Strongest Wine. The fastest update for the latest chapters of Iron Soul of Steel. When Nicola first arrived, she still kept her signature masculine short hair. Although her features were delicate and her frame was slimmer than a normal male's, it was indeed difficult to notice her female identity without looking closely. At first, Little Candy called her uncle, but later she teased Little Candy, saying she must call her sister. Little Candy was unwilling to believe it at first, until one time Nicola helped her bathe. From then on, Little Candy changed her address to sister. With Papa on one side and sister on the other, Weiss felt it was both awkward and comical, but Nicola didn't care at all. After a while, he suddenly realized that Nicola was trying to express the fact that she was younger than Professor Little Yang. Nearly another month passed before Professor Little Yang finally sent a telegram, telling Weiss that she would lead this year's internship research team to set out in a few days. The number of students had more than doubled compared to last year, and 2 teaching assistants would accompany them. Weiss was not surprised at all, as this was the positive effect of buying a horse's bones for 1,000 gold the previous year. He had given generous subsidies and rewards to the teachers and students of the School of Geography and Geology who came to Lorraine for internship research. For students still in their studies, it didn't make much difference where they went for an internship, but coming to Lorraine not only allowed them to learn things but also provided a monetary return no less than any part-time job. For them, it was a sweet memory. For their juniors and even the faculty of the college, it was a cake emitting a sweet fragrance. On the other hand, Lorraine's vast territory and abundant products were worth people investing more energy into exploring and discovering. The internship research team led by Professor Little Yang had nominally covered 1/3 of Lorraine's area in their previous survey, but this coverage was only in terms of their range of activity. There were still many places where mineral deposits might be found that had not undergone deep, substantive surveying. Besides, Lorraine still had many sparsely populated, undeveloped areas. During the war, many guerrilla forces made full use of the geographical width and depth to deal with the enemy. Looking back, during those exceptionally difficult years, to overcome the Norman army's blockade, the resistance found many usable resources through various local methods, such as coal, iron, and copper mines. The Lorraine guerrilla fighters led by Weiss had even secretly opened furnaces to smelt iron, providing raw materials for manufacturing ammunition and repairing weapons. Unfortunately, later on, the Normans increased their efforts in mopping up and suppression, and let alone mining, even filling one's stomach became a problem. Hearing that Professor Little Yang was coming, Nicola appeared indifferent on the surface, but Weiss noticed some subtle changes. For instance, she began to pay attention to her dress and appearance, making sure she was not only clean and tidy every day but also carefully coordinated. Although her clothing style still leaned towards a neutral look, being young and having not only a private plane but also a private airport, her delicate features, fair skin, and slightly longer hair allowed her to exude a fresh and pleasant feminine charm without the need for heavy makeup. While walking by the lake after dinner, Nicola asked a bunch of questions about the Ulster Institute of Technology teachers and students coming for their internship research, even showing concern about how they would be settled. The previous year, due to the rush, Weiss and the others had used Krumbeheisen Castle as the base for the exploration and survey, and the teachers and students lived here when they returned from fieldwork. Now, the factory buildings and dormitories in the Canal Industrial Zone were quite complete. Since the exploration and survey leaned towards mineral extraction and civil engineering, while the Klemperheisen family's business focus was manufacturing, it was actually more appropriate to settle Professor Little Yang's group in the Canal Industrial Zone. Tottenberg and Parrish had indeed actively proposed this. Later, the Alliance's Big Seven negotiated a compromise. Professor Little Yang would live in Krumbeheisen Castle with her daughter, while the teaching assistants and students could choose freely between the ancient castle and the high-end dormitories in the industrial zone. The grouping of teachers and students for exploration and surveying was basically the same as last year, except the exploration group had enough manpower to be divided into 2 small squads, while the survey group still acted as one. In a while, the School of Metallurgy and the School of Mechanical Engineering of Ulster Institute of Technology would also send internship teams. By then, the Canal Industrial Zone would become even more lively. It had seemingly become the internship base for Ulster Institute of Technology in the Western Federation, which in turn played a positive role in recruiting mid to high-end talent for the Lorraine Industrialists Alliance. Weiss told Nicola that after Professor Little Yang's group arrived in Mason, they would usually take a car or boat to Samsonas, then split up according to this term's exploration and survey plan. Nicola suggested that since Professor Little Yang and her daughter had been separated for a long time, she would surely hope to reunite sooner. The weather looked decent these few days, so she could fly her plane to Mason to pick her up. As for the other accompanying teachers and students, they could just take a car or boat as originally planned. In Weiss's view, flying a plane to pick someone up was completely unnecessary, a redundant move. However, connecting it to Nicola's unusual behavior over the past 2 days, Weiss couldn't help but speculate on her thoughts. Did she want to build a good relationship with Professor Little Yang in advance? Or was she creating an opportunity for the two of them to be alone to discuss something? They say a woman's heart is like a needle at the bottom of the sea. It would be strange if one could truly guess it. But regardless, given Nicola's character, she certainly wouldn't do something like bad-mouthing Weiss behind his back or deliberately driving Professor Little Yang away. Furthermore, a plane was undoubtedly the fastest way to travel between the Mason River and Samsonas at present. Weiss did not express opposition but instead asked about the takeoff and landing site. Nicola said that about 10 miles east of the Mason railway station, there was a large pasture with open and flat terrain, suitable for planes to land and take off, and it basically wouldn't disturb the surrounding residents. Are you sure it can land there? Although paying attention to the terrain and environment was a basic quality for a commander, flying was truly an area where he lacked expertise. Weiss was uncertain, so his words naturally lacked confidence. We'll know after we try it once tomorrow, Nicola said in an indifferent tone. Fine, let's treat it as an attempt to explore short to medium-range air transport. Weiss thought to himself. When it came to flying skills, Nicola was a top-tier ace pilot in the Federation. When Lorraine truly began to establish a commercial aviation network, they might not even be able to hire a pilot of this caliber to open up the routes. The next day was a bright, sunny day. Nicola got up early to inspect the plane and refuel. Just in case, Weiss called the Lorraine Industrialists Alliance office staff in Mason and had them send 2 people in a car with 2 barrels of gasoline to wait at the pasture east of the Mason railway station. Once everything was arranged, with Nicola in front and Weiss in back, the two of them took off from Samsonas in this private plane, modified from a Federation Army Type E attack aircraft, and flew southeast toward Mason. In this era, there was no such thing as air traffic control. As long as you had a plane and didn't enter a military restricted zone, you could basically gallop through the sky as you pleased. Probably because of a tailwind, they reached Mason in only half an hour, faster than expected. Looking down from the air, the winding Mason River cut through the city. The west bank was a bustling urban area, and the east bank was an industrial zone with a forest of chimneys. The east-west railway line and the north-south Mason River formed a striking large cross. Nicola lowered her altitude with practiced ease and circled once over the pasture east of the Mason railway station. Weiss saw the black sedan, so he signaled her to stop nearby. The pasture grass looked very flat, but in reality, there was still a gap compared to airport standards. No one would care about the bumpy ground because livestock wouldn't trip here, but a plane was different. If a wheel got stuck, a landing gear failure could easily occur during high-speed taxiing. During the landing process, Nicola fully demonstrated her experience and skill as an ace pilot. After skimming the ground twice at low altitude, she finally selected the landing spot and made a successful landing in one go, with almost no violent jolts in between. After the plane came to a steady stop, the Lorraine Industrialists Alliance staff drove over to meet them. Nicola took off her flight cap, jumped down from the plane, and said to Weiss with her head held high, "Well? Are you relieved now? With you here, of course I'm relieved." Weiss smiled as he climbed out of the cockpit with clumsy movements. When he stood still beside Nicola, he suddenly noticed that this fellow had trimmed her hair either last night or this morning, changing it back to that original masculine short hair that exposed her ears. He asked curiously, "You cut your hair short again? So what?" Nicola crossed her arms over her chest. That length before, just barely covering half your ears, seemed to have more of a feel to it." "What kind of feel was that?" Nicola then asked. "Reminder, the website will be redesigned soon, which may cause loss of reading progress. Please save your bookshelf and reading records in time, screenshots are recommended. Sorry for the inconvenience." A feeling of strength tempered with softness, a blend of the firm and the gentle, a heroic and spirited feeling, Weiss said in a single breath, using a string of descriptive terms. Upon hearing this, Nicola immediately said huffily, "You should have complimented me earlier. Now that I've cut my hair, you say this. It's too late. Even if I stop cutting it now, I'll have to wait another month or 2. Seeing Nicola looking like a little pufferfish, Weiss couldn't help but chuckle. "Hey, I know a good wig shop in Mason. When we have time, let's go pick out a wig. Let me see what you look like with long hair." "Are you joking?" Nicola glared at him fiercely, as if wearing long hair or a long dress was an insult to her. Weiss spread his hands, indicating it was just a joke. At that moment, the Lorraine Industrialists Alliance staff happened to drive the car next to them. Nicola looked at the car and said, "No need to wait, let's go now." Ah. Weiss was slightly surprised. He stared at Nicola, wondering if she was just saying it out of spite. But from her micro-expressions, she seemed serious. "This matter. Have them stay here and guard the plane, we'll drive there," Nicola said to Weiss again. Seeing him hesitate, she raised an eyebrow. "The opportunity only comes once. Either take it or give it up. Choose for yourself." Fine, the big boss is in a good mood and willing to show off her female attire, so what else could Weiss say? Since he was free anyway, let's go. Weiss drove the car, carrying the Federation's ace pilot to the Mason City area, and found that wig shop. Not only did they have wigs, but they also sold and rented formal wear for men and women. After entering, Nicola looked around and suddenly turned to Weiss. "You won't regret it, right? If you will, then forget it." "Regret?" Weiss smiled and shook his head. "Why would I regret it? Afraid that seeing you with long hair will be an eyesore? No, no, don't worry. My psychological adaptability is quite strong." Nicola hummed, quickly picked out a black wig, asked for a formal dress and a pair of short boots, and then had the clerk lead her to the fitting room inside. After she left, the owner of the shop, a bald middle-aged man wearing tailor's sleeves, cast a doubtful look at Weiss from behind the counter, as if asking, "Was that one just now a heroine? Could it be a cross-dressing guy?" Weiss gave the man a look of disdain. Nicola was very decisive in picking the wig and clothes, but she stayed in the fitting room for over 10 minutes. At first, Weiss waited calmly, but as time passed, he thought of those movie scenes he had seen a long time ago and couldn't help but speculate, when Nicola comes out in female attire, will she be breathtakingly beautiful? Or will she blind his eyes? Well, no matter what, no matter how funny it is, he must not laugh. Even if he has to hold it in, he cannot laugh, cannot laugh. Just as Weiss was getting a bit distracted, he suddenly heard someone give 2 fake coughs. He looked toward the sound and was instantly stunned. The first impression was as if he were seeing a fairy who had walked out of a painting, surrounded by a dreamlike aura. In terms of absolute looks, the female version Nicola couldn't be compared to a cold beauty like Octavie, and in the eyes of an outsider, she might even be a notch below Professor Little Yang. But for Weiss, seeing his good brother and best buddy of many years appear before him one day as such a pure little beauty, with a shy expression on her face, was simply more intoxicating than the strongest wine. Seeing Weiss's stunned, straight man expression, Nicola grabbed her skirt with both hands and kicked him in the leg. But Weiss didn't even feel the pain, he was only thinking to himself that while her feet were too small for combat boots, they were just the right size for these ladies' short boots. "I knew you were going to regret it." Nicola stood with her hands on her hips. It was clearly a normal posture, but to Weiss at this moment, it was an absolutely lethal, bossy yet cute look. He scratched his head and said with a chuckle, "Regret what? Do you think from now on, we can still get along as calmly as brothers like in the past?" Nicola said. Weiss did not answer immediately but tried to look at her with a neutral eye. It had to be said that her delicate features and fair skin complemented the long black hair and light-colored dress perfectly, but overall, she was still of the mold of a refined, fresh, and clean young lady from a good family. There are thousands upon thousands of women in this world, each with their own unique face, figure, and temperament. Some people like the tall, cold, and high beauty type, of which Octavie was a representative. Others like graceful, lithe, and delicate women, like Guinevere. From a worldly perspective, Nicola's feminine hardcore features weren't superior enough, her curves weren't shapely enough, her eyes weren't big enough, her neck wasn't long enough, and her limbs weren't slender enough. But as the ancients said, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Following Nicola's words just now, Weiss finally realized a very serious problem. Having seen her in female attire, could they still put their arms around each other's shoulders and be as reckless as before? If they were to change their relationship, how would he deal with her advanced ideas of non-marriage and being a dink, double income, no kids? These thoughts tangled into a ball of yarn in his head, impossible to cut or untangle. By the time Weiss temporarily set aside these contradictory thoughts, he found that Nicola had already changed back into her usual attire, and he was suddenly filled with regret. How could he have forgotten to take a photo of her as a souvenir? Chapter 19, Straight Talk Between Honest People. The fastest update for the latest chapters of Iron Soul of Steel. The day after the cross-dressing incident, Professor Yang's group arrived in Mason at noon. Early that morning, Nicola was already servicing the aircraft. Her disarmed E-type attacker was a special reward provided by the military specifically for retired ace pilots, intended to encourage them to continue their involvement in aviation after the war so they could be called back to fight if needed. This military aircraft was the Federation Army's main model during the mid to late stages of the war, boasting the highest production, most versatile uses, and most stable performance. It could bomb enemy warships from above and sweep enemy positions from below. It was suitable for group attacks, capable of solo combat, good at penetration, and able to conduct long-range raids. It was truly a piece of legendary equipment that had reversed the course of the war for the Federation Army. On previous trips to and from Mason, both takeoffs and landings as well as the flights themselves had been very smooth, so Weiss had nothing to worry about in aspect. However, he felt a constant sense of unease, not knowing what might happen between these two women. He had been following Nicola since early morning, turning things over in his mind, but he still couldn't find a suitable reason to make her change her plans. After completing the routine maintenance of the aircraft, Nicola wiped the grease off her hands with a rag while looking up at Weiss. "What's wrong with you? You're acting strange today. Do you have something to say to me? Weiss couldn't exactly bring this matter up for discussion, so he fell back on his habit of joking around. Ah? Oh. It's nothing. I was just thinking about someone. You're just thinking about your Professor Yang. Don't worry, she'll be here this afternoon. Nicola's teasing came naturally. Weiss gave a dry laugh. To be honest, don't get mad. I was thinking about your sister. My sister? You've seen my sister? Clara or Daphne? Nicola didn't catch on at first. Just after mentioning her two older sisters' names, she snapped back to reality and snorted at Weiss. Didn't I say? Just once. Don't regret it. With that, she reached out her right hand, still smelling of engine oil, and gave Weiss's face a hard pinch. His face hurt, her hand was cold, and his heart felt restless. This feeling indeed made Weiss a bit regretful. If he hadn't seen Nicola's feminine appearance, being brothers like this wouldn't have been bad. Now, everything felt awkward no matter how he looked at it, he had truly brought this trouble upon himself. Seeing Weiss looking somewhat distracted, Nicola unceremoniously gave him a light kick. Hey, yesterday was just to satisfy your curiosity. Don't overthink it. It's useless to think too much anyway. Weiss hadn't actually thought too much, at least he had slept okay last night, but he continued the conversation. You actually look quite good with long hair and a long dress. Since you've already left the army, wouldn't it be nice to return to a ladylike appearance occasionally? My two older sisters have been ladies since they were children, gentle, elegant, and law-abiding, but I feel that's just suppressing one's nature. It's not free at all. Since I was about 10 years old, I haven't worn women's clothes or kept my hair long. Later, to enter the military academy, I even changed my name. After all these years, I've grown accustomed to how I am now, and I feel comfortable this way. Nicola explained the reason in her usual crisp and straightforward style. A tomboy in men's clothes, anti-marriage, child-free mindset. All right. Based on these existing factors, Weiss could basically deduce that there was no competitive relationship between Nicola and Professor Yang. Her volunteering to fly the plane to pick her up probably didn't have any ulterior motive. During breakfast, Nicola pinched little Candy's face as usual and told her that a pretty sister was going to Mason today to pick up her pretty mama. Little Candy was naturally overjoyed. Hearing Nicola refer to herself as a pretty sister, Weiss's first reaction was novelty, but on second thought, he couldn't help but feel his previous deduction wavering. Children are the best megaphones. Once Professor Yang arrived, she would definitely tell her mother everything about how pretty sister and daddy were inseparable. The impact of that wouldn't be less than a heavy aerial bomb. But why was Nicola doing this? When Weiss cast a questioning gaze at Nicola, he was shocked to find that she had actually drawn her eyebrows and applied lipstick. She had clearly been barefaced while checking the plane earlier, but after returning to her room for a bit before breakfast, she had fixed herself up. It was completely different from the legendary descriptions of how long it takes women to do makeup. Furthermore, she never wore makeup. Where did she get the tools? Although the makeup was subtle, it perfectly enhanced her spirit and added a sense of handsome beauty. Where did she get the skill? Women are truly the most inscrutable creatures in this world. After breakfast, Nicola played with little Candy for a while. Since it wasn't time to leave yet, she took a newspaper to the rattan chair in the front yard to read. Weiss personally brought over 2 cups of tea and said with some trepidation, "Hey, should we talk again?" Talk about what? Her eyes remained on the newspaper, and she asked without looking up. In a daze, Weiss felt as if he were sitting next to a powerful career woman, and this aura seemed to stem from those eyebrows drawn with the sharp edge of a blade, making him feel ill at ease. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and said, "The future. I remember once when you were half awake, you said you came from another planet and knew more about the future than any of us." Nicola still didn't look up, but she made Weiss feel like he was sitting on pins and needles, suddenly unsure how to respond. However, she followed up with her own answer. "At first, I didn't believe it. Although some of your analyses and concepts are very forward-thinking, they're far from enough to support such an absurd claim. Later, you went to the front lines and fought the enemy on the battlefield. Your performance was braver and calmer than most. Then, you threw yourself into the most difficult guerrilla front, risking the fate of your entire family to fight the enemy. Gradually, I realized that you are indeed different. You care less about life and death and more about the greater cause than ordinary people. I think, who you are and where you come from is no longer important. What matters is that you possess the purest and most sincere spirit of freedom." Weiss let out a long breath and thought to himself, "Don't fall for me, I'm just a legend." Reminder, the website will be updated soon, which may cause loss of reading progress. Please save your bookshelf and reading records, screenshot recommended. Sorry for the inconvenience. Actually, I know what you want to say. Nicola turned her head and gave Weiss a smile that was both familiar and strange. This winding train of thought actually left Weiss a bit unable to keep up. He muttered, "You're not a mind reader, why are you trying to figure out my thoughts so clearly? Don't worry, I'm just going to do my best to protect you, the star of Lorraine. Lorraine is indestructible, and the Federation will surely remain safe and sound." Seeing Nicola give him a playful wink, the gloom and concerns Weiss had felt over the past few days vanished instantly. Although he still wasn't sure what this big shot planned to do or say, as long as her intentions were clear, with her IQ and EQ, she wouldn't easily mess things up. Timing it right, Nicola piloted the plane toward Mason. Weiss had nothing special to prepare, so he continued sitting on the rattan chair soaking up the sun. Not long after, old Wadestein's son, Pamela, arrived at the castle driving a guerrilla vehicle with the flair of someone flying a plane. He excitedly told Weiss that the results of the Lorraine local council elections were out. The Lorraine Industrialists Alliance had won 31 out of 101 seats, becoming a significant political force in Lorraine overnight. During the difficult years of resisting the Norman army occupation, this vigorous young man had been called gladiator by his companions for his bravery in battle. However, in the fields of corporate management and even more profound politics, his knowledge and experience were still immature, so old Wadestein wanted him to stay by Weiss's side to observe and learn. Currently, Weiss had him serving as the operations director of the Free Lorraine Canal, managing the riverside docks and waterway order. Weiss had already received the news after breakfast. He himself had once again secured a seat as a counselor. However, this didn't make him jump for joy, let alone act smug in front of Nicola. Seeing Pamela so happy, he said with a smile, "This is the reward for our hard work and continuous progress. But strictly speaking, we are not a political force, but a civilian industrial and commercial organization. When seeking motions beneficial to the Lorraine Industrialists Alliance or Lorraine's industry and commerce, we will form a collective force. In other matters, everyone votes according to their own concepts and wishes." The excited Pamela clearly didn't take Weiss's words to heart. He stared at the paper he had brought, which had a long list of names. Judging by the scrawled handwriting, he or his assistant had written them down while listening to a phone call. Of these 31 seats, 28 belong to the earliest members of the alliance. They are our most steadfast comrades and partners. In other words, we hold a quarter of the voting power in the Lorraine Council. Looking at single factions, we should be the largest political force in Lorraine. Mr. Klemper-Heesen, with your illustrious military merit during the war and your many post-war contributions, combined with the voting power in our hands, there's a very good chance of competing for the speaker's position. But I don't want to waste my energy on that. At this point, Weiss suddenly had an epiphany. The protection Nicola mentioned earlier was her hope that he would continue to maintain that spirit of striving upward and fearlessness, making Lorraine indestructible through unremitting efforts. If he became lost in gentle dreams and romantic entanglements, casting aside his fighting spirit and qualities, he would lose his greatest shining point. So that was it. Pamela whispered, "To be honest, Sir Weiss's prestige and contributions are impeccable in Lorraine. To many of us, he is a respected elder, but we worry he lacks sufficient boldness and means. He's not an ideal leader. In these aspects, you are definitely much better than him." Weiss knew Pamela wasn't intentionally belittling or attacking Sir Weiss. Although Sir Weiss's style was close to that of a typical nice guy, it didn't mean he had a soft personality. He had Pamela sit down beside him and said earnestly, "When evaluating people and affairs, we often have a preconceived mental inertia. For example, you saw me leading guerrilla forces to fight the enemy and achieve some victories, so you think I'm an excellent commander. You didn't see the various efforts Sir Weiss made during the enemy occupation, especially his performance in battling the enemy with wit and courage, so you think he's inferior to me in leadership. This method of judgment is biased. Take a well-known historical example, Paul Cathier, the most famous general on the Western Front during the War of Freedom. Before commanding the Battle of Hamo Canyon, he had been in the army for over 30 years, and almost all his colleagues thought he was a mediocre, conservative man. But at Hamo Canyon, his command was decisive, sharp, and flawless, becoming a classic case study required for military academies. Perhaps Sir Weiss is our General Cathier." Pamela listened and didn't speak. Although he was 2 years older than Weiss, the latter had led the 3 raids on Slin during the war. As a member of the Slin resistance, he was clearly very impressed by Weiss. During the war, besides participating directly in combat, Pamela had also represented the Knights of Slien multiple times to contact various resistance organizations. Without a bit of cleverness and a sense of the big picture, he clearly couldn't have done that job well. Therefore, he was able to accept and understand the logic Weiss presented. Finally, Weiss patted his shoulder like a veteran. "All right, we're still young. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future, there's no need to rush. Observing, learning, and thinking more is never a bad thing. By the way, how are the preparations for tonight's welcome banquet?" Pamela was an expert at executing established orders. He said with confidence, "Don't worry, it's been ready for a long time. I guarantee the teachers and students from Ulster Institute of Technology will feel the passion of us Lorrainers. Remember, don't let the male students drink too much. Getting drunk is bad for the health and messes things up," Weiss urged. In terms of alcohol tolerance, 3 or 5 of these favorites from the ivory tower couldn't match a man like Pamela who had fought in wars and killed people. Yet they often didn't know their limits. Once the atmosphere got going and female classmates were present, it was easy for them to overindulge. "Don't worry, I know. Barring any accidents, I'll be coming with Miss Leopold and Professor Yang tonight." "Oh, plus Kemp and little Candy," Weiss replied. This welcome banquet was being held at the United Union Hall in the Canal Industrial Zone. The protagonists were over 20 teachers and students from the School of Geography and Geology at Ulster Institute of Technology. Various industrial and mining enterprises would also send representatives, with a total scale of around 100 people. The format of the banquet was the most common free and open style, food and drinks were self-service, and seating was at will. A professional band invited from Samsonas would play 36 pieces in sequence. Those who liked to dance could do so freely, and those who weren't good at dancing or socializing could simply sit and enjoy. What kind of accident could even happen? Pamela snickered. "It's not what you think." Weiss stopped him from thinking in the wrong direction with a righteous tone. Pamela waved his hand. "Fine, fine, I got it. Don't worry, I won't say anything out of line. The man clearly said he understood, but he couldn't stop smiling, making Weiss really want to borrow Nicola's eye roll to give him. After Pamela left, Weiss couldn't help but gaze at the distant horizon, muttering in his heart, an accident isn't likely, but I hope nothing goes wrong. Chapter 20, Let everything take its course. The fastest update for the latest chapters of Iron Soul of Steel. Shortly after lunch, Nicola's plane appeared in sight. Weiss, holding Little Candy's hand, while Little Candy held Little Kemp's, waited for them to land on the lawn. Under the piloting of the Federation's ace pilot, the plane finally landed steadily. From a distance, Weiss saw Professor Yang in the back seat. She was wearing a flight cap and goggles, waving non-stop even before landing, seemingly not afraid of flying at all. After the plane came to a stop, Weiss brought the children over to help Professor Yang down from the plane, which lacked a boarding ladder. She was still dressed in a somewhat neutral outfit of a shirt and jacket on top, but wore a gauzy long skirt and women's ankle boots below, with her slender white legs faintly visible. After Professor Yang got off the plane, the first thing she did was, of course, hug Little Candy. Driven by a mysterious and powerful survival instinct, Weiss quickly turned around and, as politely as if inviting a dance partner, extended his hand to Nicola to help her down from the cockpit even though this agile ace pilot didn't need such help at all. Nicola was slightly surprised by Weiss's attentiveness, but acted as if it were only natural. Once he finished his service, she said, the person has been brought to you safe and sound. Was the trip smooth today? Weiss asked. Through the trials of the past 2 days, I feel that establishing a commercial air route between Mason and Samsonas is technically feasible. To put it into commercial operation, the key is to see if the costs and returns match. Well, the cost of this round trip shouldn't just include fuel, but also depreciation of the aircraft, maintenance costs, and the salaries of pilots and mechanics. Seeing that he was serious about business, Nicola responded solemnly, the current common practice is a mix of passengers and cargo carrying passengers when there are any, and mail or packages when there aren't. Given the distance between Mason and Samsonas, flying 2 or 3 round trips a day is no problem when the weather is good, and we just don't fly when the weather is bad. From existing situations, this method has a decent market and is worth a try. After finishing the chat, he turned his attention back to Professor Yang. She had taken off her cap and goggles, revealing shoulder-length hair that, despite the dusty journey, remained neat and smooth, as if she had specifically styled it before coming. Not having seen her for nearly 2 months, her bright eyes, white teeth, and every smile or frown tugged at his heartstrings like the wind. From a normal male perspective, Professor Yang's softness and charm were significantly more than Nicola's, while their temperament and depth each had their own merits, suitable for different roles in life. After being affectionate with Little Candy for a while, Professor Yang stood up and turned to Weiss. With a radiant smile and a voice that sounded as if it were mixed with honey, she said, "Hello there, Mr. Klemperhesen. Thank you for taking care of Little Candy for so long, she must have been very happy here." "Hello, Professor Yang." Weiss greeted her with a smile, but didn't dare to smile too freely, quickly shifting his gaze to Little Candy. "She's very obedient and sensible. She's brought us a lot of joy here, especially giving our little camp a busy and fulfilling time." Professor Yang lowered her head to stroke Little Candy's hair, her eyes full of tenderness. "Since she was born, she's never been away from me for this long. I'm truly grateful to you all for giving me the chance to reclaim my dreams." Although Weiss would have loved to chat with Professor Yang longer, alerted by his survival instinct, he concernedly asked if the two had eaten lunch. Although the Federation was industrially advanced and the national quality was decent, the level of electrified control in this era was limited, and the Great East-West Railway artery was too long. It was not surprising for a train to be an hour or two late or early when arriving at the terminus, Mason. Therefore, the pickup plan Weiss arranged had some flexibility in time and content. If they arrived early, they could have a grand meal at a high-end restaurant in downtown Mason. If they arrived late, they would just make do with something simple near the train station. Nicola didn't say a word, but Professor Yang said, "Mr. Tottenbull came to meet us personally and arranged for us to dine at the Dutcher restaurant not far from the train station." However, the food there didn't seem to suit Miss Leopold's taste. I noticed she barely ate anything. Back at Baston Military Academy, Nicola never complained about hard training, but she was a bit picky about hygiene and food to be precise. When conditions allowed, she insisted on keeping her clothes neat and only ate dishes she liked. Knowing her so well, Weiss naturally knew what to do. Since Professor Yang and her daughter had just reunited, he could leave them alone for the afternoon. He had Kemp and a few older boys help take her luggage to her room, then walked up to Nicola, who was pretending to inspect the plane. "Let's go, I'll have old man Madden make you a bowl of your favorite pork bone rolled noodles." Nicola didn't refuse, but instead asked, "Are you accompanying me?" "Who else would?" Weiss laughed. Nicola looked at Weiss suspiciously, and realizing he wasn't joking, a hint of a smile appeared at the corners of her mouth. With lightning speed, she hooked her arm through Weiss's. "Let's go." Pork bone rolled noodles was one of the old Chef Madden's best signature dishes. Made with tender pork bones and hand-beaten rolled noodles, it was one of the few delicacies here that Nicola would praise. Back at the castle, before long, a steaming bowl of pork bone rolled noodles was served. Weiss had already eaten lunch, so he just ordered a cup of tea and sat watching Nicola eat. Outside the window, he could see Professor Yang and her daughter enjoying their parent-child time on the grass. Nicola was indeed hungry. She cleared the food on the plate like a whirlwind, leaving hardly any side dishes. After eating, she also noticed the mother and daughter and said, "What a lovely pair, one a ripe red apple, the other a budding flower. Such a ready-made bargain." Sigh, you should seize the opportunity while you can. Professor Yang had arrived safely, and her mood seemed fine. Although the heavy stone in Weiss's heart had been lifted, the mist that made the road ahead unclear remained. Especially sitting before this heroine who was determined to dedicate herself to her ideals, he felt as if he were at a crossroads. To the left was a harmonious and happy life, to the right was a path of ambitious struggle. Although the two were not mutually exclusive, from a long-term life planning perspective, there had to be a focus, leading to corresponding trade-offs. This was the truly rational approach. After hesitating for a long while, Weiss said a universally applicable phrase, "Let everything take its course." Reminder, the website is about to be updated, which may cause loss of reading progress. Please save your bookshelf and reading records in time, screenshots recommended. We apologize for any inconvenience. Nicola snorted. During lunch, there was a tall, handsome male professor who was exceptionally attentive to Professor Yang. With her qualities, there are naturally many admirers. If you've made up your mind, it's better to state your position early. Don't wait until you've missed out to regret it. Normally, such words were reserved for brothers or best friends. Weiss felt that Nicola might have viewed him as a brother or a platonic male friend from the start. After all, in terms of social maneuvering and networking, he was only fit to be her junior, not a matched rival or an equal in status. As for someone being attentive to Professor Yang, that was perfectly normal. Whether that person was a professor or an assistant, they had more opportunities together, and their knowledge levels and common interests were more aligned. If Professor Yang were moved by it, it would be a better destination for her. Another silence followed before Weiss changed the subject. Come to the welcome banquet tonight. They'll have the music you like. I'll go then. Nicola replied with her usual decisiveness. Not wanting the atmosphere to be too dull, Weiss teased, menswear or womenswear. Nicola rolled her eyes at him as usual. Weiss laughed out loud. Nicola wouldn't actually be angry. She then chuckled and asked, "Hey, have you ever danced with Professor Yang?" "I have." Weiss answered truthfully. The first time was at the banquet celebrating the discovery of the Star Source stone mine. Every gentleman present invited Professor Yang for a dance. Later, at the farewell banquet for the teachers and students finishing their internship research, we danced again, and for 2 full songs. How does she dance? In the past, Weiss would have thought Nicola had a woman's gossiping spirit at heart, but now he felt she was comprehensively understanding and assessing Professor Yang's combat power. Weiss said, by non-professional standards, quite well. Then I'll have to see for myself tonight. Nicola straightened her collar, putting on a posture as if she were going to pick up girls. With Guinevere's mistaken love as evidence, this person's male attire had both the looks and the temperament. For women used to muscular men, especially those dreaming of a prince and princess's happy life, she was extremely lethal. Professor Yang came on her plane and already knew she was Miss Leopold, but what about the female students on internship? Surely another romantic scandal wouldn't break out. Should he expose her true identity as soon as possible? You don't happen to like women, do you? Weiss joked. Nicola glared at him crossly and then said emphatically, if I were terminally ill and had to choose one person as my life partner to walk the final stretch of the journey, I would choose you, Long Cromwell Hyson, rather than any woman in this world. Happy now? To shake off the suspicion of being a lesbian, she could even say such harsh words. Weiss couldn't help but give her a thumbs up, giving her a full 32 likes, but he still wasn't quite at ease and tested further, how about you wear women's wear instead? If you wear a dress, I can dance with only you tonight. Nicola unceremoniously rolled her eyes at him. I'm not actually terminally ill. Weiss breathed a sigh of relief, but then couldn't help but feel a sense of regret. If he were to choose regardless of all external factors, he felt he still preferred someone like Nicola, a remarkable woman who combined beauty, versatility, a straightforward personality, intelligence, courage, and depth, much like a modern Mulan. But back in reality, Nicola's worldview, outlook on life, and values were clearly aimed at the realm of a pioneer. Ordinary people, no matter how much they had a spirit of dedication, could not be compared with the qualities of a pioneer: fearlessness, selflessness, great wisdom, and a grand vision. Eye-rolling aside, Nicola's mood was clearly very good now. After drinking half a cup of tea, she said pleasantly, today's pork bone rolled noodles were the best I've ever had in my life. For the sake of the friendship in this plate of noodles, I'll give you a gift too. Saying this, Nicola took a piece of paper from her pocket, unfolded it, and pushed it toward Weiss. Weiss took a look. Whoa, this gift was heavy enough. It was an order form from the Starry Sky Group for 2 AC-2 aircraft. Although he wasn't sure about the specifications or performance of this type of aircraft, any new plane certainly wouldn't be cheap. This. Weiss looked at her in surprise. You've chosen to build your own aircraft production line, so at the earliest, you won't produce a prototype until late summer. After that, repeated testing and adjustments are needed, and actual operation probably won't happen until autumn. In the meantime, the pilots and maintenance technicians I helped you recruit can't just sit by the production line and stare, right? Besides, training new pilots isn't something that can be finished in a few weeks. Surveying routes and building facilities all require lead time. You have to get at least 2 planes first, right? Weiss wasn't ignorant of such simple logic, but there were too many aspects to consider in running an industry, it was impossible to cover everything. Before this, he had also asked former comrades in arms to help keep an eye on the military's disposal of second-hand aircraft, planning to buy a few old military planes if the situation was right, but so far there had been no news. Nicola's move was both professional and decisive, even more precious than encountering pork bone rolled noodles when hungry. Weiss's gratitude for Nicola's timely help was beyond words. In the past, he might have given her a hug, but now it felt a bit inconvenient to make a move. After thinking for a while, he just gave her a smile and another great job. Chapter 21, You Are the Brightest Tonight. The fastest update to the latest chapters of Iron Soul of Steel. Driving from Krumbeheisen Castle to the Free Lorraine Canal Industrial Zone was a journey of over 20 li. Although the mountain dirt roads weren't suitable for speeding, it would normally take only half an hour in good weather. However, the continuous spring rains had left many puddles, making the drive less than smooth. The children sat in this swaying car, laughing and cheering all the way, while the adults, dressed in formal attire for the banquet, couldn't help but worry about mud splashes ruining their clothes. Fortunately, the distance wasn't long, and they reached the brightly lit canal industrial zone before total darkness fell. All the roads here had been paved, lined with neat, modern streetlights. The normal power supply for the factory area came from the thermal power plant in Valence. Additionally, the Lorraine Industrialists Alliance had funded a backup power plant using coal-fired boilers to ensure the factory equipment could operate year-round without interruption. That day's welcome banquet was held in the United Trade Union Hall of the Canal Industrial Zone. It was a white circular building with a main hall that could hold up to 3,000 people, if they brought their own small stools, along with several small meeting halls, activity rooms, and union offices. The construction and daily maintenance costs were shared by the factories and enterprises in the industrial zone based on their number of workers. This not only met legal requirements but also played a positive role in protecting the physical and mental health and the reasonable rights of the worker community. As the driver and the only adult gentleman on the car, Weiss quickly opened the doors for the ladies after parking. Nicola and Professor Young had clearly put effort into their attire today. The former had her hair swept back handsomely and wore a slim-fitting formal suit. To those who valued looks, she was a dashing young man dripping with charm, but to sharp-eyed connoisseurs, she was practically a walking mountain of gold. Her coat, cravat, boots, and pocket watch were either luxury brands or high-end custom pieces. Combined with that innate arrogance, she was far too dazzling for a small place like Lorraine. The latter wore an elegant long dress, although not an exaggerated ball gown. The color scheme, style, and accessories perfectly accentuated all her strengths. She was like a lush, red cherry, beautiful from afar and never tiring to look at up close, a top-tier delicacy that any fan of the fresh and pure style would crave. Even more praiseworthy was that she had prepared a matching dress for little Candy and dressed her up meticulously. As the mother and daughter walked hand in hand into the hall, it actually felt like they were walking a red carpet. The vast main hall of the auditorium had been arranged in a banquet layout. While the hardware quality certainly couldn't match the banquets of the mega-rich, it fully displayed the enthusiasm and sincere feelings of the Lorraine people. Every detail showed that Pamela and his partners had put a great deal of heart into the preparations. As the primary host, the first thing Weiss did upon arriving at the banquet was follow Professor Young to meet the teachers and students who had come to Lorraine for their internship and research. Among the many young faces, the most eye-catching was the leading man. He looked to be in his late 20s, his youthful greenness faded and a sense of steadiness beginning to show. He was quite handsome and gave off an air of being well-groomed. He didn't seem to lack exercise, with a well-proportioned build and strong arms. His smile had a special approachability that likely made him very popular with the opposite sex on a university campus. Professor Young introduced him to Weiss, saying that this Mr. Dentz was a first-class assistant professor at the School of Geography and Geology, and the youngest first-class assistant professor in the last 10 years. The young and handsome assistant professor smiled and shook Weiss's hand, but it was clear his attention wasn't on Weiss at all. Instead, he looked at Professor Young as he spoke. Unfortunately, I no longer have the chance to become the youngest professor. Weiss said curiously to Professor Young, I thought you were the youngest first-class assistant professor at the School of Geography and Geology in nearly a century. I was exceptionally promoted to associate professor, and then became a professor, Professor Young said with a slight smile. I never served as a first-class assistant professor. In Weiss's impression, those who could be exceptionally promoted were either incredibly capable or had a powerful background. Either way, they weren't ordinary people. During the war, he had also been exceptionally promoted once, appointed as a guerrilla colonel by the military, leaping from a junior officer to the ranks of senior field officers in one go. However, such temporary appointments were quite common during wartime, so it wasn't something to be particularly proud of. In the federal higher education system, a first-class assistant professor was the highest level of assistant professor, likely only a little teaching time or a few papers away from becoming an associate professor. Objectively speaking, even if this Dentz wasn't a top-tier scholar, he was already quite impressive. Marbold, second-class assistant professor, Professor Young continued the introductions. This next one was much less impressive in terms of physical appearance, and his clothes were a bit rustic. Although his gaze also followed Professor Young closely, this character clearly posed no threat. Following the two assistant professors were 24 students, 19 males and 5 females, with an equal split between graduate and undergraduate researchers. Most of these top students had good basic qualities. The boys, dressed in formal wear, though still looking a bit youthful, carried an air of refined scholars and gentle gentlemen. Several could be considered fresh meat with excellent looks and temperament. Among the girls, while there were no outstanding beauties, they were pure and charming, with a fresh aura that made one involuntarily reminisce about long-past school days. After some pleasantries, everyone went their separate ways. Spending time with little Candy outside of work, Professor Young showed her gentle and meticulous side. Every expression and movement radiated maternal light, yet she didn't overly spoil the child. Whenever little Candy did something inappropriate, she would patiently explain and carefully teach her. One couldn't help but sigh in admiration. This was truly a virtuous wife and mother. The children ate and drank their fill, then gathered to play together. With the older ones looking after the younger ones, they basically didn't need much supervision. Only then did Professor Young serve herself some food and find a side seat to savor it slowly. By this time, the band had played 3 pieces of soothing music, and the rhythm began to change. People could continue eating and chatting, or they could seek out dance partners. According to the musical arrangement, the dance floor usually opened with a collective couples dance. After passing through slow, fast, and free-form dances, a formation group dance would follow, marking the first climax of the banquet. Later, the few pairs who performed best in the previous stages would take turns performing solo couples dances. Through the audience's applause and cheers, the best 1 or 2 pairs would be naturally selected for a final performance, which was the second climax of the banquet. During the intervals between songs, the host or heavyweight guests could give speeches or organize specific themed activities such as fundraisers or marriage proposals. At most banquets, attendees brought their own partners. However, for a welcome banquet like today's, where the visiting teachers and students had more men than women, the organizers needed to make corresponding arrangements. In the vast Free Lorraine Canal industrial zone, over 20 factories were already in operation, many of which had many female workers or were primarily female-staffed, such as the garment factory, chemical plant, and mold factory. Besides the men who brought their own partners, the United Trade Union had also invited 50 unmarried men and women, including engineers, technicians, as well as teachers and medical staff from Samsona City. This ensured the gender ratio of the banquet was generally balanced and provided an opportunity for these young people to meet and socialize. After exchanging pleasantries with old comrades and new partners, Weiss found Professor Young in the crowd still eating. He walked over with a wine glass, only to find that the youngest first-class assistant professor in the academy had beaten him to it, sitting beside her and chatting incessantly. Out of basic etiquette, Weiss couldn't hijack Professor Young while she was eating. In that momentary lapse, a girl nearby proactively came over to invite him to dance. During the war, Weiss had suffered constant injuries, large and small, and had been on the brink of death several times. This intense stimulation had not only forced out his potential but also allowed him to recover many memories. He could find a corresponding fragment in the depths of his memory for the glamorous girl before him. Her name was Camelia Auer, and he had met her in the Samsona's youth choir. There seemed to have been a period of vague ambiguity during their youth. To be precise, the boy had pursued the girl had set a test, the boy failed to pass, and it eventually fizzled out. Since it was a social encounter and the lady had proactively invited him, Weiss couldn't easily refuse. Besides, Professor Young wouldn't be able to escape for a while, and she might even dance a piece with Dents out of similar politeness. So, he joined the dancing lines with her. This slow-paced collective couples dance was just an opening warm-up, the atmosphere wasn't yet heated, and everyone maintained polite dance postures. Friendly reminder, the website will be revised soon, which may cause loss of reading progress. Please save your bookshelf and reading records in time, screenshots recommended. We apologize for any inconvenience. The girl said to Weiss with a smile and a sweet voice, I've been away from home for many years, studying at the ISDA Academy of Fine Arts in Liberty City. I only recently returned to Samsonas to teach art at the public middle school. Oh. Isn't Liberty City quite nice? Why did you think of coming back to this remote little city? Weiss said casually. I missed home. The girl replied. Anyway, I didn't meet my destined person while studying abroad. Because I was worried about my parents and sisters at home, I wanted to return as soon as the war ended. What about you? I heard you haven't married yet? You're a great hero of the war, and you're well off in all aspects. Has your standard become too high, such that you look down on ordinary people? To ask such questions right after greeting him was proactive enough for a young unmarried woman. Unfortunately, Weiss was no longer the long Cromwell Hyson of the past. He smiled politely, fate is something you encounter, not something you can force. Miss Auer gave him a knowing smile, could it be that you're too nostalgic? Some people and some things, once missed, are missed. There's no need for regret or annoyance, just walk the path beneath your feet and cherish the people around you. As these grand words reached his lips, Weiss suddenly froze. He turned his head to look around, intending to see how Professor Young was doing, but instead caught a glimpse of Nicola dancing with a long-haired girl who looked somewhat familiar. That girl wore an eye-catching fiery red dress, had blonde hair and blue eyes, heavy makeup, a cinched waist that pushed up her chest, and looked incredibly sultry. Lolita Welf, Weiss's ex-girlfriend, a woman who was far too uninhibited and liberal with her love. She was considered a socialite in Samsonas and even the east-central region of Lorraine. It wasn't surprising for her to join this banquet as someone's partner, but the strange thing was that she had actually hooked up with Nicola. Oh, right, she was also there on the day of Bella's coming-of-age ceremony, so she had met Nicola once. Presumably, she didn't know Nicola's true identity, which was why she was being extremely flirtatious. Tisk tisk. Miss Auer, thinking Weiss was looking at Lolita, said indignantly, time really allows one to see a person's true colors. That saying is quite right. Some people will stick to whoever comes along, truly shameless. The stories about Lolita would be more than enough to publish a romance novel. Especially during the war, she had some ambiguous relationship with a Norman officer. But she was just an ordinary person after all, she hadn't used the power given by the Normans to oppress or harm her compatriots, nor had she sold out any intelligence secrets. After the war, she was questioned and investigated by the intelligence and security departments, and the result was that she wasn't sanctioned or punished. She just disappeared for a while and then became active again before long, entering and leaving various venues and mingling with all sorts of men. Weiss no longer had any contact with her. Although he disliked her chaotic lifestyle, out of basic principles of being a person, he wouldn't judge her in front of others, let alone speak ill of her. Seeing that Weiss didn't respond, Miss Auer likely thought what she just said had hit the mark, and she couldn't help but feel disappointed in Weiss. After the dance ended, Weiss didn't proactively invite her to dance again, and she didn't have a good look on her face as she turned and walked away. Weiss turned to find Professor Young. She and the youngest first-class assistant professor in the academy were still sitting there. The latter looked like he was waiting for her to go dance, but at that moment, a female student walked over and untimely invited him to dance. Although this guy was very reluctant, he accepted out of etiquette. After Dents left, a tall, thin male student approached, looking like he wanted to ask Professor Young to dance, but she smiled and pointed at the plate in front of her, likely saying she was still eating and would dance later. The boy walked away dejectedly. Seizing this opportunity, Weiss quickly moved through the crowd and snatched up this hot seat next to Professor Young. Seeing Weiss in such a hurry, Professor Young pursed her lips and smiled, then asked, "Who was that lady you were dancing with just now?" "A partner from the Samsona's youth choir," Weiss replied quickly. "We were only about 10 back then, not even as high as my shoulder now. We haven't seen each other for many years. She danced well, but you seemed a bit absent-minded." "That's not very polite," Professor Young pointed out Weiss's shortcoming. Receiving such criticism, the latter was undoubtedly overjoyed, because it meant she had been consciously paying attention to his movements. The youngest first-class assistant professor in the academy sitting here was nothing more than a decoration. Weiss cleared his throat. "Actually, I was just thinking about who would have the honor of dancing the first dance with the brightest lady in the room today. If it weren't me, that would be the greatest regret of the day." "If you say that, Miss Leopold will feel very disappointed, won't she?" Professor Young teased. "Her? Look. She is also the brightest gentleman in the room today," Weiss said with a laugh. "Compared to her, I am destined to be dim and lusterless." "Well then, Mr. Dim and Lusterless, would you accompany me for a dance in a bit?" Professor Young took the initiative to invite him. "With pleasure," Weiss responded happily. "Perhaps we can compete for the king and queen of the night." The two had danced a few times before. Don't be fooled by Professor Young's usual low profile. When she danced, she was beyond reproach. Although Weiss didn't have a formal foundation, during those hard years of the Lorraine guerrilla war, he often used dancing as a recreational activity in his spare time. While preparing for operations with the Special Operations Unit, he had also received guidance and training from Octavie. His technique was passable, and combined with his popularity here, there was a chance to win the best couples dance of the banquet. Professor Young didn't casually accept the challenge but observed the dancing crowd instead. Only after a while did she say, "Although I haven't danced for a while, it wouldn't hurt to try." The implication was that the two were fixed partners for tonight. Aside from dance skills and chemistry, the more songs they danced to, the more chances they had to attract everyone's attention and gain their recognition. Of course, having experienced the supreme glory of a national hero and the low points of life in prison, why would Weiss care about such empty fame? One should enjoy life to the fullest while one can, that was all. Chapter 22, Life is Like This. The fastest update for the latest chapters of Iron Soul of Steel. Of the Western-style balls on the screen, Weiss was most impressed by two. One was the court ball held for Emperor Franz and Sissy, a classic of classical luxury and classical romance. The other was the lower deck ball in Titanic where Jack took Rose, an interpretation of transcendence and free romance. The ball held in the auditorium of the Joint Union in the Free Lorraine Canal Industrial Zone had neither the jade-like delicacies and exquisite food of the royal court, nor the free-spirited and unrestrained nature of the working masses. It only had simple unadorned pleasure. Weiss and Professor Yang entered the floor starting from the 9th piece, dancing 3 consecutive songs as a warm-up. These 3 pieces were still slow dances, but the rhythm had quickened slightly compared to the opening. Before this banquet, they had danced fewer than 10 songs together in total. Because they were all slow dances, no stepping on feet or missteps had occurred, but with this level of rapport, which couldn't yet be called tacit, they had to be careful with fast dances. If they made fools of themselves in public, losing face was a small matter, but would it affect their confidence in getting to know each other more deeply? That was hard to say. A truly elegant dancer should have the spirituality of a butterfly and the softness of a vine, allowing the body and soul to dance together. Unfortunately, Weiss's body, which had walked through a hail of bullets and crossed the vast snowy plains, was overly steady. While Professor Yang had a graceful figure and a light gait, she lacked a sense of svelte allure. In terms of existing conditions, they were clearly not perfect dancers, but when they danced together, one was masculine and the other feminine, one vigorous and the other confident. More importantly, they were of similar age and compatible stature, their steps were in sync, their performance composed, and their minds focused and relaxed, as if they were each other's entire world, with no need to be distracted by anything else. After the band finished the 16th piece, the double group dances for the night came to a close. During the interval before the formation group dances, the organizers arranged for welcome speeches. The teachers and students of the Ulster Institute of Technology had come at the invitation of the Lorraine Industrialists Alliance, and since their professional research focused on the School of Geography and Geology, the Alliance director Morton Parrish presided over the banquet. In the center of the stage, he expressed his welcome to the guests from afar with a rough, powerful voice and simple, honest words. This native Lorrainer, an old man who had spent most of his life in the mining industry, introduced the history of Lorraine in a popular and humorous way, speaking of the hardships and interesting anecdotes of prospecting and mining, which led to the expectations and gratitude of the people of Lorraine, especially the Lorraine miners, toward those providing technical poverty alleviation. PART6 was in charge of hosting, while Weiss took the stage to speak as the chairman of the Lorraine Industrialists Alliance. Like PART6, he spoke without a script, but it wasn't an improvisation, he had prepared thoroughly in advance, even visiting a master at the Mason Institute of Literature and History to ask about the classical version of the Ulster language. By meticulously crafting sentences with parallelism and rhyme, he drafted an ode to Lorraine industrialists. Everyone, on the eastern foothills of the Wall of Giants, the Monomolan Mountains, among the high peaks and vast snowy plains, there is a magical pure land named Lorraine. It has nurtured generations of brave and industrious Lorrainers. Industrial civilization, the roar of machines, social changes. Things are changing with each passing day. The poverty of Lorraine is not due to our laziness or incompetence, but because the mountains are high and the roads are long, and our transport capacity is weak, making it difficult to keep up with the pace of the times. When the Great War descended and the winds changed, our mountains and rivers fell. The people of Lorraine feared no strong enemy and rose up in resistance. Today, the backbone of the Lorraine Industrialists Alliance consists of wartime vanguards who faced life and death, shed their blood, and remained unyielding. When the flames of war subsided, we laid down our arms and returned to the fields, throwing ourselves into industry and pouring our hearts into it, not to be confused by glory and wealth, nor intoxicated by fine wine and delicacies, but only to make the best use of everything and everyone, hoping only for the prosperity, stability, and growth of our region. Now, with the help of the elites from the Ulster Institute of Technology to prospect and survey the land and aid our development, it is truly a blessing for Lorraine and a fortune for the Federation. If we persist in this path for 3 to 5 years, or 7 to 8, great things can be achieved. If war comes again in the future, we will surely ensure the enemy never returns. Weiss had not revealed this ode to anyone beforehand. This time, his spirited delivery with its rising and falling cadences truly shocked the entire audience. Whether it was an old hand like PART6, someone like Nicola who had seen all sorts of things, or highly educated and intelligent professionals like Professor Yang's group, all showed looks of surprised admiration. After finishing, Weiss stepped aside, and PART6 invited Professor Yang up to say a few words on behalf of the internship research team from the Ulster Institute of Technology School of Geography and Geology. This segment had been communicated beforehand, so Professor Yang was prepared. However, this talented woman did not like long-winded storytelling or emotional expressions. In just a few simple sentences, she cited classics and explained profound things simply, with clear expression and distinct layers. Her behavior was also generous, elegant, and appropriate, earning a round of warm applause after she finished. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Weiss smiled and raised his arm, and Professor Yang stepped forward, naturally taking his arm. The music began, and the banquet entered the formation group dance phase. This was originally a classical way of socializing that had been continuously improved and simplified since modern times to adapt to the simple and fast-paced tempo of the era, making it especially popular among the young and middle-aged. Compared to double group dances, formation group dances can have pairs of men and women, or more men than women, or vice versa. The unequal numbers bring a certain competitiveness and fun. During the prelude of the music, the men and women form 2 lines and then connect head to tail, rotating in opposite directions. In theory, every man has the chance to partner with any woman opposite him, just as life presents various chance encounters. After one measure of dancing together, if the temporary partners catch each other's eye, they can leave the formation to dance together on the side. Those remaining in the formation continue to rotate with the group, dancing with the next person of the opposite sex. Those who don't get a partner follow the music with simple, repeated solo steps. If the number of men and women is the same, then at the earliest after 3 measures, everyone can select a partner, leave the formation, and finish the remaining measures together. If the numbers are different, it's possible for someone to remain unclaimed even after the song ends. Loners can automatically withdraw from the subsequent group dances or continue to seek the favor of the opposite sex in the next song. Regardless of whether the numbers are equal, dancers can wait to meet an agreed-upon partner, run off with a temporary partner they like, or even steal someone else's partner. By the time a piece of music with a dozen or 20 measures ends, the men and women who are still not fixed in pairs are like those helpless lonely singles in society, searching and finding nothing. The first piece of the formation group dance was Sacred Wedding, adapted from the Ulster Third Royal Dance music. The piece had a total of 19 measures, depicting the story of a prince and princess meeting, falling in love, and staying together. The melody was beautiful, the tune melodious, and the beat steady, making it very suitable for choosing a partner and cultivating feelings. While lining up, Weiss didn't count the heads in the formation, but by observing the men and women who hadn't come to dance, he deduced there were slightly more men here. The formation began to rotate. Because the numbers were uneven and the rotation speeds varied, by the time the prologue ended and the first measure began, everyone stopped. Facing Weiss was a heavily made-up young lady. Weiss had some impression of this face, she was likely a local invited to the banquet. Although Weiss felt he didn't know her well, the lady smiled at him exceptionally brightly, as if they had known each other for a long time or even had some romantic feelings. Weiss smiled politely and danced with her according to the routine while observing Professor Yang's position. She wasn't far away, but that didn't mean they would reunite soon. Who the partner for the next measure would be depended mainly on how many people successfully paired up. If not a single pair formed from the head of the line to him, his next partner would be the next woman in the line. But if 3 or 5 pairs formed, the people behind would fill their gaps in turn, and the next partner would be someone further down the women's line. Fate is truly a mysterious thing. At the end of the first measure, Weiss saw his temporary partner nodding vigorously with a flower-like smile. He, of course, shook his head decisively. This was a case of fate without destiny, a peaceful breakup. The formation rotated, and Weiss saw Professor Yang getting closer. The two looked at each other and smiled. However, when they came to a halt, they were off by one position and could only watch as the other danced with someone else. Fortunately, a measure usually lasted only about half a minute, with the longest being no more than a minute, so this living torment was still bearable. While circling with their partners, they brushed past each other. The close-range eye contact was also an interesting way to convey emotion. This time, Weiss's temporary partner was a female student from the Ulster Institute of Technology. She was plain-looking but seemed very good at reading people. Seeing Weiss and Professor Yang making eyes at each other, she sensibly shook her head at the end of the measure, indicating they were not a match. Because the male and female lines rotated in opposite directions, the one position miss between Weiss and Professor Yang became gazing at each other from afar in the third measure. As for his temporary partner in the third measure, Weiss had neither an impression of her nor did he develop one. The two finished the measure in a dull and uninteresting way, bowed politely to each other, shook their heads in tacit agreement, and went off to find their next life opportunity. By the fifth measure, Professor Yang still hadn't appeared in the opposite position, but Nicola arrived unexpectedly. She was a member of the men's line, and there were originally several people between them, but those guys had actually hurried to pick temporary partners and leave, so as they danced, the two became brothers in arms side by side again. How many young girls' hearts have you abducted today? Weiss teased when they were back to back. 0, Nicola said. The ones I've partnered with are all old hands, not a single one has a young girl's heart. After a turn, they were next to each other again. Weiss said, hey, old hands don't matter, just don't go ruining those female students. I told you I'm not obsessed with male roles, Nicola corrected Weiss's lesbian theory about her once more. After another turn, she continued, I like balls, but I don't like women's clothing, so I have to do this. Friendly reminder, the website is about to be redesigned, which may cause loss of reading progress. Please save your bookshelf and reading records, screenshots are recommended, in time. We apologize for any inconvenience caused. A god at men's dance, a scrub at women's dance, Weiss laughed. Nicola might not have heard this, or perhaps she just turned a deaf ear. Thinking back to when Weiss first learned to dance from her, he didn't know she was a girl then and thought it was perfectly normal. Now that he thought about it, this person always played the male role when dancing, it would be a miracle if she could dance the female role well. In this measure, Nicola didn't take an interest in her temporary partner, while Weiss was still waiting for Professor Yang. I suddenly discovered that you have quite a few old female acquaintances here, Nicola said in a playful tone. Two ladies just told me that they were once objects of your pursuit. Regrettably, they didn't see back then that you would have the achievements you have now. Weiss had no way to fix the sins committed by his previous self, so he could only mock himself. You must think my taste was very poor back then. Nicola ridiculed him heartlessly, more than just poor, you were practically indiscriminate. I saw you dancing with them just now and you seemed quite happy, Weiss countered. I'm interested in interacting with everyone who has a story with you. Hearing them talk about your affairs feels quite comical, Nicola said. The old you and the current you are like two completely different people. I'm curious, what exactly happened in between? Weiss couldn't explain this, so he found a perfunctory reason. The Baston Military Academy completely transformed me, and the war made me a real man. Nicola was noncommittal about this ambiguous answer, and Weiss immediately followed with a smile. Please, whatever you do, don't tell Professor Yang about these embarrassing stories. Nicola snorted. Professor Yang is not like them. As I said before, cherish her well. The chat between the two helped Weiss pass the boring moments of the next few measures. After experiencing several misses, Professor Yang finally came before Weiss as the song was about to end. This wait felt as if a lifetime had passed. Facing this familiar and warm smile, a love poem suddenly surfaced in his mind, one that he used to only admire, but now felt with infinite emotion. That day, I closed my eyes in the incense mist of the scripture hall, and suddenly heard the truth in your chanting. That month, I shook all the prayer wheels, not for transcendence, but to touch your fingertips. That year, I prostrated myself on the mountain path, not for an audience, but to feel your warmth. That lifetime, I circumambulated mountains, waters, and stupas, not to cultivate a next life, but to meet you on the way. That night, I listened to the chanting all night long, not for enlightenment, but to find a trace of your breath. That month, I turned all the prayer wheels, not for transcendence, but to touch your fingerprints. That year, I prostrated and embraced the dust, not for pilgrimage, but to feel your warmth. That lifetime, I searched through 100,000 mountains, not to cultivate a next life, but to encounter you on the road. That moment, I ascended to immortality, not for longevity, but to protect your joy and peace. Chapter 23, Life is full of surprises. The latest chapters of Iron Soul of Steel are updated the fastest. It was the turn of late spring and early summer, the rainy season had just passed, and the sweltering heat had yet to arrive. It was the best time of the year. After arriving in Lorraine, the internship research team from the School of Geography and Geology at the Ulster Institute of Technology, led by Professor Xiao Yang, took a short break before immediately beginning their prospecting and surveying according to the routes agreed upon by both parties. Not long after, the AC-2 civilian aircraft that Nicola had ordered from the Starry Sky Group arrived in Samsonas in the form of parts, and the 3 pilots and 6 mechanics she had helped recruit had also started their jobs. With them around, assembling the aircraft was not a problem at all, especially with Nicola, that pioneering PC builder type of expert, overseeing the process. It took only 4 days to successfully assemble the 2 planes. Addressing the geographical and climatic characteristics of Lorraine and the current aviation conditions, Nicola specifically selected liquid-cooled inline aviation kerosene engines and large wheel configurations. She told Weiss that while this kerosene engine was inferior to gasoline engines of the same specification in terms of power output, and aviation kerosene was more expensive and harder to obtain than common gasoline, making it seem a bit finicky, its greatest advantage was its good low-temperature fluidity, which could meet the requirements for oil fluidity in cold, low-temperature regions and high-altitude flight. 2 brand new biplane, 2-seater, single-engine aircraft and a flight team that had been baptized by war allowed Weiss to advance his high-end, sophisticated agricultural and forestry aviation plan. Given that the public needed a psychological adjustment process, he still used those concentrated farmland areas and large farms as entry points. For the first year, he agreed to provide aerial sowing services for free, requiring them only to pay for the pesticides and fertilizers, which could be purchased at reasonable prices in the Free Lorraine Canal industrial zone. This one-stop service naturally made farmers and farm owners happy to accept it, and more than half of the agricultural machinery users signed the Agricultural and Forestry Aviation Service Agreement. In addition, Weiss reached a cooperation agreement with the large farm owners in southern New Chattel, who would prepare the grasslands and aviation kerosene, providing convenience for the expedition of the Lorraine Agricultural and Forestry Aviation Team. The user side went online ahead of schedule, and the production side was not to be outdone. Under the personal guidance of a professional expert like the technical director of the Starry Sky Group, the agricultural aircraft production line they built using self-purchased equipment began trial operations. The agricultural and forestry aircraft they designed used inline 4-cylinder gasoline engines produced by the Klemper-Heisen-Lorenz Mechanical Power Factory and components produced in the Free Lorraine Canal industrial zone. Except for a few parts like the wheels that were purchased externally, it was basically localized in Lorraine. However, its flight performance was outdated, and its stability and durability remained to be seen. After the first model was produced, Weiss even self-deprecatingly joked that they had built a flying tractor. Weiss enthusiastically entered the aviation industry, studying aircraft structure, piloting, and maintenance manuals alongside the newly selected flight cadets. Meanwhile, his important partner in the Lorraine Industrialists Alliance, Sir Weiss, was charging left and right in the Lorraine political arena. He contacted many industrial entrepreneurs who had won local council seats, hoping to use the power of these new and old friends to secure the position of speaker. People's flattery and promises made him confident about competing for the speaker position. However, due to the fraud in the previous local council election, no one dared to make verbal agreements, regardless of how close their relationships were, and even mere hints and riddles were far from reliable. When it came time to vote, apart from members of the Lorraine Industrialists Alliance, very few council members supported Sir Weiss. Meanwhile, Glaser, a local metallurgical giant with close ties to the Grumman Group, received 51 votes, hitting the qualification line and was elected Speaker of the Lorraine Local Council in one fell swoop. Sir Weiss could only settle for the position of Deputy Speaker. The position of Deputy Speaker was actually consistent with the current influence of the Lorraine Industrialists Alliance, and it was also the normal result that Weiss and his team had initially envisioned. Perhaps because he had had too high expectations before, Sir Weiss was bitter about the election defeat, feeling that Glaser had played dirty and that the Grumman Group had also secretly intervened. However, the Federal Security Inspection Department had monitored the entire process this time. Even if those people had used certain tricks, they must have been sufficiently hidden. Wanting to overturn the case would require finding solid evidence, which was easier said than done. Consequently, Sir Weiss sought out Weiss again for a long talk. He hoped that Weiss could compete for the position of governor, as this would be of great benefit to strengthening the status and influence of the Lorraine Industrialists Alliance. In the post-war reconstruction of the local political order, the council election was only 1/3 of the process. According to the federal constitution and the laws of each federal state, the speaker and the council were responsible for legislation, the governor and the state government were in charge of administration, and state judges and state courts were responsible for law enforcement. The local council was directly elected by voters. State judges were nominated by the federal Supreme Court and voted on by the council. The governor was also directly elected by voters, but candidates needed to pass the qualification review by the federal Supreme Court and be announced nationwide, giving the public a certain amount of time to provide evidence of opposition. If the matters raised in the opposition evidence were true, the federal Supreme Court would cancel the candidate's eligibility to run for governor. Sir Weiss's idea was to compensate for the defeat in the council election through a victory in the governor election. But according to the principle of separation of powers, once Weiss ran for governor, he would have to give up his status as a state councillor, and the vacated seat would be filled by a councillor candidate according to the valid results of the council election. The first alternate was someone outside the Lorraine Industrialists Alliance, which meant losing a council seat to compete for a governor position with unpredictable winning odds. Furthermore, regarding the role of governor, Weiss felt it was still very far from him. Currently, he had neither enough experience nor the energy to do the job well. In this long conversation, the two expressed their attitudes and the pros and cons, but neither could convince the other. Later, Weiss chatted with Nicola about this and asked if she had any advice. Nicola analyzed that if he wanted to know if it was possible to get public support to be elected governor, the most direct and objective method was to sign up to run for governor. After the candidate qualifications were announced, one could infer who had the most support from the feedback in newspapers and public opinion. Moreover, before officially becoming a candidate, he did not need to give up his councillor status. If the situation as a candidate was not ideal, he could give up his candidacy and retain his original local councillor status, and vice versa. What Nicola said was undoubtedly a flexible solution. Neither Weiss nor Sir Weiss had realized this special path before, which further fully illustrated their lack of political experience. Weiss had wanted to give up, but Sir Weiss came over 2 more times. They weighed the pros and cons repeatedly and finally agreed to use the plan suggested by Nicola, letting Weiss sign up to run for governor. At the state court level, his qualifications were easily approved, and then it was reported to the Federal Supreme Court, waiting for the final review and ruling. During this time, Weiss refocused his attention on the task at hand. Under Nicola's personal training, he proficiently mastered aircraft piloting skills. Although it was not enough to make a round-trip flight from Samsonis to Mason on his own, it was enough to take little Candy and Kemp for a joyride nearby, or to go to nearby farmland for aerial pesticide spraying business. The reason Nicola stayed in Samsonis for so long was not entirely to help Weiss. She was closely following the research on aluminum and aluminum alloys at the Lorraine New Metal Materials Factory. Since bauxite resources had been discovered during the last prospecting and surveying, Weiss decisively invested more manpower and material resources into the research of commercial aluminum smelting. After a large number of experiments, they initially selected a relatively suitable aluminum smelting model and started small batch trial production. According to Weiss's estimate, their smelting method was cheaper than the mysterious model of the Longmire Group, but sometimes low cost did not mean they had enough competitiveness in the market. Many times, oligopolistic enterprises in a monopoly position would take some methods to suppress producers who mastered new technologies, which was bad money driving out good money. Therefore, he did not intend to rashly promote this commercial aluminum smelting model, but rather quietly perfected and improved the technology. The aluminum produced in small batches was consumed within the internal system of the Free Lorraine Industrial Zone, and experiments on aluminum alloys were carried out extensively. Experiments on aluminum alloys required both theoretical inference and calculation, as well as repeated operation and testing. During this period, Nicola sent a telegram to the Starry Sky Group, asking them to send a technical director in the field of materials. In Weiss's view, her ace title from the war period and the influence of President Leopold were truly powerful. Not only did no one urge her to return despite her long absence, but they also granted her every request. The Starry Sky Group quickly sent a technical director with a doctorate in metallurgy to support their research on new aluminum alloy materials. They also signed a cooperation agreement with the Lorraine New Metal Materials Factory. Once the latter succeeded in aluminum alloys, the former would buy out their aluminum alloy products at 160% of the cost price, and in addition to self-use, the Starry Sky Group could also sell them externally, with a certain proportion of the additional profits compensated to the people of Lorraine. Thus, for the next month or so, Weiss spent his days with Nicola and the material technical director, researching and discussing the application of metal materials on aircraft, putting the matter of running for governor behind him. It wasn't until a young beauty who claimed to be a reporter for the Liberty Weekly showed up uninvited that he realized he had become famous. After the Federal Supreme Court announced the candidate qualifications for the Lorraine governor, mainstream newspapers in the capital had dug up his deeds from his guerrilla warfare days and created a spread, reawakening the public's memory of the war hero. And what really made the name Long Cromwell Hyson an overnight sensation was the beloved singing superstar Guinevere. In a radio program with high ratings, she sang her signature song and, in the subsequent interview, chatted about this old friend, not only highly praising his contributions during the war but also praising in a simple way his deeds of devoting himself to industry and benefiting the public after the war, calling him a model of the Federation's young talent. Although local Lorraine radio stations did not broadcast that program and local newspapers remained calm, Lorraine people living in the capital, Liberty City, and their friends were full of goodwill toward this self-improving and ambitious young man. Chapter 24, One Thing Conquers Another. The fastest update for the latest chapters of Iron Soul of Steel. Weiss first met Paris, a reporter for Freedom Weekly, in the office of the chairman of the Lorraine Industrialists Alliance, Mason. After nearly a year of development, this industrial and commercial alliance, with former Lorraine resistance members as its core link, already had nearly 5,000 members. If the employees of each member enterprise were included, its scale exceeded 100,000 people, making it one of the top non-official organizations in the Lorraine federal state. Despite this, the office used by the alliance's leader was still just an ordinary workplace, with neither high-end decoration nor luxurious furnishings. The tables, chairs, and tea sets were all common goods. This beautiful reporter from the capital, dressed in fashionable attire, felt somewhat out of place sitting there. A reporter's job involves running around outside every day. After doing it for a long time, one naturally becomes well-informed and eloquent. After taking her seat, this beautiful reporter calmly gave a brief introduction of her identity and purpose. Weiss listened while pondering how to deal with this media person. Freedom Weekly is one of the mainstream publications with the largest circulation in the Federation. Although not government-run, it has close ties with the government, high political sensitivity, and a certain degree of guidance and influence on political and social topics. Since he had to deal with her, he had to do it well. He not only had to pay attention to his own words and behavior but also to the other party's expressions, attitudes, and ideas. Whether in the big picture or small details, he had to try to communicate fully, objectively, and in a friendly manner. As for the object of communication, the beautiful reporter in front of him Weiss sized her up discreetly. She wasn't old, looking to be in her early 20s, 24 or 25 at most, and she had a petite build. Calling her a little beauty was quite fitting. People often say that physical stature and IQ or EQ complement each other, and petite beauties are generally very smart and brisk, or perhaps spicy. Whether Paris's personality was spicy or not wasn't clear yet, but her curvaceous, hot figure was certainly visible to the naked eye. Miss Paris, I'm clear on your purpose. As long as it benefits your work, whatever requirements you have, just ask. We will definitely do our best to cooperate. The beautiful reporter, whose eyes were like silk and seemed capable of hooking one's soul, said with a smile, to collect enough material for the column, if you don't mind, I hope to stay with you for the next few days. I can ask any questions that come to mind at any time, and I also hope you can tell me as much as possible about the past and present, without being limited by formality. Once I've collected the material here, if I feel there's still something lacking, I'll look into it through other channels until it's complete. It's as simple as that. It sounded simple, but in any era, the media possessed a magical power to guide public opinion. Even an ordinary matter could be infinitely magnified, so Weiss didn't dare be careless. He had the staff arrange a temporary workspace for her on this floor, whether it was a typewriter, a telephone, or anything else, as long as she asked, it would be provided. However, this beautiful reporter didn't sit there for more than a few minutes. Instead, she walked around with a small notebook, interviewing the staff there. The Lorraine Industrialists Alliance was, after all, a relatively loose non-governmental organization. Mason's office was nominally the command center, but the true core was the Big Seven, and further extended to the 19 members of the Alliance Committee. Some of the staff here were transferred from Alliance member units, while others were hired locally. Most of the information interviewed from these people was likely hearsay and might deviate from the truth. Weiss was uneasy, and since he had already planned to return to Samsonas to handle some work, after communicating with the beautiful reporter, he drove her to Krumbeheisen Castle the next day. Just after settling into her room, Miss Paris started working again without pause, talking to everyone from the lord and lady down to the cooks and cleaners. It felt like she wasn't writing an interview but planning to help Weiss publish a personal biography. At dusk, Nicola returned to the castle from the Canal Industrial Zone. Although she had recently been staying at the Klemperhuisen Lawrence Agricultural and Forestry Machinery Factory to guide workers in the manufacturing of experimental agricultural aircraft, she always returned to the castle every night to eat the pork bone rolled noodles made by Old Man Martin. She also had her own room in the castle. As soon as Paris saw her, she immediately grabbed Weiss like a little fan seeing her idol and said, "Oh my god, it's Nikolai Leopold, it's really him. He's here. Why is he here?" In this situation, Weiss could only bow down to Nicola. This person had a natural talent for picking up girls, yet she was born a woman. Despite hiding in the military academy and the army, a soul-stirring battle had allowed her to leap into the public eye as an ace pilot. With this image, this temperament, and this background, she didn't even need to try, the girls came to her. Nicola walked toward Weiss. When she saw Miss Paris beside him, a flash of displeasure seemed to cross her eyes, but she still walked over gracefully and took the initiative to greet her. "Hello, charming Miss Paris. What wind blew you here?" "Nicola." The little beauty's smile was more brilliant than spring flowers when she called the name. Nicola smiled slightly and then returned to her usual calm, indifferent expression. "She's here to interview me, but I think she'd rather interview you," Weiss said jokingly. Before Nicola could reply, the little beauty chimed in, "The newspaper gave me the task of interviewing Mr. Klemperhuisen and writing a column report on the candidates for the governor of Lorraine. As far as I know, the newspaper plans to feature the 4 strongest candidates in the same issue for a complete special edition. So, the newspaper sent 4 reporters to Lorraine together, each responsible for interviewing one. We made a bet, whoever's interviewee wins in the end is the winner. You should be able to guess who the other 3 candidates are, right?" Before this, Weiss had been a pleasant escort for a whole day, but the beautiful reporter hadn't revealed much. Yet as soon as Nicola arrived, she spilled a whole string of news in seconds like beans from a bamboo tube. Comparing people really makes one want to die, and comparing goods makes one want to throw them away. Nicola looked at Weiss with a smile. Weiss could only sigh, "Actually, I don't know. And I don't care." The beautiful reporter let out a surprised "ah," looked at Nicola, then at Weiss. "So, you're completely confident and don't need to care who the other competitors are? Then doesn't that mean I'm sure to win? Friendly reminder, the website is about to be updated, which may cause loss of reading progress. Please save your bookshelf and reading records in time, screenshotting is recommended. We apologize for any inconvenience." Weiss looked at her helplessly, then at Nicola. That person knew the truth and also thought this was quite funny, but she held back her laughter. After the 3 of them played riddles for a while, Nicola skipped the topic. "The draft needs to be out before Sunday, right? That's a bit of a tight schedule. Here's a tip, our Mr. Klemperhuisen is someone from whom many stories can be unearthed. For example, he pioneered urban guerrilla tactics during the Battle of Ao Keng. Even when the enemy occupied Ao City, he still gathered the remaining troops and held out for many days, killing and wounding 1,000 enemy soldiers, for which he received the highest military medal. He led resistance forces to fight the enemy in the vast forests of Lorraine for a long time, enduring hunger and cold, unyielding and persistent, which greatly inspired the Federation military and civilians during the difficult times of the war. For another example, after the war, he led the Lorraine populace to build a 5-kilometer-long canal, improving shipping and opening up the brand new Canal Industrial Zone. This was a project completed entirely by civil organization without government funding, and it has been widely praised by all sectors. "I know all that," the beautiful reporter said to Nicola with a grin. "I think what everyone wants to see isn't just that. They're also interested in things that are different from the past, interesting things, and even things that might subvert their perceptions. For example, I heard Mr. Klemperhuisen has an older brother who chose to serve the Normans during the war. A showdown between brothers, sacrificing family for the greater good. For another example, Clem Perheson and the widow of a Federation officer overcame numerous difficulties to be together, writing a poignant love story. I've just learned these things, and most people aren't aware of them. If these stories can be reflected objectively and completely, allowing the public to see a vivid, lively, and complete Clem Perheson, I think it will definitely be more attractive than a long list of battle achievements. Hearing this, Weiss couldn't help but feel his heart pounding. This little beauty not only had a bombshell body but also a very powerful working style. If she hadn't done her homework before coming, then gathering so much information in just a day and a half meant that if she stayed a few more days, wouldn't she dig up everything, whether it could be written or not? Sigh, fortunately Nicola was here, otherwise, he might have been put on a frying pan without even knowing it. The public might be interested in personal love lives, but it basically has nothing to do with the election. Save those materials for when you want to write the legend of Clem Perheson later. I was thinking, you could write about how he took in many war orphans. They all live in the castle and are well cared for. This is something that reflects a person's character and breadth of mind. Nicola indeed appeared like a godsend, perfectly bailing Weiss out. Oh, your analysis does make sense. Paris took a notebook out of her bag and quickly recorded her thoughts. Taking this opportunity, Weiss cast a grateful look at Nicola. As usual, she rolled her eyes, indicating she didn't enjoy doing this kind of work. Actually, we took these people in the name of the Clem Perheson family. We've always run schools and subsidized nursing homes and orphanages. These are purely charitable and don't seek anything in return, Weiss added cautiously, but the little beauty didn't seem very interested in this. She closed her notebook before he finished and turned her fangirl gaze back to Nicola's handsome face. May I ask, what is the relationship between the two of you? Weiss looked at Nicola. This big shot answered seriously, a business partnership. In addition, we were classmates at the Baston Military Academy. Because of these two layers of relationship, I'm staying here for a while. Of course, the business cooperation is more important. Her little fan immediately asked, business cooperation? What business cooperation? Is it convenient to disclose? Nicola shook her head with feigned mystery. It's a secret. After whetting the other's appetite, Nicola skillfully steered the topic toward the agricultural and forestry mechanization model that Weiss was pushing, letting him give the beautiful reporter a good introduction. This past spring, with the mass use of agricultural tractors, farming in central, eastern, and northern Lorraine, as well as some southern areas of the Neuchâtel federal state, had gone very smoothly. Many farmlands that had gone fallow during the war were being reused. Optimistically, agricultural production in these areas could more than double compared to last year. Regarding achievements in this area, Weiss tried to be as concise as possible to keep the beautiful reporter from finding it boring. Of course, with such an excellent spokesperson like Nicola present, he hardly had to worry about which topics to speak on, which to avoid, which to detail, and which to gloss over. Speaking of which, if not for the clear theme of this interview, this beautiful reporter would probably have followed Nicola around all day. The next day, little Professor Yang returned to the castle from the exploration site to communicate the progress of negotiations with Weiss and the others, and incidentally to see little Candy. Previously, little Candy hugging Weiss and calling him daddy had already caught the beautiful reporter's attention. She obviously didn't quite believe Weiss's explanation until she interviewed all sorts of people inside and outside the castle and got a consistent answer, then she reluctantly let it go. When she encountered little Professor Yang's return, she pestered this involved party for an interview as well. However, with little Professor Yang's reserved nature and wisdom, it was almost impossible to dig out any romantic gossip from her. Instead, she learned about the deep cooperation between the Lorraine Industrialists Alliance and federal institutions of higher learning. As for the topic of the family's eldest son, Z, it was something that couldn't be avoided no matter what. Rather than being secretive, Weiss simply invited the Lord and Lady and several local respected figures together to let the beautiful reporter understand the ins and outs of the matter through a discussion. This kind of hard-to-explain, melodramatic plot was exactly what media friends were particularly interested in. The notes Miss Paris took for this seemed to be more than many previous interview topics combined. The interview lasted for 5 days. During this time, Miss Paris acted as both a paparazzo and a writer, organizing the draft before Sunday. Regarding the framework and content of this news report, she gave Weiss a brief explanation in just a few words, while to Nicola, she was all-telling and all-knowing as if claiming credit. Weiss had gotten used to this. Having completed her task, Miss Paris was to return to Liberty City, and Nicola also needed to return to the Starry Sky Group during this time to report on the cooperation here to the higher UPS. More importantly, she intended to strive for a corporate technical cooperation subsidy to help Weiss and the others speed up research and development, so she happened to give the beautiful reporter a ride. Before leaving, Nicola privately told Weiss that Paris had intended to write a separate section about the love story between him and little Professor Yang, but she felt that on one hand, it wasn't settled yet, and on the other hand, it was a matter of personal privacy and shouldn't be published. Paris reluctantly accepted this suggestion. In this matter, Nicola owed Paris a favor, and Weiss certainly owed Nicola a favor. Although brothers don't say thanks, nothing in this world is taken for granted. He massaged Nicola's shoulders and said with great emotion, she wouldn't want you to pay a debt of gratitude with your body, would she? If there's really no other way, I can do it for you. Nicola didn't stand on ceremony with him and jabbed him directly in the stomach with her elbow. Fortunately, he was thick-skinned and had abdominal muscles to cushion the blow, so he didn't suffer internal injuries. You're thinking too much, she said angrily. If I really let you go, I guarantee you wouldn't last past the third night. What would I use to compensate your Professor Yang? Nicola's dirty joke came out of nowhere. Weiss laughed so hard he rubbed his stomach, his laughter clearly tinged with a touch of sadness. During the war, in those most difficult years, the officers and soldiers often used this kind of joke to relax and relieve pressure. Since the war ended, it seemed like it had been a long time since he had laughed so purely. Chapter 25, The Elite Hunter goes online. The fastest update for the latest chapters of Iron Soul of Steel. As spring faded and summer arrived, the towering mountains and vast forests of Lorraine entered their most vibrant and energetic season. Countless plants, 100-foot trees, low shrubs, and even ground-clinging vines and mushrooms grew lush and vigorous. Hundreds of animal species, from massive great bears and small, agile rabbit mice to birds and reptiles, had fully awakened from their dormancy, moving through the mountain forests according to their habits. In a mountain forest in west-central Lorraine, Weiss, dressed in yellow-green camouflage and carrying a single-shot hunting rifle made by the Krumbelhesen factory, patiently searched for prey. A rock deer suddenly appeared in his line of sight. An adult of this large mammal species was taller than a human and excelled at leaping and running among rocks, which was how it earned its name. Having found suitable prey, he crouched down with slow, gentle movements and took aim. A true hunter should follow several principles when hunting such large animals: a single fatal shot to avoid putting the prey through the agony of a struggle, and a clear purpose if the goal was to make a head trophy. One should blast through its neck, but if the goal was to preserve as much of the pelt as possible, one should blast its head off. The front sight drifted between the rock deer's head and neck. Would it be better to give Professor Old Yang a rock deer head trophy, or give little Professor Yang a deerskin coat? Weiss didn't hesitate for long before quickly making up his mind. He focused his mind, held his breath, and kept his entire body still, moving only his finger as his will dictated. The battlefield and the hunting ground shared many similarities. An elite hunter had the talent to become a first-rate sniper, and a first-rate sniper, upon picking up a hunting rifle, was an elite hunter. The gun fired, and the deer fell. He patiently observed the environment, ejected the shell and reloaded, then moved forward slowly. Upon approaching, he saw that the back of the prey's head had been split open, meaning both the deer head trophy and the deerskin coat were his. A normal performance with a logical result. Weiss did not show a smug smile, because the next task was even more arduous. Since he couldn't carry the entire prey away, he had to decapitate and skin it himself, which was a test of knife skills and technique. Furthermore, the scent of blood might attract fierce beasts. For safety reasons, he not only had to be fast but also had to properly handle the scene. By evening, Weiss returned to the geological survey team's camp carrying the deer head on his shoulder, the pelt on his back, and holding his rifle and strips of sliced venison. Under the setting sun, little Professor Yang stood in a shirt and long skirt. Though her face showed fatigue, her smile was heartwarming. Although they hadn't become the final prince and princess at that welcome banquet, nor had they explicitly declared themselves each other's one and only for the rest of their lives, their relationship had undoubtedly grown closer. Later, the survey team began their field explorations. Weiss had been busy for a while with the agricultural machinery factory's assembly line for agricultural aircraft, the trial production of prototypes, and interviews with reporters from Freedom Weekly, so the two had spent little time together. Having finally seen off that beautiful female reporter, with Nicola returning to the Starry Sky Group to handle business and the governor election not yet at its final critical stage, Weiss finally found some leisure time to follow little Professor Yang to the survey camp. This survey camp was already the second field camp for the teacher-student internship research team. Reaching it required a dozen hours by car from Samsonas, and building the camp involved clearing paths and building bridges. The conditions were harsh, and it wasn't easy to persevere. After arriving, Weiss grew even more appreciative of little Professor Yang's character, her ability to endure hardship, her responsibility, and her diligence in research. They didn't just pick up rocks from nearby to crush. They also used machinery for targeted drilling. They had a mountain of materials to process and analyze every day, along with corresponding records, calculations, and analyses. Everyone was busily occupied. This time, the primary target of the survey had shifted from bauxite to oilstone, also known as oil shale. On Earth, the development and utilization of oil shale can be traced back to the 17th century, and by the 19th century, the annual production scale had reached millions of tons. People used established processes to extract kerosene, paraffin, and lubricants, and produced chemical products like fertilizers and construction materials. By the mid-20th century, due to the large-scale extraction and use of crude oil, oil shale's historical mission as a primary mineral energy source came to an end. On Oren's planet, there had been no precedent for large-scale oil extraction to date. People mainly relied on coal and oilstone as industrial fuels, while residential life primarily used firewood and coal. "Look at my harvest today!" Weiss shouted to everyone in the camp from afar. The staff sent by the Lorraine Industrialists Alliance hurried over to help, cheering at the heavy fresh meat. To guard against beast attacks, the survey team had always carried hunting rifles, and the men would occasionally go out to hunt some game to improve their meals. But since Weiss arrived, they had seen what a true hunting master was like. As long as he went out with his rifle, everyone in the camp could enjoy a wonderful feast. The students in the camp were quite interested in the deer head Weiss carried back, but only little Professor Yang unhurriedly dampened a handkerchief, walked over to help him wipe the sweat and stains from his face, and said with a wrinkled nose, "You smell like smoke. Did you fall into an ash pit?" "A little hunter's trick to shake off a beast's pursuit," Weiss said with a smile. "What's the harvest today?" Little Professor Yang said with a smile, "Quite a big harvest. Wipe your hands, change your clothes, and come to my tent to talk." After spending some time with little Professor Yang, Weiss had finally found a flaw in her that wasn't strictly a fault or requirement bordering on a cleanliness obsession. She couldn't stand odors on the opposite sex and didn't accept using perfume to mask the smell of sweat. Even more miraculously, even after staying in the wild for a month, she had ways to keep herself clean and tidy. Unless consecutive days of rain prevented her clothes from drying, she never had a noticeable odor. Changing out of his hunting gear, down to his underwear, he scrubbed himself twice with talcum powder, put on clean clothes, and used a wet towel to wipe his hair clean repeatedly. Only then did he approach the camp tent little Professor Yang used for work. Here, the tables and floor were covered with ores and fragments, some looked no different from ordinary stones found everywhere, some looked as if they contained gold dust or silver flakes, and others were black and greasy, looking like dirty cheese. The old mines in this area were dug to a maximum depth of over 500 feet, likely because the water seepage was too severe to continue digging. Today, our drill extracted minerals from depths of 800, 1000 and 1200 feet at position B03. All three depths contain high-quality oil ore. Look, these are them. Little Professor Yang said to Weiss, pointing to 3 piles of black, sandy textured objects placed and labeled on an iron rack. Weiss reached out and pinched some, it felt as smooth and greasy as a young girl's skin. Decades or even centuries ago, mining technology couldn't overcome the problem of underground river seepage. If we use modern machinery for vertical operations, we can fully achieve large-scale deep mining. A key factor now is whether the reserves are worth the investment we'd have to make, little Professor Yang analyzed beside him. Unconsciously, she used the word we, as if she had already aligned her role with Weiss's. Weiss said, it's generally believed that coal is the primary source of power for modern industry. As long as there's enough coal, temporary shortages of other fuels are negligible, but once coal is lacking, almost all factories have to stop. From a realistic perspective, this view isn't wrong, but from a developmental standpoint, coal represents the past and present, while oil represents the future. In the near future, perhaps in just a few years, our demand for oil will exceed the supply, leading to shortages and price hikes. This impact might even rise to the level of national strategy. Little Professor Yang thought for a moment. Liquid fuels have higher calorific values and combustion efficiency than solid coal, which is why cars and planes use oil-driven internal combustion engines, while only heavy trains use coal as fuel. As the popularity of cars and planes increases, the demand for oil will indeed grow. It's just, will the growth be as large as you say? Cars are relatively expensive modes of transport. In Liberty City, people mostly take trams or use bicycles. As for planes, as a transport tool, they should still have great limitations compared to airships. Weiss shrugged and didn't argue with little Professor Yang, because for her profession, understanding social, economic, or even military strategic trends wasn't very meaningful. From a geological research perspective, little Professor Yang inferred that this area likely had large reserves of oil ore. If this inference was verified, the greatest significance for her would be filling a gap in the study of oil ore deposit distribution characteristics. For the Industrialists' Alliance, extracting high-quality oil ore from here meant it could be very conveniently transported via river to the Free Lorraine Canal industrial zone. There, through refining and chemical production lines, it could undergo deep processing. Whether the finished products were sold or used internally, they would have high economic value. Are you going to drill the 4th site tomorrow? Yes, if all goes well, we'll be able to estimate the basic reserves of this deposit by the day after tomorrow, little Professor Yang replied. This might be a new treasure trove. The people of Lorraine thank you. Weiss responded with a smile. Even if this were a massive gold mine, he wouldn't use his proximity to try and seize it for himself. Instead, he would continue to follow the extraction transportation processing rules negotiated within the Lorraine Industrialists Alliance, handing it over to professional alliance member units for development. The alliance would eventually extract a portion of the total profits to invest in an industrial fund. In this series of developmental operations, the Klemper-Heisen family gained almost no profit, and Weiss's efforts were merely for prestige. But from the perspective of the Lorraine Industrialists Alliance and the overall development of Lorraine, if the leader wasn't willing to show public spiritedness, how could he make the brothers follow him with conviction and work together? Little Professor Yang saw Weiss's breadth of mind and character, which clearly matched the integrity and pride of a high-end scholar. She asked with a smile, and what about you? Weiss didn't answer the question directly. Instead, he bowed and extended his arm, striking the pose of inviting a dance partner. This beautiful and intelligent lady, I am willing to cook for you, wash for you, play the piano for you, and write poems for you. How about that? Chapter 26, The Dormchet Convention. The fastest updates for Iron Soul of Steel are here. As night fell, an enticing aroma wafted from the exploration team's camp. This scent, of course, did not come from the inexperienced female university students, but from venison kebabs, deer kidney skewers, wild vegetable and mushroom soup, and baked sweet wheat cakes. These delicacies, personally prepared by Weiss, whetted the appetites of the teachers and students who had been busy all day, drawing praise from everyone. This skill wasn't something Weiss had picked up on the fly just to please the ladies. Back in the harsh conditions of guerrilla warfare, he and his comrades had fully embraced the spirit of finding joy in hardship. Not only did they hone excellent combat skills, but they also became gourmets of wilderness survival. For this trip to the camp, he had requested grilling equipment and secret spices from Old Man Madden. Combined with his superb hunting skills, after a few days, the previously sallow-faced group now had ruddy complexions, their exhaustion completely swept away. After eating and drinking their fill, everyone gathered around the campfire to sing and dance. Although there weren't many girls here, the presence of the opposite sex encouraged the men to show off their talents and perform actively. Weiss was frequently coaxed by the crowd to sing for the young Professor Yang, and he enjoyed himself as well. Late at night, when all was silent, the tents used by the exploration team provided shelter from the wind and rain, but their soundproofing was poor, and the men's snoring often troubled the ladies. However, to guard against wild beasts, they had to pitch all the tents at the mouth of an abandoned mine. The ladies' tents were placed furthest inside, the work tents were in the middle as a buffer, and the men's large tents were on the outside. In addition to the campfire that burned all night, men were assigned to night watch every day to ensure total safety. During university, dorm chats were a mandatory course for every dormitory, and in this internship research team composed mainly of students, chatting before bed naturally became a daily staple program. Before Weiss arrived, the topics of the dorm chats mostly revolved around interesting life anecdotes and celebrity gossip. After he came, the theme shifted to iron horses and golden spears, the extraordinary years of war. Out of admiration for heroes, the students particularly loved hearing about his various experiences during the war years. Weiss told them about life at the Aston Military Academy, the bleakness of the Northern Border Campaign, and the tragic heroism of the Battle of Aokeng. He also recounted in detail how arduous the two phases of the Lorraine guerrilla war were, and how they eventually saw the light at the end of the tunnel. Weiss had told these stories to Little Kemp and Little Candy before, telling them again, he was naturally organized and focused on the right details. Especially for those moving passages, he could speak with such deep emotion and vividness that it was as if the original scenes were reappearing, causing the female students to cry several times as they listened. If there were another war, would you still throw yourself into the front lines without hesitation? When a girl asked this question, the men probably thought Weiss would definitely give an affirmative answer, but Weiss clearly felt someone in the inner tent waiting for the answer with an anxious heart. He didn't speak recklessly but let out a long sigh. I hope there will never be another war, and that nations can coexist in friendship. Even if there are disputes, they can be resolved through negotiation. However, greed and violence are demons hidden in people's hearts, emerging to manipulate their thoughts whenever there's an opportunity. Perhaps it will take several thousand years before human enlightenment can completely suppress this demon and allow war to be avoided. If the most critical moment arrives, when every citizen of the Federation must take up arms to defend freedom and their homes, then I will certainly rush to the front lines without hesitation. But if the situation isn't that dire, if the country hasn't issued a conscription call for me yet, I will use our technology and equipment to provide the best resources for the Federation Army. I believe the wisdom of one person can never match the wisdom of a collective, and the strength of one person can never match the power of technology. Often, we like to think of ourselves as heroes, and we do need heroes, but we should see that in a country like the Federation, strength relies on the unity of everyone, not individual heroism. After saying these words, Weiss breathed a sigh of relief, and he felt someone on the other side also breathe a sigh of relief. Professor Yang rarely participated in these chats, mostly due to her reserved and quiet personality. She preferred to listen. Only when there were no outsiders would she quietly pour out her heart to someone she was very familiar with. I really don't understand why the Normans invade us time and again. Is it because the Monomolan Mountains aren't majestic enough, or is the Normans' own land too barren, forcing them to invade other countries to survive? A boy voiced the doubt and indignation in everyone's hearts. This topic was something even high-ranking military officials and top experts at senior military academies might not be able to explain clearly. Weiss didn't deliberately avoid it either, but simply spoke from his own experience. At the end of the war, I had the honor of visiting the Norman Empire once. Although it was only for 2 short days, we went deep into the enemy's heartland. In my view, the reason the Normans frequently start wars isn't because the Monomolan Mountains aren't high enough, nor because their own land can't support them. Rather, their ruling class advocates expansion and is obsessed with the military. This trickles down from the top, forming a bellicose sentiment. However, this warmongering seems limited to the power holders and the military. The common Norman civilians don't seem to have much fondness for war. How do you know their civilians don't like war? Did you talk to them? The boy asked a very direct and sharp question. No, I didn't talk to them. Instead, while performing missions, I observed their various behaviors and performances to reach this conclusion. Of course, the people I saw cannot represent everyone. Perhaps in their central cities, everyone is a war fanatic who knows. Weiss said. Then in your opinion, in terms of national strength, is the Federation stronger, or is Norman stronger? Without a doubt, the current Federation is stronger in terms of industry, economy, and society, Weiss answered truthfully. But the Norman Empire is not weak either. Their centralized system has certain advantages in military mobilization and command, which is why they can take the initiative at the beginning of every war, Weiss added. Next, the boys asked the ultimate question, why are we always on the defensive? Why can't we take the initiative once and completely dismantle their war capabilities? Weiss replied, royal power can act willfully, but democracy must follow due process. The day after this discussion, Weiss woke up and washed as usual. Just as he finished washing his face, he saw Professor Yang quietly looking at him. She didn't speak, only smiled. In the soft morning light, she looked like a statue of a goddess. Friendly reminder, the website will be revised soon, which may cause loss of reading progress. Please save your bookshelf and reading records in time, screenshots are recommended. Sorry for the inconvenience. Weiss felt the true emotions in her gaze and knew why she had come. He smiled and said, everyone has their own responsibilities. I am very clear about my role and my responsibilities. Wealth, honor, victory, I have had them all. Although they have an allure that is hard for ordinary people to resist, I know what is most precious to me, and I know how to protect those who are worth protecting. Thank you. Professor Yang said in a soft voice. Ever since I received news of his death in battle, I have been plunged into deep sorrow, unable to extricate myself. It was you who slowly led me out of that darkness, and it was you who allowed little Candy to feel a long-lost fatherly love again. Although saying this might be a bit abrupt or presumptuous after all, it's just a child's innocent words. You truly gave her care as warm as the Sunday. Seeing her looking like she might burst into tears at any moment, Weiss couldn't very well offer her his shoulder in public, so he used a not-so-funny joke to diffuse the awkwardness, saying such words of thanks so early in the morning makes it sound like a farewell. Are you trying to kick me out? Professor Yang indeed laughed. Do you only say words of thanks before a farewell? That's often how it is between me and my friends. Look, Nicola helped me so much here, but I only expressed my deep gratitude to her when she was leaving. Well, I almost bowed and kowtowed to her. Weiss said. But you often say words of thanks to me, Professor Yang said. You are different, Weiss responded without thinking. Professor Yang pressed further, how am I different? Weiss wasn't an expert at picking up girls, but in that era of abundant information, some cliché but practical pick-up lines had left an impression. He smiled slightly and said in a firm yet gentle tone, you are you, the one and only you. It was a pleasant day, and work went exceptionally smoothly. With the successful completion of the fourth exploration point, Professor Yang used her professional analysis to calculate that this area had an oilstone mine with reserves reaching grade S. According to the Federation's industrial standards, the maximum reserves for a mineral deposit are represented by grade SSS, and the quality and scale of grade S have already reached a level very suitable for commercial extraction. Although what was buried underground wasn't gold, its economic value was actually equivalent to a large gold mine. Once these high-quality oil shales were mined, based on existing refining technology and the quality of these ores, the oil produced should be no less than the total fuel consumption of all the Federation Army's equipment in the last war. Of course, in the last war, the number of aircraft and armored vehicles the Federation Army deployed was limited, and they were all lightweight equipment. Their fuel consumption couldn't even match that of the flying fleets. With the advancement of military technology, a modern mechanized army would appear sooner or later. When the sky is covered with plains and the mountains are filled with armored vehicles dominating the battlefield, this fuel would probably only last for a few months. Weiss stayed at the exploration team's camp for 10 days. Life here was simple and pleasant. Although he and Professor Yang lived in different tents, they washed up together in the morning, ate 3 meals together, and walked together in the evening. If time looped infinitely here, and there was only this simple, repetitive lifestyle ahead, perhaps he wouldn't tire of it even after 100 years. However, this was not, after all, an isolated little world. On the 11th day, Sir Weiss sent a message saying that the governor election had reached its final critical stage. From external feedback, Weiss's hope of winning was very high among the 4 candidates interviewed by Freedom Weekly. He was undoubtedly the most popular with the public. Even if Weiss could remain indifferent, as the person involved, he had to make a public appearance at this time to canvass for votes and express his gratitude to everyone. After a reluctant farewell to Professor Yang, Weiss returned to Samsonas. It must be said that Sir Weiss had really put a lot of effort into this matter. In just 10 short days, election posters could be seen everywhere in the city. Ever since returning to Lorraine, Weiss had been the darling in the eyes of his hometown folks. In this atmosphere, as he passed through the city, he actually received a warm welcome from the people along the way, as if he had once again returned in triumph after defeating the enemy. In the following days, Weiss followed the itinerary Sir Weiss had arranged in advance, making a series of appearances in the towns around Samsonas. Although his speeches weren't very well prepared, simple things often had more persuasive power. During his speeches in various places, Weiss talked about Lorraine's strengths and weaknesses, the necessity of industrial development, existing achievements, and future prospects. Since his return to Lorraine, tens of thousands of jobs had been added through the development of the Klemper-Heisen family factory and the Lorraine Industrialists Alliance. The start of the Free Lorraine Canal construction and the building and development of a series of factories were all tangible and visible achievements. As the election voting day approached, all signs indicated that Weiss had already taken the lead in this competition. However, he still maintained an attitude of it's the taking part that counts, rather than seeing being elected governor as the sole goal of this campaign. This composure and calm made his performance in the final stage appear more dignified than all his competitors. Election day finally arrived. While other candidates were doing their utmost in their final efforts, Weiss got up early to cast a vote for himself and then returned to Krumbeheisen Castle to play happily with Kemp and Little Candy for the day. The next day, he even piloted an agricultural plane to northern Lorraine to spray pesticides. The outside disputes seemed to have absolutely nothing to do with him. Under the full supervision of the Federal Security Inspection Department, the election results were announced a few days later. Long Cromwell-Heisen received over 45% of the votes, a full 10 percentage points more than the runner-up. According to the federal constitution and Lorraine local laws, he was thus elected as the first post-war governor of Lorraine, for a term of 4 years. What did the concept of a governor entail? A high-ranking provincial official, a top-tier administrator. During the war, Weiss had fought with his life just to reach the rank of guerrilla colonel, which was barely at the deputy division level, equivalent to 3 ranks lower than a governor. Looking at it from this perspective, becoming governor through election was equivalent to being promoted 3 ranks at once. Considering he was a pure civilian after retirement, it was almost like ascending to heaven in a single bound. How did it feel? Like casually buying a lottery ticket and hitting the jackpot. Chapter 27, A Sudden Change in Style. The latest chapter of Iron Soul of Steel, updated as quickly as possible. Throughout history, both at home and abroad, there have been many instances of people winning the lottery. Many remote nobles, or even commoners with royal blood, became kings or emperors overnight. Even in modern times, Comrade Chuan Jiangguo spent his whole life as a businessman and, through a general election, became the number one figure across the border. Isn't this change in status and position even more astonishing? That said, after Comrade Jiangguo became the big boss of country A, he did indeed commit many absurd acts that caused people's jaws to drop. However, these absurdities did not cause social unrest, and most were successfully implemented, some even playing unexpected roles. This was thanks to the separation of powers system established by those brilliant people. In the Free Federation, and in the Lorraine federal state, this very mechanism of the separation of powers exists. Theoretically, Weiss didn't need to worry about making any major oversights or mistakes. Acting Governor Blinders was also very willing to pass on various experiences and tips regarding local management to him. However, on one hand, the time left for him to learn was truly too short. On the other hand, although the Lorraine Administrative Agency acted as a small government focusing mainly on maintaining order and statutory approval, and generally not interfering in market behavior during the war, this federal state was occupied by the enemy, and all administrative agencies were wiped out. Post-war, operations were basically maintained by the tireless work of temporary officials led by Blinders. To put it bluntly, what he was about to take over was a very challenging mess. Federal laws and decrees clearly stipulated the relationship between government officials and economic entities. Once someone becomes a government official, they cannot continue to serve as the actual manager of an enterprise or other civil organization. They can only retain their status as a shareholder, but they must be subject to repeated inspections and supervision to prove that there is no transfer of benefits between their status as a shareholder and their role as a government official. Therefore, all of this had to be arranged properly. No one would throw the baby out with the bathwater. Weiss readily resigned from his position as chairman of the Lorraine Industrialists Alliance and returned the title of operations officer of the Crumblehezen factory to Lord. Before this, Sir Weiss had also resigned from his position as an alliance deacon and transferred the presidency of the family business to his younger brother. Thus, the 7 giants of the Lorraine Industrialists Alliance temporarily became the 5 giants, and the position of alliance chairman was succeeded by the young, promising, and energetic Noti Mike. After the election results were recognized by the Federation, Weiss completed the handover procedures with acting Governor Blinders and sat down in the office he hadn't even dared to imagine just a few weeks ago. In an instant, it was as if he were a gamer who had topped up for VIP status. The dark map suddenly opened up before him. Under the federal constitutional system, the governor is actually the chief operating officer of this federal state. Managing the state government has many similarities with managing a large enterprise, and it is even simpler because what can and cannot be done is clearly written in laws and decrees. Furthermore, many government officials are a relatively stable group. Regardless of their ability, under normal circumstances, they operate along established tracks and inertia without causing problems, and few people cause trouble or jump ship. Although it happens that the local council rejects proposals from the local government, that is just a legalized form of difference of opinion and uneven interests, and generally belongs to internal, reconcilable conflicts. On his first day sitting in this office, there were 2 main documents placed before Weiss. One was a list of organizations and personnel, and the other was various reports. Thinking about his first day as the operations executive of the Crumblehezen factory, where he looked at similar materials, Weiss couldn't help but chuckle. Nevertheless, he still conscientiously spent a lot of time reviewing, processing, and absorbing these things one by one. At this moment, he was overlooking Lorraine with a god's eye view. All the population, resources, and productivity were displayed before him in the form of data or reports. Although not as convenient, the principles and laws were much the same. As a remote region on the western frontier of the Federation, Lorraine's land is very vast, and its resources are very rich. The only thing is that the population is much smaller compared to other federal states, especially those rich lands. According to official data from the Lorraine government, 3 years ago, the total population of this federal state was 37 million, distributed across 1,633 towns of various sizes and nearly 200,000 villages. The post-war registered resident population was 32.96 million, with 3 fewer towns and nearly 4,000 fewer villages. Looking at the numbers alone, one might not think there is anything special, but if one picks up a report from another federal state, one would find that Lorraine's residents live very dispersely, and the scale of the towns is also small. One must know that Liberty City, due to large-scale migration and concentration during the war, once saw its population soar to nearly 40 million. In other words, the population of just one capital district could rival that of Lorraine, which has a geographic area 100 times larger. Population is an important factor in a region's strength, but the Federation has not adopted a household registration control policy. Population flows naturally with the development of the region. As long as the region develops, the increase in population is not a problem. The factors that truly restricted Lorraine's development, which Weiss had already analyzed in great detail and scientifically before, were transportation and industrial development. To analyze Lorraine's industrial structure, one can actually get a general idea by looking at the distribution of the labor force. Of Lorraine's more than 30 million people, the registered labor force is less than half. That is to say, excluding the elderly and children who have no labor capacity at all, among those healthy and mentally normal young, middle-aged, and older adults, the proportion of women engaged in work is very small. Currently, the total number of enterprise job positions is less than 6 million. Most of the labor force is either burying their heads in farming or exporting labor to other federal states. Among the more than 5 million existing enterprise jobs, industrial enterprises account for 2/3, which shows that industry is the absolute pillar industry of Lorraine. However, whether looking at economic data or tax status, Lorraine does not look like an industry-dominated region at all. The reason is mainly that the technical content of Lorraine's industry is low. Judging from the data counted by the state government, Lorraine's industrial capacity is not backward, but very backward. Apart from mining enterprises being everywhere, downstream industries such as metallurgy, casting, chemical engineering, and mechanical manufacturing not only have a small number of enterprises, but their strength is also very weak. Take the Klemper-Heessen family as an example. Before receiving external capital injection, their main industry was making hunting rifles, craft rifles, and some military firearms. The production method and scale were almost no different from half a century ago, and this is a microcosm of Lorraine's industry. After the devastation of war and the looting by the Normans, Lorraine's current industrial situation is even worse than before the war, and industries such as finance, medical care, and education have no characteristics and are generally backward. People are not blind to the various hard flaws in Lorraine's development, but previous Lorraine governors did not have very good ways to accelerate economic and social development. All they could do was save expenses and invest as much government expenditure as possible into education, medical care, and public infrastructure. From this point of view, previous long-term governments were relatively clean. But in a booming industrial era, relying solely on cleanliness is not enough to promote the rapid development of a region. To this end, after forming the Lorraine Industrialists Alliance, Weiss communicated with acting Governor Blinders many times, suggesting that the state government formulate measures to encourage industrial and social development. Blinders highly recognized those suggestions, but limited by the authority of an acting governor, he could only adopt a few, and most were left to his successor. At that time, they would never have thought that Weiss would become the successor they spoke of. Now, the baton has been passed to his hands, as if it were destined. Now, he can fully implement his original ideas and suggestions. This will be a golden period to flex his muscles. However, flipping through the relevant laws and legal provisions, one finds that things are not as simple as imagined. Some orders can take effect when signed by the governor, some need to be submitted to the state council for voting, and some authorities belong to the federal government. All these must be handled in categories. Given Lorraine's geographical and cultural conditions, Weiss has always believed that it is suitable for developing heavy industry with metallurgy, chemical engineering, and mechanical manufacturing as pillars. The primary condition for developing heavy industry is the need for money. Previously, the Klemper-Heessen family relied on large-scale financing to drive members of the Lorraine Industrialists Alliance to invest in industrial development, which very well compensated for regional shortcomings, but their influence was not enough to cover the whole of Lorraine. Drawing on the development experience of later generations, Weiss intended to invite the heads of various financial institutions and consortiums to sit together and convince them to join forces to provide financial assistance for Lorraine's development. In form, the Lorraine government would take the lead in establishing a huge development fund, with the state government providing seed money and credit guarantees. This is legal and compliant in the Federation. Various financial institutions and consortiums would provide financing funds and enjoy preferential policies and economic benefits according to their shares. Lorraine's industrialists would apply for loans from this fund, specifically for industrial development, and infrastructure construction related to industrial development could also be operated through this fund. To increase the appeal, the investment return could be increased by 5% based on the general market conditions. Although it is only a small 5%, considering the active role of the Lorraine state government, the actual risk borne by financial institutions and consortiums has been greatly reduced. Moreover, the investment direction of this fund indeed conforms to the characteristics and features of Lorraine. Shrewd financial institutions and consortiums grasp these points very accurately and naturally would not miss such an opportunity. The arrival of the governor means that the candidates for various functional departments must be quickly determined, and the entire state government enters a normal operating state. In the Federation, the appointment of officials does not require strict examinations or qualification reviews, which feels a bit like when one person gets the Tao, their chickens and dogs ascend to heaven. From the perspective of government official appointments, it indeed gives the governor unlimited authority. He could even appoint an illiterate person as the head of the education department. However, the consequences of such willfulness could very well lead to his own impeachment by the council or an investigation by the security supervisory department, or even being attacked by the public and stepping down in disgrace. Therefore, in reality, especially in Lorraine where the folk customs are fierce, no one would do that. The most rational and appropriate way is to examine whether there are suitable candidates among the previous officials. For example, the head of the education system should be a professional who is familiar with the education system, understands education management, and has a relatively good understanding of the distribution of educational resources in Lorraine. The same applies to medical, industrial, and economic departments. These matters are complicated and numerous, and they will truly keep Weiss busy for a while. Chapter 28, A Friendly Reminder. During his first week as the governor of Lorraine, Weiss was busy and bewildered. By the weekend, after office hours, staff had gradually left, and he sat alone in the seat Blinders had once occupied, still feeling it was all so unreal. Gathering his thoughts and thinking calmly, he remembered his days as an equipment maintenance worker at the military museum. Time had passed plainly. Besides his professional knowledge, he had read many military books and those popular web novels of the time. One genre that left a deep impression was called farming style. Some were ancient farming, some tang/song farming, and some industrial era farming. All it boiled down to was vigorously developing metallurgy, steel, and arms manufacturing. Applied to himself, the logic was similar. But the so-called great principles are simple. Referred to direction, putting them into practice required a lot of operational capability. Take the steel industry for example. in the Ulster Free Federation, steel production had long been saturated. Even in the most difficult times of the war, steel had never been a bottleneck for the Federation, so focusing on steel was unwise. Lorraine was vast and rich in mineral resources. Not only did it have iron and coal mines, but in the last 2 years, after hiring a team from the Ulster Institute of Technology to survey, they had also discovered many non-traditional minerals with commercial value, such as bauxite, star source stone, and the recently unearthed oil shale. These were the basic elements of the industrial age. Previously, from the perspective of the Lorraine Industrialists Alliance, besides mining, the effective way to increase value was to manage the midstream and downstream industries well. Selling iron ore by the truckload was cheap, refining it into steel ingots and iron blocks increased value significantly. Casting those ingots and blocks into machine parts could double the value again, and manufacturing complete machine tools offered even greater room for value appreciation. From the perspective of the Lorraine federal state, mining, smelting, and casting were all necessary links in an industrial chain. Regardless of their economic value, they could solve a significant number of industrial jobs. Exports should be diverse and composite, outputting both steel ingots/iron blocks and cast parts/machines. The continuation of the steel industry was based on Lorraine having some of the largest iron and coal mines in the Federation. But to truly shake off the label of a backward and poor region in a federation with highly developed overall industrial strength, they had to find a new path. This path coincided with the strategy of the Lorraine Industrialists Alliance, seize the trend of technological change in this era and focus on developing new metal materials, aluminum and aluminum alloys. Once they reached a significant scale and formed a complete industry, they would be highly competitive externally. Lorraine could even be more competitive than industrial oligarchs like the Starry Sky Group. After all, they could form advantages in resources, technology, and scale. Furthermore, in the production of agricultural and forestry machinery, forestry tractors, agricultural aircraft, and various agricultural and forestry equipment, these industries were still in the exploratory stage and not valued in most parts of the Federation. If they could seize the opportunity of the era, these two major industrial clusters alone could support a new engine for Lorraine's economic development. After a simple dinner, Weiss sat alone in his office, reviewing the materials he had already read during the day, worried he might have missed something. Then he took out the various legal documents and filing materials handed over by blinders and flipped through them one by one. At a normal human reading speed, it would take weeks just to read all this. As he was reading, there was a knock on the door. Who would come at this time? Was it Professor Cress Yang? Blinders? An old comrade in arms? Or someone else? Various possibilities flashed through his mind. He got up to open the door and saw Brooks standing outside with a half-smile on his face. Could it be that my work isn't up to par, and you've come to inspect me? Seeing Brooks, Weiss was surprised but joked as usual. This grade 1 inspector from the Federal Security Inspection Department said to him, as an old friend, "Can't I come to pay a visit to the new governor of Lorraine without even being offered a cup of hot tea?" What else could Weiss say? He invited him in and served tea himself. This big shot leaned comfortably on the sofa and looked around. "Nothing has changed here. It's quite good here," Weiss said. "The desk is big enough, the sofa is soft enough, and there are enough cabinets. No need to add or replace any furniture for now. It just feels like an unsuitable owner has snuck in. Not long ago, I was completely focused on researching our new materials and equipment and learning to fly planes. That kind of life actually suited me better. Sitting here feels like making a scholar take up a gun and go to the battlefield." Brooks laughed. "That is your destiny. Everyone has their own fate. Some things cannot be chosen. History has placed you here, and history has given you responsibility. Don't worry too much, just do a good job. To be a conservative governor, doing things earnestly is fine, many people can handle such a role. But to do as Governor Blinders did, handling all affairs properly, and even making up for all the lessons missed over the years, is by no means a simple matter. My life motto is, if I don't do it, fine, but if I do, I must do it well. You know what I did during the war, I lost repeatedly, but fought repeatedly, until victory. Yes, in this world, who could know you better than I?" Brooks said meaningfully. He then patted his thigh. "Right, I came today because you have officially taken office as the Supreme Administrative Officer of Lorraine. I have been delegated by the Federal Security Inspection Department to be stationed here. I need your support, and I should also report some situations to you, so we can cooperate and do a good job with Lorraine's security." After speaking, Brooks took a piece of paper from his pocket, unfolded it, handed it to Weiss, and said, "Just remember the names on this paper after you've read them. I can't leave it with you. These people had close relations with the Normans during the war. It doesn't mean they are definitely traitors, but we don't have enough evidence to clear them, and of course, we can't point them out either." There were about 70 or 80 names on the paper. Weiss looked down one by one. After scanning through, he found that he had dealt with more than half of them, but the vast majority only had intersections after the war. Among them were members of the Lorraine Industrialists Alliance, and even one was a committee member. As Brooks said, these people just couldn't clear themselves of suspicion, they might not have actually committed treason. For example, Lawrence, he was Weiss's business partner and one of the earliest industrialists in Lorraine to engage in automobile manufacturing. Based on Weiss's understanding of him, he did not accept any position appointed by the Normans while staying in Lorraine during the war, did not help the Normans, and even used his influence to help the resistance. What could be the problem with such a person? After Weiss read the list carefully, Brooks took the paper back. He didn't put it back in his pocket but took out a lighter, lit the paper, threw it into the spittoon, watched it burn to ashes, and then poured the water from his cup into it, washing away the ashes so that even if someone fished it out later, the handwriting would be unrecognizable. This meticulous approach made Weiss feel admiration. Remember, it's best to be careful when dealing with these people. Also, I personally do not recommend that you bring them into the state government staff. After all, some things are fine if they go well, but if they go poorly, it could be very bad. Weiss nodded. Thank you for the reminder, my friend. I hope I won't be in Lorraine for too long, Brooks said. The Security Inspection Department sent me here because some unpleasant things happened, and the negative impact brought by the war has not yet been eliminated. When Lorraine truly restores normal order, I will leave and go do the things I want to do and truly should do. Brooks's words sounded like they had zen, and Weiss didn't ponder them too deeply. Whether he was here or not, the country's post-war order was gradually recovering, but the national security situation had not completely improved with the end of the war. Thinking of this, Weiss looked at Brooks. Perhaps because it was after office hours, the two didn't have the awkwardness and seriousness of discussing official business, so he asked, since you are here, there are a few questions I hope you can enlighten me on. Brooks picked up his teacup, using silence to indicate acceptance. First, I personally hope that Lorraine can achieve significant development, but the fundamentals of Lorraine are a bit bleak, and it is lagging in many aspects. To develop quickly, capital support is essential. Therefore, I am considering establishing an industrial support fund with financial institutions and consortiums in the name of the state government. Since the government is stepping forward, it will involve the government's credibility and risks. In this regard, does the Security Inspection Department have any clear internal boundaries? Brooks thought for a while and replied, as far as I know, this is an administrative matter. As long as it does not threaten national or local security, the Security Inspection Department will not interfere. If you are worried, I can have someone check the terms and give you an accurate answer later. Weiss nodded. Second, whether it is the Lorraine Industrialists Alliance or my current considerations, the focus is on developing advanced manufacturing with technical content in Lorraine. Perhaps in 3 to 5 years, we will have the capability to mass-produce aircraft, vehicles, and automated weapons. Will the Security Inspection Department worry that Lorraine is close to the border, and placing advanced manufacturing here will have great hidden dangers, thus interfering with these investments? If such a possibility exists and is significant, then we must fully consider it in the initial design stage. After all, these require large amounts of capital investment. This time, Brooks considered it even longer than the first question. Finally, he said, remember when we met last time, I told you that during the war, some people in Lorraine, with the support of the Normans, attempted to make Lorraine independent. And during the war, Lorraine was the most likely region among all federal states to achieve independence. Although most people in Lorraine did not support this, it undoubtedly left a bad impression on the high-level officials. Therefore, I personally have reservations about developing high-end manufacturing in Lorraine. However, from a purely economic development perspective, developing high-end manufacturing is beneficial to Lorraine's social development and has no harm to the Federation. I think we should look at this matter objectively and comprehensively. Although Brooks was somewhat ambiguous, Weiss grasped the key information, and this issue coincided with his guess. So, he raised a third question. After the previous war, we found that the Normans knew everything about us in many aspects, while we knew very little about the Norman Empire, which led to many asymmetric situations on the battlefield, making us very passive in combat. Nowadays, are there still many Norman intelligence personnel lurking here? Should we also make corresponding deployments to understand the movements of the Normans? This question seemed to have no necessary connection with the governor's position. Brooks looked at Weiss with some confusion. The high-level officials have long considered what you are thinking about. I think we should have a layout in the Norman Empire, but these things are not accessible at our level. As for your worry that the Normans might have intelligence personnel lurking here, that is the focus of my work in the coming period. There shouldn't only be hostile relations between countries. Normal foreign trade transactions are a healthy way to promote the economy. A question I have been thinking about recently is, why can only the Federal Foreign Trade Department arrange trade affairs, and why is it forbidden for localities to conduct free transactions in a safe and reliable form? From the perspective of promoting exports and developing the economy, allowing a certain form of free trade is beneficial. I wonder if various federal states have submitted such proposals before, or if we can propose such suggestions at an appropriate time. As soon as Weiss finished speaking, Brooks waved his hand repeatedly. Forget it, this matter is really a blockage that has been hard to get around over the years. Let's put it this way. The higher UPS are not truly at ease with our spirit of freedom and independence. After all, peace has lasted too long, and many people, especially young people, will find our order boring and uninteresting. Once they come into contact with social forms of romantic chivalry, it is easy to develop incorrect tendencies. Therefore, foreign trade is firmly held in the hands of the federal government's Foreign Trade Department, just to reduce our contact with the Kingdom of Wessex, the Norman Empire, and other monarchical countries. I don't mean to target you, but think about your brother's experience. He would rather give up a comfortable life and go to the Norman Empire, starting as an ordinary soldier, and he achieved enviable success in the Norman Empire in just 10 years. Such things are unlikely to happen in the Federation, right? This is personal heroism with a dreamy color. This runs counter to the spirit of freedom and democracy we advocate, but it has a fatal attraction to young people who are restless. At least in the foreseeable future, we will not easily lift this ban. Of course, as long as Lorraine's export products are competitive, I believe the Foreign Trade Department will make reasonable arrangements. The last words were equivalent to saying nothing. Brooks finished the tea in his cup and signaled to Weiss that he didn't need to add more. He was about to leave. Before leaving, this grade 1 inspector said meaningfully, in our youth, we easily see ourselves as the saviors of this world, thinking we can become the masters of this world. But in reality, each of us is just an ordinary person. It is enough to do our own job well. It is best not to do things beyond our capabilities that we cannot control, especially when you have a heavy responsibility, you need to grasp your role well. Chapter 29, Righteous and Evil Grumman. The fastest update for the latest chapters of Iron Soul of Steel. During this exceptionally hot summer, it felt as though the snow line on the mountains was much higher than in previous years. After a period of dizzying busyness, Weiss finally steeled himself to take a weekend off. During this time, the internship research team led by Professor Yang was still busy conducting surveys and explorations in various places. With the experience from the previous year, plus more manpower and better equipment, the harvest this time was even richer. To encourage this kind of support from higher education institutions for the region, Weiss had the Industrial Department of the Lorraine Federal State Government formulate an incentive policy. When colleges like Van Gogh came to Lorraine for internship research, regardless of whether there were results, they would first be given a travel allowance. If results were obtained, they would be rewarded according to the quality and quantity of the results. Those with more than 3 research achievements would be granted the status of honorary citizen of Lorraine, enjoying personal tax exemption and tax reduction policies for starting businesses within Lorraine. In addition, he instructed the Commerce Department to reasonably formulate subsidy and allowance schemes for mid to high-end talent to settle in Lorraine. These modern talent introduction strategies had arrived on Oren's planet ahead of time. Although these policies meant that the expenditure pressure on the Lorraine federal state government would reach an unprecedented level, Weiss firmly believed that from the perspective of long-term development, this investment would definitely yield generous returns. When Weiss appeared at the exploration team's camp carrying a shotgun, the gluttonous boys cheered excitedly, because his arrival meant delicious, succulent meat, and it also meant more stories, all of which injected fresh motivation into their dull and arduous internship research life. I thought you wouldn't be able to spare any time to visit us for at least these few months. Professor Yang's words held no reproach, but they sounded a bit sour. During this time, not to mention coming to the exploration team's camp, Weiss had visited Krumbeheisen Castle to see the Lord and Lady and Little Candy only a handful of times. Presumably, Professor Yang had also learned about these situations from her daughter. Perhaps I shouldn't apologize, but I have to. This job came quite suddenly, and Lorraine is in a post-war transition period, there are far more things to do than imagined, and it takes a lot of effort to handle them properly. If there were an if, I don't think I would have accepted Sir Weiss's kindness, only to end up taking on such a huge mess for myself. Weiss admitted his mistake to Professor Yang with sincerity. I didn't mean to blame you. You always have things to be busy with, and you should have your own career. Actually, since becoming a professor, many times I have been too busy to attend to my own life. Look, don't I often leave little Candy here for you to take care of? Everyone has their own value, and it's good to have the opportunity to prove one's value. This episode seemed to remind her of her late husband, although her tone was calm, there was a hint of grievance and helplessness in her implication. The two stood facing each other without words, silent for a long time, understanding and forgiving each other, yet in the end, they found it difficult to escape these worldly troubles. Afterward, they tacitly chose not to mention official business anymore, but to get along as usual. This time at the exploration team's camp, Weiss only stayed for 2 days, hunting, cooking, and telling stories, earning the affection of everyone. She listened quietly, enjoyed the food earnestly, and often stopped her work to watch that busy figure outside the tent from within. Time passed quickly, and this brief reunion came to the time of parting again. Professor Yang said to Weiss, if one day, one of us is willing to sacrifice everything for the other, then let's be together. Weiss smiled and said goodbye to Professor Yang, feeling a sense of loss in his heart. Before this, he never would have imagined that the two would officially confess their love in such a way. But this was different from a normal confession, where one only needs to answer I do for the two to be together. Instead, it required one person to make a brave sacrifice and give up their hard-earned career. Back in Mason, the busy work started again, but in the following period, Weiss always had a strange feeling, as if he had accidentally left something behind, but he couldn't find it no matter what, so he simply used work to numb himself. That day, he finally made it to closing time. The staff left one after another, and the huge office building probably only had him and the cleaner left. Just then, someone knocked on the door in peacetime. There was only one fire and theft inspector in the state government office, no one set up checkpoints, and after the secretary got off work, there was no one to pass on messages. Who could it be? Professor Yang? Sir Weiss? Or that annoying first-class inspector? Weiss scratched his head and opened the door. A plump figure stood at the entrance. Hi, Dragon Nephew. Look, I went on a long trip, and only learned your good news upon returning. I'm late. Weiss didn't treat this person as an outsider and smiled as he welcomed him in. The two had had deep cooperation long ago. After the war ended, Weiss sought external financing to promote a series of projects for the Lorraine Industrialists Alliance and the Krumbeheisen factory, and this big shot was an important behind-the-scenes promoter. Uncle Rudolph, your information is a bit too lagged. Weiss smiled and poured him tea. Yes, this trip of mine was quite far, I went outside the Federation. You know, once you cross the national border, the speed of information transmission is very slow, the plump middle-aged uncle explained. You went to Wessex. Weiss guessed. Did you get the news, or was it all just a guess? He asked with a sheepish smile. Half guess, half analysis, Weiss responded. You couldn't have gone to the Norman Empire, the relationship between us is still very delicate right now. You probably aren't interested in those small countries, and matters in small countries usually wouldn't trouble a big shot like you. Calculating it all, the only place that could make you run a trip is Wessex. But having said that, President Grumman's relationship with Wessex should be quite close, right? Look. Look. The plump middle-aged man exclaimed. People who have become governor are just different, all the analysis is precise and spot on. Amazing, truly amazing. Given our relationship, there's no need to hide it. Besides, my trip this time was with legal procedures, without any flaws. I did indeed go to the Kingdom of Wessex in the north. The Grumman family has quite a lot of investments in the north, actually a quite significant amount. The war brought great losses, and the Grumman family is eager to recover the lost time. Recently, there have been continuous major moves, all of which rely on the support of money. And as you know, a consortium is not an inexhaustible treasury, so recently our funds have been a bit tight. If we can secure this line in the north, it will be a great help in opening up the situation. The Grumman consortium running short of money? That's the most bizarre thing I've ever heard. Weiss said this deliberately. In fact, during previous negotiations with the Grumman group, he could already feel that Kid Egwood, in order to establish and consolidate his own position, had investments in all aspects that exceeded market benchmark prices, which meant spending extra money to do the same things. In the long run, this would definitely bring financial pressure. But shouldn't northern affairs be handled by Egwood's side? It felt like Uncle Rudolph didn't have any deep hatred for him, but the two could be considered in a competitive relationship within the family. How did this uncle and nephew get together again? Furthermore, this cunning fat man had always been one to never go where there was no treasure. Back then, he took a liking to him precisely because he showed talent in firearm design, and his investment in the Klemper-Heisen family back then used his own private resources. If it hadn't been for the impact of the war, this investment would have actually received exponential returns, which was enough to prove his business acumen. Actually, saying we are short of money isn't entirely accurate, it's just that there are a lot of accounts receivable, and the money invested doesn't return to the account as revenue that quickly, so in the short term, large-scale investment makes things look tight, Rudolph said with a calm demeanor. Immediately after, he took out an exquisite box from his inner pocket, about half a palm wide and slightly shorter than a small forearm. The north is rich in crystals, there's nothing else good to bring, so I just brought a crystal necklace, which counts as my early congratulatory gift to you. Weiss did not reach out to touch the box, but smiled and said, I accept the sentiment, but I cannot accept the item. Oh, you misunderstood, Rudolph quickly explained. This is not a congratulatory gift for your inauguration as governor, I wouldn't put you in a difficult position. This is a wedding gift prepared by an uncle for his nephew. I heard that you have found a very excellent lady. Although I haven't seen her with my own eyes, I think that with your talent, it must be a quite extraordinary lady who is worthy of you. I think that with your current status, holding a wedding needs to be both cautious and generous, you might hold a grand banquet and not accept any gifts. When the day of your wedding comes, I won't send any other gifts. Isn't that thoughtful and considerate? With such a long pause, Weiss almost pushed him and the gift out. But having said that, whether he and Professor Yang would end up together was still up in the air, and besides, accepting gifts from others when just taking office was inappropriate in both reason and sentiment. Therefore, he declined again, I accept your sentiment, and I would trouble you to keep this gift for me. When the day I actually get married comes, it can be used as a wedding gift, how about that? Weiss looked serious and firm in his stance. Rudolph probably just wanted to test the waters, so he smiled, nodded, and put the item away. Coming today, first of all, is to offer congratulations. Dragon nephew. From the first day I met you, I knew you were someone who could do great things, and I wasn't wrong. Secondly, I'm here to talk about cooperation. Today, I not only represent the Grumman Consortium but also represent the entire Grumman family to express our sincerity in helping the industrial development of Lorraine. We are very optimistic about a young, promising, and motivated person like you taking office as governor of Lorraine. We believe that under your leadership, Lorraine will definitely usher in a golden period of development, so we are willing to invest more funds in Lorraine, build more factories, and carry out more cooperation. Of course, our investment is not scattered everywhere, but has a clear direction. The Grumman family has always been characterized by heavy industry and military industry, so we hope to continue to integrate into Lorraine's industrial development plan in this direction. And as far as we understand, in Lorraine, we are the missing link in the entire industrial system. That is to say, in your amazing and imaginative plan, raw materials, metallurgy, casting, and machinery manufacturing are all available, but the only thing missing is high-end military machinery, such as tanks. We believe that in the future, tanks will become the most important equipment for ground forces. Of course, firearms and artillery will remain the basic equipment of the army, but their importance will relatively decline. In addition, we are also willing to work with you and the Lorraine Industrialists Alliance to challenge the position of the Starry Sky Group in the aviation manufacturing industry. This is not my decision, but the decision of the entire Grumman family. Weiss considered for a moment, for any friends who come to invest in industry in Lorraine, we warmly welcome them, and Grumman is our old friend, so we are happy to open our arms to embrace you. Rudolph nodded repeatedly, then said, thirdly, it's to do a favor for Edwig, regarding the bidding for the individual machine gun project. In fact, when he opened the door and saw this uncle, Weiss had already anticipated that this would be a topic for today. The war was over, but that didn't mean military innovation stopped there. A large amount of battlefield experience, needs, and suggestions were concentrated and fed back to the high-level staff department. After the high-level military officials returned to their posts, the first post-war new equipment bidding soon began. The subject of the bidding was designated as the individual machine gun. Although post-war funds were exceptionally tight, requiring massive arrangements for living compensation for demobilized personnel and the reconstruction and repair of various military facilities, the Federation Army still managed to arrange a budget to purchase new standard weapons, the first batch of 5,000 units, the second batch of 20,000 to 50,000 units, depending on the effect. The bidding unit price was within 5 gold crowns per unit for the first batch, and within 4 gold crowns per unit for the second batch. The winner would also receive an additional 1,000 gold crowns in R&D subsidies. In Weiss's view, this was the opportunity for the Orange Planet version of the AK-47 to appear. Although with his skill accumulation and professional ability, he couldn't replicate the AK-47 exactly, but when he settled down to work on technology, his innate foresight advantage was incomparable. Moreover, with the Klemperhesen factory rebuilding the firearm production line, the hardware for firearm technology research was already available. Before the military's bidding deadline, Weiss led a group of young technicians to complete the prototype. They still chose the 1.4 PIR small caliber and adopted an intermediate cartridge different from ordinary pistol and rifle bullets. The performance of the prototype was much the same as the AK-47, and the key was the combat mode of freely switching between automatic fire and semi-automatic fire, which was destined to kill all competitors. The design and R&D of the new weapon were closely combined with the later construction of the canal. After the design was completed, he applied for patent protection as quickly as possible. This design patent was undoubtedly a goose that could lay golden eggs, and of course, it could also be sold as a golden goose in exchange for a considerable amount of cash. Since the topic was opened, Weiss chatted a little with Uncle Rudolph about the situation of the prototype submitted for review. Although the uncle had transferred from the military industry to the financial industry, he had heard a little about this matter. He didn't know much about others, but he had great confidence in Weiss's strength. Therefore, he said, Dragon Nephew, setting aside the relationship with the Grumman Group, my personal advice is to wait until this gun wins before talking to them about cooperation. I think as long as it is an excellent firearm, the military's technical committee will definitely give a high evaluation, and their evaluation will mean the value of this design. Of course, you can also use this design patent as collateral to borrow money from a bank or consortium to purchase new production lines and meet the military's orders with your own ability. Overall, it's just a very cost-effective deal. If it weren't for the Grumman factor, I would choose to do it myself. However, President Edwig Grumman is too young. He put all his chips on the scale at once, forcing himself to a point where he must win, which makes one worry. Weiss left the second half of the sentence unsaid. A dog will jump over a wall when desperate, and people will do irrational things when desperate too. Although he was now a governor and looked very impressive, from the small detail that Brooks and Uncle Rudolph could come to knock on his door, it could be seen that he was just a senior civil servant. He didn't have the natural protection of barracks and troops like high-ranking military officers, nor could he reach the heavens like the powerful and wealthy. Moreover, to promote the development of Lorraine, the more friends the better, and the fewer enemies the better. For a behemoth like Grumman, one must be especially cautious and rational. Even if he suffered a little loss or conceded a little, broadly speaking, that was just the circulation of interests within the Federation, and it wouldn't let outsiders benefit. Chapter 30, Tactical Demonstration of the New Weapon. The latest update of Iron Soul of Steel is available. Are you ready? Weiss was wearing the Federation Army standard camouflage uniform and custom-made individual gear, holding a brand new freestyle assault rifle trial produced by the Klemperhesen factory. From its appearance, it was completely different from any standard weapon currently in the Federation Army. Many mechanical components had been added to the base of a traditional rifle, but it was not as bulky as the light machine guns common during the war. Moreover, the magazine was located under the firearm, which provided a good field of view for aiming. As he asked the question, Weiss turned his head to look at the 4 people beside him. This was the Morton training ground of the 17th National Defense Division of the Federation Army. The 4 people beside him were, General Emilio De Luca, Secretary General of the Federation Army Equipment Technology Committee, Major Nortzbassen, Commander of the 17th National Defense Division's Reconnaissance Battalion, Rudolf Grumman, Chief Operating Officer of the Grumman Consortium, and Henry Grumman, a Director of the Grumman Group. The 5 of them formed a temporary ground combat team, about to begin a tactical demonstration of the new weapon. Following the tradition of the flintlock era, the smallest conventional unit in the Federation Army's tactical organization was still a company of about 200 men, which could be divided into several squads, detachments, and teams according to tactical needs. A 5-man tactical team was a relatively common temporary combination. However, these 5 people were mostly middle-aged men over 40, only 2 were young adults, which looked quite strange. But everyone appeared very serious, not at all like they were participating in a shooting game. At this training ground, there were also dozens of people wearing military uniforms and a few wearing civilian clothes watching from a distance. Ready. Ready. The other 4 responded one after another, holding identical, brand new freestyle assault rifles in their hands. It had only been a little over a week since Uncle Rudolph visited Weiss. Time was short, and the military's order for the sample weapon demonstration had come very suddenly. Before the war, it usually took more than 2 months to receive initial feedback after submitting sample weapons. If the performance was similar or controversial, it might take 3 or 4 months to complete the initial verification. This time, the military's evaluation of the sample weapon sent by the Klemperhesen factory, temporarily named the 1.4 PIR caliber freestyle assault rifle, was quite high, according to internal news. Many technicians were greatly shocked by its performance, and its performance indeed exceeded the military's procurement tender requirements. It possessed the functions of a light machine gun, a rifle, and the submachine guns that appeared during the war, capable of adapting to various forms of combat. If soldiers could be equipped with one each, it would not only greatly increase firepower output but also greatly simplify logistics and supply. Therefore, this time, the Army's highest equipment technology committee sent General Emilio De Luca, the Secretary General, to oversee the tactical demonstration of the new weapon. During the war, this general had successively served as the commander of the 11th National Defense Division in the 9th Army Corps. Weiss had worked under him for a few months and had to call him old commander when they met. During that special period filled with pessimism, General De Luca and the troops he commanded were one of the few bright spots on the ground battlefield, which had a lot to do with his excellent technical and tactical level and was also a manifestation of his tenacious will. Although Weiss had a superior subordinate relationship with General De Luca, given the performance of the freestyle assault rifle, there was no need to specifically pull strings or use backdoors. In fact, it might even be counterproductive. Therefore, he maintained a normal mindset throughout the process. In addition, as the leader of the Federation's firearms manufacturing industry, the Grumman Group was also allowed to visit this demonstration. If the Krumbelhesen factory had protested on the grounds of protecting trade secrets, the Grumman Group representatives would have had to avoid it. But after mediation by Uncle Rudolf, and because Weiss and Egwood had met beforehand, the representatives of the Grumman Group, including Henry Grumman, were able to enter. Before taking office as the governor of Lorraine, Weiss had already resigned from his position as an executive at the Krumbelhesen factory. But no matter how his identity changed, it was impossible to get rid of his relationship with his family business, especially since this tactical demonstration was of great significance. He not only came to the scene but also personally participated in the demonstration and confidently invited the people from all walks of life present to participate with him. Out of an urgent desire to get up close and personal with this new type of weapon, many people actively requested to participate. To highlight the demonstration effect, Weiss did not select all the elites who were good at combat but invited De Luca, Rudolf, and Henry, three people who were far from the front line or had never been to the front line, to participate in the demonstration. The only ones who truly had rich close combat experience in the war were Weiss and his senior from the Baston Military Academy, Nordsbassen. After everyone was ready and picked up their weapons, Weiss reminded them again that they needed to turn off the safety before shooting and choose the single shot or burst mode accordingly. During the intervals between shooting, for safety reasons, it was best to turn on the safety to avoid accidental discharge. The first demonstration segment was a common training method in the Army, moving and shooting. This did not mean firing while running, but moving quickly, stopping suddenly, aiming and shooting in an appropriate posture, then moving quickly, stopping, and shooting again, repeating this process to simulate scenes of sudden encounters with enemies or continuous pursuit of enemies during a combat march. Weiss took the lead. He ran a certain distance, arrived at the designated shooting point, and immediately shouted the combat command. The other four, except for Henry Grumman, were all from military backgrounds. Although there were people like Uncle Rudolf who had left the army for many years and people like General De Luca who had long been planning in the headquarters, they all grasped the command well and successively took a kneeling position at the shooting location to fire at the human-shaped targets standing in front. Even at the end of the war, most Federation Army soldiers still used the Grumman fire stick, a bulky bolt-action rifle. In training, the shooting record of Federation Army soldiers using the Grumman rifle was 12 bullets per minute, and during moving and shooting training, they basically fired 1 or 2 magazines, which was only 3 to 6 bullets. The small caliber assault rifle in Weiss and his team's hands used a 32-round magazine and could fire single shots or bursts, increasing firepower output efficiency exponentially. Weiss was the first to fire 10 bullets in single-shot mode, and all of them hit the target 300 feet away. Nordsbassen graduated 5 years earlier than Weiss and was a model among the outstanding graduates of the Baston Military Academy. He had made great achievements in many battles and was known as an ace scout. He completed the first round of moving and shooting right after Weiss, also firing 10 bullets and achieving the same result of hitting the target every time. Perhaps his precision in this kind of shooting was slightly better than Weiss's. The other 3 uncles, although their movements were slower and their agility was not as good as the young people, benefited from the practicality and convenience of this weapon. After short-term training, they were quite adaptable when they first got their hands on it. Uncle Rudolf performed quite well, although he fired half a magazine of bullets with a rat-tat-tat sound and his hit rate was not very high, at least it looked decent. As for General De Luca, he was naturally still vigorous in his old age, only slightly inferior to Weiss and Basson in speed and aesthetics, but otherwise, everything was in line with the requirements of this tactical command. Only Uncle Henry incorrectly adjusted the shooting mode, and a magazine of bullets poured out directly at his fingertips. It seemed only a few hit the target, and most flew away. Number 5 shooter, change magazine, everyone else, maintain combat alert in place. After Weiss shouted the new combat command, Octavie's old father, the once handsome and impressive Grumman Group director, Mr. Henry Grumman, changed the magazine in a flurry. He had never been a real soldier for a day, but he had an extremely excellent daughter, and he himself loved shooting and hunting, so he was by no means unfamiliar with firearms. The special individual gear used by the 5 people was designed by Weiss, or to be precise, copied. Each could carry 4 magazines, plus 1 carried with the gun, for a total of 5 magazines, 160 bullets, enough to cope with a battle of average intensity. After Uncle Henry finished changing the magazine, Weiss immediately issued the next command: attack the hill in front. The target was a small hill, on which trenches capable of holding over a dozen people had been dug. According to standard tactical instructions, this team should have advanced with alternating cover, but in reality, Weiss and Basson each formed a group, with Uncle Rudolph, General DeLuca and Henry Grumman sometimes following Weiss and sometimes following Basson. By strict tactical standards, their performance was barely satisfactory, but this precisely highlighted the advantage of the freestyle assault rifle in terms of sustained firepower with just one person providing covering fire. The short-term firepower intensity was equivalent to that of 7 or 8 rifles in the past, or comparable to an ordinary light machine gun, while possessing a flexibility that outclassed ordinary machine guns. After capturing the small hill, Weiss issued the third tactical command, defend in place and hold the position. As his voice fell, dozens of humanoid targets were raised in the various trenches and foxholes in front of the small hill. Next, the 5 of them began a lively free-fire mode, using single shots and bursts, one magazine after another. Although the materials used by the Crumblehessen factory to produce the freestyle assault rifle could not yet compare to a real AK-47, and the durability was somewhat inferior, it could still easily handle firing off 5 magazines in one go. After everyone had emptied their magazines, Weiss shouted, "Hold the position and wait for reinforcements." Before long, 2 soldiers arrived at the small hill carrying a crate of ammunition. The 5 of them set to work refilling the empty magazines. While sitting in the trench loading bullets, General DeLuca asked Weiss, "If the enemy still uses their original weapons, and we use the new assault rifles, how many enemies can 5 people hold off?" Weiss thought for a moment, "General, that depends on the specific situation. If it's a head-on confrontation, a single enemy artillery shell could send all 5 of them to heaven. If it's a night operation, the enemy cannot accurately lock onto targets, or if it's rainy weather and the artillery's power is reduced, it shouldn't be a problem for the 5 of us to deal with 50 enemies. In non-frontal battlefields, such as skirmishes between small units, if there is no air power or artillery intervention, the side with the new weapons will undoubtedly be easier to win. Looking at the battlefield, weapons are only one factor. For basic weapons like firearms, the impact on the war situation is indirect and slow, but it can also be decisive if the Federation Army is fully equipped with this new type of weapon, while the enemy remains at their original level or progresses slower than them. Then once engagement begins, over several months or even a year or two, the enemy's casualties might be 20 to 30% higher than those of the Federation Army. If the casualty count is a huge base number, then this 20 to 30% corresponds to hundreds of thousands of combat power. This principle extends to the global level, where other weapons also have significant influence. Take airplanes, for example. If it weren't for the tide-turning performance of the air units, perhaps the Federation would have lost the war. So what about the next war? I am not a weapon-only theorist, but the importance of weapons is something we cannot ignore. After saying this, Weiss had already loaded a new magazine and handed it to General DeLuca. This is a weapon that can exponentially increase individual combat power. Its cost is only 3 to 4 times that of a traditional bolt-action rifle, but the combat power it enhances for us, the manpower it saves us, and the benefits it brings us are far greater than this increase in cost. General DeLuca pondered, if we can compress it to within 3 times, we can consider full replacement within 5 years. This sentence meant an order of at least 1 million units. With such a production scale, let alone 3 times, even at 2 times, or even near cost price, the Crumblehessen factory could do it. Production increases scale, while profits are earned from accessories and ammunition. However, if collaborating with the Grumman Group, they would naturally find ways to maintain the order price at a level with sufficient profit margins. That is what they are best at. After another round of free fire, General DeLuca requested that one be randomly selected from the 5 assault rifles for a third round of firing. This time, accuracy was not required, only that the bullets be successfully fired off. In this way, this randomly selected rifle fired 3 rounds, totaling 15 magazines and a full 480 rounds of ammunition in a short time. In war, some light machine guns would suffer serious wear or even explode after firing 200 or 300 rounds. This has something to do with emergency production during wartime, but it also tests the rationality of the firearm design. Although the Crumblehessen factory is not the top firearm manufacturing factory, it had brought out the best materials for this batch of new style guns, and combined with a design that had been proven by history, it was able to deliver an impeccable performance in this tactical demonstration. At the discussion meeting after the on-site demonstration, not only the military technical committee but also the representatives from the Grumman Group were full of praise for this freestyle assault rifle. Nortz Basson, known as the Federation Army's strongest scout, even analyzed the practicality of this new weapon from the perspective of frontline combat needs. "It's hard to imagine that this is your patent, Mr. Governor." General DeLuca teased Weiss. "A one-of-a-kind firearm designer among governors, and a top-notch one at that." Weiss laughed, "Perhaps designing firearms is the role that suits me, being a governor is just a trial, a challenge." General DeLuca did not relax his requirements for his former subordinate. He said, "I heard before I came that you wrote in the report that a skilled soldier can completely disassemble this gun within 1 minute and reassemble it within the same minute. Is this exaggerated? Can I see it on the spot?" If it were someone else, they might not dare to agree, but as the person who personally designed this assault rifle, Weiss knew its structure too well. He knew exactly how many parts the gun had when disassembled and where they were placed even with his eyes closed. So, he had someone bring a table, placed a used assault rifle on it, and took a deep breath. "Now, gentlemen, it is time to witness a miracle." With his bare hands, he disassembled the gun into several parts in just 1 minute, a feat that left everyone stunned. Immediately after, he reassembled it at a dazzling speed and improvised a one-handed magazine change technique. It stunned the whole audience. After this successful prototype demonstration, it was a certainty that the freestyle assault rifle would win this military individual light machine gun project. The only suspense was whether the military would increase the quantity of the first batch of mass-produced orders in advance due to its outstanding performance. Before returning to Liberty City, General DeLuca called Weiss and General Friss, the current commander of the 17th National Defense Division, together and exhorted them, "You are both my old subordinates, and you are both in Lorraine, so you must cooperate well in the future. Long, you are now the administrative head of Lorraine and are fully promoting industrial development. While improving the level of economic development, also try to consider national defense affairs as much as possible, and do your best to help our garrison troops improve and upgrade their garrison level. I think this is not a difficult task for you, but a good thing." After taking office as governor, Weiss had already paid a customary visit to General Friss. In this peaceful era, the two sides belonged to different systems and usually kept to themselves, rarely interacting with each other. But as General DeLuca said, they should complement each other and rely on each other, so that the development and security of Lorraine could be balanced in their hands. Even if General DeLuca hadn't said these words, Weiss already had a plan for joint military-civilian development. It was just that before he became governor, he couldn't fully push this matter and could only consider it while building enterprises. Now, industrial development and national defense infrastructure construction can be integrated into a parallel track. For example, the 17th National Defense Division has 3 main garrisons, and they have always hoped to improve transportation from the garrisons to Mason, whether by building railways or expressways, which coincides with local economic development. Extending the thinking further, these newly built roads can be considered together with the advanced reserves of wartime airports, and the development of automobiles and airplanes in the civilian field should also be considered in advance for the feasibility and plans for conversion to military use when necessary. Chapter 31, Governors Association. The latest chapter of Iron Soul of Steel is updated the fastest. During the tactical performance demonstration of the freestyle assault rifle, Weiss perfectly played the role of a test shooter. Not only the military personnel but also the senior executives of the Grumman Group present were shocked by the performance of this assault rifle. President Edwig subsequently came to Mason from AO City in person. Before this meeting, Uncle Rudolph had paved the way for Edwig. In general, the Grumman Group gave full respect to Weiss and the Klemper-Hessen, and he naturally would not treat the former powerhouse with the face of a villain who had just achieved success. After Edwig arrived, the two sides held multiple rounds of consultations regarding the cooperative production of the freestyle assault rifle. Now, the technical patents for this new weapon were firmly in the hands of the Klemper-Hessen family, leaving the Grumman Group with no legal loopholes to exploit, so they showed their utmost sincerity. Judging from the historical status of the AK-47, this freestyle assault rifle, even if it only achieved 60 or 70% of the performance of the original, would be enough to become a legendary firearm on this planet. In addition to the orders from the Federation Army, it was suitable for various bandit conflicts, hooligan robberies, and equipment for all kinds of armies. No matter how many the Federation Army ordered, the final production and sales figures would definitely far exceed that number. Following the Grumman Group's usual operating methods, this batch of weapons might be repackaged and sold to places with the purchasing power and willingness to buy. Based on various considerations, Weiss neither refused nor agreed, but instead tried every means to constrain the Grumman Group through various cooperation conditions, so as to avoid them benefiting the Federation's potential enemies for the sake of profit. As long as the military did not announce the results, this protracted negotiation would not end. Weiss soon put his main energy back to the main topic. A remote, impoverished area like Lorraine could not develop overnight, it required many considerations and deployments. After a lot of effort and brainpower, he finally finalized the officials and staff for each department of this small government. Among them, some were retained from the pre-war state government and the post-war interim state government, some were fresh blood recruited from university graduates, various organizations and enterprises, and another part, accounting for about a quarter of the total, were the resistance leaders and key personnel who led the people in various places to rise up and resist the Norman invasion during the war. These old comrades in arms possessed organizational and management skills. More importantly, they had a sincere patriotic heart, and this fully reflected Weiss's principle and courage of appointing people on their merits without avoiding suspicion. Midsummer gradually faded away, and autumn arrived quietly. 2 months had passed unknowingly since Weiss took office as the governor of Lorraine. At this time, he received an invitation from Governor Lee of the Midgard Federation, inviting him to the Midgard capital, Mondo, to attend the 69th Federal Governors Conference. This gathering, which had a history of more than 100 years, was held every 2 or 3 years. A total of 28 governor-level officials from Lorraine's 27 federal states plus 1 capital district received invitations. If there were no special circumstances, they would all attend to exchange various experiences and insights, discuss their respective development experiences, and jointly promote future work, which was considered a major feature of the federal political arena. Being able to exchange ideas with numerous governors, especially those from regions with strong industrial resources and better development levels, Weiss felt he should be able to learn a lot, and thus went happily. When he arrived in Mondo, that Governor Lee of the Midgard Federation came to the train station to pick him up in person. Before this, Weiss had taken it for granted that Lee was an old man or a middle-aged person. Unexpectedly, standing in front of him was a young person who was estimated to be only a few years older than himself. Although very young, this governor's speech and behavior appeared calm and experienced, and radiated an indescribable affinity, as if he were a born leader, carrying an innate aura that allowed everyone who faced him to feel that warmth. Heroes have emerged from the youth since ancient times. Weiss couldn't help but exclaim. Before you, I was indeed the youngest governor in the Federation, but now this title has to be given to you. You know, this conference was originally scheduled to be held 2 months ago, but because the Lorraine election was postponed, all work was delayed. Look. Everyone is waiting for your arrival. The young governor said in polite and humorous language. Although the election fraud case of the local council in Lorraine was not Weiss's responsibility, he still responded apologetically, I am so sorry to have kept everyone waiting for so long. Oh, don't mind it. Li said to him with a smile, the date 2 months ago was just a tentative one, and no invitation letters were sent out at that time. Since it is a traditional governor's conference, it must wait until all governors have been elected. According to custom, acting governors can also attend, but after the war, federal states have been holding elections one after another, and it is most secure to hold the conference only when all positions have been confirmed. It can be seen that you are a very meticulous person, Weiss praised sincerely. On the platform, Li looked around, seemingly waiting for something. Weiss was a bit surprised and asked if there were other guests to pick up, but Li asked Weiss in return, so, you came alone? Why? Is there something wrong? Weiss asked back. Li laughed, it seems you are also unmarried, and haven't chosen a fiancé yet, is that so? Since he said also, then he himself was in the same situation. It turned out this was a meeting between two young bachelors. I think out of courtesy, it is best for us to bring dance partners to the first formal welcome banquet tomorrow night. In addition, for future activities, it is appropriate to have a female partner in most occasions, Li explained simply, and then politely asked, so, would you like our side to arrange a temporary female partner, or will you send a telegram to seek help from the outside? Seeking outside help, Weiss could only think of two people, either ask his good brother Nicola for help, she was in McCarthy, which was relatively close, but asking her to wear women's clothing to appear in public was probably out of the question, or ask Professor Yang for help, she was in Lorraine, and this year's exploration and surveying internship research was nearing its end, which was a busy time. Both outside helpers seemed unsuitable. Seeing Weiss troubled, Li smiled, you don't need to worry, an old friend will also attend. You are both unmarried, so a temporary partnership would be just right. Although Li did not name her, Weiss guessed it was Guinevere. Ever since she praised him on that famous radio program, many people knew that she and he were old friends, and all kinds of gossip had gone wild. Then what about you? Weiss keenly captured the implication in Li's tone just now. He was an admirer of Guinevere. If he could form a temporary partnership with her this time, not to mention whether it would succeed, at least he could get closer, enhance understanding, and see if there was a chance to win the beauty's favor. Li smiled and recited a poem Weiss had never heard, the romantic floating clouds admire the bright moon, but can only gaze from afar at night, the diligent stream yearns for the brilliant fallen flowers, waiting through the long 4 seasons. Clouds gather and scatter, the stream flows, but the bright moon always hangs high in the night sky, and the flowers bloom beautifully in that brilliant season. No matter, I have my own arrangements. The two left the train station and took a car to the hotel. On the way, Li said, I heard that under your administration, the appearance of Lorraine has changed greatly in these few months, especially in development planning, it is like a car with full fuel speeding towards the right path. Ha! Weiss laughed, currently all the work has just started, and it's really not worth everyone's praise. That said, he couldn't help but sigh. Middelgar is a federal state in the southeast of the Federation, almost the furthest federal state from Lorraine. It took him a full 40 hours to arrive by train, if it weren't for the sleeper car, his legs would have definitely swollen up. However, the administrative affairs of Lorraine had reached the ears of this governor. Clearly, events happening in such a distant place shouldn't have garnered attention from the local press. That he knew about these things showed that he usually paid close attention to gathering information about development in various regions. As for whether this was the instinct of a politician or a thirst for knowledge regarding paths and methods of development, he could observe further to see if there was anything he could learn. This is your first time here, right? Li said to Weiss. Let me give you a brief introduction. Our federal state of Middelgar has a land area equivalent to 2/3 of Lorraine, a population of 42 million, and the terrain is primarily hills and plains. The pillar industries here are animal husbandry, fur, and food processing. It can be said that 1 out of every 3 cans of meat eaten by the Federation's citizens is produced in Middelgar. In addition, Middelgar has the most beautiful coastline and the best fishing ports in the entire Federation. Our fishing industry is second only to the eastern federal state of Gravel. The canned fish here is very delicious, but unfortunately, this product is not very popular in most parts of the Federation, perhaps because people accustomed to inland life aren't used to seafood. After talking about Middelgar, let's talk about Armando. Personally, I think it is one of the most beautiful cities in the Federation, and there is no self-boasting in that. Mondo's climate is excellent, it's not too hot when it's hot, and not too cold when it's cold. The plants here remain vibrant all year round, so many wealthy people living in Liberty City like to come to Mondo for vacation in the winter. Mondo's cuisine and music are the most famous in the eastern region of the Federation. The annual music festival attracts hundreds of thousands of visitors, and the food here makes many people disappointed in their figures because they find it hard to control their mouths. Mondo's rail transit facilities were the earliest to start in the Federation and are also the most perfect. You can take the sightseeing tram here to tour around the city, it's very convenient. This city has a total of 4 large parks and 3 very famous museums, the History Museum, the Maritime Museum, and the Fish Museum. These are all features of Mondo. If you can arrange a few more days, I think you will definitely fall in love with this place. As this Mr. Li kept introducing the features of the place, Weiss couldn't help but ponder, if someone else came to Lorraine, would his own introduction be as appropriate, generous, and interesting as his? At this moment, he was not just a governor, he was more like a true host, a gold standard tour guide, able to clearly introduce the various features of this place in such a short time and pique the curiosity of visitors. On the way from the train station to the hotel, Weiss truly appreciated the charm of a city that felt like a park. The streets here were not only spacious and tidy, but the buildings along the street were both aesthetic and orderly. People seemed to live in a garden, there were trees and flower beds everywhere, the pace of life was unhurried, and everyone he saw wore a relaxed and happy expression. Our Lorraine is full of mountains, we don't have such good conditions. I have pinned my hopes on developing industry, but industrial development also means towering chimneys, pervasive smog, and acrid smells. I don't think Lorraine will be as beautiful as Mondo for a long time, Weiss sighed. Although they had adopted a policy of both encouragement and restriction regarding industrial development to make business owners pay attention to ecological environmental protection, in this era of large-scale industry, production technology was still at a relatively extensive stage. No matter how hard people tried, as long as industry, especially heavy industry, was developed, environmental pollution was inevitable. Everything has two sides. We enjoy life here, but the economic and industrial development here has always been very slow. It was at a certain level 10 years ago, and it's about the same 10 years later. Of course, we have also developed some industries that help improve the living standards of residents according to local conditions, such as large-scale agriculture. Our land area is not large, but our crop yields are relatively high. This is due to the good climate and orderly management. In addition to producing abundant grain, we have strived to develop the largest brewing industry in the entire Federation, producing various spirits and flavored wines. This is probably the greatest contribution I have made to this place since I became governor, Li said with no small amount of pride. On the way here, Weiss had hurriedly crammed various common knowledge, including the characteristics of each federal state and the situation of the current governors, etc. However, the temporarily collected information was not comprehensive, so in the conversation, he could not judge whether this young governor had other more adept and prominent achievements. Since he was modest or reserved and did not reveal everything, Weiss found it difficult to say much more. Oh, right, Li said. I've also heard of some amazing deeds of yours during the war, the amazing king of Lorraine guerrilla warfare. This was a playful title previously given by the press, because in a nationalist country like the Federation, king was more like a role on a stage. A loser of guerrilla warfare, Weiss said self-deprecatingly. I was full of ambition and confidence at the beginning, but I was taught a lesson by the enemy. The first guerrilla war only lasted for a year. The second time, with the direct support of the Federal Army, although we achieved victory, the results were not that fruitful. Li smiled and said, facing a powerful enemy head-on is already very remarkable, let alone under such difficult conditions. I don't know whether to say it's fortunate or regrettable, but throughout the war, I never went to the real front line, nor did I engage the enemy directly. Most of the time, we were organizing production and doing our best to support the war. I will probably never be able to experience those experiences of yours in my life. Sometimes, I would rather be able to experience the test of life and death like you, and become a real man, a real hero. As they chatted, the two arrived at the hotel where they would be staying. Li introduced that this was the most unique hotel in Mondo. This governor's conference was heavily sponsored by the owner of this hotel, and everyone's food and accommodation were free. After checking in, Weiss found a local newspaper on the magazine rack in his room. The newspaper introduced the governor's conference at great length, ingeniously listing the photos and profiles of the 28 governors. This couldn't help but make Weiss click his tongue in secret. That young governor who was not much older than him was indeed very meticulous in his work. Just such a newspaper could make visiting guests feel the importance attached by the locals, and also allow the locals to learn more about these governors, thereby giving them heartfelt applause of respect and admiration. With this newspaper, Weiss could finally make up for some of the knowledge points he should have prepared for attending this governor's conference in his room. He found the host listed at the end. Li was his surname, and his name was Morlison. The introduction said he was 30 years old, a doctor of philosophy and sociology from Ulst University. Not only was his academic background impressive, but his resume was also rich: lecturer at Ulst University, professor at the School of Philosophy of Mondo University, Secretary-General of the Mondo branch of the Socialist Party, Secretary-General of the State Headquarters, and Vice-Chairman of the Federal Social Philosophy Association. In the Federation, the Socialist Party was the second largest party after the Liberal Party. With their political power, pushing a young man like Li, who had excellent conditions in all aspects, to the position of governor was not too difficult. As long as he performed well during his tenure, he might be promoted by the party bigwigs as a political star, with a bright future ahead. Chapter 32, Drinking Habits Reflect Character. The fastest update for Iron Soul of Steel. Lorraine is the Federation state furthest from Mondo, so Weiss moved his schedule up by one day. He did not spend this entire day studying the newspaper containing the profiles of the governors. Instead, he skimmed through it several times and memorized the key information. The rest of the time was spent touring downtown Mondo, guided by a young man named Hargas, who was arranged by Li. Before coming to this planet, Weiss had few opportunities to travel. Due to his tight budget, when visiting cities he had never been to, he usually chose free or nominally priced attractions, such as various museums. In fact, when first arriving in a city, besides getting a direct understanding of its general situation and features through its cityscape, museums are undoubtedly very suitable places to visit. Mondo has 3 major museums: history, maritime, and fisheries. Each has its own focus and characteristics. After visiting all of them, he had a relatively complete understanding of the historical and cultural environment of this Federation state and even the southeastern part of Alst. Hargas was a refined, tall, and thin young man. He introduced himself as a graduate of the philosophy department at Mondo University, a student personally mentored by Li, and currently a staff member of the state government. For this governor conference, relevant state government staff were mobilized to provide volunteer services outside of their normal work. Serving as a guide for the governors was one such service. The young man expressed that he was honored to serve as a guide for the legendary king of guerrilla warfare of Lorraine. Come to think of it, Weiss was about the same age as him, perhaps only a year or two apart. However, his wartime experience made him appear much more composed and seasoned in front of this young man. This must be the different harvest brought by different life experiences. The Governor Conference is essentially a meeting for high-ranking officials from various sectors of the Federation. By convention, it does not invite bigwigs like the President or Cabinet Ministers, but usually sends invitations to senior advisors of various Federation departments or retired ministers. In addition, top celebrities from all walks of life are also welcome listeners and advisors. Guinevere belonged to the special guests of the organizers. She is now a household name in the Federation, so her schedule is naturally much tighter. She arrived late on the afternoon of the second day after Weiss arrived in Mondo. Coincidentally, the two met right at the hotel where they were staying and exchanged brief greetings. Weiss took the opportunity to ask her what her impression of Li was. Guinevere seemed not very enthusiastic about this topic, even looking a bit bored. She said they were acquaintances and had met and eaten together a few times. It is like this. Weiss explained somewhat awkwardly, I do not have a female companion. It is not that I do not really have one, but I just have not been able to find the time recently, so I am here alone. Li told me that it is best if we both have temporary female partners, so you might have to choose between me and Li to be your temporary partner for this event. No other meaning, just a temporary partner. Guinevere answered almost without hesitation, I will choose you. Before I came, I was worried about this. If I had to be his temporary partner, I would always feel a bit annoyed. I do not quite understand, Weiss voiced his confusion, he seems like a very steady and generous person. I thought he would be an ideal candidate. For most young women, his conditions should be considered quite good. Guinevere smiled, perhaps it is because my way of thinking is a bit different from ordinary people. Thinking about it this way, Weiss understood, both Guinevere and Octavie Grumman came from a wealthy family like the Grumman Group. They had seen all kinds of people growing up. So, Li ultimately only appealed to ordinary partners and the public, but to an insider, he not only had nothing special, but as Guinevere said, was somewhat annoying. The welcome banquet that evening was held at the hotel where they were staying, with over 100 attendees including governors and their wives or partners, a few accompanying staff, invited experts, celebrities, and reporters. From any angle, this kind of welcome banquet was a completely different concept from the banquet Weiss and the others held to welcome Professor Xiao Yang's group. Here, the magnificent dome paintings, exquisite murals, and luxurious decor displayed a sense of grandeur. The delicate crystal chandeliers and the marble floors reflecting the guests' figures complemented each other. Guests wore elegant, stylish evening gowns and suits, dancing to the melody of court music. Fortunately, with Guinevere there, Weiss did not end up alone. However, for most of the banquet, he still acted alone because Guinevere's face was almost an object of public adoration, many people even brought her photos to ask for autographs. So, most of the time, Weiss could only take care of himself. Are you really old friends of many years? Li did not know when he had come to Weiss's side. His question was directed at Guinevere, the big star surrounded by the crowd. Before Weiss could answer, Li said to himself, got it, a very good move. Move? Through Li's smile, Weiss suddenly understood what he meant. Hey, Guinevere's praise for him came from the heart, it was not an intentional vote-polling move. Of course, Weiss had to admit that her remarks on the radio actually had a very good vote-polling effect, and might even have been decisive. After all, her influence now could not be mentioned in the same breath as it was back then. Therefore, he did not deliberately argue with Li, but Li's words made him somewhat agree with Guinevere's feelings. This person is very smart, but a bit too smart, and people who are too smart are often not suitable partners. He looked around and did not see the young, beautiful lady Li had brought at the beginning, so he asked curiously, where is your stunning female partner? That is a long story. Caught in the act, Li smiled awkwardly. We are both fellow sufferers. Weiss said this old saying in Alst language. Li pondered for a while, then immediately praised, this is so fitting. Come, let's have a drink to fellow sufferers. The two chatted for a few sentences. A bald middle-aged man, slightly tipsy, came to their side and raised his glass to Li, thank you for your hospitality. Honestly, I really like you, and I like Mondo, and I like Midgard. The scenery here is pleasant, the weather is comfortable, and the environment is very beautiful. Look at Nidwell. Warm reminder, the website is about to be upgraded, which may cause the loss of reading progress. Please save the bookshelf and reading record in time, it is recommended to take a screenshot to save. We apologize for any inconvenience caused. Weiss did not understand the meaning of this bald middle-aged man's tongue clicking. He vaguely remembered that this person should be the governor of Nidwell, and Nidwell is a federation state in the eastern part of the federation. Its main area is located on a peninsula extending deep into the sea, so its area is only more than half of Midgard, and its population is similar to Lorraine. General Evans, look at what you are saying. Nidwell is the place with the best coastline scenery on this planet, and also the place with the richest fishery resources. Whenever the weather is good, driving a boat out of the port to cast nets for fishing will surely yield a full harvest. By the way, this younger governor of ours, Mr. Klemperhesen, like you, is also an outstanding soldier. You two should have a lot of common topics together. Oh, right, almost forgot, the young talent who refreshed the governor age record. Hello. I am Parker Evans. I used to serve in the 1st Corps, stationed in the Monomolan Mountains. I have been to Lorraine, and the impression is very deep. Except for the lack of violent sea winds, it is actually very similar to Arnedwell, everywhere is mountains, everywhere is mines. Weiss shook hands with him. The other party's strength was very great, but fortunately he had also trained, so he was not at a disadvantage in this regard. After this secret contest, the slightly tipsy General Evans nodded with satisfaction. You have got skills, young man. Your performance in AO City back then was simply brilliant. If it were me, I would definitely have been killed. Just luck, Weiss said modestly. However, as a veteran who has fought against the Normans, I have something to say. The first stage of the guerrilla warfare you organized in Lorraine was indeed very heroic, but it was too aggressive, leading to the enemy's heavy encirclement. If you had been more low-key and steady in the early stage, this guerrilla war could have lasted longer, and perhaps even persisted until the end of the war. Although the words sounded a bit harsh and direct, they were indeed the truth. Weiss said with emotion, if I had asked for your advice earlier, I would not have suffered the later misfortune. General Evans waved his hand. Anyone can analyze things after the fact, but when you are in it, wanting to see these things clearly requires enough experience and wisdom. If you asked me to make judgments and suggestions beforehand, the result might be even worse. Speaking of which, Lorraine and Nidwell, one in the west and one in the east, are the two regions with the richest mineral resources in the Federation. But compared to the inconvenient transportation of Lorraine, Nidwell, located on a peninsula, has a much longer development time and a much higher level of development. Not only is the fishing industry developed there, but the mining, metallurgy, and casting industries are also second to none, which is why it can support a population of over 30 million with only half the area of Midgard, and a considerable part of these 30 million people are industrial labor. In terms of economic and social vitality, Nidwell is indeed a good place. No wonder Lee expressed so much envy in his words just now. Speaking of guerrilla warfare, we have an old hand here. You should respectfully call him a senior. Look, there. General Ask, the regional governor of Liberty City. More than 20 years ago, he commanded a guerrilla war in a distant place that lasted for more than 2 years. It was a successful guerrilla war, but he is not very willing to share this with everyone. Because it was a special secret mission at the time, his achievements were not officially written into military textbooks or history books, so many things. He says it is fake when he is sober, and says it is true when he is drunk. In my judgment, it is 9 times out of 10 something that actually happened. After speaking, Evans pulled Weiss to find the organization. Weiss thought about it. What could be linked to historical events on the planet Orons that happened more than 20 years ago should be the resistance movement in Frisia. At that time, North Frisia split from the Kingdom of Frisia with the support of the Norman Empire. The nobility and the military supported this action, while the local patriotic people spontaneously resisted. At that time, it was also a situation where the enemy was strong and we were weak. It is said that the Kingdom of Wessex and the Federation both sent support, but because of the checks and balances between the major powers at the time, this support was secret and organized in an unofficial form. The two came to the man who, although full of white hair, still had a very obvious military bearing. He had a tower-like, burly figure and a pair of piercing eyes that looked straight into the heart like an eagle's eyes. Seeing that Evans was walking a bit wobbly, he said in a thunderous voice, "Hey, Evans, you guy are drunk again." General Evans laughed, "What, no one has been able to let you drink a few glasses freely today? Come, here is just a junior, you can have a few drinks, because you are both survivors of guerrilla warfare, leaders and outstanding figures." Before Weiss could introduce himself, General Ask called his name. "You must be Guerrilla Colonel Klemperhesen, right?" "Yes, General, it is me. I have heard some of your deeds before, and I admire you very much," Weiss said politely. "Oh, don't take those rumors seriously," General Ask said solemnly, "a soldier's duty is to obey orders, to defend national interests. Knowing this is enough." This made Weiss a bit stunned. He felt that the person standing in front of him was not an old general of the Federation army, but a general of the Norman Empire, because they are the ones who possess that strong national mindset, while the Free Federation, whether soldiers or civilians, more often uses defending freedom as a catchphrase. "During the war, in Liberty City, people often mentioned your deeds," Ask said with a cold humor. "In my impression, few people were heatedly discussed by the people of Liberty City twice, because this basically means that this person played a vital role in at least 2 battles. Of course, it could also be that they messed up both battles. 3 governors who were once soldiers, for the honor of the Federation army, for those fallen comrades, for peace to last forever and war to never come again, toasted 7 or 8 glasses under various names and toasts. Although it was not high-proof alcohol, it was enough to make people feel drunk. Weiss's drinking capacity was average, and he was already a bit tipsy at this moment. He saw that General Evans was still in a slightly tipsy state, but after these few glasses of wine, General Ask's originally white face became flushed, and he started to ramble. Some people talk nonsense after drinking, and some people tell the truth after drinking. Taking advantage of the wine, Weiss asked Evans and Ask for their tips on developing the economy and social management. He originally thought that the two governors with military backgrounds would both have a resolute and decisive style, but unexpectedly, they both talked about a moderate attitude, and even somewhat letting things take their course. For measures conducive to economic development and the stability of people's livelihood, they actively arranged them within the scope of the state government's financial resources, but they did not force development goals. It gave people the feeling, everything is left to fate. Chapter 33, Fate and Striving. Latest updates for Iron Soul of Steel. Much like most high-level summits or formal social gatherings, the Governor's Assembly featured a dedicated segment for speeches and discussions, known as the Round Table Conference. At the welcome banquet, Weiss didn't need to rush to ponder how other governors managed their regions. He had a few drinks with Evans and Ask, all of them becoming slightly tipsy. Afterward, other governors came over to chat, exchanging various pleasantries, compliments, and jokes, until Guinevere was invited onto the stage by the organizers to sing the eternal classic, Gazing at the Stars. With moving melodies, exquisite lyrics, and the original singer present in person, could there be any way more stylish and expressive than this? During the chorus, the gentlemen and ladies present couldn't help but join in the singing. Those faces, each unique, were filled with devotion and gratitude. It was the faith, hope, and sacrifice of countless people that had pulled this country back from the brink of failure, allowing millions of citizens to return to their free and peaceful lives. After this song, which brought tears to many eyes, the band began to play dance music. The number of men gathering to chat and drink grew smaller and smaller, leaving only a few people in the end. Weiss suddenly realized he was alone again. He looked toward the dancing crowd but didn't see Guinevere's figure. Could she have left after her performance? Turning his head suddenly, he saw her sitting in a corner. This was a bit strange. She was the true big star of the event, how could she be left out? Weiss ordered a glass of fruit juice to rinse his mouth, avoiding heavy alcohol breath while talking, and then walked over. Why is our big star sitting here all alone? Is there no gentleman brave enough to come forward and invite you to dance? Guinevere made a face at him. Chat with me for a while. I'm bored to death. How could that be? Weiss was even more curious. Everyone is dying to have a word with you. Oh, stop it. You haven't tasted this kind of life. Every day, people keep asking you questions, curiously wanting to know about your situation, asking the same things over and over. I have to give the same answers hundreds of times a month. Do you think that's fun? So that was it. The troubles that only a big star would have, Weiss certainly couldn't personally relate. Using the excuse of not feeling well, I've already rejected at least 20 dance invitations from gentlemen tonight, Guinevere said helplessly. Do they keep asking you questions while dancing, too? Weiss asked. Guinevere replied, no, although my ears can be quieter while dancing, I am truly tired and don't want to dance a dozen or 20 songs in a row. Once I accept an invitation from someone, it's impolite to reject others. So, it's either not dancing at all, or dancing until the very last song. Weiss nodded, that was a compromise, at least. How about we go out for a walk to get some fresh air? He suggested. Guinevere sighed helplessly, pouted, and said, forget it. We are just friends, why invite that kind of gossip? She even had to worry about things like that. Weiss shook his head to himself. Being a star was probably the profession with the least freedom, there was too much bitterness behind the glamour. But, having reached this position, did she have a choice? Was there a way back? Could she ever return to the life of an ordinary person? Looking at the haggard expression behind Guinevere's exquisite makeup, he felt a sense of helplessness and sympathy. Octavie was that kind of invincible titan with a strong heart, while Guinevere was like a delicate, beautiful flower. One couldn't help but feel pity for her. Let's not talk about this, let's talk about something interesting. Guinevere forced a smile and turned to look Weiss up and down. The last time we met, you were just a local council candidate. In just a few months, you've become the governor of Lorraine. It's unbelievable. Looking at you now, you're quite handsome and have a promising future. Putting those two phrases together felt strange. What did she mean? What, do you think you misjudged me back then? Regret it? Regret? That was out of the question. Guinevere told Weiss with her expression. I just think you have a better chance of pursuing Octavie now. Forget it. She wouldn't look at me, and I wouldn't dare to aim so high. Weiss was speaking from the heart. Then what are you going to do? Be with Nicola? Or that university professor you mentioned last time? Why, does this matter bother you? Is it because both of them accept you, or both of them rejected you? Guinevere seemed to have found what she called an interesting topic and began to probe relentlessly. This was actually an embarrassing question. If both accepted him, it might be a happy trouble, if both rejected him, it would be simple. The problem now was that in his heart, he leaned more towards Nicola, but Nicola had clearly stated her stance as a non-marriage advocate. Professor Yang was also a very good choice right now, with excellent conditions in every respect, and they had been getting along very well lately. However, amidst the deep affection, he always felt something was missing, some spark, perhaps the bone-deep feeling that young people pursue. It's complicated, very complicated. Weiss replied vaguely. Warm reminder, the website is about to be updated, which may cause the loss of reading progress. Please save your bookshelf and reading history in time, it is recommended to take a screenshot. We apologize for any inconvenience caused. You must not be like some people who put all their heart into their career, only to wait year after year, missing one opportunity after another, and ending up in a very awkward situation in the end, Guinevere reminded him earnestly. Weiss understood the implication, she was likely referring to Li. At 30, one wouldn't be considered late to marry in modern society, but on Oren's planet, the legal minimum marriage age was 18 for men and 16 for women. Some people were almost grandfathers by the age of 30. At this age, while one looked vigorous and mature in all aspects, in traditional thinking, one had actually missed the best years. Your tone of lecturing people sounds a bit old-fashioned. Weiss teased. Actually, I've already thought it through. At the latest, I'll announce my retirement from the stage next year. I'll find a quiet place to be a music teacher, and then find a suitable partner to spend the rest of my life with, Guinevere said thoughtfully. Ideals are plump, but reality is always too skinny. Weiss couldn't help but sigh. Forget it, let's not talk about all that. Running into you today, I just remembered something. We are planning an industrial conference, inviting industrialists from all over the Federation to Lorraine, hoping to enhance communication, promote exchange, and foster Lorraine's industrial development. Since it's a conference, we inevitably need to invite some big stars, but our budget is limited. Do you think you could give us a friendship price? Are you serious? Guinevere asked with a smile. Yes, I am serious, Weiss replied. If you're serious, my appearance fee is very high. It's not just my personal income, it also involves the entire team, the company, and our commitment to donate 20% of all performance fees to charity. So, you need to be mentally prepared. And if I'm not serious? Weiss extracted another option from her words. If you treat me as a friend and invite me to attend this conference, as long as I can arrange my schedule or more accurately, use my vacation time to attend your event, no fee is required. You just need to arrange my accommodation and meals in Lorraine, and the time shouldn't exceed 2 days. It's very simple. Guinevere said generously. After speaking, perhaps feeling something was amiss, she added, I have 3 to 4 days of vacation every month, and I can arrange the time myself. As long as there are no major conflicts in my schedule, I can go to Lorraine. Of course, considering the long distance and the fact that taking the train takes too long, if possible, could you please provide a more convenient mode of transportation? Or I will contact my friends in the military myself to see if I can catch a ride on their transport ship. That's not a problem, Weiss picked up the conversation. With Nicola's help, we have already formed a small agricultural and forestry aviation team. Although the planes are used for spraying pesticides and seeds, as well as monitoring and guarding the forests, a medium to short distance flight is still feasible. Besides, Nicola is the best pilot in our federation, perhaps I can ask her to fly the plane for you personally when the time comes. She is President Leopold's daughter and the technical director of the Starry Sky Group. I wouldn't dare trouble her to be my pilot. Besides, every time I see her, I have a strange feeling, and this feeling affects my state. If you don't want me to underperform, I suggest you change the pilot. Guinevere said seriously. The past is too painful to recall. Weiss smiled and said nothing. At the round table conference the next day, the attending governors and the district governors from the capital region took turns making speeches and communicating. This truly broadened Weiss's horizons. If the Federation were viewed as a group company, these people would be equivalent to the heads of branch companies. Although they were not at the core of the group's power, they were the cornerstones that related to the overall situation of the group. Some of them had natural leadership qualities, with impeccable speech and conduct, their exchanges flawless, others were plain and unadorned, seemingly blending into the crowd, yet possessing true insight and real ability. Long speeches are not something everyone is good at, nor does everyone have the patience to listen. The round table meeting of the Governor Assembly has 2 parts, the first is open expression, and the second is topic discussion. The open expression part, by convention, gives everyone no more than 10 minutes of free speaking time, followed by free discussion on several topics. The meeting lasts from morning to afternoon, which is 7 or 8 hours excluding the lunch break. It happens every 2 or 3 years, meaning these 7 or 8 hours are the formal communication time, while the rest is relatively fragmented, free communication. If you are interested in a colleague's topic, you can easily find them for a heart-to-heart talk. As the youngest and newest governor, Weiss voluntarily requested to be scheduled to speak later. As the host, Li spoke first. Although it was his first time as governor, because Mittelagard was less affected by the war, his term had smoothly reached its 3rd year. 2 years of experience as governor allowed him to accumulate some experience while maintaining considerable freshness and drive, so his speech was basically satisfactory to Weiss. Because he summarized some successes, some shortcomings, and also actively looked to the future. 10 minutes is, of course, not detailed enough to express these things, but Weiss had already found details he wanted to understand further, waiting to discuss them in detail after the meeting. The second speaker was last night's drinking buddy, Ask, the regional governor from Liberty City. If one were to talk about the biggest difference between Liberty City and the various federal states, it is that it is the political and economic center of the entire federation. Its population was over 30 million before the war, grew to over 40 million during the war, and its economy accounted for about 5% of the federation before the war, while it soared to 30% during the war. Ask's speech was like a hospitable gentleman, enthusiastically inviting everyone to travel to Liberty City. He introduced only truly noteworthy attractions, some cost-effective commercial areas, and some interesting travel and shopping experiences. Halfway through this topic, it made people feel the tone was a bit low, but for the next half, he changed the subject and began to talk about the spirit of freedom in the capital, Liberty City. Liberty City, as its name suggests, is the birthplace of the spiritual pillar most revered by the Ulster Free Federation. He spoke about how the spirit of freedom is embodied in concrete work and life, like a philosophy master holding forth. The 10 minutes slipped away in a flash, but everyone felt as if it had only just begun. Someone shouted, "I'll give you my 10 minutes, and then someone echoed, "Mine too." Ask straightened his chest, full of pride, his burly figure appearing incomparably majestic. He continued for a while, talking for about 5 minutes, ultimately not taking up too much of everyone's time. The next speaker, Hall Scott, governor of the Armis federal state, found his presence somewhat lacking with the previous expert in charge. Fortunately, after initial hesitation, he adjusted his mindset and quickly entered the state of lecturing he was confident in. The development of Armis has been relatively fast in recent years. This state, located in the central part of the Federation, was originally very backward, but in the last 20 years, with the rapid development of light industry, it has become the textile center of the Federation. Scott introduced how Armis went from a destitute place to a region with a very developed textile industry in just one generation. These experiences were indeed quite enlightening for Weiss. The government must have clear planning and feasible measures, with tangible rewards and subsidies. These measures fell into place just as textile technology was undergoing an innovation period from traditional machines to assembly lines, and the improvement in efficiency made the competitiveness of new factories immediately overwhelm the original traditional handicrafts. However, while Hall Scott was speaking, Weiss heard some whispering, saying that the development of Armis was built on the basis of many traditional handicraft workshop owners living in poverty or even going bankrupt. Its development broke the original balance, leading to tens of thousands of textile workers being forced into cities to seek a living. The next few governors made Weiss feel as if he had returned to the state of drinking and chatting with Ask and Evans yesterday. They had a typical Buddhist mentality towards social and economic development, or perhaps a let-it-be approach. They believed that social development should follow the development of the market. The market will naturally develop to whatever stage it is supposed to, as long as income distribution and legal fairness are maintained within the framework of the Constitution and the law. This balance can be achieved, and balance is a cure for regional stability. In their speeches, they talked more about the general direction of conduct and handling social contradictions. To Weiss, it sounded lackluster, but many people listened with relish and gave warm applause at the end of their speeches. While listening to the speeches of these big shots, Weiss took notes very seriously and selected a few similar people from among them. Like Hall Scott, that plain-looking middle-aged man was actively promoting economic development, while Miller of the New Chattel Federal State and Smith of the Clay Vaux Federal State, Lorraine's two neighbors, were between the let-it-be approach and an active mindset. Finally, it was Weiss's turn to speak. He cleared his throat, adjusted his mindset, and said in a humble yet not inferior tone, "Hello everyone, I am from Lorraine. Perhaps some of you have been to Lorraine, and perhaps many have only heard of it. It is located in the east of the Morar Mountains, a remote and backward area. People gather in the central and eastern regions where the climate is relatively less cold, while its west and north are vast snow forests from late autumn onwards. Even in such a remote place, it is still difficult to escape the threat of war, and in almost every war, it is always the first to bear the brunt of enemy invasion. From this perspective, Lorraine is also a very unfortunate place, but the tenacious people of Lorraine have faced enemy aggression again and again, persisted again and again, and driven the enemy away. The earliest people of Lorraine were called loggers and old miners, because logging and mining are the two oldest jobs here. However, if you want to invest in industrial development in Lorraine, I do not recommend you engage in these two ancient industries, because it is difficult to make money in these two lines of work. We have carefully studied the laws of modern industrial development and found a trend: the higher the technical content of an industry, the higher the economic added value, and the higher the income realized. Take metal, the main thread running through the industrial era, as an example. A miner digs 10,000 pounds of iron ore from the ground, excluding various costs, and the money earned allows the mine owner to pay a group of miners a day's wages. The ore is sent to a metallurgical factory and refined into crude iron or steel ingots. The profit brought can not only pay a group of workers' wages for that day, but probably also allow the factory owner to buy a decent piece of furniture. These crude iron or steel ingots are converted into industrial castings for machinery or even military equipment. Its value is about 3 to 5 times that of the former, or even more. The higher end the industry, the more competitive it is. However, there is a paradox in this development, which is that the higher the technical content and the higher the added value, the fewer workers are employed. In the equivalent value of the mining industry, it can provide 10,000 jobs. In a metallurgical factory it may become 2,000, and in a higher-end manufacturing enterprise, it may become 200. For social stability, this is like an X-shaped intersection, requiring finding a balance point, or as discussed earlier, strengthening oneself by weakening the development productivity of other regions, but these two are not irreconcilable. Looking at Lorraine as a whole, its development may indirectly weaken other regions, but if we look at the Federation as a whole, then the robust and continuous development of the Federation brings competitive pressure externally. Therefore, I think it is necessary for everyone to call on the federal government to increase efforts in foreign exports, which can fundamentally resolve the contradiction of uneven development among various states. Perhaps you are worried that if we sell products to other countries, or even to potential military rivals like Wessex and the Norman Empire, will it be very dangerous? In fact, from an economic perspective, this will not pose a threat to us. On the contrary, it will weaken the investment of competing countries in certain industries, making them have a certain dependence on us. If these countries have a higher degree of dependence on us, then once relations are tense, the more economic constraints we can impose on them if we reduce or stop exports. Of course, this is a consideration at the military and strategic level. Chapter 34, The Norman Empire Threat Theory vs. The Strategic Bombing Theory. As a governor, one needs to consider various aspects of work. The economy is just one of them, but all affairs are more or less related to the economy. After the roundtable discussion, the host arranged 3 topics based on the current development situation of the Federation, hot topics, and the invited guests: post-war tax reduction policies for local areas, stabilizing the unemployed population, developing infrastructure, and security management. The first 3 are closely related to economic development. During the discussion stage, governors could express their opinions or interact with the guests present. As a newcomer among the governors, Weiss spent most of his time listening quietly and taking careful notes. Although some speakers were just boasting, many others analyzed and discussed from the perspective of years of experience and professional expertise. This gave him a lot of inspiration and made him realize how experts in public administration analyze, deal with, and resolve problems, thus converting these skills into ways of thinking that can be used in daily work. It was equivalent to a free, intensive course on how to be a good governor. The daytime was for roundtable meetings and thematic forums, while the evening arrangements were similar to a salon. The organizers prepared several adjacent lounges where everyone could freely group together according to different styles, preferences, and interests. They could sit on sofas drinking wine or tea while chatting, or visit each other. The format was free and relaxed. The governors with military backgrounds naturally gathered together. Besides Asker, Evans, and Weiss, there were 5 other governors of federal states who had retired from the military or left the army due to injuries during the war. As former soldiers, their way of thinking and focus were easily placed on national defense and security affairs. This was a common trait. Here, they talked more about the threat from the Norman Empire, although their analysis of strategy and national defense might not be as professional as those senior staff officers from General Staff Headquarters or top professors from higher military academies. They were likely on the right track in terms of the general direction. From them, Weiss gained a clearer and deeper understanding of the post-war international landscape, especially what happened in the Norman Empire. It is well known that the sudden end of the last Great War was directly related to the turmoil in the top power hierarchy of the Norman Empire. Among them, Weiss played an important role. They attacked Slin and killed the Norman Empire's Crown Prince Joseph, and the news of the Crown Prince's sudden death stimulated the old Emperor, Hohenstaufen IV, causing his already poor health to collapse all at once. Although he was still stubbornly alive, he no longer had the ability to handle complex government affairs. The new Crown Prince fell into the hands of the Empire's second-in-line heir, Albert, but this new Crown Prince was said to suffer from a serious congenital disease and was physically very weak. Moreover, people with this disease usually do not live past 30. As a result, the status of the third-in-line heir, Prince Barras, improved significantly, and he had a very good relationship with the new Crown Prince Albert. Perhaps they reached some tacit understanding or agreement, and in the chaotic power struggle, they always stood closely together, defeating other royal nobles who wanted to compete for core power, including the former chief of general staff, the old emperor's younger brother, Prince Louis. This bloody and cruel power struggle, after several months of storms, finally welcomed clearing skies. Although Albert was physically weak, he began to preside over the empire's government affairs, while his close ally, Prince Barras, took office as the chief of general staff of the Norman Empire, becoming the second youngest chief of general staff in the history of the Norman Empire. The record for the first place still belongs to the genius general of the last Great War, Prince Eugen, who was only 26 years old at the time and was the most shining gem of the Hohenstaufen royal family, the star of hope for the entire Norman Empire. Under his exquisite combat strategy guidance, the Norman army, with a blitzkrieg-like offensive, forced the then Federation and Wessex allied forces to retreat steadily. Unfortunately, Heaven was jealous of talent. Only 2 years later, an accident that is still full of controversy happened to him. With the fall of this peerless general, the Norman army also lost its great situation under the counterattack of the Federation and Wessex allied forces. At that time, the Norman Empire also experienced a fierce power struggle, and Hohenstaufen IV snatched the throne inheritance in one fell swoop as an inconspicuous character. It's just that more than 20 years later, a similar scene appeared in the Norman Empire again, as if it were a cycle of history, or like a fateful ending. The governors unanimously agreed that the combination of Albert and Barras looked young, but in reality, both were very formidable characters. Albert was a political genius, and the series of measures he introduced after the war allowed the Norman Empire, which had been affected by the war, to stabilize rapidly. After Prince Barras took office as Chief of General Staff, he also started a series of seemingly simple but actually effective military reforms. Although it had only been a short year or so, the power of the Norman Empire had been greatly restored. More importantly, they used the opportunity of the war to successfully divide the Federation's firmest ally, the Kingdom of Wessex in the north. Half of the Wessex territory was placed under their control, which meant they had greater strategic depth and strategic stepping stones, as well as more resources. You must know that on Oren's planet, the mineral resources of northern Wessex are the richest, but a considerable part of them are covered under thick ice. With the development of technology, many minerals that were difficult to mine in the past are no longer impossible. There is gossip that the extraction speed of star source stone resources controlled by the Normans has more than doubled compared to before the war. Under stable steel production, this almost means that the Norman Empire can build airships at twice the pre-war speed. In a few years, they will be able to recreate that powerful airship fleet from before the war, and their Prince Richards has been in charge of this fleet for many years. Judging from the performance during the war, if it weren't for the Allied forces' dauntless courage, which consumed the Norman Empire's airships, and then turned the tide with the new weapon of airplanes, it would indeed have been difficult to stop the Norman Empire's fleet from running rampant over the Federation. The rapid changes in airplane technology also meant that the Normans no longer buried themselves in building the original heavily armored and heavily armed combat ships. The governors worriedly stated that the Normans were also building aircraft carriers, that is, aerial aircraft carriers. In terms of the performance of combat aircraft, although they lagged behind the Federation, they had a unique development path, which was to combine star source stone and airplane technology. Although there is no direct evidence to show to what extent they have developed, an indirect proof is that the prices of industrial acid and silver in the Norman Empire and even the Kingdom of Wessex have risen abnormally and continuously, indicating that the consumption of industrial acid and silver has increased significantly compared to the previous period, and they are the main materials for manufacturing storage batteries. The function of storage batteries is to store and output electrical energy. In the past, air warships used boiler turbines to convert into providing stable current output to drive huge ships to fly in the air. Airplanes do not have such complex power structures and find it difficult to provide enough current, so they must use a combination of internal combustion engines and storage batteries. This is a technical conclusion that the Federation Army had already drawn through analyzing captured war trophies during the war, and this was exactly the intelligence that Weiss had risked his life to earn together with Nicola. Putting such a large pile of information together, it looks complicated, but as long as a person with a normal military mind thinks calmly, it is not difficult to grasp the key main thread. The threat from the Norman Empire has not only not been eliminated after the war ended, but has become greater with the stability and development of the Norman Empire. It is worrying that this war has brought unprecedented trauma to the Federation. They not only lost a large amount of economic resources but also lost millions of young and middle-aged people. The economic and industrial landscape has undergone a geographical and technical reshuffle. Those industries that were forced to move to the east and then moved back one after another after the war ended experienced a period of very unstable production. Some economists estimate that the war caused the Federation's economy and industry to regress by 10 years, while the Norman Empire, because its homeland was never invaded by the flames of war, saw its industrial resources not only not regress but also experience deformed rapid development under the stimulation of the war. Added to this is the change in the northern kingdom of Wessex, and today's Norman Empire is no longer inferior to the Federation in terms of industrial power. Once an autocratic military state possesses industrial power similar to a democratic state, the advantage at the beginning of the war will be overwhelming. For a long time, the Federation and the Norman Empire mainly used the Monomolan Mountains and several neutral countries as strategic buffer zones. On the other side, the extremely violent ocean made the Normans rarely consider crossing the ocean from behind to attack the Federation. One day, if the Normans solve the transportation capacity problem and use a large number of transport ships to cross the Sea of Fury and land behind the Federation, forming a pincer attack on the Federation from three sides, the Federation people may no longer have a third chance to turn the tide of the war. While the federal constitution is indeed a major obstacle that makes it difficult for the federal army to strike first, in the eyes of many insightful people, institutional inertia and cognitive inertia are the most difficult obstacles to overcome. A simple example is that the Norman General Staff Headquarters has multiple standing operational plans for attacking the Federation, while the Federal Army General Staff Headquarters mostly prepares defensive operational plans. Although there are plans for cross-border attacks on the Norman Empire, only the most core generals and high-level advisors can fully grasp them. Officers at all levels are completely unfamiliar with the world on the other side of the border, so compared to taking the initiative to attack, they are more willing to familiarize themselves with and consume the enemy in defense. The Norman Empire and the Federation are like two teams with vastly different styles. The former advocates offense, with bold and unrestrained tactics, while the latter firmly believes in the way of defensive counterattacks, neither liking nor being good at head-on attacks. So-called existence is reasonable. On the football field, any tactical style has its adaptability. As long as you can exert the power of this tactic to the extreme, you have the capital to be invincible. Not long ago, Weiss had an interesting conversation with Nicola and the operations director of Starry Sky Group. They saw that the Norman Empire's industrial zones were mainly distributed in the capital region and its surroundings, with a relatively high concentration. They felt that as long as there was a way to conduct large-scale bombing of their three main industrial areas, it might be possible to disintegrate the enemy's war potential at the beginning of the war and force them to put away their greedy and endless desire for expansion. During this salon, Weiss talked about this strategic bombing theory. Everyone listened very carefully because this was a completely new strategic idea. If one could jump out of the old framework and open up a brand new, effective strategic model, perhaps it would be an ideal way to solve the trouble. In this strategic bombing strategy, advancing 2,000 miles across the Monomolan Mountains would be enough to sweep the enemy's industrial heartland, so choosing several federal states in the west as the starting point for bombing is obvious. Both Claymore Federal State and Nash Adder Federal State have large areas of flat grassland to build airports, but openness also means it is difficult to defend. The enemy can use their skilled aerial assault methods to attack these airports, which is destined to be a tragic battle of offense and defense. If the strategic role of Lorraine could be fully utilized, then these three federal states supporting the development of strategic bombing with their respective characteristics would undoubtedly greatly increase the probability of success. Regarding this brief introduction by Weiss, most of the bigwigs expressed that it was very inspiring and constructive. Then, Hall Scott from the Muswell Federal State asked an interesting question. The Federation has an advantage in airplane technology, and there has been a breakthrough in artificial star source stone technology. Why can't the Federation, like the Normans, increase research and development efforts on small aircraft that use star source stone to provide buoyancy? If a war breaks out, elite troops should be countered by elite troops, and ordinary troops should be dealt with by ordinary troops. Even if no war occurs, it is an important strategic deterrent. And for the local area, new industries also mean new economic power and new tax revenue. Isn't that a good thing? This Governor Scott was not from a military background but was an active promoter of economic and industrial development. Weiss had chatted with him for a while at dinner and felt that many of their views were relatively similar. He entered this salon halfway through and was attracted by the national defense strategy topic they were discussing, so he raised those questions just now. In Weiss's view, the main body of economic development and technological innovation is the enterprise, but if the state government can give enterprises the correct policy orientation, it can play a positive guiding role, avoid repetitive investment and vicious competition caused by information asymmetry in the free market, and make regional economic development form a complementary pattern. As for developing new military industrial technology and production capacity, Lorraine happens to have a new star source stone mine, getting rid of the embarrassing situation of having no star source stone mines in the area before. Moreover, with the addition of new equipment and new technology, the output is quite good. If he could get the support of the Starry Sky Group, this would be a quite good development path. Chapter 35, The Governor's Card Game. Latest update for Iron Soul of Steel. As a tradition of the Federal Governor Conference, the organizers arrange a day of outdoor activities tailored to the location, such as hiking, mountaineering, hunting. In a coastal place like Midgard, sailing is undoubtedly a sport that is both distinctive and capable of embodying team spirit. The governors were divided into groups of 7, working together to operate a sailboat. This time, they did not group themselves based on personal preferences like they did at the salon the night before, but rather divided by large regions, the Northern Team, Southern Team, Eastern Team, and Western Team, while the central federal states were assigned according to their general orientation and personal inclinations. Miller from Neuchâtel, Churchy from Onlu, Guy from Marbleton, Lopez from Westphal, Maysar from Emilia, Paul Laquila from Maurice, plus Klemperhesen from Lorraine, formed the Western Allied team. Weiss was completely unfamiliar with sailing, both before and now. Although Lorraine had a coastline, it bordered the cold and tyrannical Southern Sea, the fishing industry was small-scale, the coastal settlements were mainly at the village level, and Lorraine's coastline was characterized by steep cliffs, unsuitable for large-scale development. In their Western Allied team, Maysar, who was the oldest and possessed sailing skills, deservedly took on the heavy responsibility of captain. This was a friendly competition, with no rewards or penalties for winning or losing. Through such activities, everyone relaxed their bodies and minds and deepened their mutual understanding. If one were observant, one could also judge a companion's style of conduct and true capabilities through their performance in the team. From Maysar, Weiss saw the steadiness and sophistication brought by age and experience, and from colleagues like Miller, Churchy, and Guy, he also saw and learned quite a bit. These 7 federal states, some as large as the vast and 1,000-mile-wide Lorraine and Neuchâtel, others as small as the 600- or 700-mile-wide Emilia and Westphal, were significantly inferior to the eastern and southern federal states in terms of population density and economic level. Taking advantage of the opportunity to drink and chat, Weiss proposed the formation of a Western Cooperation Forum, with meetings held every 6 months or a year. If everyone agreed, the first Western Cooperation Forum would be held in Lorraine, and attendees would not be limited to governors, each federal state could send about 20 officials and prominent figures. Maysar responded that this was a very good proposal. In fact, they had established similar fellowship activities in earlier years, which lasted for about 7 or 8 years, but were interrupted by war and subsequently terminated due to personnel changes. Now that transportation was more convenient, the 7 states could take turns hosting, holding meetings once or twice a year, collaborating with each other, and the results could be expected to be good. Except for Officer Paul Laquila of the Maurice federal state who remained silent, everyone else actively agreed. Geographically, Maurice belonged to the central region, so it was completely understandable that they had no interest in participating. Thus, on the last night of the conference, Weiss finalized the arrangements for the next gathering in Mason with the other 5 Western federal state governors, and also preliminarily determined the format and scale. Weiss had come alone, but when leaving Midgard, he was at least on familiar terms with many people, if not exactly sworn brothers. Since the journey from the east back to the west was long, the Western Union governors who didn't have other plans decided to travel together. This included Miller of Neuchâtel Federal State, Churchy of Onlu Federal State, Guy of Marbleton, and that old Captain Maysar. They specially booked a luxury train compartment so they could play cards, drink, and chat during the long journey home. Although this trip could not be paid for with public funds, for them, this money was not a significant expense, and they gladly accepted the arrangement. In the previous roundtable and salon meetings, the discussions were somewhat scattered due to the number of people, but when only the Western federal state governors were left in this train compartment, the topics easily unified and coalesced. The primary issue for the Western federal states after the war was still rebuilding order and maintaining stability. Of course, the unemployment rate was the greatest threat to stability, and the best way to solve the unemployment rate was to develop the economy. Therefore, even those among them who had a Buddhist-like attitude could not sit idly by regarding economic development at this time. In the swaying train carriage, 5 governors sat around a small tea table, each holding a hand of cards. It's my turn to decide fate. Let's see. Ha. Knight. The era of the charlatans. The speaker was Governor Miller of Neuchâtel Federal State, who had just flipped the card representing Knight from the 3 face-down flag cards. This card game, which had been prevalent in the Federation for nearly a century, consisted of 3 flag cards and 63 regular cards. The regular cards corresponded to the flag cards and were divided into 3 sequences: Society, Night, and War, corresponding to the Peaceful Era, Religious Era, and War Era respectively. The Society sequence consisted of 6 Commoner cards, 5 Bandit cards, 4 Police cards, 3 Mayor cards, 2 Minister cards, and 1 Prime Minister card. The Religious sequence consisted of 6 Wandering Soul cards, 5 Believer cards, 4 Priest cards, 3 High Priest cards, 2 Saint cards, and 1 Bishop card. The War sequence consisted of 6 Hound cards, 5 Soldier cards, 4 Knight cards, 3 cannon cards, 2 general cards, and 1 prince card. Each round, the regular cards of the sequence determined by the flipped flag card were the main cards, and the rest were auxiliary cards. The rules for playing were somewhat similar to Fight the Landlord, and the winner was the one who finished their hand first. If 5 people were playing, they could agree beforehand whether it was 1 wins against 4 or 4 win against 1. 1 wins against 4 meant the game ended when one person finished their 5 cards, and the other 4 calculated their losing points based on the remaining cards in their hands and gave them to the winner. 4 win against 1 meant the game ended when 4 people finished their 5 cards, and the last person's losing points were calculated based on 10 times the remaining cards in their hand, distributed to the previous 4 people at 4x, 3x, 2x, and 1x, respectively. The 4 governors traveling together were clearly accustomed to the 5-person 4 win against 1, 12-card format, with each card worth 10 krona. In other words, one could lose 120 krona in a round, but there was an 80% probability of winning, embodying the essence of the elimination system. Governor Guy of Marbleton Federal State sat in the position after Miller, so according to the rules, it was his turn to lead. 5 commoners. Pass. 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 Weiss, Churchy, and Maysar all shouted pass. Although in a night round, commoners were the smallest cards, the probability of getting 5 of the same card when 5 people played with one deck was very small. Even if someone got 4 police cards, according to the rules of the game, they were not bigger than 5 commoners. Of course, no matter how many commoners there were, they could not be bigger than cards from a higher sequence. 5 commoners couldn't beat 1 bandit? Yes, that was the rule. Finally, it was Governor Miller's turn to lead, as he had flipped the flag card. He smiled slightly and played 5 wandering souls. Beautiful. Governor Guy took a sip of his drink and happily played 5 cards, which were 5 believers, perfectly suppressing the previous 5 wandering souls. In just 2 rounds, 10 of the 12 cards in his hand were gone. In a night round with 1 deck of cards, 5 believers could not be suppressed. If his remaining 2 cards were a pair, he would directly take first place. If they were 2 single cards, there were still some variables. Governor Churchy of Onlo Federal State looked at the cards on the table. It is foreseeable that Marbleton's development situation this year is very optimistic. First of all, the labor force is sufficient. Governor Guy shook his head. If this year's economic development situation is still not good, the continued outflow of labor will be the norm, and we cannot take mandatory measures to change this situation. After speaking, he consciously pulled out a single card and placed it on the table. A police card. In a 4-win-1 game, if the loser didn't play a single card, the losing points would be doubled. Weiss, sitting downstream from Governor Guy, hurriedly threw out a priest card. In a night round, a police card must be respectful when it sees a priest. In the Ulster Free Federation, people believed in freedom, which referred to political philosophy. The influence of religion was very broad in life, but in the process of the Federation's formation, religion gradually separated from politics and became completely secularized. The next 2 played a mayor and a high priest in turn. It was Miller's turn to play, and behind him was Guy, who only had 1 card left. If he wanted to block Guy, Miller should throw out the biggest card in his hand, but blocking could very likely lead to 2 outcomes. One was letting Guy miss the chance to escape and become a loser, and the other was losing his own reliance and becoming a loser. Thinking for a moment, Miller tapped the table. Pass. Guy smiled slightly and played his last card, Prime Minister. Miller let out a sigh of relief. Obviously, if he chose to block, he couldn't stop Guy from escaping, but instead would lose a big card, which was very disadvantageous for the subsequent game. In a night round, the Prime Minister card was second only to the Bishop card. Even if someone got a Bishop, there was no need to release this nuke just for a round of play, so no one was bigger than Guy after this, and it automatically turned to the next person, Weiss, to play. Warm reminder, the website is about to be upgraded, which may cause loss of reading progress. Please save your bookshelf and reading record in time. It is recommended to take a screenshot. We apologize for any inconvenience caused. Weiss calmly sized up everyone's expressions. Except for the relaxed-looking Guy, the other 3 looked very solemn. He played 1 priest card and still had 2 hounds, 3 bandits, 2 soldiers, 1 knight, 1 cannon, 1 minister, and 1 general in his hand. His cards were relatively scattered, and his hard power was weak. Adhering to the strategy of losing less is winning, he broke out 1 hound, 1 soldier, 1 knight, and 1 cannon, playing a small straight. Maysar immediately threw out a combination of bandit, police, mayor, and minister, just barely beating him, while Churchy played a soldier, knight, cannon, and general. This straight was already quite large. Miller smiled slyly and quickly played 4 cards, knight, cannon, general, and prince. Theoretically, except for priest, high priest, saint, and bishop, this straight was already the biggest. The other 3 shouted pass one after another. Miller seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. He played 2 police cards and then turned his last card face down on the table. Generally speaking, this meant the card was not big, and whether he could escape depended on fate, but it could also be to confuse opponents. This card is bigger than my whole family. Weiss tapped the table helplessly. Pass. Maysar slapped down 2 priests, and Churchy followed closely by throwing out 2 mayors. Maysar frowned and slapped down 2 saints. This was the capped pair, no need for others to express, and the old captain slapped down 3 hounds, also putting his last card face down on the table. The pressure was suddenly on Weiss and Churchy. 63 cards, 5 people drew 60, and 3 were left quietly face down in the center of the table. This way of playing increased the difficulty of counting cards, but as the game progressed, especially in the later stages, shrewd players could still accurately judge the distribution of the remaining cards. Churchy shook his head and cast his gaze at Weiss. Due to being remote and backward, Lorraine's development started very late, and it is difficult to get attention and importance from the outside world on weekdays, but I believe that it will definitely have the opportunity to catch up from behind and play an important role at some point. After speaking, Weiss gently put down 3 bandits. At this time, there were no bigger 3 cards. Weiss still had 1 hound, 1 soldier, 1 minister, and 1 general in his hand. He didn't play small, but played the minister card. Churchy was a little surprised. He hesitated for a few seconds and threw out the prince. If no one drew a bishop, then this was the capped card. Maysar tapped the table, and so did Miller. Weiss smiled slightly at Churchy, who was looking at him, and also tapped the table, pass. While considering the game, Churchy voiced the doubt in his heart, I am very curious, why do the Normans always like to cross the dangerous Monomolan mountains to attack us? If they came from the north or the east coast, Lorraine would be the last fortress, not the one that always bears the brunt of the attack. Weiss gathered the 3 cards in his hand and replied, from the perspective of military strategy, they like to take the unconventional path and take risks, and from the perspective of mathematics, they probably think that the straight line between 2 points is the shortest. Churchy looked at Weiss again and played 2 soldier cards. Weiss shook his head with a smile. The other 2 each had only 1 card left. The loser seems to be between the 2 of us. Churchy said to Weiss. In this round, our luck is slightly worse. Weiss replied calmly. Churchy hesitated for a moment and slapped down a soldier. After seeing this card clearly, Weiss quickly tapped the table, pass. Maysar let out a long sigh of relief and turned over the face-down card. A high priest. Miller was stunned for a moment, then shook his head. Obviously, he didn't draw a bishop card. After Churchy tapped the table, he quickly cast his gaze at Weiss. Sorry. Weiss said to Churchy, then tapped the table. Miller breathed a sigh of relief and turned over his face-down card, which was also a high priest. Weiss still tapped the table, even though he still had a bigger minister card in his hand. Miller, who still had 2 cards, tapped the table. This time, he did not look at his only opponent at the moment. Weiss played the soldier card, Miller played the cannon, and waiting for him was the minister in Weiss's hand. Miller lowered his head and tapped the table. Weiss calmly placed the last and smallest hound card on the table. After seeing this card clearly, Churchy laughed at himself, your hand of cards was indeed worse than mine. Weiss said calmly, when your card luck is bad, you must see the form more clearly, grasp the direction, formulate a strategy, and stick to it. In the Federal Army's procurement tender for individual machine guns, the Crumblehessen factory's freestyle assault rifle won with an indisputable advantage. After final negotiations, the Grumman Group announced it would pay a 6,000 gold crowns exclusive cooperation fee to the patent holders, the design team led by Lorraine Governor Long Cromwell Hyson. In addition, there is a royalty fee of 0.075 gold crowns per assault rifle. This means that if production reaches 1 million units, it will bring them a massive income of 75,000 gold crowns. Becoming incredibly wealthy overnight, Weiss did not consider buying property or splurging. Instead, he made a decision that shocked all of Lorraine. He would use the entirety of his personal earnings to build the Free Lorraine University. He also promised that this university would permanently maintain its public welfare status, calculating the costs of normal operations, subtracting government subsidies and charitable donations, and charging tuition only for the shortfall. Developing the state through science and technology requires education first. After finalizing the construction plan for the Free Lorraine University, Weiss proposed a local bill in the name of the state government, to establish a university city in southern Meissen, creating economies of scale and an intensive effect for educational resources. The list of existing schools includes the Free Lorraine University, Meissen Industrial Institute, Fuchsen Business College, Meissen Academy of Literature and History, State Technical School, and so on. Among these, apart from the newly built Free Lorraine University and the pre-existing Fuchsen Business College and State Technical School, the Lorraine state government would step forward for those needing to relocate or build new campuses, mobilizing chambers of commerce and associations like the Lorraine Industrialists Alliance and the Lorraine Financial Association to solve funding issues. On a day in early winter, the warm sun hung high in the sky. On a lawn in southern Meissen, the groundbreaking ceremony for the Free Lorraine University was ready. As the initiator who donated funds to establish this comprehensive university, Weiss was dressed formally and in high spirits, but he was not the most eye-catching protagonist today. Federal Minister of Education Hanks had traveled from Liberty City. Weiss was somewhat surprised that he had been able to invite this Minister of Education, who was known as a poet. After selecting the groundbreaking date, he had written a letter to Hanks, reporting on the situation of the Free Lorraine University, just to see what would happen. Before this, the relevant filing procedures had already been sent to the Ministry of Education, so Hanks should have been aware of it. Since this was not a public university, high-level government officials usually would not attend. Hanks stated his purpose straightforwardly upon arrival, to encourage all sectors and regions to build new educational institutions and develop educational resources, injecting more vitality into the post-war federation. Furthermore, this was the largest educational institution funded privately by a government official at the governor level, an act worth encouraging and promoting. Moreover, Hanks had heard that Lorraine had taken on a brand new look shortly after the new governor took office, and he was curious to see it for himself. Hence, this special trip. This Minister of Education's title as a poet was not just a nickname but well-deserved. He had been writing poetry and prose since his youth, with free verse being his most famous work. He had published hundreds of poems, most written when he was unknown, but the number of published poems decreased sharply once he attained high office. It wasn't because he lacked inspiration or was too busy with official duties, but because he began using pseudonyms to prevent newspapers and magazines from just looking at his fame rather than quality, plastering everything good or bad in prominent positions. From this perspective, as a poet and Minister of Education, Hanks possessed an upright and selfless heart. At the university groundbreaking ceremony, Hanks displayed his profound skill. With nearly magnificent parallel sentences, he appropriately praised the people of Lorraine for their efforts in education, and also made beautiful projections and offered blessings. In comparison, although Weiss's speech was full of emotion, simple, and vivid, it lacked literary and historical depth, and the grand atmosphere of effortlessly citing classics. It was as if someone wearing clean, neat formal wear was standing in front of someone with an otherworldly temperament. As the saying goes, everyone has their own specialization. Weiss did not feel discouraged by his gap in artistry and temperament. In fact, true doers are always those who contribute silently and work pragmatically. Taking this opportunity, he took Hanks around Mason and its surroundings to understand Lorraine's educational situation, which would help them apply for corresponding subsidies and rewards from the Federal Ministry of Education in the future. During the trip, the two inevitably chatted. Hanks suddenly brought up Nicola, asking, "I heard you and President Leopold's daughter were comrades in the army and have a good relationship." Weiss was confused and a bit guarded. "We are comrades, and we can be considered friends who share common topics regarding flight technology. Recently, the Starry Sky Group and the industries of the Klemper-Heeson family have had some cooperation, so we have had more opportunities to get together." Hanks noticed Weiss's discomfort. He didn't dig deeper into their relationship but said, "Then do you know she is in the hospital?" Weiss was shocked. What happened? He thought to himself, could she have been attacked again? But President Leopold had already announced he would not run for president next year. He was advanced in age and no longer suitable for heavy responsibilities. However, thanks to his outstanding contributions before and during the war, he already had his own statue in Liberty Square. This was the public's greatest affirmation of his achievements. Hanks sighed and said, "I heard it was because of a test flight. Isn't she no longer responsible for test flight missions?" Weiss was very puzzled. "I don't know the specific situation, I just heard about it before coming here. I thought, given your deep camaraderie, you might have received the news immediately," Hanks said. "No, I haven't," Weiss said with some regret. The subsequent itinerary was unremarkable. After seeing off the Minister of Education, Weiss hurriedly inquired about the situation from the operations director of the Starry Sky Group who had come to Lorraine to discuss cooperation. The other party replied that Nicola was not in serious condition and was currently hospitalized in a rehabilitation hospital in Liberty City. After handling his affairs, Weiss took an overnight train to Liberty City. Upon arrival, he didn't attend to anything else and headed straight to the hospital. He then saw this unlucky person at the bedside, with her head wrapped like a zongzi and her arm in a sling. "How many times have our meetings been like this? Either you're lying in a hospital bed, I'm lying in a hospital bed, or we're both lying in hospital beds together." Weiss's dark humor made Nicola smile, but the facial expression pulled at her wounds, causing her to grit her teeth in pain. "Test flight accident?" Weiss asked straightforwardly. Nicola hummed in response. "But your father forbade you from doing this. Now that you've ended up like this, won't he drag you home from the Starry Sky Group?" Weiss speculated. Nicola looked helpless. "I don't quite understand. You don't need to go on ordinary test flights. Could it be a very difficult new aircraft test flight?" "The situation is a bit special," Nicola said in a low voice. "Remember during the war, when we snatched a heavy fighter from the Norman's airship?" "Of course I remember. You flew the plane away, I fell from the sky and almost lost my life. Later, you landed like a fool and rescued me. That experience could practically be made into the most classic movie." Weiss replied. Nicola's eyes seemed to shine. "We successfully replicated that kind of aircraft and made improvements. I am the only federal pilot who has flown that type of aircraft in actual combat. Of course, after the captured enemy prototype was repaired, a series of test flights were also conducted. Not long ago, the Starry Sky Group successfully manufactured 2 improved prototypes. During the test flight, it went smoothly at first, but later, for some reason, the first plane crashed, and the pilot died on the spot. We have invested a lot of time and money in this area. If the second plane also unfortunately has problems, this important research might face an insurmountable obstacle here, so I personally piloted the second plane for testing. Overall, it is excellent, but it is very likely that there is a problem with the aerodynamics or other program control systems. It lost control when performing high-speed maneuvers." "Thank you for coming all this way to see me," Nicola said. "Even so, some things we agreed upon will not change." Weiss scratched his head. "You're in this state, how could I ask you to wear women's clothing for me?" Nicola glared at him, not knowing how to respond for a long time. Then, both of them laughed in unison, laughing unreservedly. "Tell me about your new plane," Weiss suggested. "Although I am not an expert in this field, I do have some understanding of mechanical technology and aerodynamics. And you know, my ideas are sometimes different from ordinary people's. This is I think it should be called a talent. If it weren't for your talent, the Normans wouldn't have caught you on the airship, and we wouldn't have taken that risk," Nicola said. This statement certainly didn't mean to blame or express dissatisfaction. She asked Weiss to move his stool next to her and lowered her voice, saying, "This is the highest secret of the Starry Sky Group, and also the highest secret of the Federation Army. The new fighter plane is designed like the Normans, using star source stone to provide levitation power, but the amount used is very small, which ensures the plane's maneuverability. More importantly, we have equipped this new type of aircraft with the latest radio equipment. Once put into service, flight units equipped with these new fighters can form close aerial coordination. We believe it is the ideal equipment for defensive interception and escort. As long as the quantity is sufficient, we can sufficiently guard the airspace of Alst. It also has a powerful skill, which is to carry 1,000-pound heavy bombs for high-speed penetration attacks. When carrying a payload, its maneuverability will be affected, but its speed will basically not decrease. Once the bombs are dropped, it can use agile maneuvers to break free from the enemy's defensive fire and interception circles. The military is full of expectations for this kind of aircraft. We hope it can be like a true hunter, brave, tenacious, and omnipotent. Judging from the previous test flights, there still seem to be some problems with its materials. The main body uses armored steel plates, which can provide good protection. Some important parts have tentatively used new alloy materials, but the strength of these alloy materials seems to be lacking, leading to accidents. It is also possible that the materials used in the transmission system have inherent problems. Overall, that's what I think. At this stage, although the Starry Sky Group has started substantive cooperation with the Klemperhesen factory regarding new metal materials, because it started late, it is currently still in the experimental stage and has not yet provided the new materials they researched to the Starry Sky Group's aircraft design and production. The new materials Nicola mentioned might have been provided by the Longmire Group, or they might have been obtained from other channels. A behemoth like the Starry Sky Group cannot be fixed to a single material supplier, instead, it uses multi-channel cooperation and selects the best. After thinking for a while, Weiss asked, "How are the test data for the strength, toughness, and fatigue resistance of those new metal materials you are using?" The Starry Sky Group's materials undergo technical testing during the design experiment phase, and then engineers perform calculations. This is already a very advanced practice in this era, but it is inevitably limited by material science and computing power, and there are still some shortcomings in terms of practicality. Weiss pointed out the problem, and Nicola pondered, judging from the data at the time, there shouldn't be major problems. However, a consultant once pointed out that our method of calculating fatigue is flawed, and one of the important coefficients is still subject to academic dispute. But determining this coefficient would take a long time, and we cannot stop all our work and wait indefinitely. Weiss and Nicola chatted about recent events, including the Free Lorraine University, the Governor's Conference, the card skills he learned from the governors, and the Governor's communication and discussions regarding the strategic situation. There are some things I originally intended to tell you when we met next. Because of the accident, our meeting was moved up, so it's the same to say it now, Nicola said. Recently, the Air Force has undergone a strategic reorganization. The status and role of the aircraft units have been elevated, while the positioning of airships has also undergone critical adjustments. There is reason to believe that in the future, the role of vanguard and main force will be played by aircraft units, while the fleet will mainly provide support and assistance. This is a positive signal because we have always been at a disadvantage in terms of star source stone resources. We cannot attack the strong with the weak, instead, we should focus on developing aircraft technology. In this way, aircraft units can obtain a corresponding amount of star source stone resources in strategic development to develop our new aircraft. After this reorganization, the previous strategic bombing theory has received more attention. In fact, the military is considering the layout of strategic bombing. Perhaps it won't be long before they start to push it forward. As you discussed, the military should build a series of sufficiently secret and sturdy military airports in the western federal states, in preparation for a rapid response in case of sudden situations, and to retain strength as much as possible during fierce confrontations. In addition, with the support of star source stone resources, we can start developing bombers with greater range and payload capacity. Of course, they shouldn't be heavy, clumsy fellows using traditional armor. We need stable new metal materials. Regarding this strategic change, I had a conversation with the senior management of the Starry Sky Group, suggesting that they open new production lines in the west while retaining the eastern production area. They agreed with my suggestion in principle, but the specific arrangements still need detailed verification. The people of Lorraine welcome the Starry Sky Group to invest, Weiss said half-jokingly. We already have a university city, and there will be a machinery city, a chemical city, and an aviation city. In an era of rapid development, the scale and intensification of industry can greatly improve the original production efficiency. The occupation of resources and the impact on the environment can also be centrally managed and controlled. Being with Nicola, except for a few special situations, the two always had endless topics to discuss. Discussing professional technical issues, they could extend their thoughts far into the future, and discussing things unrelated to work, they also had many shared memories and common values. Of course, their two completely different experiences also had sufficient complementarity. For example, regarding politics and interpersonal relationships in high society, Nicola could also tell Weiss many things he should pay attention to after becoming a governor. Various affairs in Lorraine were basically on the right track, and Weiss didn't need to worry too much about those trivial matters. Before coming, he instructed the staff of the Lorraine state government that if there was nothing particularly urgent, he would stay in Liberty City for a few days, and if any special circumstances occurred, they should send him a telegram. Therefore, he was able to stay here with Nicola for a few days. During these few days, except for some embarrassment at inconvenient times, in the vast majority of cases, Nicola was happy. Just on the fourth day, Weiss was peeling fruit for Nicola when two men in formal attire with very serious expressions came outside the door. They wanted to clear the room, but Nicola said to them, No need, this is the governor of Lorraine, he is my good friend. A moment later, President Leopold appeared at the door of the hospital room. He was as spirited as ever, but his white hair and deep wrinkles made one sigh at the cruelty of time. Whether it was the struggle for reform before the war or turning the tide during the war, all kinds of pressures and contradictions piled up on this old man, yet he sorted out complex matters with rare courage and skill, keeping the Federation moving forward on the track of freedom. Weiss respectfully greeted President Leopold. They had met twice before. Once, Weiss was received as a war hero, and once as the new governor to discuss work with President Leopold. The latter happened just over a month ago, so President Leopold would not be a stranger to him. Mr. Klemper-Heesen. President Leopold took the initiative to shake his hand and said, I admire your magnificent transformation from a soldier to a politician. I have always hoped that Nicola could also walk this path, but she firmly refused. Becoming an outstanding female politician is not her dream, but becoming a female politician wouldn't get her injured. Weiss looked back at Nicola. With this lesson, I believe she will definitely be more cautious in her future work. Future. President Leopold muttered with dissatisfaction, and then he said to Weiss, I have a few words to say to Nicola, if you'll excuse us for a few minutes. Weiss tactfully exited the room and waited not far from the door. After a while, he heard some sounds from inside. President Leopold's voice, even when raised, remained steady, but Nicola seemed a bit agitated. The two security guards standing at the door were like sculptures, completely unaffected by the sounds, and Weiss also tried his best to appear composed. About 5 minutes later, the argument inside stopped. President Leopold reappeared at the door and nodded to Weiss. Before leaving, he said with the demeanor of an old father, help me persuade her, those dangerous jobs are not suitable for her. I will, Weiss replied. After President Leopold left, he entered the room and gently closed the door. Nicola was wiping away tears. It seemed that this father and daughter had irreconcilable contradictions in their family and career concepts. He didn't know how to comfort Nicola, so he sat silently beside her, giving her the support he could with a loving gaze. After her emotions calmed down, Nicola looked up and said, sometimes I really envy you, I think the Lord and Lady are very tolerant and open-minded. In the Federation, everyone thinks their President Leopold is a good man, but to me, he is as stubborn as a stone. Sometimes I really want to run away from home, hide in a place where no one knows me, even if it's just helping people fix machines, it would be better than being restricted here. Weiss picked up on this, joking, I happen to be short of people to fix machines. I'm afraid I'm going to be unemployed. Nicola looked at Weiss with a bitter smile, but one couldn't see the pain of unemployment in her eyes. Weiss smiled, don't worry, I have plenty of job openings here. I just don't know if President Leopold prohibits you from piloting any kind of aircraft, even an old and slow crop dusting plane. Yes, Nicola replied, in his view, anything that flies is a no-go. Then you can only engage in the research and design of aircraft technology, Weiss said. If I could, I wouldn't have been kicked out of the Starry Sky Group. You also know that pure design research must be combined with practice. How can one find its design flaws and improve them without flying the plane? Relying on the descriptions of test pilots is ultimately not as authentic as experiencing it oneself. Nicola said very seriously. Chapter 37, Handsome, who are you? The latest updates for Iron Soul of Steel are available as quickly as possible. In the early winter, the cold wind was bleak. Walking on the campus of the Ulster Institute of Technology, Weiss didn't feel cold, but rather a strange sense of familiarity. Coming all the way from Lorraine to Liberty City, his primary goal was to visit Nicola, and his secondary goal was to visit several technical experts at the School of Metallurgy of the Ulster Institute of Technology to learn from them about their research results on new metal materials. Although their daily teaching and research were different concepts from commercial practicality, the properties of alloy materials actually needed to be determined through a combination of research and practice. Weiss's visit this time was not just to sponsor or discuss cooperation, but to visit as a governor. He hoped to get help from the experts from an official standpoint, which was different in scale and significance from before. The discussion went very smoothly, and the technical advice provided by the experts was very helpful for the people of Lorraine to accelerate industrial applications in metallurgy. After finishing the business, Weiss wandered around the campus and unknowingly walked to the nursery. He found a high point out of habit, and his line of sight crossed the wall, where he could see the children playing inside. Not long after, it was time for school to end. He saw Professor Little Yang walking this way while thinking, with something like a lesson plan under her arm, and then he saw little Candy stretching her neck waiting in the line. This scene, whether he came or not, whether he appeared in their lives or not, happened day after day. However, standing here, watching all this, there was an indescribable feeling in his heart. Weiss took out the small toy he had bought in advance for little Candy from his bag and walked to the nursery gate. When Professor Little Yang walked over holding little Candy's hand, he greeted her with a smile. Little Candy had sharp eyes and called out happily from a distance, "Daddy is here." Weiss squatted down and didn't correct little Candy's wrong address for him. Regarding Weiss's appearance, Professor Little Yang didn't show the same joy as little Candy, but revealed an unreadable expression. Weiss couldn't see her true inner thoughts and, holding little Candy, said, "Nicola had an accident, got injured, and is hospitalized in Liberty City. I heard the news and came to visit, and by the way, discussed technical issues with the professors at the School of Metallurgy. I just finished and came over. Call the other Professor Yang and your family, and let's go out for dinner tonight." "No need." Professor Little Yang refused Weiss's invitation almost without thinking. 2 seconds later, she said calmly, "Dinner is already being cooked, we can eat when we go back, no need to go out. So that's what it meant. Weiss was inexplicably curious. She and Professor Old Yang were both busy people and weren't good at cooking, they usually made do at the canteen. He had heard them mention this before. What's wrong today? Was Professor Old Yang free and in the mood to cook personally? It didn't seem likely. Or did they hire a servant, or did Professor Old Yang find a suitable companion? Divergent thinking in Weiss's mind inferred one possible answer after another. The three walked towards the faculty dormitory area. The Yang family lived in a small Western-style house with a small courtyard. It looked a bit luxurious for three people, but considering that the two Professor Yangs each had a large studio filled with various books, manuscripts, and materials, it was not surprising. The school canteen had good food, and little Candy had 2 meals a day at the nursery, so they really didn't need to hire someone to cook. Such a scholarly family must have been accustomed to this simple lifestyle. No wonder little Candy ate so deliciously and slept so soundly during her time at Krumbeheisen Castle. In that big castle with many people and liveliness, there was a real sense of life. Back at the residence, Professor Little Yang said politely at the foyer, "We're home." Weiss saw a pair of men's leather boots on the shoe rack. Judging by the style, they clearly didn't belong to the age group that Professor Old Yang would wear. And after Professor Little Yang spoke, a young male voice came from inside, "Are you hungry? Should we start dinner now? We have a guest today." Professor Little Yang said in that same polite voice, "Need to prepare more flatbread. Also, there is wine in the wine cabinet, we can have some today." Weiss didn't ask who this person was, but asked about Professor Old Yang. Professor Little Yang said he went to the Ministry of Education to attend a meeting of the Professor Committee and wouldn't be back for dinner. If Professor Old Yang wasn't there, wouldn't Professor Little Yang, Little Candy, and that young man inside be having dinner together? What kind of relationship was this? Weiss had a series of question marks again, but seeing Professor Little Yang so calm, it seemed there was nothing wrong. After entering the house, Weiss saw a young and handsome face poking out from the kitchen, smiling at him. "Sorry, I'm cooking, it's not convenient to shake hands with you. Let's talk in a while." Weiss nodded at him. In the Federation, there were very few men who could really cook, and the dining room and kitchen were filled with an exceptionally tempting aroma, seemingly pan-fried steak, vegetables, and thick soup. It could be smelled that the steak was fried just right, and sweet wine was sprinkled to remove the fishy smell and enhance the flavor. The vegetables were also stir-fried and then processed, so a faint sweet fragrance filled the air. As for the thick soup, he felt the craftsmanship was definitely not inferior to Weiss's. Weiss asked Professor Little Yang, "This is?" "He is Little Candy's uncle, my late husband's younger brother. He is on vacation during this period, so he came to visit Little Candy." Little Yang explained this, and Weiss nodded. It made sense in terms of emotion and reason. However, the brother-in-law was sunny and handsome, and Professor Little Yang was beautiful and generous, plus this relatively private environment, it was hard not to let people's imagination run wild. "What would you like to drink?" Professor Little Yang asked Weiss. "No trouble, just simple water is fine." Weiss bent down and said to Little Candy, "Take me to see your room, okay?" Little Candy happily agreed, of course. She lived in the room next to Professor Little Yang and had been sleeping alone for a long time. In her room, there were both childlike graffiti and drawings that were clearly drawn by adults on the wall. As an expert in physical geology, Professor Little Yang's hard pen drawing skills were quite good. Those drawings were both aesthetic and had a concise and generous style different from sketching. "Will you sleep with me today?" Little Candy asked Weiss, looking up. "I'm sleeping at the hotel tonight." Weiss replied. "Same as uncle?" Little Candy asked, tilting her head. It seemed the uncle was also staying at the hotel. Weiss breathed a sigh of relief. "Yes, this is polite," he explained to Little Candy. Little Candy took a handmade picture book from her small desk and gave it to Weiss. Innocent crayon drawings, drawing many pictures about the castle. Obviously, Little Candy still missed the time living in Krumbeheisen Castle and missed her little friends. Weiss played with Little Candy for a while and chatted about some simple questions, then he saw Professor Little Yang standing quietly at the door of the room watching them play. After a while, she smiled and said, "Come out to eat." When they arrived at the dining room, the young and handsome face had already taken off his apron, wearing a casual shirt and vest, revealing a sunny smile. "Let me introduce myself, my name is Batterl Sane, I work at the federal government." Little Candy's full name was Alice Sane, which meant this Batterl was indeed the uncle. Weiss shook hands with him enthusiastically and introduced himself, "Long Cromwell Heisen, I work at the Lorraine state government." This federal government employee didn't seem to have any impression of this name, perhaps he was not familiar with the newly promoted governor, or perhaps he usually did some professional work, or for some other reason. Weiss was not surprised by this at all, nor did he question his identity because of it, but felt his eyebrows and contours were very familiar. Thinking carefully, and looking at Little Candy, he suddenly realized blood relationship made them look somewhat similar in appearance. However, judging from Little Candy's performance, the two were not particularly close. "Batterl is a diplomat, it's rare for him to come back." Professor Little Yang's words suddenly solved Weiss's doubts. "I stayed in Wessex for 5 years. Batterl had a warm smile on his face. "According to practice, I should rotate positions next year. Maybe I will be sent to other countries, or return to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs." "Did you stay in Wessex during the war?" Weiss asked curiously. Batterl replied, "Yes, our embassy withdrew to the north with the Wessex royal family and government. It was freezing cold there. During the war, we went through a very difficult time, but in any case, the war is over. I hope there will never be war again, may peace last forever. Since he was a diplomat, working abroad all year round, and rarely on vacation, he should be with his parents when he returned home. Could it be, his parents were both dead, so this little niece was his closest relative? Weiss couldn't ask these questions face to face, so they just chatted about work-related but non-confidential matters. Battle continued to reveal that the Wessex people had a kind of mysterious pride. In the era of cold weapons, Wessex soldiers might be the bravest warriors on this planet. They were few in number, but brave and good at fighting, and wherever they went, they were always accompanied by the honor of victory. With the opening of the industrial era, this physical strength was no longer the key to deciding the outcome of the battle, so Wessex's performance in the last two wars was not very good. In the First Great War, although they were the victorious country, their losses outweighed their gains. In the Second Great War, they were defeated by the Norman Empire, almost collapsing, and the current situation also made them very embarrassed. In fact, the northern situation was still in a delicate state, which put high demands on the development of diplomatic work. Therefore, they had to be careful and extra cautious in their daily lives. After saying this, Battle looked at little Candy and said with a smile, I often hear my little niece mention you these days, a great hero. Weiss thought, this must be what Kemp told little Candy. Children always had some innocent thoughts, feeling that their uncle was a learning and worship object, and some descriptions would inevitably be exaggerated and distorted. So, he said with a humble and correct attitude, during the war, I was just one of the millions of federal people who rose up to resist the enemy's aggression and assumed the responsibility of curbing public order within my capacity. The truly great ones are those who sacrifice their lives for the country. At this point, Battle put away the smile on his face and sighed with a sad expression, poor Paul, he should have enjoyed a good life, but sacrificed on the battlefield. Let us pray for those who unfortunately passed away in this war. After a moment of silence, dinner began in a slightly heavy atmosphere. Looking at the dishes on the table, Weiss was filled with emotion. It was hard to imagine that such a handsome diplomat could make such a table of delicious dishes. He might be the best at cooking among diplomats, just as he was the best at designing firearms among governors. Those wild barbecues and makeshift thick soups couldn't compare to this table of exquisite dishes. The lamb chops were glowing with gold, leaving a fragrance in the mouth when eaten, the vegetables were as green as jade, perfectly retaining the sweetness of the vegetables, and the thickness of the thick soup was just right, and the taste was impeccable. This made Weiss wonder, did diplomats worry that the hired cooks were not safe, so they practiced a good skill of cooking? Sometimes, food does not need praise. You can see how satisfied people are with the dishes from their manners and expressions. The heavy atmosphere did not completely dissipate. Battle had no smile on his face, but only slightly raised the corners of his mouth. Before becoming a diplomat, I worked as a kitchen helper in the best hotel in Liberty City for 3 years. At that time, I went to school during the day and worked as a kitchen helper at the hotel at night. Paul was already an officer then. He paid for my tuition and gave me 20 krona for living expenses every month. These were actually enough, but we had lost our mother since we were young, and our father was busy running around for our life. It was rare for everyone to have a good meal all year round, so my dream as a child was to be a chef. Taking the opportunity of being a kitchen helper, I learned a lot of skills from that short-tempered but kind chef, which is one of the things I am most proud of. Hearing this, Weiss was a little moved, recalling Battle poking his head out of the kitchen when he first entered the door, with a bright smile on his face. That was the expression of feeling genuinely happy with his family. Such a table of good dishes, of course, could not be without good wine. From military academy to battlefield, from battlefield to shopping mall, Weiss slowly learned to drink and learned to taste wine. What Professor Little Yang asked Battle to take out to entertain guests was Golden Shell, a strong liquor that officers often drank, which was strong in the mouth and had a long aftertaste. Professor Little Yang didn't drink much. Weiss and Battle chatted and pushed cups and changed lamps while drinking. Unexpectedly, they finished a bottle, and both had entered a state of slight intoxication. Professor Little Yang coaxed Little Candy back to her room to sleep. When there was no third person present, Battle suddenly shed tears alone. Before, I was curious why Little Candy would call you Daddy. Meeting today, I found that you and Paul are indeed somewhat similar. You both have the same military temperament, and your expressions are just as proud and calm. You are both excellent. I hope you can take good care of them for Paul, promise me, take good care of them. Chapter 38, at most 3 years. The latest chapters of Iron Soul of Steel are updated the fastest. After a hearty meal, Weiss and Batrol walked out of Professor Yang's house together and headed towards the school gate. During their earlier conversation, they discovered they were born in the same month and year. Weiss was only 10 days older than him, yet he looked 2 or 3 years his senior, clearly a side effect of their military careers. The golden cannonball liquor was potent and intoxicating, yet smooth and didn't go to one's head. By the time they stepped outside, they felt mostly sober. At first, the two didn't speak, just walking forward in silence. In the quiet campus, it felt as though only the sound of the wind and their shuffling footsteps existed. As they walked, Batrol said, "It's a pity. I have to leave again, I really hate to go." "Back to Wessex?" Weiss asked casually. "Yes, it's a cold place. Not only is the weather cold, but people's hearts are cold too. Everything is so indifferent, I can't feel the warmth of home." Batrol rambled on. "Indeed, no matter how good the conditions are outside, they cannot compare to the warmth of one's own home," Weiss sighed sincerely. Being in Liberty City, he missed not only his home in Samsonas but also that other, true home, separated by an unknown distance. Actually, after this term ends, I will most likely be sent to the Norman Empire. Patrol lowered his voice. Oh. Weiss was slightly surprised. Although he was not a diplomat, he was aware of the Free Federation's foreign policy. Since diplomatic ties were severed 24 years ago, relations between the Free Federation and the Norman Empire had never been restored. Even during the long period of peace, their diplomatic communications had to be relayed through neutral third parties, to the point where an entire generation of Free Federation citizens based their impressions of the Norman Empire on rumors from taverns and cafes. Yes, with the joint efforts of the high-level officials on both sides, the normalization of diplomatic relations is only a matter of time. Perhaps after the new year, our first batch of diplomats will be sent there. Because I've been stationed in Wessex and am relatively familiar with the Normans, I'm considered a priority candidate. Patrol explained simply. Weiss said, everyone has their own value. Being able to utilize that value is better than accomplishing nothing. If it is a true normalization of diplomatic relations, it is something to be happy about, because dialogue is the best way to resolve conflicts and hatred. Perhaps because he had been drinking, or perhaps because he was about to leave his hometown again, Patrol felt a need to speak his mind, knowing that once he was back in work mode, many things could no longer be discussed freely. Weiss felt deeply about the military threat posed by the Norman Empire, especially after recent conversations with the governors in Nicola, which made him feel that while the current international situation appeared calm on the surface, it was actually rife with undercurrents. I don't know the Norman ruler, but I have had contact with Prince Barris, who holds the reins of military power. It's funny, actually, I was drinking at the same table as him at the time, but I didn't know his identity until later, when I found out he was such a prominent figure. Patrol shook his head as he said this. Clearly, he still held a grudge over those past events. No one likes being fooled or played for a fool, and perhaps because of his lack of vigilance, he had even treated the other party as someone he could communicate with. He is an ambitious man, Weiss said. I have also dealt with him, to be precise, I have met him 3 times. The first time, I thought he was just an ordinary Norman military academy student and paid him no mind. The second and third times were direct confrontations, and neither side emerged victorious. Yes, that's right. Patrol agreed. Ambitious, no less so than any of his ancestors. It's just that his ambition is hidden deeper due to his birth and status. I suspect that the normalization of diplomatic relations he is pushing for has ulterior motives. This will lead us to get closer to them for a period of time, as if all past hatred and conflict have dissipated in the sunlight. But when night falls, something terrible will emerge like a ghost and devour us. Perhaps, 3 years at most, 3 years at most. 3 years? Weiss was secretly shocked. The previous 2 wars were 20 years apart, and now it had only been a little over a year since the war ended. Even adding 3 more years, that was only 5 years. Was the time of peace really so short? Thinking of the bloody, tragic, and soul-devouring scenes from the war, Weiss couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. He wasn't afraid that he couldn't withstand that pressure, rather, he was afraid for this country and its people, terrified that they would fall back into the abyss of disaster, and that countless families would once again suffer the pain of losing loved ones. Furthermore, if there were only 3 years, even if he did his utmost and the people of Lorraine united as one, it would be impossible to prepare for war in such a short time. If preparations were insufficient, the braver they were, the more they would have to use their flesh and blood to resist the enemy's bayonets and guns. Weiss had vivid memories of the powerlessness he felt when facing the enemy's air units during the Lorraine guerrilla war. 3 years is too short, isn't it? Weiss asked Patrol, clinging to a shred of hope. 3 years is just an estimate. This estimate is not entirely without basis, it comes from some secret, strange, and suspicious events. It's my own judgment. Patrol pieced this sentence together somewhat incoherently. It was clear that he himself was still in a state of deep conflict and doubt. Although I am not a professional soldier, ever since my brother entered the military academy, I have learned a lot of common military knowledge from him. Do you know what I discovered? Patrol said, looking somewhat smug yet also fearful. They are dismantling Wessex, turning the Wessex army into a scattered mess. Many people think that given the current situation, the Normans should be using Wessex's strength to deal with the Free Federation, and that whenever Wessex possesses sufficient military strength, the Normans will launch a new round of attacks. That might take 10 or 20 years, but I think this line of thought shows a lack of understanding of the Normans. They will not trust the Wessex army, even if most of the Wessex high-ranking officials are on their side. At least in the memory of this generation, the people of Wessex still regard them as invaders. Therefore, all they want is Wessex's resources. They are wearing down the fighting spirit of the people of Wessex, letting the Wessex army become corrupt, just hoping that it won't become an obstacle to their expansion in a new war. With their stubbornness and arrogance, they are looking forward to a duel between knights, a duel between the Norman Empire and the Ulster Free Federation. In this duel, Wessex won't even count as a loyal servant. Weiss listened quietly and thought silently. The governor said that the civil strife in the Norman Empire had ended, and it was now steadily moving towards stabilizing public sentiment and reorganizing its military. Under the leadership of 2 young royals, the Norman army was gathering its strength again. Excluding the soldiers who died in the war, their army had not been fatally weakened. Their ground forces still held a technical and tactical advantage, the real shortcoming that needed to be addressed was their air units. Perhaps when they launch a new war depends on when they can complete the modernization of their air units. This really had no necessary connection to the people of Wessex. Therefore, although he was very reluctant, Weiss had to admit that the 3 years predicted by Patrol were not far-fetched, and might even be very close to the final answer. Seeing Weiss's prolonged silence, Patrol asked a common confirmatory question, do you think I'm right? Yes. Weiss replied. Your analysis is very insightful. Although it sounds frightening, it is indeed the worst case scenario we can foresee. Receiving confirmation, Patrol couldn't be happy. But what can I do? Go to the Norman Empire and try to persuade them to abandon this insidious and evil idea? Or pick up a pistol and take out their leaders at a banquet, plunging them back into civil strife? After saying this, he looked at Weiss and gave a bitter smile. Just kidding. A rational diplomat must never do anything that violates diplomatic rules under any circumstances. This is what Dr. Clotilde, the greatest diplomat of the last century, said. That senior was quite right, Weiss nodded. Impulse feels good for a moment, but the consequences can last for 10,000 years. Patrol said, it is said that they are already preparing special training courses for diplomats who will be stationed in the Norman Empire in the future, ensuring they can perform their duties in such a special and difficult environment. Do you know what this means? Even when my term ends and I return from Wessex, I will have to undergo new tests in a relatively closed environment. In this way, the time I can spend with little Candy will be pitifully short. If it weren't for this. Patrol didn't finish the second half of the sentence, but Weiss could understand it completely. He liked little Candy, and loved her by extension. Perhaps that feeling of affection was already there. If not for the limitations of his profession, he might have tried to be with them, the permanent kind. In the last war, my comrades in Lorraine and I put up a heroic and arduous resistance. Although we are proud of this victory, the process was far too tortuous, and I do not wish to repeat it. If another attack by the Norman Empire is unavoidable, then even if there are only 3 years left, we cannot give up. We must race against time and prepare for everything. Weiss said to Patrol, I think Lorraine could become a very important strategic stronghold in the next war. Patrol didn't respond, and the two fell silent again. After walking a short distance, they arrived at the hotel where they were staying. After saying good night to each other, Patrol suddenly stopped, turned, and said earnestly, take good care of them for us. Weiss nodded silently, but what he was calculating in his mind was more about the storm that would arrive at an unknown time. 3 weeks later, at the Mason train station, Nicola stepped off the first-class carriage and walked towards the familiar face waiting there. She was still dressed in handsome men's clothing, with only the pair of pointed boots revealing a distinctly feminine touch. Welcome, our long-awaited senior mechanic. Weiss said with a smile, polite and courteous. The person before him was no mere senior mechanic, she was clearly the one and only aircraft designer and ace pilot with an annual salary as high as 100 gold crowns. Chapter 39, Feather of the Falcon. On a cold winter day, the north wind howled. In the indoor shooting range of the Crumblehesen factory, Nicola wore a grey training suit and a duty belt, holding a sleek, oil-black Liberty-style assault rifle in her hands. She looked heroic and as imposing as ever. 400 feet in front of her, a square, silver-white metal object stood on the target range. The ace pilot focused her mind, straightened her posture, and pressed the stock firmly against her shoulder, aligning the target, the front sight, and her eye into a single line. The gunshots rang out, crisp and melodious, carrying a mysterious rhythm. 32 bullets, corresponding to 32 clinking sounds, every shot hit the target. This was the standard level for an outstanding graduate of the Baston Military Academy. After emptying the magazine, Nicola put down the high-performance assault rifle and picked up a large-caliber shotgun from the nearby table, which had a simple construction and a heavy feel. This thing was equipped with 2 types of ammunition, one was buckshot for small targets with a shorter effective range, and the other was steel slugs for large animals with a longer range. Its power was comparable to a small-caliber autocannon, a single shot was enough to blast the head of a large animal into pieces. Using this shotgun, Nicola fired 6 steel slugs in succession. Despite the immense recoil, every shot still hit the target, though the sound coming from the target changed from clink to thud. Amidst Weiss's clicking tongue of admiration, Nicola waited quietly for the workers to bring over the piece of silver metal. After the devastation of 32 assault rifle rounds and 6 shotgun slugs, the metal was pockmarked and no longer as flat as it had been initially, but surprisingly, not a single spot had been completely penetrated. Looking at the piece of metal that was the size of half a person and 2 fingers thick, Nicola was lost in thought. She weighed it repeatedly in her hands and then said, very good. This should be the lightweight, sturdy metal material we have been looking for. Perhaps, its only drawback is that it is too expensive. If used for the entire aircraft, even calculating at 1,000 pounds per unit, it would double the production cost of the fighter. Addressing Nicola's concerns, Weiss explained, the high cost is because it is still in the small batch trial stage, and many processes use laboratory techniques. Once we explore and summarize a commercial method suitable for mass production, the unit price will drop by 80 to 90%. In that case, the total aircraft cost would increase by about 20 to 30%, which is completely acceptable compared to the improvement in protective performance. What is their opinion? Nicola was referring to the metallurgy experts at the Ulster Institute of Technology, a matter Weiss had taken care of when he went to Liberty City to visit her last time. It is a product of combining theory and practice, and it seems to have reached the perfect balance between hardness and toughness. We have already submitted a patent application, Weiss answered confidently. Looking at this old partner who seemed like a miser but actually invested large sums of money into public welfare, Nicola put her hands on her hips and said, don't expect the Starry Sky Group to be as generous as Grumman. They are very cautious in their estimates of commercial prospects and expected profits. Moreover, when their market share is in an ideal state, their thirst for new technology is far less intense than Grumman's. Weiss smiled and said, one invests in the present, the other invests in the future, naturally, the asking price is different. From a commercial perspective, we are not in a hurry to sell the new material technology. But once the situation worsens, the Federal Army's demand for new all-metal aircraft will far exceed that for Liberty-style assault rifles, I mean in terms of value, not just quantity. Nicola put down the metal piece. If it weren't for the threat from the Norman Empire, we really wouldn't need to be so urgent in developing new materials. From this perspective, it seems the Normans' ambition is driving the Federation's technological progress. They are always thinking about annexing this world. Making every inch of land on this planet belong to them. What is the point of that? Even if they achieve this wish, so what? Do they want to sprinkle gold leaf on their lamb chops? Trying to wake up a group of people deeply mired in greedy desires is no different from making a beast give up killing, Weiss said. The world knew of the Normans' ambition. Probing any further would turn this into a question of social philosophy. Next, Weiss changed the subject. The material is fine. Our next step is to manufacture a prototype. What is your take on the plan? If you need funding support from the Starry Sky Group, then a detailed feasibility report is required. If you are raising the funds yourselves for verification, then you can start right now, Nicola said straightforwardly. Due to President Leopold's anger, she had helplessly left the Starry Sky Group, but not truly left. Instead, she was sent to Lorraine as their marketing director, responsible for coordinating and promoting the specific affairs of the new metal material and aircraft application project. To facilitate the work, they also specially dispatched 2 technical experts to help, forming a small team led by Nicola. This contradicted the order President Leopold had issued to the Starry Sky Group in his rage. The Starry Sky Group's feigned compliance could be understood as their judgment of the true relationship between the father and daughter, as well as a decision made to protect their own interests. My personal suggestion is to use the Falcon design blueprints, replace them with the new metal material to build a prototype, and then conduct tests. When making this suggestion, Weiss himself was not confident. Although the Falcon aircraft was small in size and its total weight was not much more than those agricultural cedars, it was a standard military aircraft. Prototype testing after replacing the main material was not much different from the original prototype testing, which meant there were huge risks in the test flight phase, and test pilots were required to be experienced and technically solid. The pilots Nicola helped recruit were technically qualified, but they hadn't reached the level of test pilots. And President Leopold had already blown a fuse a while ago. If he knew his precious daughter was helping test fly new aircraft in Lorraine, while he might not hang Weiss up and beat him, the feelings of an old father should still be considered. Nicola thought for a moment, if we want to be more efficient, it's best to use your agricultural aircraft as a blueprint for prototype trial production. Although this type of aircraft has slow speed and poor maneuverability, as long as there are no major changes in its performance after switching to the new metal material, it will prove the feasibility of combining this new type of material with aircraft. The next step would be to let the Starry Sky Group test it on a fighter plane. Although it's divided into 2 steps and will take longer, I think it should be more secure. This was a good suggestion, Weiss thought, especially since it transferred the risks of the second phase to the Starry Sky Group. Furthermore, he remembered that the first all-metal aircraft on Earth was not a fighter, but an attack aircraft used to perform ground attack missions. Speed and maneuverability were secondary. The main requirement was that the fuselage be sturdy enough to withstand attacks from small-caliber ground guns. Or we could use existing production equipment and components to design a monoplane. After some thought, Nicola proposed another new suggestion. In the field of firearm design, Weiss gave the impression of being a genius designer, and it seemed to be the same in aerodynamics. Otherwise, the Normans wouldn't have caught him and Nicola to improve their aircraft. But in fact, he was more like a famous Dongguo Mr. A fraud. The various design plans and improvement suggestions he proposed required technical personnel to go through repeated, continuous practical testing and adjustments before they could possibly be realized. However, in this era, at least in the Federation, few people could be called true aerodynamics experts. Instead, there were a large group of people burying their heads all day researching devices that combined generators, batteries, and the like with star source stones. They were genuine electrical experts. Nicola clearly had a mysterious trust in Weiss. She smiled and said, as long as the two of us join forces, what else can't we handle? Weiss scratched his head with a bitter smile. All right. I agree with your point, but there is one requirement. Before Weiss could finish, Nicola waved her hand impatiently. Got it, got it. Can't be a test pilot, right? Can't be seen flying the plane by others, right? Can't do this, can't do that. What kind of fun is there in life like this? Standing at just the right position, Weiss reached out and touched this person who was puffed up like a pufferfish. Regardless, having someone worry about you every day is better than having no one care. Furthermore, his starting point is for your safety, not to bind your nature. Otherwise, would you be able to be here chatting with me in this attire? When did you become a nagging uncle too? Nicola rolled her eyes at him unceremoniously, then picked up the Liberty-style assault rifle and ammunition from the table again, using target shooting to vent the frustration in her heart. Weiss stood aside, quietly watching her ravage the target, his thoughts drifting far away. Compared to ordinary aircraft that followed aerodynamics, new types of fighter planes using star source stones could largely escape the planet's own gravity, fly to heights several times the normal ceiling, and carry payloads several times that of ordinary aircraft. Except for being expensive, there seemed to be no obvious flaws, which is why they were regarded by the Normans as the dagger of God capable of changing the course of the war. However, in the Frisia campaign at the end of the war, the more than 200 new fighter jets deployed by the Normans could not stop the sky-covering Federation aircraft at all. In fact, in one-on-one situations, there were records of them being shot down by Federation Army fighters. This was thanks to the efforts of ace pilots like Nicola. By testing captured Norman fighters, they discovered a very important situation: when using star source stones to provide levitation power, whether heavily armored or lightly equipped, the Normans' hybrid-powered aircraft were actually inferior in maneuverability to pure aerodynamic propeller planes. Pilots of the same level could completely crush the Normans' new fighters using the Falcon in aerial combat tests. If it weren't for the fact that the machine guns equipped on the Falcon could only penetrate the heavy armor of enemy aircraft at extremely close range, over the skies of Frisia, the Normans' flight units would not only have been unable to turn the tide, but would have been skewered and roasted on a fire by their opponents. However, given the Normans' emphasis on and keenness for military technology, they could not ignore the lessons learned from the Frisia campaign, and related work would not stagnate with the signing of the Armistice Agreement. Therefore, pinning hopes on an improved version of the Falcon to continue suppressing the enemy and dominating the blue skies was unrealistic. On one hand, it was necessary to continuously develop new technologies, and on the other hand, it was also necessary to figure out the enemy's new direction. Chapter 40, Integration of Military and Civilians, fastest update to the latest chapter of Iron Soul of Steel. During the cold winter, whether it was civilian infrastructure, national defense engineering construction, or various outdoor activities, everything decreased significantly. However, this did not mean people had nothing to do. For decision-makers, this was an important time for calm reflection, careful summarization, and meticulous planning. They examined reality, discussed strategies, and formulated plans in front of fireplaces. Those who were down to earth even braved the severe cold to conduct necessary field inspections and perfect their plans, waiting to quickly launch and advance them when spring arrived. During this period, Weiss had frequent dealings with General Friss, the commander of the 17th National Defense Division of the Lorraine Garrison. On one hand, they were negotiating how to implement military-civilian projects related to the garrison. On the other hand, because the military high command had summarized the shortcomings of the previous war and established the general direction for the reform of the military mobilization system, they had initially selected 5 federal states for pilot exploration. Lorraine, which had been completely occupied by the Normans during the war, was one of these 5 pilot federal states. The so-called military mobilization system broadly covered related fields such as the reserve military system, national training and mobilization, and the production of equipment and materials. Analyzing the 2 major wars that occurred in the past 30 years, it was not difficult to find that the Federal Army's reserve military system and wartime production transition did not have major problems. The more obvious shortcoming lay in national training. From the perspective of economy and security, the Federal Army adopted a mixed conscription system. Apart from regular troops and reserve soldiers at all levels, it did not provide universal military training to ordinary citizens. This traditional military system could maximize economic development and cope with most military conflicts. However, with the accumulation and development of the Norman Empire, the last 2 wars were characterized by comprehensiveness, sustainability, and high intensity. Although the Federal Army had supplemented enough troops through multiple batches of national defense mobilization and wartime mobilization, a considerable number of new recruits had not received sufficient training before going to the battlefield, leading to a series of adverse consequences such as increased casualty rates, lowered morale, and a surge in pensions. Therefore, the Supreme Military Council of the Federation spared no effort to promote the reform of the military mobilization system after the war, requiring planned and targeted military training for the general public during peacetime, so as to conduct deep-level mobilization when threatened by war. Once a war broke out, if as many troops as possible could be mobilized in the shortest time, even if the enemy broke through the border defense line and entered the Federation, they would be constrained everywhere and unable to move an inch in the vast ocean of people's war. Among the more than 30 million population of Lorraine, there were 9 million healthy, age-appropriate males registered by the government, which was equivalent to the total number of the Federal Army mobilized at the beginning of the last Great War, and Lorraine was just one of the 27 federal states. Of course, this was only the theoretical maximum number. To maintain the industry, agriculture, and various fields of economic society in this place, it was impossible to pull all the men to the front line, but even if only half of the half were mobilized, a surprisingly large force could be formed. During the war, under the demonstration and leadership of the Lorraine guerrilla fighters led by Weiss, guerrilla movements flourished across Lorraine. According to incomplete statistics, at the peak of the guerrilla movement, there were hundreds of thousands of fighters involved in guerrilla armed forces, while the Norman assault troops numbered at most over 100,000, the guerrilla forces had a several-fold numerical advantage over the invaders. Although the weapons and tactical conditions of both sides were vastly different, this numerical advantage still offered the possibility of driving the enemy out. Summarizing afterwards, people found that the reason the guerrilla forces could not form such a prairie fire and deal greater blows to the enemy was because the military literacy of most of them was really too low, almost equivalent to civilians, and all their equipment was in short supply. When the Supreme Military Council of the Federation was vigorously promoting the reform of the military mobilization system, people of insight everywhere also called for the establishment of a mobilization and training system that combined military and civilians. With the progress of the reform, the Federation Army was able to take the opportunity of updating standard equipment to distribute a large amount of old equipment used in wartime to the local areas, with local garrison troops leading the military-civilian training. The old warlords had a famous saying, "When the machine gun sounds, gold costs 10,000 taels." This referred to both the gains of war and the eternal truth that war burns money. Whether it was war mobilization or peacetime training, a large amount of funds was needed to maintain it. The Ulster Free Federation had powerful industrial strength, and for many years the government had been full in the national treasury. However, after the devastation of the war, coupled with the post-war tax reduction policy, it finally fell to the point where funds were stretched. General Friss met with Weiss several times and mentioned that the military's training funds were far from meeting the needs of military civilian training tasks. The Supreme Military Council and the General Staff Headquarters required the 17th National Defense Division to organize training for at least 400,000 age-appropriate citizens every year, with each person training for no less than a week, and during this week, live-fire shooting of no less than 50 rounds. The military could provide sufficient guarantees for ammunition, but gathering these civilians to various training grounds of the garrison, travel expenses, meal expenses, and necessary equipment and materials other than firearms and ammunition had a large gap, which required local assistance to raise. In order to promote local development, Weiss had spent the entire annual budget of the Lorraine state government in the half-year since taking office, and had also taken on a lot of debt, so it was impossible to bear such huge military civilian training funds. Fortunately, the folk customs of Lorraine were tough. During the war, it was repeatedly invaded by foreign enemies, making the public particularly enthusiastic about national defense, so it was feasible to raise training funds from the private sector. Under the call and mobilization of Weiss and the state government, enterprises and the public donated money one after another. To avoid unnecessary waste of such donations, the state government and the 17th National Defense Division jointly established a military civilian training committee, proactively inviting the Federal Security Inspection Department to send inspectors to manage the funds raised by all parties, publish them regularly, and use them cautiously. With the enthusiastic support of all sectors in Lorraine, after the spring began, the first phase of military civilian training was successfully carried out. 100,000 young people of appropriate age from various towns used the training grounds and barracks of the garrison for a week of national defense training equivalent to reserve intensity. In addition to raising various materials needed for training for the participants, another important guarantee was to let enterprises and factories continue to pay wages during the workers' short leave, to ensure they had no worries about life. In this regard, the Lorraine Industrialists Alliance played a very good leading role, and factory owners responded one after another to the call of the state government and the military, rotating 1/4 of the workers to participate in this training. In addition to conventional training, given that Lorraine was in the western part of the Federation, and crossing the Monomolan Mountains was the sphere of influence of the Norman Empire, in order to strengthen the response to various emergencies, Weiss negotiated with the Federal Security Inspection Department and the garrison to establish a local emergency prevention mechanism. The Corps was to establish a joint emergency squad, dispatching 50 officers and soldiers from the Reconnaissance Battalion directly under the 17th National Defense Division, 10 armed inspectors from the Federal Security Inspection Department, and 50 police officers from the State Police Department, and inviting several instructors from the Special Operations Unit to conduct comprehensive training. Although this emergency squad only had more than 100 people, in terms of mobility and professionalism, it was more effective than the traditional warning and prevention mechanisms of the past. Weiss personally served as the honorary captain of this emergency squad and donated a batch of freestyle assault rifles, new grenades, and a full set of equipment in the name of the Krumble-Hessen factory, making this elite force armed to the teeth. They used the complexity of the climate during the transition between winter and spring to organize strict field drills and combat training, striving to reach the entry standard of the Special Operations Unit. Ample preparation was for emergencies. If possible, people would rather such emergencies never happen, but emergencies always arrived in a way that caught people off guard. In an operation led by the Federal Security Inspection Department to arrest suspected personnel, the other party used force during the escape, wounding 2 inspectors and 1 policeman in the exchange of fire, and then fled. Subsequently, the Federal Security Inspection Department joined forces with the garrison and police personnel to search and arrest them. This was the first actual combat operation of the emergency squad. To support the operation, the agricultural aviation team formed by the Klemper-Hessen family also joined in. They started from Slin, tracked along the possible escape range of the target, and their operational efficiency was higher than the airships and military aircraft of the Federation Army stationed in Slin. They discovered the escape trail of 1 hostile person, locking the target for ground personnel and subsequent military personnel arriving by airships. In a situation where there was no way to escape, this hostile person chose to commit suicide by shooting, while his other companion had already dispersed and fled earlier, using the terrain to hide his figure. The garrison, police personnel, and inspectors had to open a huge search net, but failed to find the trace of this person that day. After a night of searching, hope seemed to become slim. Under these circumstances, conventional methods could no longer work. Weiss personally went out and formed the strongest CP in the Lorraine Civil Aviation Circle with Nicola to conduct an aerial search of the suspicious area. With his special vision, Weiss found the suspicious person in a mountain COL on the afternoon of the second day, guiding the ground troops to surround and block him. This person eventually committed suicide by shooting as well. Although it was regrettable that no live captives were caught, the items found on them and the materials searched from their temporary residence basically concluded that they were personnel sent by the Norman Empire to spy on intelligence. Their targets were the situation of the Federal Army's military facilities, military industrial production, and various industrial facilities in Lorraine, which also matched the previous guesses of the Federal Security Inspection Department. After this incident, the federal military and security departments realized that the security system for preventing enemy infiltration during peacetime was still lacking. Weiss took this opportunity to propose the construction of a new civil military aviation flight school, with technical support provided by the military, and incorporated it into the military civilian training system. This proposal was quickly approved by the military high command. Given the dense population of residents in cities and industrial areas and the large number of young and middle-aged adults, Weiss and the garrison discussed setting up military civilian training points in various industrial areas and towns with many schools. The military and police departments jointly set up standing material warehouses. Workers in industrial areas could use nighttime and weekends for rotational training, while in middle and high schools, students of appropriate age could use winter and summer vacations and weekends to participate in military training. In this way, it could not only disperse the pressure of organizing resident training and achieve the effect of accumulating over time, allowing more people to receive formal national defense training, but on the other hand, these military training could play an auxiliary role in public security. It only needed to lay telephone lines for them, and in necessary situations, personnel with auxiliary military capabilities could be mobilized to participate in actions. Taking the action of capturing the two hostile elements as a case study, the Lorraine state government, together with the garrison and personnel dispatched by the Federal Security Inspection Department, formulated several contingency plans for different situations, and subsequently held 2 anti-infiltration exercises of a certain scale, which achieved very good results. Not long after, the military high command sent an observation group to inspect the military-civilian training situation in the Lorraine region. For Weiss and Brooks, this observation group had a very familiar old face, General Punk. Nowadays, his status had changed to the Secretary General of the Federation Military and Civilian Combat Training Committee. This old officer was Weiss's direct superior during the Second Lorraine Guerrilla War, and also Brooks's old superior when he was in the Military Intelligence Department. For the work carried out by the two former subordinates in Lorraine, this old officer naturally gave high affirmation. Affirmation alone was not enough. Under his strong recommendation, the federal military decided to take Lorraine as a demonstration, list the Civil Aviation School as a military-civilian training point, and promote typical examples such as the combination of highways and wartime airports as military-civilian cooperation projects, and gave certain commendations to the state government, the garrison, and the local Federal Security Inspection Department. The military high command also set the joint exercise in the spring of this year in Lorraine and the Nash Adder Federal State, and named it Western Front. Chapter 41, The Ordinary Genius. The spring and autumn grand maneuvers were a traditional program of the Federal Army, a large-scale exercise model designed to ensure troop combat effectiveness by simulating actual combat conditions. Although, judging by the situation in the previous war, these exercises did not truly achieve the expected results. Without them, the performance of the Federal Army on the battlefield might have been even more unsatisfactory. Therefore, after the war ended, this form of training continued, with more combat and adversarial elements added to the original foundation. The focus was on upgrading offensive and defensive tactical concepts based on lessons learned during the war. Offense emphasized mechanization, mobility, and speed, striving to seize the opponent's vital points and deliver a fatal blow. Defense emphasized elastic defense, active defense, and proactive defense, rather than the impregnable positional defense war previously implemented. To understand the strength of an army, compared to daily basic training, watching these large-scale joint maneuvers was undoubtedly a more ideal way. This was true for the high-level Federal Army, and even more so for foreign powers intending to know the true strength of the Federal Army, especially potential hostile forces. Weiss had encountered a bizarre enemy infiltration incident during his first participation in the autumn grand maneuvers and had lost quite a few companions. Now, the maneuvers were being held in Lorraine and the Neuchâtel Federal State. For the local government and the public, beyond a meager sense of honor, it seemed like a high-difficulty final exam. They had to vacate various transportation facilities for the Army to use, and normal resident travel and industrial economic operations also had to give way to this large-scale exercise. Although this was a national duty and an unshirkable responsibility, it ultimately brought a lot of inconvenience to everyone and increased a lot of workload. Politicians would use such opportunities to connect with high-level military officials or make friends with other figures in the Army to cultivate personal relationships, but this was an insignificant factor in the face of the general trend. About a month before the spring grand maneuvers officially began, the military began various preparations in the designated exercise area. This was the busiest time for staff officers, from the General Staff Headquarters to the staff headquarters of various corps and the Senior Staff College, as well as cadet officers from other military academies. They were all active in the southwest of the Neuchâtel Federal State and the northwest of Lorraine, preparing various plans for the upcoming grand maneuvers. The preset exercise plans were only rough outlines, directional guidelines, mainly for surveying and designing the predetermined positions of the participating troops. Because the exercise process strongly emphasized combat and confrontation, the traditional form of presetting routes and letting participating troops walk like they were on a catwalk was cancelled. Participating troops could play freely within the established rules and pre-planned regulations, fully utilizing various geographical and equipment conditions to achieve their goals. As the Governor of Lorraine and Secretary General of the Lorraine Military Training Mobilization Committee, Weiss was busy running around during this month, coordinating all parties, and also met with many staff officers who came to Lorraine. Among them, some were his classmates at the Delafig Senior Staff College, and some were his alumni from the Baston Military Academy. If it weren't for many vibrant military academy classmates who had rushed to the front lines due to the tight war situation and fallen before they could show their true talents, Weiss would have seen more familiar faces here. The chief staff officer for the spring grand maneuvers was the military genius that Nicola had mentioned to Weiss before, Colonel Ben Timney. For nearly half a century, the chief staff officer of the Federal Army's spring or autumn grand maneuvers had always been a general. Without exception, even the most talented young prodigies only had a chance if they reached the rank of brigadier general or above. And Ben Timney was the first in half a century to serve as the chief staff officer of the maneuvers with the rank of colonel. The reason he was able to stand out among the brilliant group of staff officers after the war was inseparable from his academic achievements at the Delafig Senior Staff College. As Nicola said, the blitzkrieg theory he researched and summarized was novel, bold, and creative, rippling through the stagnant water of the strategic and tactical field, thus entering the vision of the military high command. This spring grand maneuvers was undoubtedly an excellent stage for him to show his strategic planning capabilities to the high command. Upon first meeting this renowned genius staff officer, Weiss was a bit disappointed because he looked like a kind, ordinary middle-aged man. He was in his 40s and looked somewhat similar to the financial manager of the Krumblhesen factory. He spoke in a refined manner, without any sharpness or hostility. Placing this colonel in a crowd, if he weren't wearing a military uniform, few people would remember his face at a glance, because his appearance and temperament seemed too mediocre. The previous war lasted for more than 3 years. This genius staff officer spent more than half of that time studying military theory at the Delafig Senior Staff College, and the rest of the time helping out at the General Staff Headquarters, which is to say, he never spent a single day in frontline troops during the war. Tracing back to the pre-war years, he did spend nearly 10 years in grassroots troops. Judging from his own resume, this was an interesting middle-aged man. He first graduated from the Ulster Institute of Technology with a major in mechanical engineering, which was a hot major. Back then, one could almost step into a middle-class income level upon graduation, but he chose to join the army, starting from a grassroots sergeant, slowly promoting to lieutenant over 10 years, and then entering the Delafig Senior Staff College to study. His grades at the time were said to be not particularly outstanding, but he gained the favor of the then dean, stayed on to teach after graduation, accumulated knowledge over time, and became a legendary figure in the tactical field of this college. His works appeared in various tactical tutorials. The pinnacle of military theory research is usually reflected in wargaming, and Colonel Bentimney was indeed like this. In the federal military circle, few people could win 3 games in a row against him. As long as it was a 5-game tactical wargame, he could lose the first 2 games, but he would definitely be able to win back the last 3. This was his greatest skill. Due to duty limitations, Weiss needed to coordinate various affairs and couldn't go with this group of top-tier staff officers to the designated exercise area to survey terrain and design plans, so the opportunity to communicate and spar face-to-face with this genius staff officer was extremely rare. This was inevitably a bit regrettable. Fortunately, before the exercise began, the staff officers rested briefly in Mason, and he finally caught an opportunity to spar with this genius staff officer in a wargame. Witnessed by many staff officers, Weiss won the first 2 games, but starting from the critical 3rd game, he found that his tactical routines were almost within the opponent's expectations. No matter how he changed his moves, he could not escape the opponent's seemingly plain but actually sharp eyes. The opponent's moves began to become fierce and lethal, making it difficult for Weiss to parry. Through these 5 war games, he learned the strength of a military genius and also realized how lucky he was to have defeated the visiting representatives of the Norman Empire Royal Military Academy back then, while also feeling regret that this genius staff officer could not play a greater role in the previous war. Unfortunately, the real world doesn't have that many ifs. Putting someone who is good at wargaming and theoretical research in a commander's position might not necessarily guarantee perfection. After all, the war between the Federal Army and the Norman Army was not a 5-game wargame. If early losses could not be stopped in time, one might fall into a bottomless abyss and lose the capital to turn the situation around. The spring grand maneuvers were about to kick off, and the Allied forces from various garrison areas arrived in Lorraine and the Neuchâtel Federal State one after another. Some troops took flight transport ships directly to the assembly area, while others arrived at the branch line terminal by train and then switched to inland river boats or cars to reach the designated location. This busy and tense scene stirred up Weiss's memories of the Baston Military Academy. Although it was hard, life was simple and fulfilling. Once the exercise began, because it was confidential, even the administrative governor of Lorraine could not participate in the details of the exercise and could only offer well wishes from afar. And shortly after the exercise began, Mr. Brooks, a first-class inspector of the Federal Security Inspection Department, knocked on his office door once again, and still chose a time after work when few staff members were around. The big shot looked worried. Even without a third party present, he intentionally lowered his voice. We received intelligence from the perimeter. The Normans are at it again. Isn't that normal? Weiss said calmly. If the Normans didn't come, that would be the strange thing. That said, Weiss didn't dare to take this matter lightly at all. He poured tea for Brooks and signaled for him to take a sip before explaining in detail. This is a very secretive lead. During the war, the Normans controlled many people in Lorraine through coercion, bribery, and other means. Some were independent libertarians, some were purely greedy for money, and others had their families threatened. But regardless of the type, after the war ended, a significant portion continued to work for the Normans. They have legitimate identities as covers, and their contact with the Normans during the war was secretive. Those who knew the inside story, or those who knew, have already disappeared. Therefore, it is very difficult to ferret these people out. Although Weiss had his own special methods, with a population of over 30 million in Lorraine, it was impossible for him to identify them one by one. Only by narrowing the scope of suspicion could he use his special vision to discern the true inclinations of these people, and then classify them for targeted handling. This lead points in 3 directions. First, the informant knows the approximate number and equipment status of the exercise troops entering Lorraine. Second, the intelligence mentions a significant number of unit designations, and all these designations are correct. Third, the intelligence mentions the high-level commanders and key staff officers of the exercise troops. Aside from within the military, those who could access these 3 types of information might point to departments under the state government. My personal speculation is that the 3 most suspicious departments are the police department, the transportation department, and your secretary's office. Brooks listed 3 categories of suspicious groups. The first 2 involved hundreds of staff members, while the third involved only 5 or 6 people. Weiss calmly observed his expression, wondering if there was any subtext to his words to rule out suspicious personnel within the state government. He only needed to gather them and examine them thoroughly with his own sharp eyes. But if the problem lay with himself, with the governor of the Lorraine federal state, it would be a completely different matter for the Federal Security Inspection Department for Brooks. First, such a massive mobilization could easily alert the enemy and also disrupt the current order. Second, digging out the enemy's intelligence agents wouldn't solve all the problems. Previously, 2 hostile agents were discovered and committed suicide when cornered. There's no guarantee that the current latent enemy personnel won't take such extreme measures. If one wants to extract more clues from them and find a way to root out the enemy's intelligence network within Lorraine, one must play the long game. Do you have any leads? Weiss asked. After the Lorraine Industrialists Alliance was established, he and the resistance organization were very concerned about the punishment of those traitors, but because their organization was non-official, with members coming from many different towns and working in various niche sectors of the industrial field, digging for suspicious personnel in the name of the organization would inevitably cause unnecessary confusion and impact. Therefore, Weiss only instructed his partners to pay a little more attention in their daily lives and to provide any clues to the government or military in a timely manner. Professional matters should be left to professionals. Brooks indicated that his thoughts were aligned with the direction Weiss had just mentioned. If you want to dig, you have to root out the enemy entirely. You can't just treat the head when the head aches and the foot when the foot aches this way. You'd never know when these hidden dangers would be completely eradicated. Since the Federal Security Inspection Department moved into Lorraine, they had spent a lot of energy in this area and had collected quite a bit of intelligence and clues. The large net they were weaving had already begun to take shape, and they were just waiting for the threads to become clearer before they could close it. After thinking for a while, Weiss said to Brooks, I can give you an accurate answer in the next few days regarding whether there are any latent enemy personnel in the Secretary's office. If there are, we will start from them to trace the clues. If not, then the next step will be to start with the police department, followed by the transportation department. Brooks looked at Weiss with some concern. How confident are you? I am very accurate at reading people and have never missed, Weiss replied confidently. Brooks nodded. In addition, I heard that the bill to establish a trade port on the western border has been approved by a majority of members of Congress and is likely to be implemented in the near future. This means that the mobility of personnel will increase, and the channels for the enemy to spy on intelligence will increase as well. If the bill passes, we cannot unilaterally stop its implementation, nor can we completely eliminate enemy infiltration. The commander's plan is to use this opportunity to find latent enemy personnel within the Federation. In other words, we will start from the intelligence agents transmitting messages on one hand, and investigate the transit channels on the other, acting in 2 directions. After listening, Weiss nodded thoughtfully, thinking to himself, this isn't the work you're supposed to be doing, why are you telling me this? Brooks continued, from what I've heard, Lorraine will have at least one trade port located in the Monomolan Mountains. Its geographical conditions fit the concept of a trade port well. There is only air transport, and ground access is difficult. Other countries will transport goods to the trade port via flying transport ships, and we will also transport goods there for exchange. This can minimize the flow of personnel, though it cannot be completely eliminated, of course. Whether this trade port will be managed centrally by the federal government or by the local federal state is still a matter of dispute in Congress, and the bill will eventually provide the answer. If it is managed by the state government, I hope you will have a proper response plan. After all, the Federal Security Inspection Department cannot keep a force of this size stationed in Lorraine forever. We hope to complete our mission within 6 months, or by the end of the year at the latest, and then focus more energy on the eastern region. Since the war ended, the originally peaceful eastern region has become rather unstable. Many individuals with suspicious identities have infiltrated the Federation from the sea, obtaining false identities through some secret channels and mixing in among us. This is a very terrifying thing because our military defense in the east is the weakest. We have always believed that the enemy could not attack us by sea. However, with the development of military technology, we cannot pin our hopes on the bad weather of the Sea of Fury, we must make thorough preparations. Therefore, the focus of our next phase of work will shift from the west to the east. Weiss, limited by the federal system and his own information channels, had not known about what Brooks mentioned in advance. In fact, at the previous commanders' meeting, there were only slight rumors, and no such definitive news. So, he tentatively asked, where would that port be? If it is established, I mean. Brooks hesitated for a moment, then uttered a place name that was very familiar to Weiss, Belakasar. Yes, Belakasar Pass, the place where he first met Ze during the war, and also the place where he first displayed his courage and boldness on the Western Front. In that brutal battle, they captured a flying warship that the Norman army had been forced to land, and almost seized the enemy's Star Source stone equipment. If this technical secret had been unlocked earlier, the war could have ended at least a year earlier, which was also a significant regret for Weiss during the war. Belakasar is a place with very dangerous terrain. It is surrounded by cliffs and steep slopes on 3 sides, and only the eastern side facing Lorraine is difficult to pass through. The western side is the ally of the Normans, the Kingdom of Basel. Chapter 42, Lightning Power. Throughout the spring grand maneuvers, Weiss kept a nervous watch for any news regarding hostile elements. To cope with all possible scenarios, the emergency squad cancelled their leave and remained on full alert. To ensure operational efficiency, the squad was stationed in 3 locations, Valence, Soms-Onaz, and Mason. Valence is a key industrial town in northern Lorraine, supplying electricity to most of the region and producing a large quantity of industrial goods. It is considered the secondary industrial center of Lorraine. Mason is the capital of Lorraine, serving as its political, economic, and industrial hub. The equipment and supplies used for military exercises, as well as official information exchange channels, were all concentrated here, making it a critical target easily eyed by the enemy. Samsonas is located between Valence and Mason. Although its strategic importance is no longer what it once was, the Free Lorraine Canal Industrial Zone houses a number of high-tech factories, and with the new military production lines of the Krumble-Hessen factory, it is also highly susceptible to the covetous gaze of hostile personnel. Furthermore, an agricultural and forestry aviation team is stationed in Samsonas. This is the most mobile force of the non-official organization, which is conducive to exercising the effects of civil-military cooperation and joint civil-military defense. However, until the grand maneuvers concluded, no hostile personnel ever emerged from the darkness. Of course, there were two possibilities. One was that the enemy was intimidated by the strict vigilance of the Lorraine military and civilians and dared not take major action. The other possibility was that they were operating in such secrecy that they went undetected. Regardless of which, this extremely difficult period had finally passed. The troops began to return to their respective garrisons. As one of the hosts, Weiss closely monitored the various arrangements for the troops' return, fearing that an accident might occur during this final, easily overlooked phase. Fortunately, his concerns did not materialize. Just as the various units were essentially withdrawing from Lorraine and life was about to return to its original state, he met again with that genius staff officer who had engaged in a brilliant clash with him in the war game not long ago. In the Mason Liaison Office of the 17th National Defense Division, Colonel Bentimni, General Friss, and Weiss sat around a very ordinary tea table, drinking very ordinary tea, and chatting about some very ordinary topics. Halfway through the tea, Bentimni turned from small talk to the main topic. Before his departure, he had invited the two together because he wanted to discuss some military topics. General Friss had rich command and management experience in frontline units, while Officer Klemper-Heesen possessed both extensive military experience and the rare experience of commanding guerrilla operations, and was also a rising star in politics. He felt that discussing these topics with the two of them would create excellent complementarity. The build-up and flattery combined had taken over half an hour. Was this the daily style of a staff officer? Weiss muttered to himself. Of course, he still held great respect for this genius staff officer who had been able to defeat him in the war game, but this respect created a subtle conflict with his overly ordinary appearance and temperament, making him always feel a bit uncomfortable. What I want to talk about today is the tactical theory I mentioned before. When Colonel Bentimni said this, his gaze was fixed on Weiss. Thanks to the many military books and magazines about World War II he had read during his leisure time back then, Weiss could articulate a more profound understanding of blitzkrieg than those around him. Combined with principles that aligned with battlefield practice, his previous two conversations with Colonel Bentimni had already caught the colonel's attention through this communication. He must have gained something from this spring grand maneuvers and also discovered new problems, Weiss thought to himself. Bentimni indeed said, to be honest with you both, in the just concluded grand maneuvers, we encountered some unavoidable problems. It feels like theories that were perfect on paper have many insurmountable obstacles in reality. Because he had not personally participated in the spring grand maneuvers, Weiss had to adopt an attentive posture, listening to Colonel Bentimni elaborate. Friss was a direct participant in the exercise, but limited by his role, his perspective was clearly not as high as that of the Chief of Staff. Since many aspects of the grand maneuvers involved classified information, Colonel Bentimni could only outline the process, focusing on his personal views. Simply put, the purpose of this spring grand maneuvers was to test the assault capabilities of mechanized units and to study how to conduct active defense. On the vast grasslands in the southwest of the Nash-Adder Federal State, the attacking force demonstrated powerful offensive capabilities during ground operations, using various tactics such as infiltration, encirclement, and splitting to crush the exercise units playing the defensive side. In the mountains and forests of northwestern Lorraine, the attacking side imitated the tactical routines used by the Norman army in the previous Great War, adopting tactics of ground advancement and aerial leaps to launch attacks in a more multidimensional mechanized manner, similarly smashing the defensive side to pieces. This seemed to confirm Colonel Bentimni's blitzkrieg theory, but based on the systemic constraints of the Federation, it was unlikely they would actively play the role of the attacker in a war. Once at war with the Norman Empire, the primary task of the Federation army is to withstand the enemy's initial onslaught, and only after the war situation stabilizes to launch a counter-offensive and then enter the enemy's hinterland. Only at that stage would there be an opportunity to demonstrate this blitzkrieg theory. Therefore, the current focus of the Federation Army's staff department is how to defend against blitzkrieg, and this is also the true core of Colonel Bentimni's military research project. The most direct and effective way to deal with blitzkrieg is to use battlefield depth to gradually weaken the attacker's offensive. However, according to the calculations from this exercise, if the enemy is well prepared, they could potentially traverse the entire Federation from the north, pierce through all our defensive lines to reach Liberty City, or even our eastern coast. Whether it is defensive lines built relying on rivers, lakes, or mountains, or solid fortifications built on plains, none can stop the powerful assault of mechanized units. Once the military and political power of the Norman Empire truly stabilizes, they are very likely to launch this terrifying wave of offensive. After Colonel Bentimni finished saying this, Weiss felt that the person in front of him seemed to be a fake Colonel Bentimni, because based on his extremely calm and wise performance in the war game, no problem could stop him. As long as you gave him 2 chances, it would be very difficult to take a victory from his hands in any subsequent war games. How could such an extraordinary figure be made to lose confidence by the very spring grand maneuvers he directed? With this doubt, Weiss thought carefully. During this time, General Friss talked about some of his views on blitzkrieg. He believed that some inferences exaggerated the assault capability of the attacker, especially the sustained combat capability, because the Federation's territory is so vast that once the supply lines within the Federation exceed 1,000 li, the invaders' supply efficiency would drop significantly. Just like the military mobilization system reform we are currently implementing, as long as the enemy dares to invade the Federation, no matter where they are, there will be several times their number of resistors around them. And they will no longer be those unarmed protesters, but real armed resistors, organized and prepared guerrilla forces. In such a situation, with an excellent guerrilla commander like Officer Klemper Heesen, it will definitely make the enemy suffer terribly. General Friss analyzed with great confidence. It's not that guerrilla warfare cannot become the main battlefield of a war, but that means the frontal battlefield has almost completely failed, and it means that the residents in the enemy-occupied areas will endure endless suffering. Unless as a last resort, it is best not to let such a situation occur. Weiss threw out this conclusion, which he had already reached in the previous war, while thinking the cost of guerrilla warfare is far greater than that of the frontal battlefield. Immediately after, he fixed his gaze on Colonel Bentimni's face and met his eyes, looking purely at the chessboard of the war situation. The tactic of using concentrated mechanized units to launch a rapid counterattack seems impeccable. As long as the strength is strong enough and the command is correct, victory is certain. In this situation, the strategy to break the deadlock should jump out of this chessboard of the war situation. Simply put, there are two response strategies. One is to counter mobile warfare with mobile warfare. When the enemy force attacks and infiltrates at high speed, our mechanized units should correspondingly find the enemy's weaknesses to attack, or collide with them head-on to decide the outcome. This requires our side to also have sufficiently strong mechanized units and correct tactical strategies. The second channel is for us to continue to hold our ground, but at the same time, make every effort to destroy the enemy's transportation lines and rear industrial resources. This requires us to build an extremely powerful air force, seize air superiority in the early stages of the war, use continuous and fierce attacks to disintegrate the enemy's ground attacks, and use long-range strikes of sufficient intensity to attack the enemy's heavy industrial zones. In other words, to deal with blitzkrieg, one must have an elite combat force that is more determined and resolute than the attacker, either by going head-to-head on the ground or by achieving overwhelming superiority in the air. Otherwise, once you enter the rhythm the opponent is good at, you must pay a huge sacrifice to reverse the war situation. After saying this, Weiss paused for a moment. Strictly speaking, there is a third path, which is to cede most of the territory to the opponent, use guerrilla warfare to consume and delay the enemy's troops, gather our own elites in the place furthest from the enemy's territory, wait for the enemy to be constantly consumed and exhausted in the vast occupied areas, seize the opportunity, and launch a counterattack. This is somewhat similar to our strategy in the middle and late stages of the previous war. It has feasibility at the strategic level, and its biggest drawback is that it will lead to huge casualties among innocent civilians. Colonel Bentimni clearly listened to Weiss's analysis and suggestions. He nodded repeatedly and then said, "On the three paths you listed, I agree with your point of view. The third one should not be adopted unless as a last resort, because it brings too heavy a burden to the whole country and the people. The second one is what the Air Force School advocates. I don't oppose it, but that is not the aspect I am good at. What I am really interested in is the first path you mentioned, which is the duel between mechanized units and mechanized units. In this just concluded grand maneuvers, I equipped the defensive side with roughly half the mechanized strength of the attacking side. I have always believed that the defensive side, with the home field advantage, is capable of contending with the attacking side if the strategy is appropriate. However, because the attacking side concentrated its use of mechanized forces, the only two confrontations ended in the defeat of the defensive side. This reminds me of the fierce fighting between cavalry in the age of cold weapons, which was the decisive force on the battlefield in certain specific periods. If the cavalry won, the battle was won; if the cavalry lost, the battle was lost. Even if the defensive side held the city to resist the enemy's attack, the superior cavalry force could always cut off the defensive side's supplies, turning their city into an isolated place, a dead place, and finally causing it to fall. And in modern warfare, mechanized units can do the same as the cavalry units of that year. Pausing for a moment, the genius staff officer said with a serious expression, "I am of the army school. I must consider how to control the war situation with ground operations in the situation where the flight units cannot occupy the advantage, and I even need to consider how to turn the tide when the flight units are at a disadvantage. These are all things I need to consider." Such consideration certainly carried an air of parochialism, but it was indeed a situation that war needed to cope with, because no one could guarantee that the air battle would proceed as expected. Simply counting on the flight units to master the situation was both unreliable and irresponsible. Weiss nodded slightly. "I understand your concerns, this does need to be considered. Perhaps we cannot find the key to breaking the deadlock at the tactical level, but at the technical level, there is a key shining in the darkness." Hearing this metaphor, Colonel Bentimni hesitated for a moment, and then his eyes shone with light. "That's right, you are a genius in the military industry field. Your judgment and grasp of technical development trends are something we staff officers cannot compare with." Weiss smiled slightly and said, "Suppose it is a season with a lot of rain and fog, and the deployment of flight units is hindered, but the war will still continue. Our tank units launch an assault on the enemy, and both sides encounter each other on the plains or hills. This situation was quite common in the previous war. Excluding the air factor, what determines the outcome of ground forces? In the past, it was determined by the commander's skills, the soldiers' techniques, team coordination, and unpredictable luck factors. But in the mechanized era, the performance of weapons, just like the cavalry power of the specific period you mentioned earlier, is gradually becoming the decisive force on the battlefield. This means that we need to design and manufacture mechanized weapons that are better than the enemy's, the core of which is tanks that are covered with armor and carry artillery. They are the cavalry of this era." Seeing Colonel Bentimni fall into deep thought, Weiss slightly slowed his speech. we must at least ensure that our tanks are on par with the enemy's performance, and if possible, we should maintain an advantage as much as possible. I believe that the reason why the miraculous turnaround was achieved in the previous war was thanks to our leading position in combat aircraft performance, and thanks to those brave pioneers. Now, in addition to the continuous development of aircraft technology, tank technology is also a field that the military needs to pay attention to. We not only need to have tanks with performance not inferior to our opponents, but more importantly, we need to have soldiers who can master them, technical and tactical conditions that can form team coordination, and we must make good use of radio tools to make them an auxiliary boost to tactical power. This genius staff officer pondered for a good while, then suddenly looked up at Weiss. Are you really not considering returning to Delafig Senior Staff College? I think you can graduate early by exception, and then we can study tactical theory together. I believe there will always be some achievements, at least you could be remembered in the history of the college. After saying this, he suddenly remembered something, smiled, and shook his head. Compared to boring theoretical research, being a governor is a more challenging job. Chapter 43, The Startling Encounter. It was another short summer, and as expected, the development of various aspects in Lorraine proceeded at full speed according to the general direction designed by Weiss. With a large number of new mines put into operation and new factories built and running, Lorraine gradually recovered to its most prosperous period before the war, and in some areas even exceeded the level of prosperity during its peak. The good business environment and the supply of cheap raw materials attracted more investors. The second phase of the canal expansion plan further improved Lorraine's inland shipping conditions, shortening the route from Commisson to Mason by nearly half, and gave birth to the second canal industrial zone, the Victory Canal Industrial Zone, located in central Lorraine. The name was a bit cliché, and the model was also a bit cliché. Some land with low original utilization value was converted into farmland and industrial zones suitable for development. Benefiting from the geographical, geological, and economic development conditions there, the new industrial zone was larger in scale than the Free Lorraine Canal Industrial Zone and involved a more complete range of industrial categories, thereby making Lorraine's industrial system more sound and complete. The unexpected came from a higher level. This year was the last year of President Leopold's term. Under his efforts and the active response from the outside world, the Ulster Free Federation and the Norman Empire finally signed a series of agreements aimed at restoring normal diplomatic relations and opening trade ports, bringing the diplomatic relations between the two countries, which had been interrupted for nearly 30 years, back to a normal track. Before this, most of the Federation's export materials were sold through northern Wessex and other neutral countries. With the signing of this agreement, the proposal to establish several border spaceports was successfully passed. Bellacasar became Lorraine's new window to the outside world, with local management handling operations, while the Federal Army and the Security Inspection Department were responsible for security and vigilance. This gave the local area great autonomy while also taking security into account. Everything was just as Brooks had said. It required the local area to operate and manage with a higher vision and better skills. At the end of summer, the newly built spaceport on the ruins of the Bellacasar battlefield reached the conditions for operation, and after investigation and verification by several federal departments, it obtained the official opening permit. The Kingdom of Basel on the opposite shore also attached great importance to this trade port. It was one of only two spaceports they had facing the Federation. Compared to the original Monassen spaceport, Bellacasar was closer to the hinterland of Basel. One could almost reach their main industrial area by crossing the Monomolan Mountains, and the closer distance meant lower transportation costs and faster efficiency. The Bellacasar Pass was located entirely within the Federation, and in addition to cargo imports and exports to Basel, this spaceport also obtained a permit to import and export materials to the Norman Empire. Therefore, the opening of the Bellacasar spaceport meant that customs, tax, and security officials sent by the Norman Empire were officially stationed there. This was the first time since the end of the war that Norman soldiers had appeared openly on the land of Lorraine. As the actual operational manager of the Bellacasar spaceport, the Lorraine state government did a lot of preparation work for the spaceport's opening ceremony. On the federal side, the Secretary of State and the Minister of Commerce were personally present at the opening ceremony. During this period, the Norman Empire sent some officials in diplomacy and trade. The initial contact between the two sides was very cautious, and the Federal Inspection Department specially equipped this port with a group of experienced inspectors. However, Brooks did not attend. This summer, he took some key personnel and was transferred to the eastern federal states. If he weren't so familiar with this guy, Weiss would even think he was a badass prophet. Before the official opening ceremony, the two sides exchanged lists of officials present. On the list provided by the Normans, Weiss saw a familiar surname, Sidlitz. He knew it was a great noble family in the north of the Norman Empire. During the war, he had fought against that General Sidlitz several times, and he also knew that he had a close relationship with Prince Barras. This Sidlitz was a duke and the Minister of Commerce of the Norman Empire, evidently the brother or cousin of that General Sidlitz. As for the other officials and staff on the list, he looked through them carefully, and judging from the names alone, there should be no old acquaintances of his. On the day of the ceremony, the Norman transport ship flew in from the west and landed at the pass where it had landed before. Weiss stood in a prominent position, watching the group of Normans who were no longer playing the role of invaders. The Duke Sidlitz leading them looked familiar indeed. In terms of appearance and temperament, he was somewhat similar to the General Sidlitz he had dealt with during the war, but they belonged to two completely different styles. Perhaps because he had been by Prince Barras's side for a long time, that talented General Sidlitz gave people the feeling of someone lacking the willpower and decisiveness of a commander, whereas this Duke Sidlitz before his eyes carried the arrogant aura of a superior. The official languages of the Norman Empire, the Kingdom of Basel, and the Ulster Free Federation were not mutually intelligible, but following the procedures agreed upon in advance, there were no lapses, everything flowed smoothly, as if it had been rehearsed many times. This kind of pompous, grand ceremony lacking real emotion was just an official form, its true significance lay in the fact that Lorraine's foreign trade had turned a new page. That evening, the Federation held a banquet for the opening of the spaceport. Because of the special geographical location of Belakasur, this banquet did not have many outside guests attending, and there were few ladies present. The banquet was mainly for dining and socializing, and no dance was arranged. With the Secretary of State and the Minister of Commerce stealing the show, Weiss was content to be a supporting role, silently observing every aspect of the scene, without any intention of stepping forward to have a deep conversation with Duke Sidlitz. During the banquet, a familiar voice suddenly came from the side. "Long time no see, Mr. Klemperheisen." Recalling the owner of this voice, Weiss instantly felt a chill down his back, feeling every pore on his body open up. Although he was incredibly surprised, he quickly forced himself to calm down, put away his outward astonishment, and turned around unhurriedly. Before him was a young man looking like an ordinary officer, wearing the formal uniform of a Norman Empire army lieutenant, but his face was somewhat similar to that Duke Sidlitz. That's right, this person was the other Sidlitz who had intersections with Weiss before and during the war, the Sidlitz who served as a high-ranking general in the Norman army. "You still like this routine, don't you?" Weiss responded in the Norman language. This General Sidlitz laughed unbridledly. "It's very surprising, Mr. Klemperheisen, that you actually left the army and became a local administrator of Lorraine. This is incredible." Weiss slightly raised his glass. "Anything is possible. If someone told me that the Norman Empire and the Ulster Free Federation could have 100 years of peace, I would believe it. If someone told me that these two countries would go to war again within a few years, I would also believe it. That's what anything is possible means. I would prefer the former." General Sidlitz also raised his glass. "A person who craves military merit would hope for lasting peace?" Weiss snorted in his heart. Holding the vigilance of walking with a wolf, he stared at this young Norman noble and military commander. "Are you here to look for excitement again? I like different roles, observing this world from different perspectives." General Sidlitz answered almost without thinking. "Aren't you afraid of some accident?" Weiss said meaningfully. "What kind of accidents could there be in peacetime?" General Sidlitz said dismissively. "If it were during wartime, I wouldn't dare to openly run to the other side's banquet occasion. However, I have tried dressing in the attire of a sergeant and low-level officers to inspect the front line. It happened a few times. Any discoveries or unusual insights?" Weiss asked, following the other's words. The other smiled cunningly. A lot of gains, indeed very exciting. Is that Duke Sidlitz your older brother?" Weiss turned his head to look at the other Sidlitz who was in the focus of everyone's attention. General Sidlitz was non-committal, just chuckled. "You look very similar, I mean similar in appearance, but there is a clear difference in temperament." Weiss tried to use such words to provoke the other to speak, but General Sidlitz seemed unwilling to talk too much about that Duke. However, he was not averse to appearing in the same occasion as him, which showed that there was at least no contradiction between them that would make them avoid each other for life. Weiss pondered that this General Sidlitz coming here clearly had some intention. Judging from his status and position, the main purpose should still be military. What's puzzling is that coming to Belakasur doesn't allow him to spy on too much military information. Could it be just to take a stroll for this old friend who doesn't quite count as an old friend? No, Normans have a very clear purpose in everything they do. This is a rule Weiss summarized from dealing with them and obtaining information from comrades. However, Normans don't go straight to the point in a straightforward manner. In order to achieve a certain goal, they will make sufficient preparations, and even make some deceptive moves, but no matter how they go around, they will eventually return to their main line. So, what exactly is General Sidlitz's purpose? I don't quite understand. General Sidlitz said slowly, "You have achieved great military merits in the Federal Army, are a rare representative figure in guerrilla warfare, have the title of an outstanding graduate of the Baston Military Academy, and have studied at the best advanced staff college. Why would you give up a promising future to join the political circles? Could it be that you feel your development prospects in the army are unsatisfactory?" Weiss snorted. "I joined the army not because I liked the military or was obsessed with war, but to protect my home and country. I became the governor of Lorraine not for wealth and glory, but to allow Lorraine to develop as well as possible. In fact, between these two identities, I spent a few months as an ordinary civilian, which was my simplest and happiest time. Everyone's life goals and the value everyone wants to find are different. I long for peace of body and mind. What about you? Do you hope to climb to the pinnacle of power or become the master of war?" General Sidlitz put away his smile and said thoughtfully, "I quite envy you, knowing so clearly what you want, while I am still searching for my own destiny. Although today's meeting is very strange, I would rather treat it as a chance encounter. Tomorrow, I hope you can return with your companions, instead of doing some strange things. The Ulster Free Federation is a place where entry is not allowed without an invitation. Its freedom is only for its citizens and all those who yearn for peace and freedom. With your current status, without official procedures, you are not welcome. Don't ever think you are clever and make those irrational moves. I hope we will never stand on opposite sides, preferably forever." Weiss gave a reminder, which was also a warning. "Do you think I'm that kind of person?" The smile from before reappeared on General Sidlitz's face. This smile was filled with eeriness and his unique confidence. "I will keep your kind reminder in mind, and I hope that when we meet again next time, we can still have this friendly atmosphere. However, I am only a military commander, just as you are only a local administrator, we cannot decide on higher level affairs. If one day we become opponents on the battlefield again, don't resent each other, that may not be our original intention. After hearing this from General Seydlitz, Weiss was filled with mixed feelings. However, he did not forget the vigilance deep in his heart. This talented Norman Empire commander would not have come here just to say these few words. If there was anything in Lorraine recently that could attract him, it must be the spring grand maneuvers that had just ended. The Normans knew that it was unlikely for the Federation to take the initiative to attack them under normal circumstances, so they didn't need to worry about the Federation's military threat, but as long as they still maintained that ambition for expansion, they would inevitably pay attention to the Federation's military movements. However, that exercise had already ended. He came here now, it couldn't be to look for traces left on the exercise field, or to choose to meet with those intelligence personnel who had infiltrated across the border. This did not fit his status. Thinking back and forth, Weiss suddenly thought of a possibility that made him shudder. This guy might not have come here with Duke Seydlitz from the Norman Empire, but returned here from within the Federation, so as to follow Duke Seydlitz's party back to the Norman Empire openly. That is to say, this crazy guy was very likely in the Federation during the Federal Army's spring grand maneuvers, and had spied on the Federation Army's latest tactical and strategic drills by observing at close range. Thinking of this possibility, he wished he could immediately pull the other person out and send him to the Security Inspection Department, but he had no evidence. Although General Seydlitz was wearing a military uniform that did not match his status, at this time and place, he had not done anything out of line. Even if a general of the Norman Empire participated in such a ceremony using the name of an ordinary officer, as long as there was no action against the Federation, it would be a small diplomatic incident at best, which would be easy to resolve. From this perspective, with him arriving in Belakasa and Duke Seydlitz's party also arriving here, he was already safe, which is why he took the initiative to appear before Weiss. General Seydlitz raised his glass to Weiss with a smug smile, took a small sip, and then turned and left, leaving the dazed and worried Weiss alone there. Chapter 44, The Ice-Breaking Era. In the crisp, clear autumn season, on the large lawn outside Krumbaheisen Castle, Nicola, Weiss, and Professor Little Yang stood side by side, silently watching the silver aircraft circling elegantly in the sky. It was the first prototype aircraft manufactured by the Lorraine Agricultural Machinery Factory using their agricultural aircraft production line that made extensive use of aluminum alloy materials. These materials were still in the small batch manufacturing stage, and while the cost was significantly lower than laboratory-grade materials, it was still much more expensive than ordinary steel. Previously, the materials used to build aircraft frames were nothing more than wood or steel tubing. During the war and even after it ended, in order to improve aircraft performance, engineers were constantly developing more powerful engines on one hand, and searching for various new materials on the other. With stable and compliant aluminum alloy materials, many more aircraft that previously existed only on paper now had the feasibility to be put into production. A simple example is the 4-engine heavy long-range bomber. Although the Federation Army had already produced a few prototypes, the strength of the wooden frame could not handle long-range flights. If replaced with steel tubing, the structural strength would increase, but the weight would also increase, crowding out the effective payload, making it impossible for that 4-engine heavy bomber to meet practical requirements. In this pleasant season, Professor Little Yang brought the internship research team from Ars Polytechnic University to Lorraine for the third time. This would likely be the last time she led the team, not because something inappropriate had happened between her and Weiss, or because she was tired of this teaching method, but because she had decided to accept the invitation from Free Lorraine University to serve as the chief professor of the School of Geography and Geology. Professor Old Yang agreed to serve as a visiting professor at the school, planning to take 4 to 6 weeks each year to come here and lecture. For the life of Professor Yang's family, this was perhaps the best arrangement at the moment. It is just like the thunderbird from ancient mythology. There is a passage in the northern hymns that describes it. It comes from above the firmament, descending to the human world with dazzling light, accompanied by lightning and thunder, causing the earth to shake and the mountains to sway, instantly turning sinful souls into ashes and dust, returning the human world to a pure land. Although Professor Little Yang was just here to watch, she recited such a passage of poetry that carried an ancient aura. Weiss pondered. Could the thunderbird mentioned by the ancients actually be a meteorite or spaceship from outer space? This might very well be the true source of the star source stone. However, those star source stones were distributed deep underground in the form of mineral deposits, which meant that even if they were part of an interstellar spaceship, they had been shattered after millions of years of geological changes, returning to their most primitive state. This was a hypothesis that had already been proposed in academia, not something Weiss had just imagined on a whim. If this hypothesis were true, it would mean that the reserves of star source stone on Orin's planet had nothing to do with the planet's structure, but originated from extraterrestrial matter, and the total quantity must be a limited number. By contrast, minerals related to the planet's structure, such as coal, copper, iron, bauxite, and oil shale, had total reserves that were astronomical. Simply put, if all the star source stone resources on Orin's planet were utilized, it might be possible to assemble a fleet of 1,000 warships, while normal materials like steel, coal, and fuel could produce hundreds of thousands or even millions of aircraft. As long as there were enough pilots, this massive number of aircraft would be enough to overwhelm those airships that relied on star source stone for levitation power. They are apostles of the divine realm, coming to this world to punish sin. They are spirits of the horizon, condensing the most wonderful spiritual energy of this world. In times of peace, they roam freely in the sky. When enemies appear, they are our strongest shield, defending our homeland. Nicola recited this little poem effortlessly. I didn't expect our Miss Leopold to be such an excellent poet. Professor Little Yang's face was filled with a warm smile, as pleasant as the autumn breeze, at least that was what Weiss thought. As Free Lorraine University gradually transformed from a pile of plans and blueprints into real buildings, roads, and plazas, the chasm separating them was disappearing. Nicola did not respond, and the atmosphere became a bit awkward, at least that was what Weiss thought. Although she didn't reject her, and she didn't reject her either, the two could chat when alone, and sometimes it even seemed quite lively whenever the three of them were together, whether at the dinner table or while walking. It always made one feel that something was not quite right, yet they couldn't put their finger on why. Before long, the silver aircraft landed from the sky and taxied steadily to the side of a hangar that looked much like a barn. The aircraft production line was located in the Free Lorraine Canal Industrial Zone, more than 20 miles away, which also had simple runways for aircraft to take off and land. Later testing and refinement work were placed at the grass airfield next to Krumbeheisen Castle, both for safety and confidentiality reasons, and to make it convenient for Nicola, who lived at Krumbeheisen Castle, to tune the aircraft. After the pilot had conducted multiple test flights, she could fly the aircraft for a few laps when no one was paying attention, using her highly professional perceptual ability to investigate the pros and cons of the aircraft's performance. After the aircraft came to a steady stop, the pilot came to the three of them unhurriedly with a simple, honest smile. The vibration problem has been completely solved, it is very stable and very smooth. If possible, I think we can conduct a high-angle dive test tomorrow to verify this stability. This sounded like a trivial matter to him, but Weiss felt a bit heart palpitating. One had to know that in flight testing, the highest risk was this kind of high-speed dive, but it was also this kind of high-angle dive and similar high-speed maneuvers that best demonstrated an aircraft's performance. If it were an agricultural aircraft, it would never reach the point of needing high-speed maneuvers, but to prepare for military aircraft, this step was unavoidable no matter what. Nicola was certainly very clear about this, but she appeared to have more decisive judgment and determination than Weiss in this regard. She nodded to the pilot. If the weather is good tomorrow, we will conduct that experiment. Everyone, please work hard today to perform a comprehensive inspection of the aircraft to ensure that no accidents occur due to mechanical failure. All right, no problem. The pilot responded with full vigor, showing no sign of fear of the unknown danger. This was probably the fearless spirit of the favored children of heaven. After speaking with the pilot, they did not go back to the hangar to look at the prototype that had just completed its 50th flight, but instead walked towards the castle with their backs to the setting sun. Professor Little Yang naturally took Weiss's arm, and Nicola, on his other side, also leaned very close to him. Nicola said while walking, the performance of the new material is very ideal. The chief executive officer suggests that we put it into large-scale mass production as soon as possible, with the price set as we originally discussed. As for the output, he hopes to get a relatively accurate figure under full production conditions. What can the annual output of this new type of metal material reach? Weiss thought as he walked and said, according to our original plan, the annual output should reach 400,000 to 500,000 pounds, which is 200 to 300 tate. This is just the first phase. The second phase of the factory is under construction, and after it is completed, the output can double. However, this is only the theoretical maximum output value, it also depends on the mining situation. If everything goes smoothly, stable production of 500 tate per year should be no problem. If calculated at 1,000 pounds of new alloy material per aircraft, 500 tate could fully supply about 2,000 light fighter aircraft, or be converted into a corresponding number of attack aircraft or bombers. For current commercial utilization, this data was reasonable. In the era of large industry, steel mills with an annual output of tens of thousands or even 100,000 tate were everywhere. Whether viewed from the perspective of invested capital and manpower or the scale of production, an output of 500 tate was truly difficult to qualify as a large-scale factory industry, even if it was producing very novel aluminum and aluminum alloys. The reason for not blindly expanding the scale was that this emerging technical material was still in the exploratory stage. Existing commercial technology did not equal cost-effective technology. At least according to Weiss's understanding of the future, aluminum should be a widely popularized material. Given that bauxite resources were not that scarce, with the development of technology, its cost and output efficiency should still have a lot of room for improvement, so he was not in a hurry to invest in building more production lines for the new material factory. Furthermore, from the perspective of application, this new type of material inevitably had a period of adaptation and improvement from its appearance to maturity. If they produced thousands or tens of thousands of tate of new material all at once, perhaps after several months or even a year or two of application, they might discover a serious flaw in one of its performance characteristics. Mass production would inevitably lead to massive waste. It must be known that Starry Sky Group's material supply agreement had a floor. No matter how many tons Weiss and his team produced, the other party would purchase it all at a cost-plus percentage, but as Nicola said, Starry Sky Group was not a role that was eager for quick success like Grumman, but rather stable and cautious. They had listed an important clause in the agreement: once the new metal material was proven to be non-compliant or had major defects, Starry Sky Group had the right to require the Lorraine new metal material factory to stop supply in the following month. That is to say, they would at most purchase the materials produced in the current month, and the transaction would be suspended the following month. This looked like just a common protective clause, but if Weiss were to expand the factory scale too much all at once while encountering technical bottlenecks, it would be very easy for the capital chain to break. Therefore, maintaining a moderate production scale, and on the basis of continuously maturing technology, constantly updating equipment and expanding scale, was beneficial to both parties. The Chief Operating Officer hopes that your stable output can be increased to an annual output scale of 2,000 tate as soon as possible, in order to supply the various materials needed for our production and experiments. In addition, given the good data of the new aluminum alloy material in the material testing stage, we are prepared to apply it to the engine field. We will conduct a large number of tests in this area. If an engine made of the new material can reasonably reduce weight, it will greatly improve the performance of fighter aircraft. Nicola said these words in the tone of a messenger. Aluminum alloy materials are not unusable for engines, but their durability and knock resistance will likely be inferior to our existing steel. This might not have a fundamental impact when applied to other industries, but for aircraft, it will likely require more research and validation. Weiss offered a hint based on his own memory. We have already intervened in engine research. From the perspective of efficiency, I suggest you do not need to invest too much in this area. After all, Starry Sky Group is the best for aircraft engines. Wait until they complete their research and form a commercial product, then buying engines or technology from them is more secure and cost-effective than researching it yourself. Besides, Nicola suddenly lowered her voice, we need to strengthen security and confidentiality work at the Factory and Design Institute during this period. Something not very good happened at Starry Sky Group. Suspicious elements infiltrated the research institution, and confidential materials were stolen. These have not been disclosed to the public because they could cause very bad repercussions, but it has already been reported among internal high-level officials. It must be the Normans. Weiss said firmly, they have not given up their evil intentions, they are always coveting us, intending to make a comeback. Nicola and he were both Federation soldiers who had fought against the Norman Empire's invasion during the war. She also hated the Normans, but she appeared very calm at this moment. From the clues we have found so far, it is very likely that this was done by our own people, but the matter will definitely be linked to the Normans, such as the temptation of money and status. This is their consistent tactic. Guarding against the enemy day and night, it's hard to guard against an inside thief. Weiss shook his head helplessly, it is not a solution for us to always be passively beaten like this. Even if we dig out all the enemy's sleeper agents within the Federation, they can still continue to infiltrate through various means. Unless we can take strong countermeasures to let them taste our power, just like we did on the battlefield. They have not failed to consider what you said. In fact, whether before the war, during the war, or after the war, we have been striving to carry out intelligence work, but the results have not been very obvious. Perhaps in terms of intelligence warfare, the Normans are born with more advantages than us. Speaking of this, Nicola turned her head to look at Weiss. I previously received an invitation, they hope I can go to the Norman Empire with them. On the surface, it is an official visiting delegation. In reality, we hope to observe and understand the current situation of the Norman Empire more deeply. Because I have been to the Norman Empire, they think I am a good guide. However, you know, my overly worried old father is strongly opposed to such things happening, so even though I really want to go, I still cannot make the trip. I remembered that you have also been to the Norman Empire and speak the Norman language quite well. Would you like to consider it? After speaking, Nicola added, this operation will not have any risks, after all, it is of an official nature. If you go as the chief administrator of Lorraine, it is even less likely that they will give you any trouble. Of course, you can also choose not to go, it will not have any impact on you. Think about it carefully, and if you have an answer, you can tell me, and I will help you arrange it. Weiss nodded thoughtfully, not giving an answer on the spot. In the past, it was one person full, the whole family is not hungry. Now, not only does he have to take care of the affairs of the Lorraine state government, but he also has to consider Professor Little Yang's thoughts, as well as the future of Little Candy and Little Kemp. This kind of matter really needs careful consideration. Chapter 45, Journey West. Under the setting sun, the Monomolan Mountains in autumn were still covered in snow. Viewed from the air, they looked like a winding wall of ice blocking the western frontier of the Federation. Weiss had seen this sight once before, at the end of the previous war, from almost the same altitude. If one were to trace back to his harrowing journey when he first arrived in this space-time, it was a deeply edged and painful memory. Now, he was sitting in the cabin of the Federation Army transport ship, the St. Patrick, following the Federation delegation heading west. Crossing the Monomolan Mountains meant entering foreign territory. After flying over those small central nations, they would reach the territory of the Norman Empire. After a long time of weighing his options, Weiss finally decided to join this trip. From the perspective of his own personal interests, he should have kept a low profile, staying home with his wife and children to seek stability. However, from a broader perspective, his special skills were unmatched. If he didn't go, who would? In fact, after some in-depth communication, Professor Yang was no longer opposed to the idea of him accompanying the official delegation to the Norman Empire. After all, this was not a war mission, but a journey of exploration and discovery. There were risks, but the risks were low. Furthermore, understanding the Norman Empire would help the Federation prepare thoroughly, and the better the preparations, the stronger the deterrence against potential enemies, potentially achieving peace through a military balance. This ice-breaking trip initiated by the Federation was under the overall responsibility of the Minister of Security, Mulleren. The last and only time Weiss had traveled to the Norman Empire, it happened to be led by this veteran war hero. It was a marvel of fate. Mulleren did not travel with the group personally. The head of the delegation was Caceres, the first Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs, but the real important gentleman was the President's Special Envoy and Chief Advisor, General Fan Luo. Upon learning that his old principal would be accompanying them as the core of the delegation, Weiss was overjoyed. During his time at Baston Military Academy, although he had only interacted with Fan Luo a few times, he had left a deep impression, and Weiss felt he was an old senior full of true wisdom. During the war, He had missed his old principal several times, regretting that they could not fight side by side on the battlefield. Although this was not a military operation, its significance was no less than a conventional campaign, and he felt very honored to be able to fight alongside him. In addition to his old principal, Fan Luo, there were many old acquaintances on the transport ship, including the household name and superstar Guinevere, whose participation was only confirmed 2 days before departure. She was traveling with the group, perhaps to bring her beautiful singing to the Normans, to purify their psyche with the heart-wrenching gazing at the stars. These were Weiss's speculations. As for what the Federation's actual considerations were, he didn't need to guess too much. Also accompanying them was a governor, General Evans of Nidwell. Together with representatives from various industries and high-level personnel from intelligence and security departments, they formed a massive delegation of nearly 200 people. After the transport ship flew over the Monomolan Mountains, the sky gradually darkened. On this clear night, the sky was full of brilliant stars, giving a dreamlike feeling. Moreover, the road ahead was no longer a special journey full of thorns and death, this was a completely different situation. After playing a round of cards with the gentleman, Weiss found a relatively quiet corner and looked out through the porthole. Under the night, the land, mountains, forests, and rivers of the Norman Empire became hazy, and their outlines could be vaguely discerned with the naked eye. Every so often, Weiss had to squint his eyes and use his special vision to observe the enemy's military and industrial distribution. The Normans would never have imagined that there was a special human radar on this transport ship. Although one flight could not fully grasp all the information of the Norman Empire, having more information meant an extra layer of security. Just left, and you're already missing someone. A voice as pleasant as silver bells came. Weiss knew it was Guinevere without looking up. Although they were old friends, as a basic courtesy, he still had to stand up and give the other party a friendly smile. The season was not too cold yet. Guinevere was wearing a simple, neat dress and a lady's hat. This outfit was casual yet appropriate. If one didn't know her identity, it would be hard to associate her with the status of a big star at first glance. I was thinking about some things. Well, things unrelated to life, official business, I suppose. Weiss responded to her question. You have been to the Norman Empire with Octavie and experienced an unforgettable adventure. Heading west again, how do you feel now? Guinevere had probably been interviewed by reporters many times, this question sounded like a reporter's query. The night I went to the Norman Empire was about the same time as now, and the weather was just like this. As for my mood, it's probably about the same. Weiss answered vaguely. But the state of mind must be different, right? Guinevere asked with a tone of certainty. Weiss looked at her beautiful, lightly made-up face and joked, yes, that time, with Octavie protecting me, I felt more at ease. This time, having to protect you all, I feel a bit nervous instead. Guinevere covered her mouth and laughed, you are no longer a soldier now, but the governor of Lorraine. We are all the same, just ordinary members of the delegation. The security work is the responsibility of the soldiers, so you don't have to bear so much psychological pressure, unless you are carrying out a secret mission. Weiss shrugged, you're right, my status is different from before. Security work should be the responsibility of my colleagues, and unless it's a last resort, there's no need for me to do such risky things. Besides, such a situation shouldn't happen on this trip. Minister Muellerin assured me repeatedly that this trip is absolutely safe, Guinevere said. Nothing in the world is absolute. Weiss replied, in my judgment, it is highly likely that no accidents will occur on this trip. But this is the Norman Empire after all, so we'd better stay vigilant at all times to prevent other things that don't seem so dangerous from happening. You've got me a bit confused, Guinevere said. What could happen that isn't directly dangerous but has delayed effects? Could it be that the enemy will put slow-acting poison in our food, which will only take effect after we return to the Federation? Weiss nodded, that's the idea. It's just that what the enemy puts in might not be poison, but something ideological, something like poison that gradually corrodes our will. Of course, this is just a vigilant thought, it might not really happen. After all, this is a formal diplomatic visit, publicly announced, so even if they have ulterior motives, they won't go too far. Guinevere didn't seem to have taken what Weiss said to heart, or perhaps she didn't understand the real meaning. She looked out the window and said, I don't know much about the Norman Empire, and because of that previous mission, you must have studied it in great detail. Tell me about it briefly. Weiss pondered for a moment. In general, the Norman Empire, as the second largest country on this planet in terms of area and population, possesses very powerful industrial and military strength. From what we have encountered, the fanaticism is only among the upper-class nobility, officials, and the military. Ordinary citizens are not much different from our civilians. They don't like war, nor are they bloodthirsty. We can observe this carefully during the upcoming trip. The territory of the Norman Empire can generally be divided into 4 parts. The first is the eastern region, which is mainly agricultural and forestry-based. The second part is the industrial zone surrounding the capital in the central and northern parts of the country. The third part is the western mountains, deserts, and cold coastlines. The fourth part is the lakes, swamps, wetlands, and humid coastlines in the central and southern parts. The political, economic, and military center is Adel, located slightly north of the center of the country, which is what they call the heart of the empire or the City of Gems. This city has a population of about 20 million and is the second largest supermetropolis on our planet after Liberty City. However, our first stop is the capital of their eastern region, with the simple name, East City. This city has 8 million people and is also a fairly huge city, equivalent to 30 or 40 Masons. As for the rest, I don't know much either. In fact, before we rushed into the Norman hinterland back then, much of the information we obtained was already outdated. Precisely because of this, the higher UPS are pushing for this ice-breaking trip. It's also a reflection that we know too little about the enemy. I know most of what you said. Even if I didn't, I wouldn't be very interested. Actually, what I'm curious about is whether the fashion and jewelry of the Norman Empire are as fascinating as the rumors say. After all, this is a monarchy, and the upper class is more extravagant than we can imagine. I'm not saying this for personal enjoyment, but because of the needs of stage performances. Weiss nodded slightly, with an I understand expression. In fact, what he called poison earlier was the hallucinogenic effect of the Norman monarchical system, especially for young people. Through extraordinary efforts, one could break through class limitations in a short time and live a prosperous life, which was indeed very attractive and could even be seen as the motivation for struggle. But in terms of outlook on life and values, this kind of thinking is biased toward radicalism and selfishness. A truly valuable person should care about society and the public, not just see their own status and wealth. In the Norman Empire, the reason the military is strong and has become a place where young people flock is that they can bring everything they dream of provided it involves expansion, aggression, and plunder. Weiss found it difficult to lecture Guinevere like a philosophy or psychology teacher. Just as he was thinking about this, his old principal, Fan Luo, walked over. His kind and gentle smile always brought a sense of peace to Weiss's heart. The two of you are here, he said after sitting down, in a peaceful and kind tone. Minister Muller told me that this delegation has the two brightest stars of the Federation, one is a star on the stage, the other is a star in politics. It's a coincidence that I have deep ties with both of you. Miss Grumman, your sister is my proud student, and I have watched you grow up since you were a child. As for you, Officer Klemper-Heesen, you are the student who has brought me the greatest surprise and are one of the most successful students. Since you are both here, it's a good time to tell you what Minister Muller asked me to do. Weiss thought the old principal, Fan Luo, was going to lecture them, warning them not to be corrupted by the enemy's sugar-coated bullets, and certainly not to be attracted by the extravagance and dissipation of the Norman Empire, but that was not what the old principal wanted to say. You two are excellent representatives of the younger generation of the Federation, and you can also be called role models. Miss Grumman has soothed the minds of countless people traumatized by war with her elegant singing, allowing countless sad and desperate people to see hope again. And Klemper-Heesen is a model for young men who have forged a path to success through unremitting struggle, a role model worth learning from and promoting. We want to use the stories of the two of you to show them that the Federation is not only about freedom but also another stage for realizing dreams. Let them know that the path to success through military means, as advocated by the ruling class of the Norman Empire, is not the only one. Even in peacetime, even in non-military fields, there are ways to realize dreams, and it is possible to achieve a certain level of success while still young. These signals must be conveyed to the Normans, especially their younger generation, so they can see that besides killing and conquest, there are other opportunities to realize dreams. After hearing what the old principal, Fan Luo, said, Weiss deeply agreed. Heroism is not the narrow pursuit of becoming royalty or nobility, or plundering wealth through war, but achieving everyone's recognition through one's own efforts, and this recognition has no necessary connection to age. Looking back, it's no wonder Minister Muller was so proactive about his participation in this visit, approving it at the fastest speed, and trying every possible way to get the very busy Guinevere to participate in this visit as well. Come to think of it, these arrangements really took a lot of thought. The transport ship arrived at the first stop of this visit, East City, the capital of the eastern region of the Norman Empire, the next morning. It was just dawn, and the visibility was not very clear. Weiss was not sure what the deep intention of the schedule was. At this time, the large city had not yet awakened, and everything was quiet. The transport ship flew over the city, and he observed with full concentration. What left a deep impression were those huge buildings, including the super-large airport and the massive hexagonal anti-aircraft batteries. In his special vision, these unusually large anti-aircraft batteries had extremely strong defensive capabilities, and their attack power was also astonishing. The semicircular bodies on those anti-aircraft batteries were clearly turrets cast from steel, and the pairs of thick, long gun barrels contained extremely powerful firepower. Although the Norman Empire's own territory had hardly been subjected to fierce attacks from opponents in the last war, these complete defensive measures all reflected their long-planned war intentions. Now, these batteries were still in operation, and troops were still stationed inside, indicating that they had never abandoned their desire for conquest. The center of the city had ancient walls and many old buildings scattered in the green space, some of which looked like religious sites, and others belonged to the nobility. Outside these ancient walls, a brand new city full of industrial atmosphere was divided by neat streets, as if it were a go-board magnified many times. Such a layout is usually not because the designer has obsessive-compulsive disorder in the pursuit of perfection, but because of the convenience brought by the open and flat terrain. Imagine, if the terrain were undulating, or even had many hills, even the most capable urban designer would find it difficult to turn such a huge city into a grid of horizontal and vertical lines. In fact, the entire eastern part of the Norman Empire is this kind of open terrain with no natural defenses. According to historical records, the political situation in the eastern part of the Norman Empire has been in an extremely unstable state, with frequent changes of regime. It can be said to be a place of war. So much so that although it is suitable for planting crops and grazing, it is difficult to become a stable and livable place. After the Norman Empire formed its current territory, it also realized that such terrain could not be defended firmly, so it adopted an active expansion policy, trying to transfer the pressure of defense through an offensive strategy. During the landing process of the transport ship, Weiss also noticed that this huge city did not have a single chimney in the central urban area, but had many parks, green spaces, and sports fields, which had a more modern atmosphere than most cities in the Federation. On the outskirts of the city, on the grey horizon, dense chimneys formed a spectacular artificial forest, highlighting the strong power of the city. Chapter 46, Cleansing the Soul. The latest chapters of Iron Soul of Steel are updated the fastest. After arriving in the city named East City, the Federation delegation was settled into a large manor in the suburbs. The conditions here were comparable to the Federation's top-tier hotels, and even surpassed them. For the next day, ordinary delegation members could either rest at the manor or go sightseeing in the city, while important members held a formal meeting with the Normans. The other side sent Marquis Medieval, governor of the Eastern Region, Marquis Folk, diplomatic attaché equivalent to a vice minister of foreign affairs, and their Iron Shield Legion commander equivalent to the commander of the Eastern Garrison, General Sidlitz. Compared to the Orthodox meeting, Weiss was actually more willing to go stroll around the city with other delegation members, because to deeply understand a country, one should observe and judge from its most ordinary and basic level, rather than sitting in a bright, clean, and extremely luxurious conference hall talking to the opponent's officials. This format was what Weiss used to detest and resent the most, but listening to the Normans earnestly introduce their country, their customs, and their culture was also a way to understand the opponent, provided one broad objective judgment to understand the exaggerated, covered up, and distorted components in the other party's words. It must be said that Marquis Folk was a first-class diplomat. His speech was almost watertight. Anyone who listened carefully would get a relatively complete understanding of the Norman Empire, of course, from the perspective the Normans wanted. The host here, Marquis Medieval, governor of the Eastern Region, was a tall, thin middle-aged man who looked stern and spoke in a somewhat pedantic way, giving the impression of an old-school gentleman. When this gentleman spoke about the affairs of the Eastern Region, it was orderly and clear, and he cited all kinds of details with ease. Obviously, this familiarity came from the accumulation of daily work, from dedication, painstaking effort, and even blood and sweat. In this regard, such a local official was worthy of being a model. According to the Normans' introduction, their eastern region had a population of over 80 million. Compared to the Federation, with nearly one-fourth of the land area housing only 80 million people, one could feel the gap between them and the Federation, at least in terms of population resources. The Federation had a clear advantage. The Normans said their eastern region's annual total output value exceeded 100 million gold shields, which, converted by purchasing power, was equivalent to nearly 200 million gold crowns. One must know that Lorraine's annual output value was less than 10 million gold crowns. Calculated, this region's output value was equivalent to more than 20 Lorraines. In terms of contribution, compared to the Federation's Lorraine, the gap of the Normans' eastern region reached as much as 10 times. Of course, this did not reflect the simple aspect of national quality, but the relationship between infrastructure, production methods, industrial characteristics, and many other aspects, which was also a point Weiss was very interested in. He hoped that his first 4-year term would at least allow Lorraine's per capita output value to increase by more than 50%, if it could double, that would be even better. If he could refer to and learn from the Normans' economic operation methods in the eastern region, taking the essence and discarding the dross, it would undoubtedly be very beneficial to Lorraine's development. From some of Marquis Medieval's statements, he could capture some useful information. For example, the Normans had already realized the mechanization of agriculture in their east, and their industrial distribution was official-led, forcibly linked to resource distribution and labor allocation. In the eastern region, their industry had formed several very distinctive industrial chains, one of which was the textile industry. It produced the best fabric on the entire Orange planet, so East City was also their fashion capital, not only leading the Norman Empire's fashion trends but also being a high-end product that the upper classes of surrounding countries flocked to. The second industry was the food industry, including the primary and deep processing of various conventional foods. Marquis Medieval stated proudly that the canned goods produced in the eastern region were the most delicious on Orange planet, even more competitive than Wessex, which traditionally excelled in this industry. Although he didn't say much, Weiss had heard a little about this. The canned goods they captured on the battlefield indeed tasted better than the military field rations and standing army canned goods supplied by the Federal Army itself, and the nutritional balance was also more reasonable. The origin of these canned goods was indeed most commonly marked as East City canned goods. Previously, Weiss had no concept of this mark, but when he was about to embark on this trip and saw the visit arrangements, he realized that he actually had some connection with the city named East City. As the highest military commander in the east of the Norman Empire, General Sidlitz had nothing much to introduce. After all military affairs were sensitive secrets, and furthermore, it hadn't been long since these two countries ended their state of war, and many topics were easy to provoke the other side's resentment. Therefore, when it was General Sidlitz's turn to speak, he went against the self-praising attitude of the previous two officials and praised the Federation military and civilians heavily. The intensity of this praise was such that it made people feel he might be a Federation spy mixed into the Norman Empire, with the suspicion of bolstering others' morale while destroying one's own. Perhaps it was General Sidlitz's abnormal speech that injected a shot of adrenaline into the sleepy state of the Federation officials present, and the atmosphere began to liven up afterwards. Seeing Sidlitz again in this conference hall felt completely different. When the Belkazer spaceport opened, the Federation officials present seemed not to have recognized this disguised young man. In such a formal occasion, although the diplomatic attaché Marquis folk sat in the upper seat, judging from their posture and their words and deeds, Sidlitz was undoubtedly the one with the highest status here. This was certainly related to the Norman Empire's custom of valuing martial arts over literature, and Sidlitz was the right-hand man of Prince Barras, and Prince Barris had already become the core figure holding military power. People's awe of Sidlitz was the awe of that Prince Barris. From these levels, the political landscape of the Norman Empire had indeed undergone great changes. After the hosts finished their speeches, the visiting guests also made some introductions from their respective angles, but they were basically just touching on the points and were relatively brief. The one who spoke the most was Mr. Caceres, the first Vice Minister of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. His speech was exactly the same as the other side's marquee folk, also watertight and impeccable. It was also like hitting cotton with a fist, making it impossible for people to grasp the main points. Next was General Bakes of the General Staff Headquarters. He also avoided those sensitive military topics and did not mention the Norman army's performance in the Great War, but summarized the long war history of Oran's planet like a university professor, leading to the fact that after 2 great wars all countries and people longed for lasting peace, and also praised the excellent quality of soldiers who were brave in defending national interests. After a simple lunch and an appropriate nap, both sides continued the unfinished meeting in the afternoon. Deeper topics touched upon economic trade and education and medical cooperation between the two sides. On the pure economic and educational levels, there were many things not suitable for detailed discussion for the time being, but in terms of medical care, both sides felt it was a common entry point. Thus, the officials of the Federal Ministry of Public Health and the officials responsible for medical affairs on the other side became the most active factors in the afternoon's speeches and meetings. Both sides exchanged experiences on some common diseases and health systems, and expressed that both sides had the full willingness and necessity to strengthen cooperation in this regard. In the afternoon, General Sidlitz was still present, but he did not make any speeches, almost burying his head in writing something in an invisible state, perhaps a summary analysis of the meeting, or perhaps some operational plan, only occasionally looking up at the opposite side, and about half of the glances were cast at Weiss. This attention made Weiss feel uncomfortable all the time. By evening, the Federation representatives who went to visit the city returned to the manor. What awaited them was an extremely grand and magnificent banquet, with as many as 500 or 600 people. Marquis Folk was clearly a master of organization. Not only was the banquet orderly, but his control over the banquet atmosphere was also quite in place. Weiss and Sidlitz, these two old acquaintances who had just met at the Bellicaser spaceport not long ago, inevitably had a private conversation on such a banquet occasion. Weiss could not blame the other party for why they sneaked into the Federation, nor was there a need to reveal his wariness, but instead asked about some topics regarding the Norman Empire's military defense deployment, especially the special landscape in the city. He was interested in the huge hexagonal anti-aircraft turrets. Sidlitz said half-jokingly that the greatest role of these giant-like anti-aircraft turrets was not to defend against enemy attacks, because in their plans, the enemy was unlikely to enter the Norman Empire. Their significance lay more in comforting the public's emotions. Even in the most intense times of war, even when the war had started for a long time and victory had not been achieved, their giant-like figures could make the public feel at ease. Sidlitz stated with pride that in the high-level military, people called these huge anti-aircraft turrets, which cost a lot of manpower and material resources to build, reassuring turrets and pillars of spirit. When they visited other cities, they could see these anti-aircraft turrets in many places, and when they arrived at the capital region located in the central part of the Norman Empire, they would also see more magnificent things that made people marvel at the wonders of technology. Sidlitz also said that the Norman Empire itself was a magical country, and everyone who came here would be conquered by its charm. Because of this, some countries interrupted their diplomatic relations with it, not out of fear, but out of awe. Like the war game simulation conducted at the Baston Military Academy back then, Weiss and Sidlitz were clashing in language, trying to see if they could find more valuable information from the other's words, when the banquet suddenly quieted down. After a few seconds of pause, melodious music sounded. This tune was not familiar to Weiss, but the singing that came with it was like a soothing song from the starry sky, making his mood suddenly become extremely calm. It was Guinevere's singing, but it was not gazing at the stars, but another song, a song that seemed to be adapted from a northern folk song. Guinevere sang a section, and then another equally beautiful female voice sang in the Norman language. Looking at the direction of the stage, the two gorgeously dressed singers were like two flowers competing for beauty. Because the distance was very far, Weiss could not see the other person's face clearly, but that voice was indeed not inferior to Guinevere in terms of moving people. Sidlitz, who was on the side, whispered, "This is the most dazzling pearl of the Norman Empire. Compared with your lady, I think the only regret is, our pearl no longer has the youth of the past." Judging from Sidlitz's words, that singer of the Norman Empire had entered middle age, but her voice sounded very young, without any sense of vicissitudes or old age. Perhaps this had to do with natural beauty and the mentality after the fact. Weiss nodded slightly. Although it was not his favorite gazing at the stars, Guinevere indeed had talent and skill in singing. She might not be so familiar with this song, but performing on the same stage with the best singer of the Norman Empire, she was not overshadowed by the other's brilliance at all. Her age advantage also seemed to confirm what old Principal Fanluo said, the Federation was not without opportunities to realize dreams, and the Norman Empire was not a magical place full of opportunities everywhere. After this intoxicating duet, Guinevere sang gazing at the stars alone. That familiar melody, that familiar singing, that familiar feeling returned to this world. Weiss noticed that she had made small changes to the lyrics, adjusting the part about the invaders into euphemistic words, but it did not hinder the main melody and magical power of this song. When Sidlitz heard this song, he listened carefully from beginning to end without saying a word. After listening to the song, it seemed as if there were light spots flickering in his eyes, but it was impossible for an ambitious high-ranking Norman general to be defeated by the opponent's song in front of the opponent. He just praised lightly, "Not bad, very good." If I say this song led us to defeat you, would you be surprised? Weiss asked straightforwardly. No. Sidlitz struggled stubbornly, it was we ourselves who defeated ourselves, not you. You regard this angel as a savior, that is your business. It cannot be denied that this song indeed has a strong infectious power, which can allow you to gain some magical power from despair, but in the end, war cannot be reversed by spiritual encouragement. It is essentially a turning point caused by some reasons based on tactical and strategic levels. If we let ourselves have another match in our current posture, even if you had 10 such female singers, it would be of no avail. The two were silent for a while. Sidlitz stretched his neck to look towards the stage, but the singing had ended, and Guinevere had already left the stage, but he seemed to be still searching for that beautiful figure, not knowing whether he was infected by the singing or wanted to see who made this beautiful singing. After a long while, he finally withdrew his gaze and shrugged at Weiss. Okay, I admit that this song is the most special song I have heard during this time. It gives me an inexplicable feeling, wanting to return home, stay away from war and killing forever, and spend the rest of my life peacefully. I suddenly understand why you invited this amazing lady to accompany you. You want to corrupt us with singing, make us weak, this is incredible. Weiss didn't know how much of his words were sincere and how much was flattery, he just wanted to warn this guy severely that Guinevere was the Federation's national goddess, and he must not have any improper thoughts about her. If the Federation people were provoked, it was not impossible to trigger a raid by the democratic system on the autocratic monarchy. Chapter 47, Why do you all like role-playing? The latest chapter of Iron Soul of Steel is updated. During the second half of the banquet, Weiss saw Sidlitz chat with Guinevere for a few moments and invite her to dance. His actions seemed completely within the bounds of etiquette, without any impropriety. However, Sidlitz's earlier expression made Weiss faintly feel that he didn't just want to get to know Guinevere as simply as that. After dancing with Guinevere, Sidlitz made no further moves, instead blending into the social event, exchanging pleasantries and networking with the visiting guests. It wasn't until the banquet was about to end that he appeared before Weiss again. Although there was a distinct smell of alcohol on him, he didn't even seem to be in a slightly tipsy state. It's a pity to spend the whole day here without really seeing the city. Compared to other cities in the Norman Empire, I prefer the East City. It is full of the breath of life, a beautiful city suitable for living, unlike the North which is too cold. For some reasons, I have deep feelings for this place from certain angles, it is no less than my birthplace, the winter city of the North, Sebastian. Although not drunk, it was clear that under the influence of alcohol, Sidlitz had become talkative. His way of speaking felt somewhat erratic, beating around the bush. In the end, he actually said that after the banquet, he could personally drive Weiss around the city. With him there, those cultural sites that might not be open on ordinary days could be visited freely. Drunk driving? For a dignified army general of the Norman Empire and a great northern noble, this was absolutely not an issue. Weiss was very surprised by Sidlitz's invitation. This kind of invitation felt like it should be issued to a lady, such as Guinevere, not to a grown man like himself. However, seeing Sidlitz's serious expression, he had to answer cautiously, saying that he needed to ask his team leader for permission. Otherwise, if they couldn't find him in the middle of the night, they might think he had been kidnapped by the Normans, and it wouldn't be good to cause a diplomatic incident. Seeming to feel disdain for Weiss's cautious attitude, Sidlitz snorted, but still gestured for him to do as he pleased. Weiss found Minister Caceres and the old Principal Fan Luo to report the matter. Old Principal Fan Luo had heard about the relationship between him and Sidlitz from previous dealings, and after listening to Weiss's brief explanation, he understood the current situation. They were clearly concerned about the private invitation from the Normans. Finally, old Principal Fan Luo said, whether you go or not is your decision. He dares to invite you and lets us know, so he won't do anything extreme. Of course, if you choose to go with him, you must be careful with your words and not push the Normans too hard. After all, from my understanding, they are like wild beasts in the forest, in certain situations, they can easily lose control. Weiss understood the underlying meaning in old Principal Fan Luo's words. At his age, it is sometimes easy to be impulsive, feeling that one is omnipotent and fearless, but many times, one actually needs to have a sense of fear of the unknown, fear of potential enemies, fear of everything that should be feared. Therefore, he frankly said to Principal Fan Luo, I have decided to decline his invitation. Even if this city has unparalleled charm, I think I can wait until the relations between the two countries are truly normalized to come here as an ordinary traveler. Even if I can't enter some attractions, it won't affect my appreciation of its beauty. Principal Fan Luo was satisfied with Weiss's decision and nodded, it is very good that you can think this way. Weiss prepared his words and found Sidlitz, the team leaders think I should go with you, but considering the tight schedule ahead and that I am a bit tired today, I am very sorry, I think it's better to go another time when there is an opportunity. Sidlitz looked at him in surprise and spread his hands, what a pity. You should know that the Iron Sword Temple in the East City is known as the Valhalla of the Normans. Because of a battle 5 centuries ago, more than 100,000 Norman soldiers died here to defend their country, to defend their families, they sacrificed heroically, and within just a few days. It is because of this historical background that we built this unique temple here. It not only enshrines those 100,000 heroic spirits, but also has memorial tablets for all Norman soldiers who fell in all subsequent wars, as long as they were born in the eastern region. In addition, the Tian Temple in the East City is also one of the most influential religious buildings in the Norman Empire. It is a symbol of history and has unique significance. Of course, I originally intended to take you to visit our artillery battery, the kind you are interested in. Anyway, it's at night, I could take you from the ground floor to the top floor to see how magnificent and incredible it is. Looking down at the city from there is a completely different feeling. For someone like Weiss, who has a mature personality and sufficient energy and sense of responsibility, Sidlitz's provocation didn't work. He bowed slightly and said with a gentleman's etiquette rather than a soldier's, "Thank you for your kindness. I am truly very sorry and feel extremely regretful, but I believe that as long as we continue to work in the direction of peace and cooperation, one day even our civilians will be able to visit each other's territory at will and see those places worth commemorating. When that time comes, I think I would be very happy to visit the anti-aircraft artillery batteries that have become pure historical sites. Those powerful artillery pieces should be mere decorations by then. I would be happy to see such a situation." Sidlitz smiled and waved his hand. "All right. Mr. Klemperhesen, allow me to say good night, we will see each other tomorrow." In Weiss's view, this matter was just a small episode of this visit, and he didn't take it too much to heart, having a peaceful night without dreams. The night of the Norman Empire was essentially no different from the night of the Federation. It's just that at this time of year, the weather in the eastern part of the Norman Empire is very comfortable, and one only needs to cover with a thin blanket to sleep soundly. Morning came, and in this high-end manor located in the suburbs, the birds sang pleasantly, and the air was fresh. Due to the habits formed during his military career, Weiss got up early, exercised in the manor, and then had a rich breakfast with local characteristics in the dining room with everyone. It wasn't until the morning was coming to an end that Guinevere was seen arriving in a hurry. She was no longer wearing that relatively plain outfit, but a long dress that matched the season quite well, with an exquisite gemstone necklace hanging around her neck. Seeing Guinevere's weary face, but with excitement flashing in her eyes, Weiss felt something was not quite right. At first, he didn't think about the necklace, but when he met Guinevere in the past, she had also worn jewelry, which seemed to be a completely different style, and this one in front of him looked exceptionally shiny, obviously brand new. Could it be that she bought this newly when she visited the city yesterday? Or was it a gift from the Normans? Most people finished breakfast and dispersed one after another. Weiss took a cup of hot tea and sat down beside Guinevere. He whispered, "How do you feel?" Guinevere seemed to have a very average appetite, just eating some fruits, vegetables, and a small amount of dessert. She wiped her lips elegantly and said, "In an unfamiliar environment, it's hard to sleep, so I guess that's why I look like this. Warm reminder, the website is about to be updated, which may cause the loss of reading progress. Please save your bookshelf and reading records in time, it is recommended to take screenshots. We apologize for any inconvenience caused. You do look a bit haggard." Weiss said the truth, then steered the conversation to her necklace, complimenting, "This necklace is beautiful, I don't think I've seen you wear it before. Is that so?" A trace of an unnatural expression flashed across Guinevere's face, then she asked back, "What do you think? Does it go well with my outfit?" Weiss smiled. Clothes matching was not his forte, but Guinevere saying this meant the origin of this necklace was likely as he had speculated before, bought cheaply or gifted by the Normans. Could it be Sidlitz? After all, Guinevere was not an official or military person, she was just a celebrity and was not involved in any confidential situations. There was no law or regulation in the Federation that prohibited her from receiving a necklace from the Normans. If it was just a simple gift, it was understandable, so Weiss didn't single it out, but silently kept it in his heart, feeling that it was necessary to pay more attention to her in the subsequent itinerary to avoid any bad things from happening. The second stop of this visit was to Sebastian in the north of the Norman Empire. That was the base camp of the Sidlitz family and also a place covered in ice and snow, just like the northern kingdom of Wessex. It was still late autumn, but the place was already covered in white snow. Similar to Lorraine, it produced high-quality ore, and after centuries of development, its mining, metallurgy, casting, and manufacturing industries were second to none in the Norman Empire and even on Oren's planet. Earlier intelligence indicated that the industrial products produced in Sebastian and the surrounding areas supported nearly half of the Norman Empire's military industry. If the supply from this region were lost, the Norman Empire would be unable to launch even a medium-scale aggression. Because of this, the Sidlitz family had always had a close relationship with the royal family of the Norman Empire. That Duke of Sidlitz was the current head of the family. His status in the Norman Empire seemed slightly inferior to several princes, but in fact, the power he held and his influence on the state power of this country had already surpassed those princes who only held military power or had been mixing in political circles for many years. Arriving on his own turf, General Sidlitz appeared particularly active. Of course, during this journey, he frequently appeared around Guinevere, leaving Weiss, his old acquaintance, behind. Sidlitz's attentiveness made Weiss particularly vigilant, because old Principal Fan Luo had pointed out the unique significance of Guinevere and him in this visit. If the enemy noticed this, they would place their main attack on him and Guinevere. And between the two, Guinevere, as someone without much experience in power struggles, was undoubtedly easier to be conquered. Therefore, Weiss intentionally or unintentionally acted as a protector, trying to avoid Guinevere being alone surrounded by Normans. The delegation also equipped her with a professional security guard, a young and handsome officer, but Guinevere was completely uninterested in this role, and sometimes even felt annoyed that he was too close to her, causing Weiss and this officer bodyguard to often fall into awkward situations. In Sebastian, the Sidlitz family held an even grander and more luxurious welcome banquet for the visiting Federation delegation. It was in their 1,000-year-old Sidlitz castle, in the sacred grand hall that could accommodate thousands of people to participate in balls or other celebrations. This was a holy place for the Sidlitz family and even the northern people of the Norman Empire. In this banquet, Weiss saw Prince Barris, but this prominent figure of the Norman Empire, who was now extremely noble and powerful, did not appear in eye-catching, gorgeous attire, but was wearing an ordinary officer's uniform, just like Sedlitz did at the Belakashir airport celebration. Because the diplomatic relations between the two countries had not yet fully returned to normal, even officials from the diplomatic department were not familiar with Prince Barris's appearance, and most people had never seen him in person, so no one exposed his role-playing disguise. Seeing Prince Barris appear at the banquet in this image, and chatting with Guinevere under Sedlitz's introduction and inviting her to dance, Weiss couldn't help but become vigilant. He wanted to shout to everyone that this was the main commander who invaded the Ulster Federation during the war and was an extremely dangerous person, but he ultimately did not do such an outrageous thing, instead reporting the situation to old Principal Fan Luo. Fan Luo nodded. This is a war without smoke. They are trying to invade us again, only the target of the invasion has changed from my territory to our spirit and soul. We must unhesitatingly take on the role of defenders and do everything we can to defeat their conspiracy. Hearing Principal Fan Luo's guidance, Weiss realized that he was going to play the role of a guerrilla in this smokeless war. Therefore, when Prince Barris was about to invite Guinevere to dance the second dance, he decisively appeared beside Guinevere, making an excuse that he had something to discuss with her, and took the right to be her dance partner. Taking the opportunity of dancing, he said to Guinevere, "Do you know who the person who just danced with you is?" Guinevere said. General Sedlitz introduced him as the most outstanding young general of the Norman Empire and a nobleman of extraordinary status. As for the rest, he didn't say much. "Why, do you know him?" Weiss nodded with a solemn expression. "Yes, not only do I know him, but I have also been his prisoner of war. He forced me and Nicola to research weapons for them, and then we eventually escaped from his hands. This is the intersection between us. In fact, before the war broke out, I had met him once, but it was at the Baston Military Academy, where they visited as ordinary military cadets of the Norman Empire. They probed our military situation, understood our tactics, and paved the way for the later war." Guinevere's face also became heavy. Immediately after, Weiss lowered his voice. "He is Prince Barris, the second in line to the Norman Empire's throne. He and his brother hold the power of the Norman Empire. He came here, perhaps just for a hunt out of personal interest." Guinevere couldn't help but pale, her eyes full of disbelief, but she had no reason to doubt what Weiss said. Afterwards, she composed herself and didn't speak for a long time. When the dance music was about to end, she seemingly inadvertently looked for the young man's figure in the crowd, but at this moment, it was as if that young man had never appeared, having vanished without a trace. Only Sedlitz remained, watching the two people dancing from afar. Chapter 49, The True Voice. On the second morning after arriving in Sebastian, Guinevere was the last to arrive for breakfast. Of course, her late arrival did not delay the delegation's itinerary, nor did it attract high attention from those traveling with her. Once the delegation members had left the dining room one by one, Weiss approached her. He noticed that, unlike the day before, Guinevere looked very spirited. One might even describe her as radiant, as if something very pleasant had happened. "You look like you slept well last night?" he asked, probing in a friendly tone. "Maybe it was just travel fatigue. I didn't suffer from insomnia due to the unfamiliar environment yesterday. I fell asleep as soon as I hit the bed, barely dreamed, and slept soundly until dawn," Guinevere answered naturally. Weiss noticed she wasn't wearing her necklace today and couldn't help but feel curious. Could it be that the Normans didn't give her a gift this time? Or did they give her something else? Come to think of it, Sebastian was already in the north. Even indoors, the temperature was lower than it had been in the eastern city. Guinevere was wearing relatively thick winter clothes, which didn't allow her to bare her slender, fair neck. This outfit wasn't suitable for a delicate necklace, though it could accommodate a brooch, but the pin on her clothes looked very ordinary. "Actually, before I came here, I specifically asked Octavie for some pointers." Guinevere suddenly lowered her voice mysteriously. "Asked for what?" Weiss was puzzled. Octavie was a female officer in the Special Operations Unit. Her expertise lay in combat, demolition, and Special Operations Command. Surely she wasn't teaching Guinevere self-defense against perverts? "It's a secret," Guinevere said with a smile. Her attitude left Weiss somewhat confused. Just the day before, she had been dazed and attracted to the young Norman noble, and today she had transformed into a super-secret agent? Was this a script for stealing secrets from the enemy? As the saying goes, one cannot judge a book by its cover. At least during their teenage years, she had spent quite a long time with Octavie. As a female warrior, Octavie shouldn't have lacked training and exercise in her daily life, so perhaps Guinevere really had learned a few tricks. Weiss speculated, but Guinevere didn't say more, so this secret would have to wait to be revealed later. Sebastian was a city located in a valley, backed by a huge snow-capped mountain. It was a place easy to defend and hard to attack. According to the Normans themselves, this was a 1,000-year-old fortress, and in its long history, it had never been breached head-on by an enemy. Standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window of this luxury hotel, Weiss saw many mountain tunnels, iron bridges, and locomotives pulling ore cars shuttling back and forth in the city. The scene looked a bit like a mining city in some fantasy movie. While he was gazing at the city from the window, a massive airship took off in the distance. He didn't miss the opportunity to squint his eyes and use his special vision to capture the performance data of this flying object. The airship had the size of a capital ship from the outside, but it was as short, thick, and sturdy as a transport ship. Its defense was not very strong, and its combat capability was not outstanding. If the possibility that it hadn't been fitted with weapons and armor could be ruled out, it meant its positioning was very different from previous capital ships and transport ships. It might just be an aircraft carrier used by the Normans to carry combat aircraft. Regardless of the specific performance of this aircraft carrier, in modern warfare, it would definitely be a very difficult opponent. Until the airship flew over the mountain peak and disappeared from view, Weiss turned his thoughts back to the city. Sebastian's pillar industries were mining, metallurgy, casting, and mechanical manufacturing. Because of this complete industrial chain, one could see many towering chimneys in this city built against the mountains. In the huge valley plain in front of the city, although there was snow everywhere, one could still see many farms. For thousands of years, the local people had lived on the meat produced by animal husbandry. Of course, with social progress and population growth, the locally produced cattle and sheep were no longer enough to meet the needs of the residents' tables. Therefore, although Sebastian had geographical advantages, it had not been an independent entity for many years, but an inseparable part of the Norman Empire. For the rest of the morning, the members of the federal delegation were arranged to visit various historical sites in the city. Because of its exceptionally long history and relatively stable regime, the historical sites left here were much more numerous than in the eastern city, with the oldest religious sites dating back more than 2,000 years. Those cold stone pillars had spent a long time here, which couldn't help but make one feel awe at its historical vicissitudes and weight. In the Sebastian Museum, there were many precious weapons donated by the Sebastian family, including knight's armor, crystal cups used by noble leaders, and many items with hundreds or thousands of years of history, ranging from small tableware to large carriages, which were dazzling. Through the precious collections in these glass cabinets, people seemed to be able to travel through time and see the years that had passed in the dust of history. During the visit, the noble General Sidlitz accompanied them throughout the entire time, and often followed closely by Guinevere's side. Many members of the federal delegation looked at this with curiosity, but Sidlitz didn't seem to care. While visiting the Knights' Temple in Sebastian, Weiss saw Prince Barris again. This powerful member of the royal family seemed to always focus his attention on Guinevere. What made Weiss very curious was that Guinevere did not sing at last night's banquet, only Sidlitz had heard her live performance in the eastern city. Could it be that just because of the words of his confidant, the high and mighty Prince Barris would be full of interest in this woman from the Federation, and even have feelings of admiration? Was this the miraculous fate, an inexplicable love at first sight? Weiss wanted to go up and chat with Prince Barris to see what he was planning, but when he walked over, in the blink of an eye, the prince disappeared, as if the person who appeared before him was just a lost soul that had now returned to its master's body. The visit lasted for a day, and everyone was tired in the evening. After a simple dinner, they all went back to their rooms to sleep. The next morning, after breakfast, they would set off for the next destination, the Norman Empire capital, Otter. And at breakfast that day, Guinevere was still radiant. Of course, there seemed to be some undeniable fatigue in her eyes. How was last night? Weiss asked with concern as usual, and continued the joke from yesterday. Did our heroine go out to explore in the middle of the night and steal the Norman secrets back? Guinevere blinked and smiled. Do you believe I can be a good intelligence officer? Weiss almost patted his forehead. This was just random speculation, he would rather believe it wasn't true, but Guinevere said seriously, I used my charm to captivate those reckless Normans, and they were unreserved in order to win my favor. Guess what I saw yesterday? I saw the blueprints for the Norman Empire's new submachine gun in his room. I went back to my room and drew a sketch. Look. As she spoke, Guinevere took out a delicately folded piece of paper from her small handbag. Weiss unfolded it and saw that it was indeed a weapon sketch. This thing looked like an enlarged PPSH submachine gun, using a drum magazine for ammunition, and the main structure was a reduced version of a machine gun. It seemed that the Normans had also explored automated weapons suitable for close-range combat based on the lessons learned on the battlefield. This guy looked like it had a large caliber, and it was estimated that its power on the battlefield would be very astonishing. Looking at the drawing, Weiss wanted to praise Guinevere, but then he thought that she had actually gone to the room of one of those two people last night, and couldn't help but widen his eyes. Before he could ask, Guinevere saw the doubt in his eyes and burst into laughter. Are you crazy? What are you thinking? I just visited Prince Barris's office, he has an office here. He said he stays in Sebastian for a few months every year, he likes the ice and snow here. If the schedule wasn't too tight, he would have invited me to the royal ski resort. Weiss nodded in relief. It seemed that Prince Barris was also a tech enthusiast, such confidential blueprints were actually left in the study. But couldn't he guess that Guinevere was there with a purpose? Did he let her get the secret so easily? However, the drawing Guinevere made had no technical parameters and was only for formal reference, with no feasibility for immediate use. In other words, the Normans didn't care about revealing this point. Or perhaps in Prince Barris's view, this weapon was just one factor on the battlefield, and what really determined the outcome of the battlefield were those big guys, such as the aircraft carrier seen earlier. Our family has an old saying, don't think you are smart, and don't dance with wolves. This means that the enemy is very dangerous. Even if you have a very smart brain and very clever thoughts, don't always try to play with the enemy, because that is very dangerous. You don't know what the enemy is really thinking, or what is in their heads. As for Weiss's warning, Guinevere didn't know if she heard it or not. She seemed to be immersed in her feat of acting as a super female agent, a sensation completely different from her identity as a big star. It must have brought some fresh excitement to her boring life. In Weiss's view, as long as it was within a controllable range, it was not impossible to try something, but safety was clearly the first priority. After this, the transport ship continued to carry the delegation to fly within the Norman Empire. Such an arrangement, in the eyes of most people, indeed reflected the Norman Empire's sincerity regarding peace and establishing normal diplomatic relations between the two countries, because if the Normans were guarded, they would not allow the Federation's military transport planes to fly around in their country. Although there was no proper radar in this era, at least some things could be observed and recorded with the naked eye. Due to navigation and some necessary safety precautions, the Norman army sent a few navigators, liaison officers, and security personnel on the ship. The number was small, and they did not enter sensitive positions. During the flight, Weiss was still sitting in the window seat that could overlook the land, observing silently along the way, when suddenly someone walked towards him. It was someone wearing the uniform of the Norman Empire Air Force. He looked up and was secretly startled. It was Prince Barris. Could it be that these Norman nobles felt that life was too plain and lacked challenges, so they always changed their costumes and tried different roles to find different exciting feelings? Weiss complained in his heart. This heavyweight figure who could rank in the top 3 of the Norman Empire sat down in front of him like this. Genius designer, I heard you designed another excellent firearm. Their evaluation of this is that it opened up a brand new era, making all traditional firearms pale in comparison. I didn't believe it at first, but after hearing Sidlitz's description, I was very emotional. Why would such an outstanding genius designer be born on the land of the Federation? Why are excellent intelligence personnel always born on the land of the Norman Empire? Weiss retorted appropriately. Prince Barris chuckled a few times. By the way, what do you think of our new firearm? Hearing this question, Weiss was not surprised at all. He knew that Guinevere's simple acting could not deceive these Normans. Sure enough, the other party not only knew that she had stolen the drawings but also knew that she had passed the intelligence to him. If they were to be labeled as stealing military secrets, it was really possible that they would be detained. Comparable, not falling behind, Weiss responded in a simple way. I look forward to a contest between them. Of course, a contest does not necessarily have to happen on the battlefield. After your visit is successfully concluded, we are prepared to launch a return visit, at which time we will make a request, make an invitation for both sides to conduct a drill of ground forces and air forces, just like when we first met. Looking at this guy's confident look, Weiss wanted to punch him in the nose. However, he would not do such a thing that could lead to a vicious diplomatic incident or even cause the relationship between the two countries to collapse. In the end, he just frowned and said, originally, this kind of friendly interaction is no problem, but after your reminder just now, I think I need to ask the high level to strengthen precautions so as to avoid attracting your covetousness after our bottom line is figured out by you. Prince Barris chuckled a few times again, then lowered his voice and said in the Norman language, no one can stop our ambition, and no one can stop our pace. We will eventually make this world change color or vanish into ashes. Chapter 50, The Sugar-Coated Bullets of the Normans. The Norman Empire is neither large nor small. From the northern regional capital, Sebastian, to the capital in the north-central region, Adehel, it is a journey of thousands of miles. In ancient times, it would take a long time to travel, but with the development of technology, the concept of distance has changed accordingly. For a high-performance transport ship, this is just a 3 to 4 hour flight. Out of national defense considerations, the Normans did not let the Federation delegation's transport ship fly directly into their capital. Instead, they landed at a military base north of the capital and arranged for them to transfer to a special train to enter the capital district via rail. Traveling on the ground and in the air are two completely different experiences. Inside the luxury train carriage, the delegation members could observe the layout of the Norman Empire's capital up close through the windows. They could more clearly observe the appearance and behavior of ordinary Normans. They had actually had contact with them in Dongcheng and Sebastian, but the degree of contact was not deep, and in many aspects, there was a suspicion of artificial arrangement. What was seen there might not be a true reflection of the current situation of the Norman Empire. Upon first arriving in the Federation's capital, Liberty City, Weiss was very surprised by its scale. Because in this era, although the technology to build skyscrapers existed, the costs were too high. Therefore, even in supermetropolises, the number of skyscrapers was relatively limited. Most buildings were under 10 stories, with 5 to 7 stories being the most common. To accommodate a population of over 30 million with such buildings, one can imagine the density of the city. Arriving at the capital of the Norman Empire, a place with a total population only slightly less than Liberty City, he found that the living environment here was quite different from that of the Federation capital. The entire Adehel was located on a huge plain, with only a few protruding mountains visible in the north. In the suburbs, many factory facilities could be seen, and between the factories were dense residential living areas, as if turning the city into countless miniature satellite cities. The closer one got to the city center, the fewer the industrial facilities, and the higher the grade and environment of life. Here, it was shaded by green trees, with many lakes and rivers. The density of buildings was getting lower and lower, and one could see many antique historical buildings. Some were religious sites, some were monuments, and there were also ancient castles. Perhaps their role back then was as military fortresses. After crossing a wide, calm artificial canal, the train arrived at the central station of Adehel. Here, they seemed to have returned to a century ago. The ground was made of gravel and marble slabs, and most of the buildings were in the style of that period. There were more horse-drawn carriages on the streets than cars, which felt very incredible. From the central station to their lodging, the members of the delegation were divided into dozens of horse-drawn carriages, each stamped with the royal emblem. Each carriage could only hold 4 to 6 people, which meant a total of 60 to 70 carriages were needed. As they traveled along the antique streets, the sound of horse hooves and the vibration of wooden carriage wheels merged into a single piece, feeling like a summer thunderstorm. The delegation stayed in a yellow palace, about 10 miles away from the Normans' royal palace. Standing on the balcony, one could see the magnificent palace. Compared to the Federation, the Normans had better preserved and inherited these historical sites. Numerous attendants in formal attire quickly settled the delegation of over 200 people, giving them ample time to rest and change clothes to attend the luncheon that day. The luncheon was hosted by Prince Barris, the first time he appeared before the Federation delegation in his true image. Weiss noticed that Guinevere's expression was very calm, as if she had never seen this young royal of the Norman Empire before. Was she practicing her acting? But her acting skills had long been seen through by the enemy. Weiss sighed helplessly in his heart. How could being a real intelligence agent be so simple? First, the identity must be well concealed, the less noticeable, the better. Second, one's words and deeds should not go straight to the point, one should be as circuitous as possible, and she seemed to have not yet grasped the true essence of this. Before the luncheon began, Prince Barris made a short speech. Although it was not long, it felt very weighty to Weiss. He expressed a warm welcome to the Federation delegation in the unique tone of the royal family and stated that war and peace are the inevitable laws of human history, just like the alternation of day and night. He hoped that people could abandon the hatred in war and open their arms to welcome the arrival of peace. He stated that the Norman Empire had returned from a wartime track to a state of peaceful development, and the two countries had good complementarity in industry, commerce, and other aspects. As long as the economy and society develop significantly, and the people live and work in peace and contentment without worries about food and clothing, there would not be so many ambitions and desires, and there would not be so much hostility and conflict. Such a warm welcome speech naturally won the warm applause of the Federation delegation. However, when Weiss was calmly applauding, he still clearly remembered the words he said the day before. This was like an invisible spiritual whip, constantly reminding him the Normans' ambition had never been eliminated. Furthermore, his remarks about war and peace might work in the Federation, but there was an essential paradox in the Norman Empire: this country's promotion system was linked to military exploits. Only war could allow the younger generation to better accumulate merits and rise in status faster, which would allow those in power to find their sense of accomplishment in a life without worries about food and clothing, to fill their empty hearts. At the first luncheon in the capital of the Norman Empire, the variety and level of the dishes began to exceed people's imagination. There were many that Weiss couldn't even name, and one bite was incomparably delicious. Although the hospitality of the Normans in Dongcheng and Sebastian was already extremely luxurious, here, it could be said that they had gone a step further. This was the most prominent feature of the autocratic system of the Norman Empire. Weiss didn't dare to guess how much this banquet cost, because he felt that some food might be priceless, something ordinary people could never touch in their entire lives. Sitting in this extremely luxurious hall, using exquisite tableware, eating these delicacies, he could better understand why Ze had come here back then, and better understand why generation after generation of the Norman Empire's youth pursued military exploits, status, and a life above others. This was a terrible desire that could blind people's kind hearts and make conquest and slaughter seem justified. However, more people, especially those who were already old or destined not to be part of the army, as well as those men who were not strong enough, because they had no hope, they had no motivation, so they lived in a seemingly incredible calm. Even when in contact with the Federation people, they did not show any aggressiveness. This was the strange phenomenon Weiss and the others had encountered when they last came to the Norman Empire. Now, in this banquet where toasts were exchanged, in the process of everyone exclaiming in surprise, he had already found the answer. The formal meeting with the Federation delegation was scheduled for the next morning, which would be a grand meeting with all members attending. Before that, this afternoon, the Normans arranged activities for them to increase understanding and promote exchange, and they were classified and badged. Gentlemen could participate in horse racing, visit the open royal areas and the royal museum, or do nothing and just play cards and chat in the sophisticated salon. As for the more than 40 ladies who came with the delegation, the Normans provided them with two options: one was tea parties and hot spring bathing, which could also be simply summarized as leisure and beauty projects, the other was to visit the high-end duty-free areas and Royal Imperial Products area of Adehel, which could also be called shopping projects. Because the Norman attendant specifically mentioned that the prices of jewelry and clothing in the duty-free area and the Royal Imperial Products area were very favorable compared to the outside, and they had already prepared currency exchange and remittance services for everyone, capital flows that could only be achieved through special channels before the two countries formally established commercial ties. Weiss saw Guinevere choose the shopping item without hesitation, and recalling what she said earlier that the jewelry and fashion of the Norman Empire were more attractive than the Federation's goods, it was not surprising. As for himself, he had originally expected to have a meaningful visit, but the abnormal situation in the past few days made him decide to continue to follow Guinevere to guard against those bad guys poaching her. The jewelry craftsmanship of the Norman Empire was well known. Not only Weiss, but also some of the accompanying men proposed to accompany the ladies to visit the duty-free area and the Royal Imperial Products area, so Weiss's choice did not seem too abrupt. It was precisely thanks to this positioning as a bystander and protector that in the so-called duty-free area of the Normans, he was not distracted by the dazzling jewelry. Along the way, Weiss paid attention to various details. On this trip, Barris and Sedlitz did not appear, but a middle-aged attendant frequently took care of Guinevere, patiently and meticulously answering her questions and curiosity. That kind of attentiveness was clearly deliberate, and as expected, Guinevere picked out several pieces of jewelry she was very satisfied with, and this middle-aged attendant also very skillfully helped her solve the currency exchange and purchase procedures. Judging from Guinevere's joyful expression, the price might be even more beautiful than the jewelry itself. This was the Norman's sugar-coated bullet, which could make this female star who aspired to be a special intelligence agent and had seen the world in the Federation unconsciously lost in these glitz and glamour. Later in the Royal Imperial Products area, facing even more exquisite and high-end accessories and clothing, the ladies were dazzled. Many people couldn't help but sigh again and again, is the Norman Empire a country built on jewelry mines? They had so many rare treasures, and many of these were hard to find in the Federation. Before the activity ended, the middle-aged attendant saw that Weiss hadn't bought anything from beginning to end, so he handed him an exquisite box and said with a smile that this was a private gift from Prince Barris to him. Weiss didn't even look at it, directly telling him that the item was too valuable to accept. But the attendant indicated that in the Norman Empire, if a gift from a host was refused, it meant contempt, which would lead to double hostility and could even trigger a duel. This was a good excuse. Weiss also figured it out. Since he had to do as the Romans do, he would accept it, and turn around to hand it to Principal Fan Luo for public ownership. This would not hinder diplomatic etiquette, nor would it cause unnecessary trouble. More importantly, he didn't want to owe the Normans any favors. Only by being so clear and innocent, emerging from the mud without being stained, could he walk straight and sit upright. Chapter 51, Something Unexpected Happens. By normal understanding, the federal delegation's first visit to the Norman Empire was an ice-breaking journey to restore normal diplomatic relations between the two countries after the war, holding significant practical and commemorative value. The supreme leader of the Norman Empire should have received them in an appropriate manner, but the rumored terminally ill Hohenstaufen IV did not appear. Instead, the new Crown Prince Albert received them with high honors in the Royal Council Hall. Prince Barris, who had previously attended the formal meeting between the two sides, also appeared. This pair of brothers, one wielding political power and the other holding military authority, seemed like a perfect combination of civil and military prowess. However, even for someone like Weiss, who had just entered the political scene, the principle that one mountain cannot hold two tigers was clear. Therefore, he felt that this dual monarch configuration could not be a lasting combination even if Barris were willing to assist Albert. The new crown prince would not be comfortable with the country's military power held in someone else's hands, even if they were blood brothers. Out of great curiosity, Weiss carefully scrutinized the two young royals. Before becoming the new crown prince, Albert was said to be a very low-key figure, and now that he saw the real person, he was indeed extraordinary. He was tall and handsome, with excellent looks and temperament, but unlike Barris, who wore military uniforms or dress uniforms all day, he wore a loose robe with ethnic characteristics. The texture of this robe seemed to be of superior fur, overall pale white, occasionally with black and gold patterns, giving it a sense of heavy ritual, without losing its graceful and luxurious demeanor. The Norman royal accent was as rhythmic as music, and Crown Prince Albert's voice was gentle yet forceful, combined with its own quality, giving listeners a feeling of basking in a spring breeze. According to rumors, this new crown prince suffered from an incurable genetic disease that caused his lifespan to be very short, which seemed to be a curse that the Norman royal family had been unable to escape for hundreds of years. Perhaps it was this incurable genetic disease that made it possible for him and Barris to coexist. Weiss noticed that they often seemed to have eye contact, suggesting that the brothers' relationship was indeed closer than ordinary partners, but it could also be a manifestation of their outstanding acting skills, who knows. Deep in the scene, Weiss certainly would not miss the opportunity for deep observation. Using his special vision, he collected individual data on these two actual power holders of the Norman Empire. Compared to when he met Barris during the war, his various indicators had risen steadily, and his state was very good, especially on the mental level. Albert, however, was a figure with distinct strengths and weaknesses in his values. His mental value was even stronger than Barris's, but his physical body, whether in combat power or mobility, was much inferior to Barris only at the level of an ordinary adult. Unlike Prince Barris, who could speak fluent Ulster language, Crown Prince Albert spoke entirely in the Norman language throughout, so there was a written speech in front of every member of the federal delegation. By matching the written text with Albert's speech, people could basically understand what the new crown prince of the Norman Empire wanted to express, but for most members of the delegation, this method still felt awkward. Weiss's ability to express and write the Norman language was still lacking, but listening was not a problem, so from his perspective, he could see that this Albert was indeed a person of great cultivation and quick wit. He had a broad mind and a grand vision rarely seen in young people. If the Norman Empire were ruled by him for a long time, the willingness to use military force for external expansion would likely be significantly reduced. After all, international competition was not just about war. Trade competition, peaceful evolution, and other methods could also defeat opponents. After finishing his speech, the Crown Prince excused himself early on the grounds of official business, leaving Prince Barris and the Norman Empire's Prime Minister, Duke Huica, to continue the diplomatic meeting between the two sides. This meeting was the most formal and significant one of the trip. Both sides put various intentions and suggestions on the table for face-to-face consultation, involving many aspects such as opening resident visas, providing trade facilitation, strengthening technological exchanges, and developing medical cooperation. In the delegation, members who had certain authority in their respective fields gave speeches of varying lengths. Principal Fanlu gave a quite brilliant speech on the historical relationship and realistic positioning of the two sides, while General Evans, as a representative official of the federal local government, expressed his views on local economic development and trade. Compared to the governor's conference, his speech here was more formal and more vague. His core point was that trade cooperation between the two sides could improve the living standards of residents, and he specifically mentioned the fabrics, clothing, and textile technology produced by the Norman Empire, as well as jewelry craftsmanship, all of which could bring tangible benefits to the federal public. Meanwhile, various industrial products of the Federation, such as vehicles, motorcycles, machinery, etc., were also a good supplement for the residents of the Norman Empire. This was a suggestion based on the situation they heard and learned about during their visit. The Norman Empire's Prime Minister, Duke Wicca, gave the impression of a high-class butler. He looked to be over 50, perhaps nearly 60. His performance throughout was steady, but the other side of steadiness was a lack of sufficient mental vitality, and his way of thinking was not as agile as the younger generations. He made a concluding speech at the end, which was comprehensive but unremarkable, without any eye-catching performance. At the welcome banquet the previous night, Prince Barris had already given a very good speech in the Ulster language, so in this meeting, he did not give a long-winded speech again. Judging from the results of the meeting, the federal delegation's ice-breaking journey basically achieved its goal. They understood the current situation of the Norman Empire and put forward many practical suggestions for enhancing cooperation and facilitating the normalization of diplomatic relations. The Normans also gave principled responses to most of these suggestions, but this was not yet the final, most perfect ending. That evening, at the Norman Royal Theatre, top singers from both sides took the stage. Guinevere sang her signature song again, using her heavenly voice to give the high-level officials and high society figures of the Norman Empire a spiritual baptism. She gave it her all, reaching an ideal state, and her expressiveness in this theatre was like the brightest star among the constellations, shining brilliantly. Under the various explicit and implicit hints of the federal delegation, the next day, the major newspapers of the Norman Empire published reports on this special song and dance evening, and praised the famous female singer Guinevere from the Ulster Free Federation at great length. Not only that, they also invited Guinevere to record a record, including songs such as Gazing at the Stars, which were all recorded on these records. Due to the short time, Guinevere had only a little over a day to record the record, and the work was very hard, but she completed the task very well. When the recorded record was auditioned by Weiss and other main members of the federal delegation, everyone expressed that the effect was perfect. With this record, this ice-breaking journey could be considered to have come to a perfect end. No one expected that shortly after the delegation successfully returned to the Federation, an extremely unexpected situation would occur. Guinevere had gone missing. This shocking news did not come from the police department, but from a phone call Octavie made to Weiss's office. This heroine was still serving in the Federation Army Special Operations Unit. In the wave of large-scale downsizing of the Federation Army after the war, probably only the Special Operations Unit, with its special status and heavy responsibilities, was not only not weakened but, due to the downsizing of ordinary units, became a secluded path for many elites to continue their military careers. Therefore, in the first year after the war, the quality of personnel replenished in the Special Operations Unit had significantly improved compared to the war period. On the phone, Octavie was concise. She felt that Guinevere's matter was likely related to the Normans, and if Guinevere wanted to leave the Federation, there was a significant probability she would depart from Lorraine. She did not ask or tell Weiss what to do, nor did she make clear suggestions, but once the words were spoken, Weiss already knew what to do. From Lorraine to the Norman Empire, in the past, one had to cross snow-capped mountains and walk on rugged, difficult roads, but now there was a very convenient way, which was the Bellecaser spaceport. In an era where X-ray machines were only used in high-end laboratories, trying to sneak through border checkpoints was not a simple matter. At an international trade spaceport like Bellecaser, goods in transit were inevitably subject to extremely strict manual inspections. Moreover, to ensure no omissions, all goods, after arriving at the spaceport, had to be parked in a strictly regulated centralized storage area for at least 3 to 5 days. Goods that were difficult to screen comprehensively even had to be parked for more than a week, which undoubtedly increased the difficulty of sneaking people through by hiding them in cargo. However, these strict measures did not mean there were no management loopholes. Although Bellecaser was jointly managed by the Federation Army, the Security Inspection Department, and the local government, the Norman Empire and the Kingdom of Basel both had staff stationed there, and contact and communication between personnel were fundamentally unavoidable. As long as external personnel arranged for a rendezvous, there was every opportunity to use the opportunity of staff rotation to confuse the view and sneak out of the country. That General Seydlitz had swaggered in to spy on the Federation's military intelligence and then came to Bellecaser, following the official delegation attending the celebration back to the Norman Empire. Even if the Federation side had noticed this, they had no way to stop it. Although these were just Weiss's speculations, they fully proved one point: the Normans' intelligence was sufficient to complete this high difficulty swapping the sky for the Sunday. Upon receiving Octavie's reminder, Weiss immediately ordered the management of Bellecaser spaceport to strengthen security and secretly raise the alert level, and dispatched 2 emergency squads from Mason and Valence to enter Bellecaser under the guise of rotational training exercises. 2 days later, with still no new news, he rushed to Bellecaser himself. Chapter 52, Emergency Break. The latest chapter of Iron Soul of Steel is updated the fastest. Since its opening, the international trade volume at Bellecaser spaceport has been growing daily, though it has not yet reached full operational capacity. Typically, 2 to 4 Federation transport ships travel here daily, with 1 transport ship from the Norman Empire and 1 from the Kingdom of Basel arriving on schedule to complete cargo loading and unloading at the spaceport. After arriving at Bellecaser, Weiss, under the guise of an inspection, led security personnel to patrol various warehouses and checkpoints, and conducted a special screening of the foreign staff stationed at Bellecaser. Since the war had ended, in his special field of vision, personnel from both Basel and the Norman Empire appeared with a white outline, meaning they had no hostile tendencies. Of course, this alone did not rule out the suspicion that they were assisting people in escaping the Federation or spying on Federation intelligence. After all, spying and assisting in the escape of relevant personnel did not necessarily have to be attributed to hostile acts in the true sense. Just as Weiss was at his wits' end regarding Guinevere's whereabouts, he suddenly saw a memorable face among the Norman staff. That person was the attendant who had served as their guide in the duty-free zone and the royal treasures zone in the capital of the Norman Empire and had been extremely attentive to Guinevere. This middle-aged man had the appearance of an innocent old butler. Given his status, he should not have been here under any circumstances, and he was very low-key and secretive, but by a very coincidental chance, Weiss recognized him. This face made Weiss even more convinced that Guinevere's disappearance was related to Bellacacer, so he had someone send a telegram to Octavie, telling her that Bellacacer was always ready to welcome her for an inspection. After sending the telegram, Weiss departed on a Federation transport ship that had come to deliver cargo, accompanied by the members of the emergency response team who had arrived earlier. However, they were not truly leaving. Instead, shortly after flying away from Bellacacer, they made a brief landing in an area where their line of sight was obstructed. Weiss led the members of the emergency response team off the transport ship and returned to Bellacacer on foot. During the guerrilla warfare in Lorraine, Weiss and his team had walked many night paths on the snowy mountains, and in peacetime, without hostile armed personnel, marching at night felt like a training exercise to hone their skills and willpower. In the area east of Bellacacer, the number of wild beasts was very small. Even if they really encountered those ferocious beasts, the assault rifles carried by Weiss and the members of the emergency response team were not to be trifled with. They had a full 25 people, 24 assault rifles, and plenty of ammunition, which was enough to deal with any unexpected situation. When it came to solving problems, force was often the most direct and effective way, but the power of wisdom should not be underestimated either. After trekking for a whole night, as dawn approached, Weiss and his group finally returned to Bellacacer, and with the help of their own officials, they secretly sneaked back into the international spaceport. They hid in the lofts of the warehouses and some concealed locations, closely monitoring every move in the entire spaceport, and on the very evening they returned to Bellacacer, the last transport plane arriving from the Federation territory that day landed. Except for the ship's crew handling the handover procedures, other crew members could only move around the landing site and the rest area specially prepared for them. Just after these crew members left the transport ship one after another, Weiss saw a relatively slim figure, and his eyes immediately lit up. Although that figure was wearing the crew's uniform, their build seemed out of place. Seeing them enter the crew rest area, Weiss quietly left his crouching position and took several members of the emergency response team to the crew rest area, waiting on the side near the Norman administration area. Not long after, he indeed saw the Norman attendant sneaking up to the outer wall of the rest area with two people. There was a window, perhaps a ventilation opening for a restroom, and a figure climbed out of that window, slipping toward the adjacent Norman administration area under their cover. The members of the emergency response team wanted to take action, but were stopped by Weiss. Because from the scene before them, it appeared that Guinevere was not being coerced, but was acting of her own volition. What made her willing to give up her status as a big star and a luxurious life to sneak off to the Norman Empire? Could the Normans offer her so much more than the treatment of a big star? If it were merely worldly things like money, jewelry, and delicacies, Guinevere, born into the Grumman family, would have no reason to abandon her country and go to the Norman Empire. For a lady who had lived in an affluent environment since childhood, what could make her take such desperate risks? The answer was actually not hard to guess. Having locked onto the movements of the target, Weiss immediately began to deploy his team. After nightfall, near the Norman transport ship that was about to load cargo and leave Bellacacer spaceport, Weiss and the emergency response team suddenly appeared. They did not force their way onto the ship but blocked the gangway. The man and woman they stopped on the spot were Guinevere, who was in disguise, and the man was actually Prince Barris, who held the military power of the Norman Empire. Facing the suddenly appearing gun barrels, the two of them were not flustered. Guinevere kept her head down and didn't speak, while Prince Barris looked at Weiss with disdain. Although the surrounding Normans did not draw their guns, it was clear that they would not be intimidated by these mere dozen or 20 Federation armed personnel. "Do you mind sitting down and talking?" Weiss said. Prince Barris did not move but held his head high and said, "What do you want to talk about? Taking someone away from here without proper procedures seems unreasonable, doesn't it?" Weiss said to him, then looked at Guinevere and said, "As for you, I think you owe me a reasonable explanation, and you also owe Octavie a reasonable explanation. She is frantic knowing you have gone missing. I can imagine that the members of the Grumman family, especially old Henry, must also be frantic. I don't understand why you would do this." "There are many things you don't understand," Prince Barris interjected. "Before we tear down the facade, get out of my way. If it were 2 years ago, you would indeed have had the final say here, but now you cannot decide things here," Weiss retorted unceremoniously. Prince Barris did not fly into a rage but sneered a few times. In the darkness, the sound of bolts being pulled echoed around them, which made the members of the emergency response team feel nervous. At Bellacacer spaceport, there were hundreds of Federation soldiers responsible for security, but to avoid alerting the enemy, Weiss did not summon them. Given the current situation, if a firefight were to break out suddenly, the Normans might not necessarily have the upper hand, and in the end, it would likely result in mutual destruction. Weiss did not have a gun in his hand. He calmly looked at the members of the emergency response team beside him, signaling them not to panic, and then said, "Not long ago, you told me you were very interested in seeing our new weapons. Now you have seen them. You must be well aware of their performance. You see, there is no need for us to risk all of our lives, especially your life and Guinevere's, in a chaotic conflict that could happen at any moment. It is completely unnecessary. People like me have been through life and death on the battlefield too many times, and have even done crazy things like jumping from the air. I am still unmarried, and my family already has fresh blood, so I view life rather lightly, but you are different, you both have your own bright futures ahead. Weiss deliberately emphasized the word own. At this moment, the person who should have spoken most, Guinevere, finally said, I am very sorry for causing you so much trouble, and for causing Octavie so much trouble. I know my behavior was indeed a bit selfish and not rational enough. I think this was an uncontrollable act. In fact, I did not want to betray this country, I just wanted to meet the person I wanted to see. 10 minutes ago, I had not yet decided to leave here, it was the dream that every young girl longs for that made me waver. I hoped for a fairytale wedding, I hoped to become a princess in the spotlight, and all of this would only appear in a theater in the Federation. I bravely took this step and followed him to leave, chasing after a dream, but I also know that this is a fantasy that could shatter at any moment, but I want to take the risk. A pathetic princess dream, Weiss sighed in his heart. He stared coldly at Prince Barris. Whether his sweet words were out of sincerity or some other intention, it didn't really matter anymore, what mattered was that he wanted to take Guinevere away. This was unbearable in every sense, yet Guinevere was like someone lost in a dream, unwilling to wake up. Was he supposed to forcibly drag her back? I am curious, will the Normans accept a woman from the Federation as their princess or even their queen? Weiss asked in the Norman language. Because it was spoken in the Norman language, Guinevere did not understand. Prince Barris was not so constrained, but held his head high and said, what I promise, I can definitely do. What I have promised, I must do. Is this love at first sight? Noble Prince Barris. Weiss sneered. Have you never had the feeling of love at first sight? Prince Barris retorted. Weiss shook his head, sorry, I don't believe in love at first sight, nor do I look forward to it. I only believe in reality, and I only look forward to a simple and ordinary life. You really are a boring person, Prince Barris said unceremoniously. The other side of being boring is the stability and reliability that you cannot understand, Weiss retorted, and then he clarified the subject, you know, at this moment, I cannot let you leave, unless you kill me and my men here, but you should be very clear about what that means. Since that is the case, we might as well take a step back, you and Guinevere return to the rest area. I guarantee your safety, meaning your safety while here. You can think it over carefully. If you are truly in love, there is absolutely no need to sneak away like this, you can completely file a normal application for Guinevere. There is no law in the Federation that prohibits its citizens from marrying Normans. You are a prince, and even more so, a knight, why can't you let these things be done openly and honestly? Prince Barris hesitated for a moment and replied, just now, Guinevere already said that some things are because we have realized it, we cannot help ourselves, and we are unwilling to stay for even one more moment. Since we have reached this point, we might as well talk frankly. I am determined to take her away, but the applications and procedures you mentioned are impossible for me to handle in the current situation, there are some reasons you understand without me saying them. Just with you understand, he wants to pluck our Federation rose? Weiss once again fiercely despised the member of the Norman Empire royal family in front of him. Both sides remained in a standoff face to face. Not long after, perhaps out of nervousness or perhaps fatigue, Guinevere's body began to tremble slightly. Prince Barris felt her condition and saw that Weiss and his accompanying soldiers would not give an inch, so he finally sighed helplessly and said, as you wish, we will return to the rest area and have a good talk about this matter. Weiss made a gesture of invitation and followed them toward the Norman work rest area.